How's it going, dudes? Are you tired of being pathetic? Are you clamoring for a change to your sad, stupid life, but just don't know how to make that happen? Well, I can't help you there, but you can pretend to have a cooler life by playing this thing. Oneupmanship is the 2013 board game that was widely received on release to the tune of several less than stellar reviews. Look, I don't want to be mean, but people really hated this thing. When it came out, this game was regarded as one of the worst board games ever made, carrying several questionable decisions in its theming, design, and mechanics to the tune of one of the worst BGG ratings I have ever seen on the platform. So obviously, after looking at this, I had to have it for myself to see what all the fuss was about. But upon receiving my prize, I encountered an interesting discovery. Once I opened the box and started reading, I realized that the game I received was an updated version of the game, changing some of the components and mechanics in an attempt to fix the game for new players. So what was initially going to be a fun romp has turned into a completely different mission, as we are now going to take a look at the game's design, rules, gameplay, and fun factor to answer a question I wasn't expecting to be asking today. With all of its changes, is Oneupmanship still a bad game? Let's start off this impromptu investigation by jumping into the game's design. As I mentioned, we are going to be focusing on what I guess is version 2.0 for this run-through, but seeing as most of you probably don't know much about the original, I will mention whenever there is a major difference between the two. Most of the info I could gather about version 1 comes from Tom Vassel's rundown of the title, so let's go ahead and see what this bad boy has to offer. To start us off, there's an American flag plastered directly in the middle of the board. Come on, that's what I'm talking about! Oneupmanship is a subscriber to the widely popular square Monopoly board approach. Each space carries a different symbol on it indicating what effect it has, as well as its market impact and movement arrow. You'll notice that the spaces all look very basic and quite honestly a little boring, but this does end up playing into the business feel of the game really well while you're playing. Two exceptions to this though, Joe Sixpack here got screwed with the design on his intro space, and this minimal theme leads to a big issue with the bonus space, as I'll get into. Now, we're moving on to the components, and I kid you not, you are about to bear witness to what might be the biggest glow-up in board game history when it comes to the money. Here is some of the money from the newer version. Nice and simple, color-coordinated, sturdy paper that is easy to pass around, a bill you'd be proud to donate to a church. In comparison, this is what you were expected to play with in the original version. Oh! I mean, it's night and day here. This makes me feel like I'm throwing around entire salaries on stocks I don't even need. This makes me feel like I'm peddling for penny trades, praying for a boom to save me. Spare stock, man? The stocks follow the same business in the front, business in the back design as the rest of the game, and carry different values to represent shares. The cards are nice, but I got a real issue with these values, which, again, I'll bring up later. The pawns are basic, but are actually a lot higher quality than they first appear, and the dice in this bad boy are absolutely massive. The stock chart, trophies, money cards, and Scarlet Bees will all be covered in their specific segments. But I want to end the design section on the travesty that is the properties. Look, I understand the minimal business aesthetic we've got going on here, but did we really need to make the real estate companies not only monotone gray, but also the buildings featureless gray cubes? I thought the picture we were going for here was business, not business. Surprisingly, through an entire game of rolling dice on the board, the blocks never did fall, so I guess these were made this way for function over fashion? New to the city of Chicago, come see the featureless gray tower. It works! That'll round out the game's design, and as you're getting back into your chair after being blown away by the cube, prepare yourself for another surge as we transition into how you actually play this darn thing. Starting off with the classic page 1 lore dump. Oneupmanship. What's the point? Oh buddy, don't give up yet, we just started. The object of Oneupmanship is to one-up all the other players in the game, and just like in real life, there are many ways to do this. By shrewdly playing the stock market, building tall buildings and leasing them, collecting envy-inducing and lucrative trophies, and or by gambling big, gambling, and winning big. Oh, I'm out then. Luck plays a big part in conquering this dog-eat-dog world, but that sureness, naked ambition, superior intellect, as well as a little bit of diplomacy, stepping on toes and breaking a few legs, won't hurt anything either. Okay, so I'm not a doctor, but I'm pretty sure that will. Seriously, the player who gets to $100,000 first is the winner. Do you have the iron will, razor-sharp focus, charm, and audacity required to be the master of the universe? In Oneupmanship, you will need to strategically buy up stocks, real estate, and other high-value items to increase your personal wealth. The player whose assets reach $100,000 first wins. Those quotations being there for a very important reason. For now, let's start the game. 2 to 4 players pick one of the 6 pawns on offer and choose which person they'd like to play as. Johnny Mustard, Beryl Clutterbuck, Stanley Chadwick Morgan III, or the neglected Joe Sixpack. After everyone picks their pawn and gets their cash, we can start. Whoever has the most actual real-world US dollars in cash in their wallet goes first. Euros, pesos, ruples, they straight up don't exist. This game just keeps getting better. Movement is pretty simple. Roll the dice and move the amount shown. If you roll doubles, go again with no limit on the amount of doubles you can roll on one turn. There is one wrinkle with the movement, however. On each space, there will be an arrow on the bottom pointing either left or right. On your next turn, you will be moving your pawn in the direction that arrow points, instead of the standard one solid direction the whole game. This shakes up the movement a bit and can produce chaotic effects like trapping you in a corner for several turns, which has happened to me in every single game we've played since I got it. Once you land on a space, 2 things will happen. The effect of that space will go off and the stock market will shift, which I might as well rip the band-aid off now and try explaining that to you, so get comfortable. The stock market is the driving force at the core of the game's operations, taking a similar approach to 1968's stock market game where players will invest in shares as prices rise and fall throughout the game. Hey you dudes, last minute Cam here. So my previous comment of this title, taking a similar approach to 1968's stock market game, was a little more accurate than I originally thought. As after I decided to look into that title a little more, I discovered that some of the mechanics present here take the exact same approach. Whoa! Now, I'm not crying theft here, as there are plenty of aspects of Oneupmanship that are not present within stock market game. But if there is an eerily similar aspect between the two, I will signify that with this terrible text color. So keep your eyes peeled, you will now forget that last minute Cam ever existed. The market's movements are determined by the spaces you land on, as each space will either make the slider move up or down the stock chart various amounts that will impact stocks differently based on their lines. Players can buy shares in a company when they land on one of that company's spaces, giving them the opportunity to purchase as many as they want at the current stock price as long as they have the cash for it. Once you have some shares under your belt, you can choose whether to sell those shares at the start of any of your turns or hold on to them in hopes of a better selling price. Don't get too bullish though, as your shifty stocks are just one bad roll away from enduring the wrath of a total market collapse. Another way to get money off of shares are dividends, which are paid out to any player whenever someone lands on a company that they have shares in. Obviously, the more shares that you own, the more is paid out to you. But regardless of what is going on in the market, you are going to want to hold on to your stocks like some poor delusional peak buyer waiting for that second surge, because you are not going to want to miss out on the massive boon that can arise from the shareholder meetings. Shareholder meetings are specialty spaces on the board that allow you to attend the meetings with that company's top brass to see how bad they screwed up operations that year. I've gotta say, the earnings were great this year, and the only hiccup that we endured was the fact that we ran out of money. To attend a shareholder meeting, you must hold shares in that company. So if you don't have any at the current moment, you'll need to buy one to get in, and if you do already have some, you'll also need to buy one to get in. What is this, some type of buy your ticket at the door situation? But regardless, it is always worth paying your way in due to the effect. When you enter a shareholder meeting, you will roll one die to see how well that company is doing, which will then multiply your total amount of shares in the company based on the number you rolled. There is a slight profit potential from this move, as if your 201 shares suddenly sextuple into 1,206 shares at $121 per share, you now own $145,926 in stock thanks to the wonderful allure of the roll of a die. And there is no downside to this either. The worst case is you roll a 1 and leave with the same amount of stock you went in with. It is quite literally a risk-free investment. If you haven't noticed by now, there is a lot of math going on in the background here. So you will need a calculator when playing this title, or else you're going to need a brain mechanic for the eventual breakdown. I know some of you are going to want to play Big Boy Mathematician and prove you know absolutely all of your times tables, but trust me, when you've been doing calcs for nearly an hour and they hit you with the 57 shares at $89 per share, you will welcome some digital assistance. Finally, it's time to cover that part of the stocks that really curbs my alignment, as the values on the stock cards do not carry the quantities needed to fill the gaps between the values. Each stock card set has 4 10s, 4 20s, 2 50s, 2 100s, and 2 500s, which seems like a lot unless 2 people are trying to buy the same stock and you flat run out of cards that you can use. Now, this is not like a, oh, there's not infinite stock available, what the hey. I think it's good that there is a maximum amount of shares that you can get. The issue is that if one player has 200 shares in Fiasco Films and someone wants to buy 250, there is no combination of cards left that can showcase that. There are enough shares available to buy in, there's 1,000 available here, but since I can't just tear this card in half, I'm basically forced to go get a sheet of paper to document my purchase. But that's enough market speculation. Let's go from one issue to another with the game's beautiful real estate. The properties in the game work similar to how they do in Monopoly, but with there being only 4 of them. Once you buy a property, you can build on it at any point during your turn, with the stipulation that there is no limit to the amount of floors that you can put on your wonderful tower. However, while you can put as many as you want down, only up to 4 blocks will increase the value of the building. The rest will just be there for added flavor. There are some minor benefits to building past the value line. For those that saw the Monopoly video, you know that controlling the housing market is a very powerful strategy that can prevent your opponents from building up. And with only 16 gorgeous featureless blocks to go around, this is especially relevant here. On top of that, the player who controls the highest tower on the board does not have to pay rent to the other properties, which can come in clutch if you're currently struggling for cash after adding another butte to the Chicago skyline. The bonus space. Quote, board games, like anything else, need a little lubrication every once in a while to keep the fun going. Oh, no! The bonus space is this game's version of Go. Every time you pass it, you collect $1,000, with the added effect of landing on it being that you get to choose which direction you go next turn. Trophies are luxury items that can help showcase your wealth to those below you, and can be purchased for $2,000 anytime you land on a gold star. Each trophy will increase in value the more trophies you have, and can range from useful items like a private jet, private island, or trophy wife, to more questionable purchases like an honorary doctorate, knighthood, or the Cleveland Browns. But wait, you gotta keep an eye out, because the natural predator of the rich is lurking right around the corner and could strike at any minute. That's right, taxes. 3 of the corners on the board are devoted to taxes and fees, with Black Thursday and broker fees taking $10 for every share of stock that you own, and the tax man taking a 20% tax from the value of all the assets you own, excluding stocks. Not like it reduces the amount you have to drop, as this slime fleeced $8,000 in taxes from me one time, when that money could have gone to a much better cause, like gambling. The final corner is where you can do just that. Vegas. Step into the casino and bet your life on the roll of the dice, like a true American. You can gamble against the bank for cash or against another player for whatever they will agree to. Money, properties, trophies, you can legit bet your wife on a die roll like you're Mr. Krabs losing SpongeBob in a card game. It do not matter. There's also a space called Do or Die where you make a bet with another player, but they aren't allowed to refuse it, so high stakes gambling there. The corner spaces also carry the largest market movement values, taking the sucker 15 spaces in either direction, so one unscheduled trip to Vegas could easily result in a total market collapse of your entire portfolio. Free lunch is this version's free parking. Of course, the free parking cash rule is mandatory. Okay, no more stalling. We are covering the chance cards now. The money cards, which will just be referred to as chance from here on out, carry a myriad of effects that take the little balancing that the game has been holding on to and punches it square in the jaw. I can break these cards into 3 categories: cool/funny effects, challenges of sport, and you just lost the game. Let's see what each category has to offer. Cool/funny effects. You've been found guilty of insider trading. You must pay a $1,000 fine or stand in the corner of the room facing the wall for 1 turn. It ain't easy or cheap being green, and you're not environmentally responsible at all. Pay a $1,000 fine or do 25 push-ups penance. Trump card. Present this card to the banker the next time you have to pay a fine, fee, or tax, and voila, you're off the hook. How does this game have a trump card but the Trump game doesn't? Geronimo! You've just been given a golden parachute at Acme. Cash in all your Acme stock at $58 a share. This card would be a whole lot better if Acme wasn't just absolutely terrible. And you've been caught with your pants down. Literally. Take them off for the rest of the game, or lose a turn for sleeping with an intern, chump. This card is so funny that they included its effect in a promo video on their website. Poor guy. Challenges of sport. If you don't know what the game is they're referring to, the rules include a helpful section on how to play each one. Are you all thumbs when it comes to making money? Challenge any other player to a thumb war and find out. Winner gets 500 from the loser. Play a game of liar's poker with any one or all of the other players. Winner gets $1,000 from the losers. Challenge any other player to a staring contest. Winner receives $1,000 or can choose to give the loser a noogie instead. The disrespect. You'll remember this card. Challenge any other players to the alphabet memory game. Winner receives $1,000 from the losers. How? Challenge any other player to an Indian arm wrestling match. Winner gets $1,000 from the loser. And bloody there. Challenge any of your opponents to a game of Knuckles. Winner gets $2,000 from the loser. You know, Bloody Knuckles, the game that does not end until someone calls uncle. You must be out of your mind. And you just lost the game. Is this another boom, or is it a bust? You may flip a coin on any one stock you own. Heads, you lose all of it. Tails means you double it. You always wanted to be like Bill Gates, and now you can be. Hot shot. Donate half of your entire fortune, including stocks, trophies, and real estate, to charity. One time, all access pass to go anywhere on the board right now. The invisible hand is real. Move the stock indicator up or down 15 spaces. On second thought, make that 20 spaces. Shave and a haircut, you just got scalped on your biggest stock. Sell all of it at the lowest board price. And to see how it feels to walk a mile in another man's shoes. All players change places with the player to their left and continue to play the rest of the game as that player. This card is awful. But what happens when you get hit by one of these busters and now are just flat out of money? Well, you get hit by the bankruptcy bug, which operates a little differently here than it does in other titles. If you go bankrupt, you are not eliminated from the game. Instead, you will simply go into debt and continue playing under a special status, where anytime any player rolls doubles, you will receive $1,000 until you are back on your feet at $2,000. This is uncharacteristically nice for a game designed for asserting dominance over your friends. But that's because I'm leaving out what happens to that player when they hit bankrupt. Before you can start playing again, you will need to return to your starting area, where you will then put on one of the scarlet letter B stickers and must wear it for the remainder of the game. Once you hit the $2,000 mark, you will stop receiving charity from the bank, but you will need to keep wearing that B no matter what. What does the B stand for? Could be anything. Bankrupt, broke, boneless. But I choose to think it stands for another word related to the last mechanic we have yet to cover: bitter. Once the combined value of your stocks, assets, and cash on hand reaches the $100,000 mark, you can declare during your turn that you have officially won the game. Or so you think. For you see, once someone reaches the $100,000 mark, any of the other players can step up and take what is known as a bitter pill. which will remove all of their assets from their possession and bankrupt them in order to negate your win and force the game to continue. I have covered this mechanic before, seeing as in its original iteration it was in the running for quite possibly the worst board game mechanic of all time. To remind you of exactly what we're dealing with here, I'll take you through what I understand to be the original bitter pill rule, based off of the information I could find. Once a player reached the win condition, another player could ingest a bitter pill, a physical object that you got out of the pill bottle and swallowed, which would then reset that player back to 0, as well as setting the player that just won the game to 0 as well. There was no limit to the amount of pills a player could take in one game, meaning that the only way the game could end is if everyone agreed to just stop playing. This was on top of the fact that the pills themselves came with no ingredient list or nutritional information. So if you have allergies, you could legitimately be risking it all on this play. I did manage to find a Reddit post that mentioned that they had found a disclaimer on the website about the pills. I couldn't find this disclaimer for myself due to reasons that will become clear later, so just know that this is a big if true moment. Quote, "Seriously, the bitter pills are the only things that should actually be swallowed. They are breath mints for the intelligent, but have no obvious medicinal value whatsoever. They are not sugar or irony-free, and may have come into contact with nuts. As a matter of fact, we know they have. Obvious balls joke aside, if these might have come into contact with nuts, then that needs to be disclosed on the pills! If a person with a nut allergy ingests an afflicted pill, then they could, purely on a hypothetical level, die? This is incomprehensible. Brother passed the entry requirements for the games that could kill their players club with flying colors. Might even find a spot on the board. Luckily, I am without food allergies, so seeing as I am not one to shy away from the bit, I would be more than happy to give one of these a shot for your viewing pleasure. If I actually had any. Remember, what I described to you was how the bitter pills worked in the original version. As for the revamped edition, they have gone in and done a complete overhaul to how the mechanic operates. They could not have feasibly made it any worse, so let's take a look at the errata and see what's new. 1. Taking the pill no longer resets both players back to 0. What happens instead is that the player taking the pill will total up the value of everything they are giving up, and the player that had previously won will subtract that value from their assets to find their new total. This means that you could end up still winning the game if your total is high enough, as only one player can pill at a time. So you could just tank the hit and still end up over the total for the win. 2. Each player only has one bitter pill that they can take during the game. There is no longer a limitless supply. This not only means that the game will eventually end, but also forces you to consider playing a different way so that you can hold on to your pill for longer while making other players use theirs. And 3, and most importantly, these are now metaphorical bitter pills. The ingestible objects no longer come included with the box, and all mentions of them have been practically wiped from history, meaning that you will no longer need to fear for your life while playing, while still needing to endure humiliation by having that big bitter B slapped on your chest. These fixes have quite literally changed the game, as before this title was practically shackled into forced abysmality due to the unbelievable stank of that one mechanic. Now that it has been fixed, it ends up becoming a mechanic that adds to the game rather than outright decapitating it, granting Oneupmanship the opportunity to be, dare I say it, good? Let's not get ahead of ourselves though. Rules that theoretically have potential are nice and all, but mean nothing if they are unable to actually blend together while you are playing the game. So let's go now from how you play the game to what you'll be doing while you're in there. The gameplay mostly consists of just rolling and moving while carefully considering when is the best time to buy and sell. This could get rather boring, but luckily the market is staggered, with some stocks doing well when the market is up, while other stocks are doing better when the market is down. Meaning that the market won't end up stagnating too often unless it gets stuck in the middle for a while. The choice to reduce the bitter pill count to 1 per person works wonders for balancing. Although if you are playing with larger groups, you might want to lower the victory amount, as 100 grand with 4 or 5 bitter pills around is going to take quite a while to get to. This title does have a distinct chance of dragging if the market stays to one side for an extended period of time, and on top of that, man, it can get straight tedious later in the game. There is so much gosh dang math happening at all times, especially when everyone starts getting some real money to purchase larger and larger quantities of stock. Like I mentioned before, you need a calculator. On top of that, I have another negative against the title. There is so much to keep track of here. In one turn, you might have to keep track of moving the stock market arrow, paying out dividends to multiple people, paying out the bonus, calculating the price of purchasing 56 stocks at $43 per share while already trying to pay out the 35 shares that were sold for $130 per share at the start of the turn as your brain starts succumbing to the melt. So many moving parts are going on at the same time that it is likely that you will end up missing something, which we did. Multiple times. The first time that we played the game, we just completely forgot that the owner of the tallest tower doesn't pay rent. That slipped right through the cracks. On top of my big issue with the bonus being that it does not stand out at all like Go does in Monopoly. So at some point, we end up losing focus on it and forgetting to pay out the grand that you get whenever you pass it. You can pin this one on us if you want, but that ended up happening in every single game that we played. So as much as I like to reinforce how stupid I am, I don't think this one's on me. Lastly, a reminder that the money cards take any balancing present in the game and spin kicks it. Let me paint you a picture. It's a 1v1 match, and I've already forced my opponent to bitter pill once, meaning I am just a few good plays away from winning the game, but I am struggling a bit to get back up there. Suddenly, I draw a money card. See how it feels to walk in another man's shoes? Switch with the player on your left. Not only does this leave me in a horrifically impoverished position, but due to the card stating that you must continue to play the rest of the game as that player, this means that I've inherited their already used bitter pill. So I have no money, no stocks, no drugs. Why am I even here? And somehow the part that made me the most mad was I couldn't use my night black pawn anymore. I had to use the disgusting milk white one like some type of fool. But no matter what type of gameplay fills up a title, it doesn't mean a whole lot if that game fails to be fun. So let's look at the game's fun factor and see what enjoyment players can expect from the title. The main appeal of Oneupmanship comes from the stock market mechanic and how you choose to play that. Risky Biscuit or Safe Sally, the game allows you to go after whatever investment strategy you'd like. I must also admit that it is fun to pretend to be that rich business bro just tossing money at crap. I highly recommend putting on a Manly Men music playlist while you play. It fits really well. Some of these side things can be nice, but most of your enjoyment is coming from building up and selling off your stocks for massive returns, especially if that same boom resulted in a market crash for your friend. In fact, one of the friends that I played with said that the game's loop was so fun that if she could play it solo on an app or something, she absolutely would. As such, those that like a little luck with their decision making, as well as playing Mario Party style games with friends, should get a kick out of this one. However, those that enjoy a more strategy-focused experience and want a crisp, well-constructed game with clear-cut rules and no wiggle room probably won't find a lot of enjoyment here. It just fits much better with a casual board gaming audience. And with all of the categories covered, it is time to deliver the final verdict on... You brain-dead moron, you almost forgot the final category again. Oh, you're right, I almost forgot the most important aspect of these run-throughs. The whack crap. I've pretty much already covered all the whack crap inside of the game, but what I haven't touched yet is the whack crap surrounding the game. For instance, the game's website is just straight up wrong in some areas. The card and component list does not match what is included, and I know it's been updated because the bitter pills are nowhere to be found. The language in some of the game's branding just does not land with me. I think they were going for a cool cat frat guy approach, but I was in a frat and we do not talk like that. You can tell that everything about this was done in earnest though, as there were constant updates about the delivery, the package was wrapped really well inside of the box, and included this free sticker, and the man himself, Johnny Mustard, wrote me a personal thank you message on the receipt. I can guarantee that he hand wrote it because he had to scribble out one of the words he misspelled. Which, while absolutely hilarious, it is still really cool that he went to the trouble to thank my anonymous online order. Of course, I cannot cover Oneupmanship without mentioning the Dice Tower review and the response. When Tom Vassell did his review of this title for the Dice Tower, he went through each and every aspect of it and absolutely demolished it, leaving not a single stone unturned as he blasted everything from rightfully terrible aspects like the money and the bitter pills, to more questionable complaints like how Black Thursday making you lose money per share doesn't make sense, or how the stock's not going all up or down in the same way doesn't make sense either, even though it's a great way to balance the stocks out. The review ended up being one of the more popular Dice Tower reviews of that period, which had the negative side effect of those that saw the review going out onto sites like Board Game Geek and tanking the game's review score, which is what led it to having the abysmal 1.2 that you saw earlier. The creator of the game endured this punishment for a while until he eventually snapped 7 years later, releasing a blog post that compared the treatment that he and his game had received online to being something that is quite a massive step worse than that could ever be, before eventually deleting it a few weeks later. This was quite the situation, as I've spoken out against these types of mass reviews before, even though this version of the game was absolutely not good, but on the other side, this was not at all the right way to respond to the situation. Instead of latching onto the criticism and personally insulting those that went against you, respond to the critics by mentioning that you have heard their complaints and used them to craft an inarguably better version of your game. It would have been much more well received, some might have even opted to give you another chance, and you don't end up downplaying a traumatic event. But forget all of that, because we're not looking at the controversy here. We're focused squarely on the game itself. We've run through all of the categories, and it is finally time to deliver the ruling that we have all been waiting for. Is Oneupmanship still a bad game? Ladies and gentlemen, I hate to inform you, it's pretty good. What a recovery! The components are better, the mechanics are better, the game is just monumentally better in every way. Now, some people are going to see what this game has to offer and swear off of it entirely. They might not like the humor, they might not like the creator, they might not like the theme, and that is all fine. But what I'm communicating here is that in spite of all of that, the game is pretty fun to play. We have seen quite a few games with bad themes still be good games when it comes down to it. And honestly, a game where you roleplay as the owner of the Cleveland Browns, just tossing cash at whatever stock you land on while your friends wallow in the dirt? That sounds awesome! Now, this game is by no means perfect. When the jokes miss, they miss hard. It can get quite irritating at points with all the math that you have to do and how long it can go on for. And there are definitely some places where improvements could be made. The featureless gray tower. It functions. I kid you not, I bought this game with the intention to spend like 20 minutes absolutely dogging on it. And what ended up happening was it became the only game that I have bought for this channel where I've gone out and played it with friends and they requested to play it again. And you don't even need to bend over backwards to try and find this one like the others I've covered. More than 10 years after the game's release, they are still selling it on their official website, which is crazy support for a game that was received this poorly. I do not disagree with the original ratings that this game received. In its original format, it contained some of the worst components and one of the worst mechanics of all time. But with a little bit of elbow grease, they have taken those issues and bashed them over the head until this turned into a completely different experience. It might not be for everybody, but this bad boy has a lot more appeal to it than I originally thought it ever could. But okay, you find yourself embroiled in a game of Oneupmanship, and you're having fun, sure. But what good is fun going to do you if you can't secure the dub? With the latest innovation being that the game can actually be won now, I've got the hot topic strategies fresh off the presses to give you the edge you'll need to build up that generational wealth. The first tip for you, Acme is straight awful. Whoever is running the Acme Corporation needs to be fired because this stock is hot garbage. There are a couple different types of stocks up for grabs here. The two most popular types being the large payout and the high risk, high reward. Companies like JetCetra Airlines and Goldwater can reach up to $182 per share at their peak, but are the most expensive to purchase as a result, meaning that these are the ones that you are most hoping get multiplied by shareholder meetings for a large payout. The high-risk, high-reward companies like Fiasco Films and Doe, Ray, and Me have lower max payouts but can reach up to 12 times their lowest level compared to the others' 6. However, there is one more type of stock: safeties, which vary a lot less in their price and are therefore less volatile, this category being made up of Cataldo Supply and Acme. These are definitely the weakest stocks, since they don't have the same return or payout highs, but even Cataldo clears in usefulness when compared to Acme. Cataldo can get you up to $94 per share at its height, a little over 5 times its lowest price. Meanwhile, Acme's heights top out at $58 per share, not even 3 times its lowest price. Why in the world would you buy Acme shares when you can get DRM shares for half the price at a larger potential? As for the best way to approach the market in general, one of the most common successful plays is the buy quick, sell quick, buy a bunch, hold. Golly, I wonder what you do there. Easy enough strat to understand. You buy some stock quick with some of your starting cash, then sell it once it goes up for a quick profit. With more money in your pants, you can now buy a lot more stock at a cheap price, then hold on to that until it balloons and you sell for a massive boon. This will take a little luck, as you will need to sell that large holding before you run out of liquid cash. But if you can last until that price peaks, then you'll be pretty much set to make whatever plays you want for the rest of the game. You are going to want to purchase properties and trophies whenever you can. These will massively increase in value with each additional one bought, and if you aren't doing it to help yourself, then you need to keep your competitors from gaining that type of quick value. Let's talk gambling. Strategically, gambling is an awful idea. It is just not worth risking the assets you have built up on a luck-based roll that you have no control over. That being said, I have gambled in every game that we have played, and I am going to keep gambling because it is funny. Guys, you can't even consider it a problem, because whatever I lose, I'll just win back on the next roll. Risk-free investment. Of course, no matter how you play in the game, you're gonna need to have a little luck on your side. Your carefully crafted and well-researched investment portfolio is nice and all, but more times than not, that'll probably lose out to some schmuck who YOLO'd it all on JetCetra and then quadrupled his earnings on the roll of the dice. The American Dream. Wild that a game that started off this poorly managed to recover this well. I was extremely surprised by what it has to offer players in terms of gameplay. Again, there are some adjustments that I would still make to improve the game further. Trading out a 500 share card for a few more 100s would be helpful, and changing up some of the balancing could assist a lot, but in general, this bad boy's pretty okay. And sometimes, that's all you'll need to end up having a good time with the buds. Just be sure to vet all the snacks they bring to the event. You never know which of them might have come into contact with nuts beforehand. So you are currently in possession of some form of currency, but are faced with the issue of not knowing which poor multinational corporation to give it to. This is an issue that millions face every day. And one way that these wonderful conglomerates assist the indecisive consumer is by guiding them to their product line by leeching off the goodwill of something they actually like. This is seen everywhere, in clothing, video games, and even in the board gaming scene with the ever-popular Monopoly McDonald's event and the Monopoly LeBron James shoe line. Look, for how funny the La Currency shoe is, the La board game that released alongside it is 100% La Fire! Gosh dang! But seeing that plenty of other board games had yet to break out into the tie-in market, the geniuses over in the marketing department of Scooter's Coffee came up with a revolutionary new idea to get more people hopelessly addicted to their product. By teaming up with everyone's least favorite board game, of course. Advertisement. No, not a sponsorship, it's the Scooter's Coffee x Candyland collab. Because nothing gets you hyped in the morning for a fresh brew quite like the joyful memories of playing through a living nightmare.
I have never formally covered Candyland on the channel before, because what the ever-loving crap am I going to talk about in a Candyland video? 8 hours on the dark and disturbing lore of Lord Licorice? As a young lad, Lionel D. Licorice was no different to the carefree tots that we see at the start of our adventure. But while most children would draw a red, yellow, maybe even a blue card to start their travels, Lionel would do something unprecedented. Lionel would draw a plum. But regardless, Candyland's influence has been felt here before. It made an electric, queasy quarterfinal run in the last worst board game of all time tournament, and much less impressively, is one of the best-selling board games of all time. So while I'm doing my usual Sunday activity of distracted driving, the absolute last thing I'm expecting to see is a billboard advertising a once-in-a-lifetime collab between a coffee company and a gosh dang board game. But that's exactly what I got, and now I'm making it your problem. So join me, and let's look a little deeper into this nonsense to see if this is something that I'd want to spend my hard-earned shekels on. What better place to start than the only news source not trying to push an agenda these days, the official Scooter's Coffee press release. Hasbro and Scooter's Coffee, trademark, bring the sweet adventures of Candyland, trademark, to life with new character-inspired menu items. Oh, Hasbro, if it's a food tie-in you wanted, then you should have come to the deli. We could have put together the Risk Sandwich Bomb, now with real gunpowder. This holiday season, some Candyland characters you might remember are bringing the magical and nostalgic world of Candyland to Scooter's Coffee, under license from Hasbro, a leading toy and game company. I like how they had to explain who Hasbro was at the end, like, yes, we've decided to go out on a limb and team up with a relatively niche company. You might have heard of them, they're pretty underground, the Hasbro Corporation? This titanic team-up has led to some new menu items based around your favorite Candyland figures. So let's check these bad boys out and see if they can bring the yum in Yum Cha? I knew I should have taken that How to Write a Board Game show class. The donkey, Mr. Mint, is obviously well represented here, bringing 5 drinks bearing his name to the function, except nope, you fell for the old Mr. Mint scam again. These are all different variations of just 2 drinks, the mocha and hot chocolate. Their signature mocha took a stroll through the peppermint forest, which was a very bold play due to that area's rampant crime problem due to the mint trade. The hot chocolate comes in both adults and kids versions, in case your child is too much of a wuss to endure the scalding hot temperatures of an industrial milk burner. Queen Frostine also gets some products to her name. If you don't know who she is, she's the weirdo in the top right that gives you the massive skip if you can skillfully draw her card. The head of the Frostine family brings the sugar cookie latte to the party, topping it off with the blue sugar that drives her people crazy. But the nobility, of course, get their special treatment, as not only does the queen get her drink, but also has a dessert up for grabs, as you can subtract the latte and just get the sugar cookie itself for a sweet treat. Comes with all of your favorite ingredients: cream cheese frosting, sprinkles, yellow 5, yellow 6, blue 1, scrumptious. Up next, we've got ourselves a delectable smoothie option from Jolly Gumdrop? Honestly, thought he was a brand new character. I completely forgot about that one. Despite being pink, it has a cherry flavor and comes with gumdrops sourced directly from the Gumdrop Mountains, which have practically become a delicacy so long as you can avert your eyes from the slave labor used to bring those drops here at that low cost. The shake is also available in the Lil Smiley trademarked variation, which gets you this different looking cup, less smoothie, and nothing else. I don't know, screw you. Oh, here she comes, folks, the eye candy of Candyland. Steel yourselves, gents, because she's a heartbreaker. Give it up for Grandma Nut! Big Nut is coming at you with 2 drinks, the classic latte and a specialty cold brew just for you. In an excellent example of good foresight, the descriptions hold no mention of Grandma Nut at all, really, as I imagine they grew wise to the fact that if they mentioned anything about Grandma Nut's milk, cream, sugar, or basically any combination of words, they would have gotten lit up with some classic internet shenanigans. And at the finish line, we have your delectable reward from King Candy himself, the King Candy Cake Bite. Enjoy your moist and fluffy balls infused with a fizzy popping candy both inside and on top. used to replicate the explosion scene all across the Candy Kingdom due to the rampant political violence. The cake is perfect for you and your family to ingest, including literally every vegetable oil on the market, as well as the crisp, refreshing taste of Red 40. All of these yummylicious products are available together in the limited time section of the website, but are also alongside all of the other limited time items as well, so you could indulge in the King Candy Cake Bite, the Queen Frostine Sugar Cookie, or the Iceberry Ignite Red Bull Infusion. Bouncing off the walls, your kids will be phasing right through them like the gosh dang Flash. But not one to limit this once-in-a-millennium opportunity, Scooters has gone all out in their collaboration, as not only can you nab yourself some sweet treats, but you can also nab some sweet merch. Give nap time the diabetic twist it's always needed with these Candyland branded pajamas. Available in both adults and kids sizes, and recommended for those looking to pull off a sick nasty bangs mullet combo. Yes! For those looking for something a little more acceptable to wear out into a public area, we've got this wonderful Candyland long sleeve tee. Guaranteed to demote your punishment from a full-on mugging to just a punch in the chest. But if you've left your hands feeling lonely because they have nothing to celebrate with, then gift them one of the Candyland-themed tumblers. 40 ounces of double gulp action to put your wake-up juice into, while showcasing to everyone that you either have some form of disposable income or brain hemorrhage. Comes in a kid size as well, as it is never too early to start their hopeless coffee addiction so that they can better fit in with the cool kids. Okay, the Candyland stuff is nice and all, but my teeth rotted out eons ago. What's in it for me? Well, there's also plenty of merch from the regular Scooters line as well, like Coffee Frisbee, Coffee Baby, Coffee Socks, Coffee Wrapping Paper, Monopoly Omaha Edition. Ah, see, there's a board game here. We can toss this on the playlist now. For those confused, Monopoly Omaha is in here because Scooters Coffee was founded in Omaha. So as such, they are featured as one of the available properties alongside other titans of the city, like the University of Nebraska at Omaha and the Missouri River. Famous things in Omaha, Nebraska. Water. But now I have the opportunity to cover something that I normally never get the chance to do, as for some reason 50-plus-year-old terrible board games don't seem to carry social media pages all that often. The Scooters Coffee people really wanted to showcase their nifty little collab to their fans? But seeing as their Twitter was more interested in promoting the Frisco Bowl and Facebook is just a glorified birthday calendar, I'll mainly be sticking to what they've barfed onto their Insta and Musical.ly. To start us off on the gram, a beautiful Candyland mosaic that probably looked a lot better when it was pinned and not broken. Whatever, how do we start this off? After that, some promo pictures, a Mariah Carey song appearance on November 7th, and some pics of the merch. Whoa, hats? Where'd the hats come from? Those weren't for sale. Gotta highlight the new menu, of course. Let's see how everyone is liking the Grandma Nut posts. We're nuts for Grandma Nut. Try the Grandma Nut Latte and Cold Brew. Get it, Grandma. It's your turn in Candyland trademark, and you landed on Grandma Nut. Oh my gosh. Okay, how many chestnuts are in the jar? 69. Oh ho ho, got me again, Flash. Some more character highlights, and what is this? Paid promotion? Free crap? How come they didn't get me in on any of this? What, just because I hate coffee and I do nothing but badmouth Candyland, I'm not fit? That's outrageous. It's unfair. Last thing before the promo died was the Week of Sweet Treats giveaway. Don't want to pay for the junk? Just win it instead. Let's see the prizes up for grabs. Day 1, you could win the Candyland t-shirt, coffee ornament, and a $10 coffee gift card. Day 2, you could win the adult Candyland tumbler, the super secret Candyland hat, and a $10 coffee gift card. Day 3, you could win the kids Candyland tumbler, your very own copy of This Living Nightmare, and a $25 coffee gift card. Day 4, you could win a set of 2 Scooters drive-through buildings gingerbread houses, a mini red solo stove, and a $25 coffee gift card. Day 5, you could win matching PJs for you and your crew, 4 drive-through gingerbread kits, your own copy of Nightmare, and a travel voucher for flights and a 4-night stay in a winter wonderland for you and 3 of your buddies valued at $10,000. and a $50 coffee gift card. But enough bribery. Let's see what these showmen have put out onto their TikTok account.
Look how freaking cute. They have all these little gingerbread men out here.
Dang, I thought I was unique. Perfect ratio.
Lot of promo videos, as expected, with a few more of those TikTok trend type videos sprinkled in. Well, like, did they? Even the game itself has made some appearances in these, and hey, wait, run that back. Did that man just draw a candy cane card, into a gumdrop card, into a snowflake card, and into a double yellow? Either this guy is cheating like crazy, or we've got a certified prodigy on our hands. Give me that guy's contact card, we're gonna make him go pro. I think that is the final bit of this nonsense that I have left to cover. I would love to fill this segment with what a non-coffee drinker thinks of all these products, but the menu items ran out at the end of December, and I can't exactly buy Grandma Nut's cold brew off of eBay like I could with some of these games. So if any of you got the opportunity to try out some of the delightful offerings that I covered today, let us know below so that we can all wallow in despair of the joy that we missed. To send us off, I want to impart the lesson that we should all strive to remember whenever eating one of these delectable snacks. Whenever the color or flavor is feeling a bit shorty, sweeten up your treat with a little Red 40.
So you're what we in the business describe as completely delusional. One of them there windjammers that doesn't really string together any single coherent thought, but more a conga line of pseudo-statements that could give the impression that you got something going on upstairs. And I guarantee that you, sir, could walk into a boardroom meeting with all that going on and pitch a better idea than whoever composed this nonsense. The Game of Life Target Edition. Target the game of life. Gather around, kids, it's time to play your favorite game based around your favorite retail store chain. While looking through my local Target supermarket shopping for some gifts for Christmas, spoilers, I didn't find any, a mysterious box caught my eye. It was on the lowest shelf on an island display, surrounded by tons of its brothers, all marked as 50% off because it was very clear that this was not a highly desired item. The Target edition of everyone's favorite board game, The Game of Life. Of course, I'm not gonna let this bad boy slip through my grimy fingers, as I really wanted to see how in the world they conveyed living out your full life cycle completely within the walls of a retail store. Turns out, really poorly. But I'll get into my usual spiel of looking at the game's rules, gameplay, whack crap, the whole 7.5 yards later. But before we get to that, I'm going to spend a little bit of time focusing in on the audacity that is just the general idea of this game as a whole. You see, it takes a special type of game to catch my attention anymore. After coming into contact with so much pure ionized whack crap over the last couple months, my eyes tend to glaze over the more mediocre travesties nowadays. But this is something else. This is one of those rare games that I can look at front and back, inside and out, and never come up with the answer to what might be the most basic question that you can ask about a board game. Who was this made for? Look at any board game that has ever been made and you should be able to identify their target market pretty easily. Heck, I'll do a couple of them right now. Old people, Americans, liars, strategers, infants, capitalists, people who didn't do it, sinners. This is not a tough answer to find. So when I look at this box and draw a complete blank here, that is quite the feat of engineering. Now you might be thinking, oh well, it's for those that enjoy the game of life. That's an easy one. No, that is dead wrong. You don't know it yet, but when I get to the game itself, you will realize that not a single part of this was made to appeal to fans of the original. So by process of elimination, that means that this game would be perfect for fans of the multinational retail conglomerate Target? Yes! Finally! Man, I just love Target so much that I have to get the Target branded game. This is like giving money to your favorite band to help them buy some new equipment, but your favorite band is Imagine Dragons. Buddy, I think they'll be fine. Who went up to the Target executive board and said, okay, it's time for us to build on our brand. What we're gonna do is license the Game of Life, botch it until unrecognizable, slap our dog on the box, and sell it for just as much as the original.
Designers, you get on that, and marketing team, our target market is shoppers of all ages, so good luck there. I really want to know the combination of decisions that led to this game's development. It's not even celebrating anything like an anniversary. Just, oh, you like shopping at Target? Well, now you can have all the fun of shopping at Target at your house so that you never have to stop thinking about spending money at Target! So, the general idea of this bad boy, leaves a lot to be desired. So let's start looking at what this product placement product can feasibly bring to your table by going through our usual categories, starting off with the game's design. If you haven't caught on yet, this game is trying to present itself as a version of the game of life through the lens of the major company on display here, BJ's Wholesale. The box does a pretty good job of letting you know what's going on here. Logo, shopping, logo on a dog, are you ready to spend money yet? Hey, do you have a game with Terrence the Target dog on it? Yeah, I didn't think so. Go cry to your wife and kids. The board takes the shape of a nice rounded box on the outside, an inside track that moves around the spinner, and a veritable spaghetti mess between those. The playing pieces are these Target shopping carts that are actually really high quality, with the only negative for them being that the cart's contents don't actually come out. Spaces come equipped with the symbols that I'll explain in rules. The spinner is the classic Game of Life spinner with roulette functionality, with red and white colors this time for, you know, the Red Cross. And there are also plenty of Target Circle red cards to help with your shopping expedition. Rounding out the stuff, we've got Target Run checklist, Target Circle deal cards, Target text cards, Target team member cards, Target Circle deal chips, Target energy boost tokens, and Target items tokens. Wow, the Game of Life hasn't changed one bit. Now, if you bought this game due to the whole Game of Life portion, you might be a little confused as to why this doesn't look a whole lot like the Game of Life. But never fear, because after taking one look at the rulebook, you'll quickly realize that this doesn't play like the Game of Life either. Setting up the game is super easy. Just select your cart, pick your checklist, and sort every single circle into their respective piles both on and off the board. Which is real nice and simple since they are all mixed together at random due to the complete lack of box inserts. Off to a great start. Brother, Oneupmanship was self-published and it came with fantastic box inserts. What, did Target not have enough in the reserves? Each of the Target checklists you can choose from carry a list of items revolving around the event you are planning, like a big beach bash, pet's first birthday, or a Target fun run. Who says you need a reason to shop? Head to your happy place, just to be absolutely clear, happy place in this context is in reference to Target supermarkets and their regional affiliates, and see what sparks inspiration. I mean, you could get a ring light, a comedy movie, or some llama wall art. Anything that keeps you from saving that money and putting it towards a much more important use in the future is thumbs up here. Each player starts with a $250 shopping budget, heads on over to checkout to start the game, and the player who most recently went to Target goes first. Literal pay to win. On your turn, you will spin the iconic Game of Life spinner and move whichever direction you so choose. The only stipulation being that once you start moving in one direction, you cannot go back. Just like in the Game of Life Quarter Life Crisis, a game that we will get around to covering at some point. I just have bigger fish to broil right now. The only things that impact movement differently are Bullseye's Playground, which will always move you in a clockwise direction, and the department spaces, which will force you to stop on them to go shopping. These are the main areas on the board you are trying to get to, as stopping at a department will allow you to take one of the tokens of that department to help fill out your shopping list. Each of the tokens vary in their prices, so you never know if you are going to find yourself a good deal or get screwed by paying $50 for a baseball hat. Thanks for setting the standard, Target. When the KamSandwich hat merch drop happens, $80 a hat. It's not my fault, I'm just following industry trends. But if you are one of those savvy shoppers, then you should try to land on the department spaces exactly, as this will let you search through the available tiles to find the best possible price for that item. Not enough of an advantage? Try playing with my unofficial California rule set, where you just stick the item in your purse and leg it out the store for a 100% discount. What a play! But before you reach the departments, you will need to maneuver through the many trials and tribulations present in your average Target superstore, as there are plenty of other shenanigans that can happen on the other board spaces.
I'll present all those now from least to most goofy. Spin again. If you manage to land here, then you can spin the wheel to move again. Whoa now, slow down. We don't want to get too crazy here. Energy boost. If you land here, you can spend 5 target dollars to take an energy boost token, which will allow you to add 2 to your movement spin. You can play as many of these as you want on one spin, so go ahead and move 30, see what we care. It's Target, not Costco. Price check. Take the tokens from any department stack and rearrange them in any order, either to give yourself a deal or to screw over your friend. Impulse buy. Draw an impulse buy token, which will take away from your total budget and give you no value in return. It is a straight detriment. But I mean, I can't blame you for spending. What am I supposed to do? Not buy this? Spin to win trademark. Pick another player and then pick either red or white on the spinner. Give it a spin, and if you got it right, add $10 to your budget. If you got it wrong, the other player gets the $10. Finally, Target added the in-store gambling halls I've been writing to them about. The Target Circle Red Card. Landing on the Target Circle Red Card space allows you to take a Target Circle Red Card for yourself. Anytime you land on this or the Target Circle Red Card exclusive space while you have a Target Circle Red Card, you can add an extra 5 Target dollars to your Target shopping budget. But these are tricky to get as these spaces are only in the middle. The Target Circle Red Card exclusive. If you land here and have a Target Circle Red Card, then you can add $5 to your budget. No red card? Die? And the final spaces available, the card spaces, made up of the 3 decks that you can draw from, Target Circle Deals, Phone, and Team Member, as well as the wild space that lets you choose from any. The cards give you the opportunity to snag a positive or negative effect from the luck of the draw, breaking the entire gameplay loop of Candyland into a side activity because Target the Game of Life is unmatched in its depth and complexity. Oh, which deck should we look at first? I don't care. Whoa! Target Circle Deals! Finally, I can buy one, get one 25% off on protein pastry? The Target Circle Deals deck mainly attempts to help move you around the store easier or shave a few bucks off of the cost of some of the items in your cart, which is pretty much how the Target Circle app operates in real life. What impact does this have on the game? Practically none. A $5 coupon is nice and all, but doesn't quite close the gap when most of the time you get beat by 40 plus, but hey, they sure did make what can loosely be described as an attempt. Is this next card from Love Island? Because I just got a text. A Love Island reference? Come on! The text cards carry effects based around the text that you get from the most important people in your life, like coworker, book club, sibling. I personally like to keep myself guessing by marking all my family members down as blood relative. Most of these will lead you to adding an impulse buy to your cart, making text cards mostly negative, except for, of course, the ones that just drop the text format entirely and make up their own rules. Heck, this one's just a Target Circle Deal card with a battery symbol at the top. Screw you, buddy. The last card type is the Team Member card, allowing you to get some help from your helpful Target team member if you're too brainless to maneuver your way around a store. Your team member can either inspire you with helpful Targetisms like, follow me, that's right over here, or have you seen this deal? Or they could assist you in other ways, like signing you up for a Target Circle Red card, getting you a refund, or sharing a laugh over your matching red shirts. At this point, I don't even think they're trying to sell you on the store. I think they're trying to trick you into working at Target. Not enough junk clogging up your table yet? Add a little more with some hot token action. There are 4 types of tokens in the game, all of them needing to be sorted every game because we hate inserts and we hate you. The most important tokens for you are the item tokens. These are what you will pick up at each department to fill out your shopping list and are required to win the game. We already know everything we need about those, so let's move on to the things we don't need. The impulse buys. Impulse buy tokens, as well as any item tokens that count as impulses from cards, are added to the bottom corner of your card, the impulse pile. These tokens will add to your shopping cost at the end, so as I mentioned before, they are a straight detriment towards your ability to win the game. Not that the rules will tell you that, because nowhere in this entire book is it mentioned that the impulse buys will negatively impact you. Anytime an impulse buy is mentioned, it is always accompanied by positive language. Some things are too good to resist. These represent fun items you didn't know you needed until now. They don't count towards your run, they're just extras. So as you are reading through, you are waiting to see the positive effect that these tokens will give you. But there is none. And I know exactly why the language is like this, because Target does not want to give the impression that buying something from their store could be bad in any way. So forget advertising the store or tricking you into employment. Target is trying to condition you into thinking that any purchase is a good purchase. This is a Target psyop. Energy boost tokens we've already covered, you can use them to add 2 to your spin. But Target Circle tokens are what savvy shoppers want most. These can be added to any item on your shopping list to take $5 off the price, but cannot be used on other things like impulse buys. This is because you don't need to reduce the price of these because they are perfect. Remember kids, any purchase is a good purchase. After you've filled up your shopping cart like a good little consumer, you can head towards checkout to finish your Target run. Once you reach checkout, you leave the store and stop taking turns. But depending on how quickly you are able to complete your tasks, you can actually get a bonus added to your budget to help with the cost. Aw man, if I could get $20 off for spending less than 15 minutes in the store, I'd be J.R. Hildebrand in there, running an absolutely electric performance only to take my last turn wide and crash the cart into the tabloid and gum section. Once the last shopper has reached the checkout section, you can add up the cost of all of your items in your cart minus your deals and subtract that from your total budget. Whoever has the most money left over in their account wins. So based off the initial rules read through, this one is looking less than stellar, but we can't write it off yet, as no matter how bass-ackwards the rules may look, there is always the chance that they can all mesh together into some beautiful gameplay. The game follows the standard Game of Life movement format, which looks a little something like this. Wow! The majority of your gameplay during this shopping extravaganza will be mindlessly spinning the Game of Life spinner and doing around the board waiting for something, anything to just happen. Luckily for you, this title holds one over on the Game of Life in one area. There are branching paths that you will have to choose between when moving through the store. Now, there are branching paths on the original, but these always reconvene shortly after to get back on the main path. This title decided to do something unprecedented and made those branching paths lead to different parts of the board. The innovation here is extraordinary. There are also more choices to be made in this game than in standard life. In that game, you might have to make a one-time decision on, do you want to go to school? Do you want car insurance? Do you want to buy stock? But overall, you kind of just take the blows as they come. In this display, you have to choose whether or not to use your cards, whether to go back into a department in hopes of a better price, whether to see how far this thing can fly off the table. The possibilities are endless. Now, seeing all of the previous points, you might have picked up on the most important part of the gameplay. The fact that this game shares practically no similarities to the Game of Life other than the spinner. Take away the life spinner and replace it with a chutes and ladders type deal or just straight up dice, and you could fool someone into seeing this as a Target original board game. Mostly because that's what it is. At no point during my playthrough did I ever feel like I was playing life. More often than not, it felt like I was gunning through a toned down version of a supermarket sweep where everyone has been turned into sloths. The Game of Life branding was not included on here in order to give a new spin on the brand. It was included to help move more units to fans of that series. Probably because if they put out the honest title, Target the Board Game, only one copy would be missing from that display, and it would be owned by me doing the exact same thing that I'm doing right now. But okay, the gameplay might not qualify as lifelike, or engaging, or good, but as we've seen before, just because a game is bad doesn't mean it can't be fun. So let's take a look at this weirdo's fun factor and see what we've got on offer. Golly, this game is dull! No matter the quality of your title, good, mediocre, abysmal, the one thing that your game should never be is boring. Your Honor, stay with me on this one. This will loop back around to my point. For Christmas this year, I received my very own copy of Mousetrap. I never know what to ask for when Santa comes knocking, so I'm very thankful that I can now just say weird board games to make it easy on people. Back to my point. I had not played Mousetrap for more than a decade at this point, so me and my brother decided to give this bad boy a shot to see what all the fuss was about. After several rounds of glorious mice trapping action, we were able to properly come to the conclusion that Mousetrap is awful. You do nothing but roll dice. There are a total of 2 decisions that you can make in the whole game. The trap itself is completely needless in order for you to win the game, and on top of that, the trap doesn't work! I thought it was my fault that the trap never worked when I was younger, but no, it's just straight up inoperable. This is even the easiest symbol version of the machine, and it just breaks at 3 different points. Honest, this is one of the worst board games I've ever played. I think in my personal list, it falls somewhere between Chutes and Ladders and Candyland. It's just an absolute disaster from all angles. And yet, the entire time we were playing this travesty of a board game, we were having a freaking blast! Every time that ball rolled around the trap only to get stuck somewhere or fly off the board because of the lift, we cracked up out of pure bewilderment as to how it shipped in this condition. It was honestly hilarious. The first time the trap operated successfully was in our 3rd game. The other times were just spent, ladies and gentlemen, will it work this time? No! So to finally get back around to the point I am making, when a fundamentally broken game can still give you some good times due to how outrageous it is, what does that say about your game when it is outright boring? Target the Game of Life is just that, boring. You have more choices and gameplay options than the Game of Life, but to add to those, they removed all of the fun parts of the original. No more having twins, no more discovering uranium, no more being shaken down by orphans for all that you have, just, this is Jan, your target team member. She can lead you to the beauty aisle for your skin removal cream. Thank you. And even though there are choices to be made, a majority of the game is still brain dead, spin, spinner, move, shopping cart, wait for next turn. So it falls victim to one of the most primal rules of entertainment. Brain dead leads to brain rot. The only way that you are having fun with this nonsense is if you are able to squeeze enjoyment out of the most mundane happenings because your lobe has shriveled. I'm talking stuff like, not all superheroes wear capes, some wear red shirts. Dude, my helpful target team member just totally assisted in moving me forward 1 extra space, and now I get to complete the action on said space! Lucky, my target team member got hit by a car in the parking lot and died. As for those who will have fun with this title, I'm gonna go with those who like subjecting their friends to dumb stuff on purpose. But as a disclaimer, there are better items to do that with that will be more fun overall. Like Oy Vey if you're looking for a good game, or NFL Game Day if you're looking to make someone angry. As for those who won't enjoy this one, I'm gonna go with anyone that just enjoys playing a good game, and especially fans of the Game of Life. This is not at all what you're looking for. Stay away. And now that we've covered all of the categories, this is normally where I'd answer the question that I posed at the start of the video. But if you remember, I never asked a question at the start because the answer was always obvious. It ain't good. This nonsense is a bad idea with a bad theme, making it a bad revamp, and in total, a bad overall game. At the minimum, the game looks nice with some good presentation. The problem is the only thing that we are presenting is a massive advertisement for Target. Now, some of you might see me as being hypocritical or selective with my criticisms because I covered a ton of versions of Monopoly that are similarly just massive ads for their subjects and was never this hard on them. Heck, there's even a Monopoly Target. What gives? Well, there are 2 major distinctions there. The biggest one being that this behavior is expected and even welcomed by the Monopoly fanbase. It makes sense for all of these brands to have their own monopolies because there is supposed to be a monopoly for practically everything.
That's their whole shtick with the themed editions. Additionally, there are so many of these themed editions as they're not really games to be played, but more items to be collected. These games are all played the same way. They're just regular Monopoly no matter which version you pick up. So anyone looking to pick up a Monopoly to play will be just fine taking any of these to get the job done, and collectors will be ecstatic to find another fine Monopoly to add to their collection. And while the Game of Life does have quite a few different themed tie-ins, these all follow that themed rule of still playing like the original game at its core. Maybe just changing how the jobs or the life tokens work to better fit in with their universe. Brand versions of the Game of Life cannot work for this reason. Brand Monopoly, take out the properties and replace them with brand-related items. Cakewalk. Brand the Game of Life? You're gonna have to build a whole new freaking game, which they had to do, which removes the whole point of this being a Game of Life tie-in because it takes it from being a revamp to just a cash grab. And again, I'd be less hard on it if the not Game of Life game was actually fun to play, but it's not! For any rational or sane person, I recommend looking elsewhere for your slice of life. But for all those die-hard fans of your local Target, this is a game that you could quite possibly experience an emotion to. What a creation to behold. So you're of the belief that life is meaningless, that absolutely nothing we do matters, and as a result, you are really fun to hang out with. But with your massive friend get-together coming up, you need to find a game for everyone to play lest they end up getting bored. So you go online, dig around for a bit, and find something that absolutely shatters your entire worldview. Because no matter how little you believe in anything, nothing could prepare you for the sheer uselessness that is a pointless board game. Pointless board games are exceedingly rare, because in order for a game to be considered pointless, it has to legitimately hold zero value in the space it occupies. And this is incredibly difficult to achieve, as in order to do this, you'll need to have no innovations, no interesting ideas, and practically no unique elements to speak of. It is easier to have one of these accidentally than to have none at all. Let me use Monopoly and its offshoots here to showcase what I mean. Monopoly Cheaters Edition. Not a great title, somehow fails at implementing cheating into a cheating game. Not pointless, because it presents a new spin on the Monopoly gameplay. Monopoly Deluxe Edition. Literally the same game as Monopoly. No gameplay changes at all. Not pointless, because it gives some new and higher quality components for fans to use. Monopoly Emo. Literally just a reskin with the Dutch shipping company. Not a single emo to be found anywhere. Not pointless, because it was given out to employees to celebrate the company and would be cool to own if you are a fan. Do you see how hard this is to do? In order to qualify, you legitimately need to be a complete waste of space. And I've got 6 games here that have aimed to do just that. These are the only games that I could find anywhere that people have deemed to be utterly pointless. So we're gonna take a look at all 6 to see if they can meet the requirements needed to achieve that distinguished title. What better way to start this all off than one of the most famous examples of a company losing the plot, Words with Friends, the board game. Oh, we're in for a real treat with this group. Ugh. Words with Friends, the board game is the 2012 title that brings the popular mobile game off of your phone and onto the table, finally giving your kids a chance to stop staring down at words and start staring down at words. My neck pain, it's healed! The Words with Friends game comes packaged with 1 Scrabble, 1 Words with Friends game board, 104 Scrabble, Words letter tiles, and the iconic Scrabble tile holders. I'm not even gonna correct that one. Words with Friends didn't even have those. Yeah, seeing as WWF mainly got its popularity from being an easy-to-access online version of Scrabble, making a board game around that is going to lead to quite a bit of overlap on the Venn diagram. Examples of overlapping aspects including the entire thing.
Use your letters to make words off of the words that other people play, with the new option of allowing for up to 4 players at once. 4 players playing Scrabble? Unheard of! What is to be accomplished with the purchase of WWF? It does not carry the mobility of the app, one of its biggest draws. None of the power-ups from the app are here, which would have been a fantastic way to set the game apart, and the board itself is of terrible quality when compared to the original. Now, they did make some other versions of the game that make themselves useful, most premierly the Words with Friends Travel Edition. This is a much smaller version of the game that can be easily transported in the carrying case. So if you don't have enough room for a Scrabble board in your backpack, this could be a great backup to still get your fix. The original full version though, you're just paying for a repaint of Scrabble. And fun fact, in either case, you are still sending your money to Hasbro. These boys really went up to Zynga and said, "Hey, we heard that you've been ripping us off, and that sounds like a blast, we want in," and produced a physical version of the digital knockoff. This is a Street Fighter, the movie, the game type situation, but if the Street Fighter movie was an independent film, how did we get here? And amazingly, with all the overlap, similarity, and needlessness of it, I don't think this game qualifies as pointless. Despite how the app is nearly identical to the original, there are some key differences between the two that got carried over to the board game that sets it apart ever so slightly. For example, the layout of the board is different, shuffling around the locations of the various bonus spaces, which will produce different results. The tiles themselves are different too, carrying a glossy window-like look that is absolutely stellar. These are some phenomenal tiles. And most importantly, Words with Friends uses a different dictionary than Scrabble, being much more lenient with the words that you are allowed to play, which is why this joker was allowed to get away with playing Joe. Not even bananagrams will let you do that. Total anarchy over here. As a result, the components and gameplay differs just enough to give you a smidgen of a different experience, meaning that this game is not pointless, just extremely redundant. That should show you just how hard it is for a game to earn this title. As if Scrabble, the video game, the board game, wasn't able to do it, then you've really got to put in the work to join the club. And yet, it does have a few members. Starting off 0 for 1, we still have 5 participants left to go. So let's see if our second contestant can fare any better as we look at the 2011 smash hit, Minute to Win It. Guy Fieri, sadly, not included. Minutes to Win It sees players compete in a variety of dexterity challenges using everyday items to slowly gain more and more money. As the challenges increase in difficulty, it becomes riskier and riskier to continue up the board. The player with the most money at the end without getting eliminated wins. Now, on the surface, it looks like this game would have quite a lot of point to it. It gives you both the resources and the challenges needed to pretend like you are participating on the show with your family or friends, which would be great for fans of the series. But if you look just a little bit closer, you'll begin to realize that what it's actually giving you is a bunch of crap. One of the coolest parts of the show is how all of the challenges utilize everyday items. No panel of D-list celebrities or Pepsi slot machine here. If you can balance this egg on a spoon, we'll give you $50,000. But as such, when you transfer this over to a board game, all of those challenges still use those everyday items. You know, the stuff you already have at your house. I kid you not, this might be the only game I've seen include 2 number 2 pencils, not for keeping track of something, but as a critical component of the gameplay. Here is a complete list of all the items you receive with your purchase of Minute to Win It. A tower with a clip on it, 2 unsharpened number 2 pencils, 2 colorful feathers, a fake banana with a string attached, 1 minute glass, 2 plastic eggs, 10 marbles, 9 ping pong balls, and 1 box to hold said ping pong balls. That's it. The bucket version of the game is somehow even worse. Here you get 10 ping pong balls, 4 colorful feathers, a tissue box, an assortment of colorful balloons, and solo cups? At least with the other one, you'd have to construct the banana with the string on it. You can just get all this crap straight from the Dollar Tree. But okay, you can get all the components elsewhere for cheaper, sure. But there is one thing included that you can't just get from the store.
the assortment of various challenges that are ripped straight from the show. These are some of the exact games that the contestants play on the program, so having those at your fingertips really helps to sell that this isn't 60-second success with Mom. This is Minute to Win It with Guy Fieri.
I just rocked the house with your mom.
However, there is one more problem for the title, as if you purchase the game, you will get cards that tell you how to play some of the challenges from the show. Meanwhile, if you are currently watching this video, then you already have access to every single challenge explanation for free in video format. This playlist holds 176 of the original Minute to Win It challenge explanations, from the original Robo Lady no less. So you can just as easily pick out a group of them, gather the required items, and hold an event that feels even more like a show due to the presentation. Now, there is one aspect where the board game could come in more handy, and that is that it requires literally no effort. Instead of researching the games that you want to have people play and gathering the few items needed, here you can just pick up the box and go. It's that simple. Additionally, if you're looking to give a gift to a Minute to Win It fan, this functions a whole lot better than, hey, check out this playlist on YouTube, here's some ping pong balls, go nuts. So if you are either lazy or need to give a very specific gift, then this could have the most minute amount of usefulness that it is possible to have. In every other situation, this thing is completely pointless, but because of that smidgen of purpose that it could theoretically have, this distinction will either require an asterisk or must be removed altogether. A purchasable game that is worse than playing with the things that you already own couldn't even make it 100% in. So you know you are in for a treat when I tell you that these remaining 4 games, they all clear. Straight certified pointless from here on out, all 4 being distinguished members with no asterisk and no confusion. They are in. So let's go ahead and meet our very first member, a game well familiar to the inhabitants of a certain region of these United States, the card game Euchre. As a Midwesterner, Euchre is one of my favorite card games, and is a shining example of the hard-to-learn, easy-to-play genre. If you know how to play Euchre, you can sit there rattling off hand after hand while holding a conversation with someone else, no problem. If you don't know how to play, you can sit there locked into the proceedings of the table and nay have a single clue of anything that's going on. The only way you're finding a clue is by shadowing someone who is playing while they explain things to you like it's a gosh dang internship. Trying to teach people with only words is practically impossible. Actually, that might make for a good Patreon video. That sounds like a pretty fun challenge. But regardless of the weird learning curve, fans of the game are likely very confused as to the game's appearance here. The game is not only unique, but really fun to play in a group setting, and can even be played competitively. It's about as far away from pointless as you can possibly get. And I would have to agree. As I said, Euchre is one of my favorite games that utilize a deck of cards. But that detail is what will lead us to the true culprit of this section, as anyone that's played the game will know that you do not utilize the full deck while playing. In a game of Euchre, you will only be using the cards 9 through Ace of each suit, as well as the 4 and 6 cards just to keep score. Side note, if you really want to get into your opponent's head, place the 4 card face up when you have 4 points. This will drive any experienced Euchre player crazy, but also might cause your teammate to punch you in the face. Now, if you have absolutely no space for the cards that aren't currently being used in the game, you might wish that there was a way to get rid of them all. Or better yet, to have never had them in the first place. Well, lucky for you, we've got just what the doctor ordered, as you can now purchase your very own dedicated Euchre deck. This deck is specifically made for playing Euchre, meaning that it comes with the 9 through Ace cards, the score cards, and none of the other numbers that you would find in a normal deck of cards. As such, you are paying to receive an incomplete deck of cards. That's it! Your two decisions here are to buy the Euchre deck, which you can use to play Euchre, or buy a regular deck of cards, which you could use to play Blackjack, Hold'em, 3-card, 5-card, 7-card, 3-5-7, Buy Game, Go Fish, Rummy, Nerds, Egyptian Rat Screw, Ace of Spades, or most importantly, we can't forget, Euchre! It's not even a game like Blackjack where the game can benefit from multiple decks. In order to play, you need one of each suit. So there is no benefits to making a deck from just these cards, as one regular deck will accomplish the same task. And it's not like this thing tries to separate itself all too hard. Oh, the ace says Euchre on it now, and specially designed scoring card, it's just the 6 without the number. But there is one way that this still could work in your favor, as if you are planning on playing Euchre and nothing but Euchre, then this could end up saving you money if it costs less than the alternative. After all, the deck that I have been showcasing actually carries 2 Euchre decks that you could use to have 2 games running at the same time. So this would be a good deal if someone would just explain to me why it costs more than 2 regular decks of cards. You are paying more for less cards. It is actively detrimental to purchase the specialty deck, as it just gives you less. This is completely insane. Some guy at Bicycle really pitched that we take the cards, put less of them in the box, charge more, and they greenlit that. There is legitimately no reason to buy this over a standard deck of cards. It doesn't even make a good gift because it's much more limiting than its alternative. It is completely and totally pointless. And amazingly, there are 3 more games that are worse than this one. Joyous day, let's look at another. It's an old favorite with a wonderful new twist. Spin the Bottle. What is going on with this box? You two, you are far too young to be anywhere near this game. You two, knock whatever that is off right now. You two, why are you playing Spin the Bottle with your elementary age children? Oh, it's a family game now. It's for all ages, says Hasbro, right before slapping this sticker right on the front of the box. Oh, what could that mean, Hasbro, you cheeky dillweed? Fun for the whole family? Not in this state. Who responsible? I want names. I want addresses. Unacceptable. Okay. Spin the Bottle game is the 1968 title that takes the lecherous party pastime and markets it as a family game for all ages because, and I cannot stress this enough, we've completely lost it. To start the game, place the bottle-shaped mold on the spinner. Yep, it doesn't even come with a real bottle. And give it a spin. Whoever it lands on will be your partner for the game. When your team is up, you'll draw a card with a challenge on it, and it'll be up to you and your partner to complete the challenge in 2 minutes to score points. Team with the most points at the end wins. The bottle plays a relatively minor part in the game, as most of the action will be coming from the cards. Let's see some examples of the stunts you'll be getting up to, as listed on the Board Game Geek page. With you and your partner back to back, cross arms and hold hands. Turn to face each other without letting go of their hands. Ah, okay, so that's what these jokers were up to. I'll let you off with a warning this time. Perform a dramatic reading of the phone book for 2 minutes. I've got a better one. Find a phone book in 2 minutes. And of course, a good number of stunts involve kissing. Ooh. Can somebody please keep an eye on this guy? We might have to kill him. Now, stepping away from the overall strangeness of the product on offer, there is absolutely no reason to ever buy this thing. This seems very similar to Minute to Win It in a couple of ways, mostly made up of things that you might already have. But a big difference is that this does not help lazy people at all. It is both cost inefficient and a lot more effort to go out and buy this thing rather than just grabbing an actual bottle out of the fridge. Heck, you don't even need a bottle to play! On top of that, this title is a much worse way to experience the game, as you can tailor your homemade version of the game to whatever setting or crowd you are playing it with instead of dealing with this extremely awkward middle ground. Oh, buy this as a gift for someone? For who? Fans of Spin the Bottle? Gag gifts are not pointless. They were created to serve that specific purpose. But when you design a game to be played as a game and it only operates as a gag gift, you don't get credit for that. It does not save you time, it does not save you money, and there is no situation where it is better to use this rather than just spinning any item and calling a dare. This is completely and utterly pointless. But even with all that going on, I still think that weird effing spin the bottle game is a less egregious example of this than our next title, which actually might be the most pointless out of all of them. A legendary title in the realm of sheer audacity for existing. A game with a concept so unashamed of itself that it nearly rode that nonsense into winning a tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, the Rock, Paper, Scissors game. The Rock, Paper, Scissors game is the 2005 tragedy that sees players engage in a bout of rock, paper, scissors. What, that's it? Choose your weapon and see who wins. Whoever wins the most wins. Okay, so RPS's defining feature is the console that you use to play the game. How it works is you place the security shield up to keep your opponent from seeing your choice, and then each player will reveal their item at the same time. It does not offer one single change to the rock, paper, scissors gameplay at all. It is the exact same thing. And that is quite the game to choose to go up against in this market, as there is another version of that game that is quite popular, seeing as it is already owned by every single person on Earth for the cost of free. The literal first thing that you own when you are born is your very own copy of Rock, Paper, Scissors. That kind of market share is tough to compete with. What was the pitch here? I couldn't even put together a skit that makes fun of these people because nothing that I could come up with matches the absurdity of greenlighting a paid version of Rock, Paper, Scissors. This thing, I kid you not, finished second in the worst board game of all time tournament, only losing out at the very end to an actual crime. And part of the reason that it made it so far was because all throughout the month-long tournament proceedings, we failed to come up with even a single reason that you would ever need to use this thing. Our first idea was that it could be used to prevent cheating. Since your opponent can't see through the selection shield, they can't react to your hand movements to figure out what you're gonna pick. This line of thinking quickly fell apart when we realized that you can just make your pick behind your back and then show at the same time. We then advanced to the logical next step that the score counter might be useful for those without the ability to count. This also didn't work, as you can just mark off your wins on a piece of paper in much the same way. So our very last attempt was that the console could be useful as a disability aid for those who can't play the game normally. And we thought that we had ourselves a winner there, until you start to think about how little you need to actually play rock, paper, scissors. Well, it can be useful for those without fingers. Since they can't make scissors, they can't play the game otherwise. Not true. You can simply move your arm to one of three positions to indicate rock, paper, or scissors. Don't need it. Okay, but it could be useful for those without arms. Since they can't move them to indicate, there's no real way for them to play otherwise. Not true. You can just have both players say out loud, rock, paper, or scissors at the same time. Don't need it. Okay, then it could be useful for those with no arms and no mouth, when there's no way to indicate. Not true. You can simply use your legs to tap a position on the ground, indicating your choice. Don't need it. Okay, then how about those with no arms, no legs, and no mouth? You just can't indicate. Not true, as you can simply move your head to one of three positions to indicate rock, paper, or scissors. Don't need it. Fine then, what do you do when you have no arms, legs, torso, mouth, are blindfolded with earmuffs on, huh? How do you indicate then? Alright, you got me there. But if you've got all that jazz going on, how the heck are you gonna use the console? This game means nothing. It serves zero purpose. This was not created from greed. Greed implies that there was the intention to make money. And the idea that this could make even a single dollar from anyone looking to play is borderline moronic. I refuse to believe that anyone with executive level influence is that stupid. And yet here we are, charging 22 American dollars for this crap. Unbelievable. Inconceivable. Completely and totally pointless in every way. And that is by far the most pointless game that I have on offer. But as you can see from our list here, we have one more game left to cover. So why did I save it for last? Well, you see, I might have lied when I said that the remaining 4 games are all pointless, as this game is better described as something else entirely that, based on your worldview, could be considered worse than RPS. As this game is not pointless, this game is worthless. Being pointless means that there is legitimately no reason for your existence. Being worthless means that your existence is an active detriment to those around you. Comment below if you've somehow managed to achieve both. Unbelievably, there is only one game in history that I can actively consider to be worthless. People on this blue-trapped bubble we call the planet Earth, I present to you the most worthless game ever made, BreaKey. You know it's a good one when the best description of it is the game about creating waste and setting money on fire.
The game asks you, what if a pog could die?
BreaKey is the 2003 collectible key game published by Upper Deck, sports card manufacturer and the geniuses behind the failed TCG SpongeBob SquarePants Deep Sea Duel. Their connection to the sporting world will become very important later. In order to play BreaKey, you need to purchase a starter pack, or a couple of boosters if none of those are available, so that you have the necessary keys to play. Each key will come with their own little named character and various rarities to get attached to, and you will lay out all of your available keys on the table in order to get ready for the draft. In a snake draft format, each player will select 5 keys to represent them, before removing any remaining keys from the board. Each key will then do battle with the key across from it, and losing keys are removed until only one player has keys remaining. That player is then officially declared the BreakKing. Okay, that last part isn't true, I made that term up, don't give them credit for that. The defining part of BreaKey and what separates it from other collectible battlers is the combat. To battle, you will insert the keys into each other before counting down 3, 2, 1, break off. Yeah, this game can go break off. Then each player will twist their key. Whichever key is stronger will break the other key's end clean off, completely destroying it and making it unable to be ever used again. So I hope you didn't get too attached to our buddy Two-Blade here, because he is now canonically dead. This action will inevitably lead to your BreaKey supply dwindling more and more as you play, eventually leaving you with only your strongest key remaining and giving you the opportunity to go purchase more. Lucky you. This concept is beyond insane for a collectible game. The comparison I see most is, imagine you bought a pack of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, but every time someone destroys your monster, they rip it in half and you can never use it again. And the now dead keys that are completely unusable? What can you do with those? Well, jack all! They are completely useless, and you now have a table that is littered with actual trash. Well, that's not quite true, as the starter pack also comes with this little fella known as the Battle Strap. A dude with a string attached that you can place the corpses of the dead keys on and wear around like some kind of twisted trophy. But this only comes with the starter set and only holds the head. That little bit of the key that broke off is now completely obsolete. So every single time that you play this game, you are producing trash that is ending up in a landfill somewhere. This might be the single most wasteful game in the history of the genre. And that is it. That is literally all you do in BreaKey. You spend money, you make trash, you throw the trash away, and then you go buy more keys. It's collecting, but without the part where you keep the things you collect. Dang, that ultra glossy rare Jack Guy key sure looks beautiful. I hope it doesn't lose all of its value to a horrible battle accident. Dang, that ultra glossy rare trash sure looks beautiful, but while that is the end of BreaKey's gameplay, that is not the end of BreaKey's story. As it's time to remember that this game was produced by Upper Deck, the people with all the sports connections. Yes, not even BreaKey could escape from the tie-in craze, as Upper Deck cashed in every favor they've ever had to get an official BreaKey x MLB collab. This Titanic team-up features actual MLB athletes from 2004 on each of its keys. So if you've ever felt the desire to kill Derek Jeter, there's no better time than now. I don't know how this came into being, but all that matters now is that these sets are practically all you can find on eBay if you are looking to purchase some of these keys. And seeing as I'm not one to miss out on the chance to pollute an ocean, you know I had to get some of these keys for myself. That's 4 keys. I spent $21 on that. But man, was it worth it, as I now get to showcase to you the true BreaKey experience right from the source, capturing every emotion that this game can bring out of even the most stoic individual. Let's see what it's like to play one game of BreaKey. It's been my dream ever since I was a little boy to become the Bray King. The amount of influence that position holds can really do a lot of good in this world. I know that back in 1977, my dad was convicted on racketeering charges, but the then Bray King Ronald Reagan gave him a presidential pardon that brought him back to us. Helping out families like ours is what the position of Bray King was created to do, and that's why I'm gunning for that title today. I'm here for one reason only: claiming the title of Bray King and using its power to push this world forward. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. The Bray King has power unmatched by any man, woman, or child on Earth, and I want that power in these hands. Can you imagine what I can do with that kind of power? What strides I can make? I'm not letting that opportunity slip by me today. For my key that I'm bringing in, there's really only one option: Dontrell Willis. World Series champion, NL Rookie of the Year. He does things unconventionally. Nobody else plays like he does, and I think I can really relate to that on a personal level. I'm willing to do things differently, to defy expectations, and that's why I'm riding the D train all the way to the top. There was never any question on who I was bringing in. My key has never been beaten. It's never been stopped, and that's because you can't stop Jason Giambi. AL MVP. 5-time All-Star, Silver Slugger Award winner. When he steps up, you're getting broken. He does whatever it takes to win. You see me? Whatever it takes. And I resonate with that. Doesn't matter how you go about it. All that matters is the win. And if there's one thing that the Big G has done for me up to this point, it's win. Gentlemen, please walk up to your stations and present your Bray keys. Please move your Bray keys into the battle zone and insert them into their battle slots. By the powers that be, commence battle. 3, 2, 1, break off! And that's the average game of BreaKey. Yes, it will happen exactly like that every single time without fail. You know, from getting to experience all of the emotion and the drama that just played out, this game would be absolutely incredible as the subject of a standalone television program. Said exactly no one in the entire history of the planet. And thank goodness too, as it would only take one completely delusional television executive to greenlight that program and enter it into production to be aired to a widespread audience. So it's a good thing that that sentence was never uttered.
Welkom bij Can You Beat Me. Kandidaat nummer 1 is Laurien. En als Laurien wint, mag ze een week lang later naar bed. Dit is Marla. En als Marla wint, mag ze heel veel pannenkoek eten. Blah. We beginnen met battle nummer 1. Onze kandidaten betreden de arena en steken de breakies in elkaar. Ze zijn allebei een beetje zenuwachtig. Wie gaat er winnen? 3, 2, 1, go! Ai, dat is jammer voor Marla. Laurien zien we zo meteen terug in de dagfinale. Can you beat me?
This quite literal garbage, in every sense of the word, received starter decks, booster packs, promotional giveaways, tie-ins with professional sports leagues, and a standalone television program. Hi, last minute Cam here. Apparently BreaKey also launched a promotion in Germany where they teamed up with One Piece. Add another one to the pile. The single most wasteful game in the history of the genre received better support than some actually legitimate titles that were left to die. All to accommodate the rise and fall of the only collectible game where you break the collectibles. That's what I mean when I say that this game's existence was an active detriment to those around it, as anyone who came into contact with this game was left worse off in the end. People who purchased the game wasted their money on a product that they were forced to throw away. Smaller projects at Upper Deck were likely crushed to make way for the baffling amount of funding this game needed to take in. The planet itself was worse off due to a creation specifically designed to add more waste to the trash problem. And worst of all, the poor executives at Upper Deck were probably left worse off after apparently putting all of their eggs into the worst idea for a game I have ever seen. That one hurts the most, man. No one thinks of the execs anymore. I'm ecstatic to see that this was a complete failure. As if this would have taken off, then you know dozens of knockoffs would have followed in its path to bootleg some of the success. Do you remember the fidget spinner craze? Okay, now imagine that, but every time you spin it, it would break into 3 pieces that you had to throw away. That's what we were dealing with here. Instead of that, we just get this extremely stupid footnote in the history of the collectibles genre, and the chance to remember what is quite possibly the single most worthless board game ever made.
So you're one of them there creative types. Ideas flowing a million feet per hour, you struggle to keep up with the sweatshop labor production of your leftal lobe. And producing these ideas is not only tricky, but incredibly taxing, with work demands that dwarf the more relaxing careers out there like teaching, nursing, and asphalt paving. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get lit up for that one later. So it's really no surprise that some of these creators will take those opportunities to lighten the load by cutting corners. And one of the biggest corners that you can cut is that part where you come up with an original idea in the first place. Why go through all the trouble of making your own really cool thing when the public is clamoring for something very similar but legally distinct enough that you avoid a lawsuit? And nowhere is this more prevalent than with the many ripoffs of Monopoly. Each of these are ripoffs. Not being produced by Hasbro, they've slapped a new theme or city on the box and shipped them out to the public because Hasbro owns the trademark on this, not this. But with how numerous these are, I really don't want to just spend 40 minutes covering every Hoosieropoly or Irishopoly or Crapopoly, because among the distinguished club of these ripoffs, there are those that really stand out for maybe their silliness, their quality, or their controversy. So what I've prepared for you today is a 4-course meal of Monopolies, all of them being doused in our signature ripoff ranch. It was originally going to be a 5-course meal, but once the chefs received the ingredients for global survival, we realized that this would be nearly impossible to fully cover in a split segment. So, no dessert tonight, you're gonna have to come back and order that one later down the line. But don't let that distract you from the wonderful offerings that we do have. 4 courses of increasingly complex tastes guaranteed to leave a memorable impression with your mouth and have a disagreement with your stomach. Your first course is on its way out now, so sit back and enjoy the worst and weirdest Monopoly ripoffs. To start off your lovely meal, we've prepared a fantastic hors d'oeuvre. Something simple designed to activate your taste buds and get you ready for the flavors to come. This selection is sourced directly from Late for the Sky, the industry leader in the Dashopoly scene, and is one of their finest offerings, Bibleopoly. Because when I think of the unwavering love of the Lord our God, the first thing that comes to mind is a game of Monopoly. Bibleopoly is the 1991 title that sees players race around famous cities from the Holy Text, collecting offerings and slowly constructing a house of worship. The first player to successfully build a church wins. Bibleopoly is your standard LFTS Monop ripoff. The money is now offerings, the properties are all locations from the Bible, the cards are faith/contingency and the abyss, and the hotels are now the game-ending churches. All of the name changes do make the game quite confusing on first viewing until you get the hang of the lingo, but eventually you will start to understand what's going on here. Unlike some other Late for the Sky titles, they have gone into this one and changed some of the mechanics to add more to the theme, which produces a lot of interesting effects on the gameplay. Can you take a wild guess on the first thing that they changed? Oh, come on! The railroads have, shocker, been raptured for being far too pure, and in their place, the abyss spaces have been left, which function as this game's community chess spaces. This is very interesting, as there are two other card drawing spaces still on the board, Faith and Contingency. But since making a third deck would go against the design philosophy they stole, they kinda just mashed these two together into the same deck. They really could have just made the spaces the same. Another change that the cards cause is that some of them require you to donate offerings to the community, which makes the free parking cash house rule mandatory like some of the newer monopolies. But the biggest change to the game by far is the win condition, as whoever can build this game's version of the hotel first just outright wins the game right there. This causes a massive shift in the game's strategy, as ROI is no longer a consideration. You are locked in to pure speed. This means that cheaper properties are much more desirable, as you are left with more offerings to put bricks up once you earn your cornerstone. And with a monopoly now carrying a key directly to the finish line, trading has been functionally eliminated from your playstyle altogether. Trading a monopoly to someone would be the fastest way to lose the game, and the designers actually foresaw that this would happen and planned a workaround to the property hoarders. Some of the cards will either force you to give a property back to the community or trade for a property of your choice. So as much as you gluttons would like to hold on to your stash, sloth will only work for so long. You have to be active in order to win. The win condition being first to build the church also changes the pace of the game immensely, as it is very unlikely that anyone will end up going bankrupt before the game ends due to everyone racing to get that steeple down as quickly as possible. This all combines into a very weird product in total, as it looks like Monopoly, it walks like Monopoly, and it plays like a completely different game. Honestly, if you like the initial property scramble of the standard game, but hate every part that comes after that, you might end up having a good time with this one, as that scramble likely won't let up throughout the whole thing. And if it does, just trade a monopoly to someone so you can watch all the other players get furious at you. You guys don't get it. I'm the most charitable one here. If anything, I'm winning right now. What a lovely opener to get you settled in for your meal. But I'll be taking those plates now, as I think it is time that I bring out your second course. Up next is a delectable appetizer that will better represent the wild flavors that you will be seeing later in the meal. A much heavier dish that's likely to leave a more lasting impression on your buds than our first, Ghettopoly. A car crash wishes it could produce that kind of whiplash. Ghettopoly, or Getopoly if I pronounce it how it's spelled, is the 2003 title populated head to toe in the stereotypes surrounding the subject. Buy stolen properties and build up your crack houses and projects. The last pimp left on the block wins. Gee guys, I gotta say, something about this one's really rubbing me the wrong way. Unlike our last title, this one doesn't try to shake up the gameplay at all. Just standard Monopoly with new theming for all the bits and bobs around the board. All the color sets are indicated with nondescript advertiser-friendly pipes, the hustle cards can get you elected Pimp of the Year, and the railroads are back in the form of the various liquor stores around town. At least they're there? But immerse yourself even further into the world of Getopoly by selecting one of the new game tokens. We have a student with their textbook, Jamiroquai, some type of engineering project, a basketball from the local Boys and Girls Club, native flora from the community garden, Red 40, and a nondescript advertiser-friendly rock. In case you were wondering, no, this game did not receive any backlash and it was welcomed with open arms by everyone and it revolutionized the gaming scene. The end. With a title as brazen as this one, it was inevitable that it was going to get a ton of hate from practically all parties. And it did. Hundreds, if not thousands, of complaints were sent in complaining as to how these people had the gall to release this to the public. The only problem with that being that they were all sent to Hasbro, who had nothing to do with this project. With this kind of title and this style of Monopoly ripoff being far less common than it is today, the general public just assumed that Hasbro had completely lost it and released this as an official Monopoly title. As a result, Hasbro was freaking furious and quickly sued the game's creator David Chang for, let's see here, trademark infringement, copyright infringement, trademark delusion and tarnishment, and unfair competition due to it being a racist knockoff of Monopoly. Luckily for our storied character Chang here, the modern day sees plenty of examples of companies following the that one guy slash thing-opoly trend without legal repercussions. So unlike Gay Monopoly, which was sued right off the face of the planet, Getopoly here was instead sued right off the face of the planet. Our boy Dave got killed in there, a complete massacre. But how did Hasbro manage to win this case? Did they use underhanded tactics? Did they bribe the judge? No. In fact, Hasbro went for a wholly unorthodox method that really ended up working wonders for them in the end, relying on your opponent being a complete moron. David Chang's strategy in this courtroom drama was bold, to say the least. He would be going up against the full might of the Hasbro legal team completely alone, and when asked to provide documents that certified his testimony on the revenue that he had made from the game, he would delay again, then give some kind of excuse, ask for a little more time, then delay again, and then refuse to provide the documentation altogether. His shenanigans got so bad that the judge eventually decided to just find him in contempt of court, throwing out his case entirely, which automatically granted the win to Hasbro simply because they were the only party that participated. As a result of this, Chang was permanently enjoined from manufacturing, reproducing, distributing, advertising, selling, or displaying anything related to the Getopoly brand, including the future games that he had planned to produce, Redneckopoly, Hoodopoly, and Latinopoly. Chang was also forced to pay a $400,000 fine to Hasbro for damages, which matched what he testified was the profit he received from selling the game. Now, although I have portrayed Chang as a moron here, there was also the possibility that he was playing three-dimensional chess while Hasbro was caught playing checkers. In his testimony, he said that he had made $400,000 to $500,000 from selling the game. But when told to provide the documentation that proved this number true, he put them through the legal ringer until he was given the forced loss. When you lose this kind of legal battle, Hasbro is meant to get all of the profits that you made from the infringing product. And since they couldn't certify the number, the judge just gave them the lower end of Chang's own estimate. Now, what's interesting is that the courts did some number crunching, and based on Chang's other testimony of selling around 50,000 copies, they determined that at the lowest price that Chang ever charged for the game, he would have made at least $900,000 in profit, ignoring the fact that he had raised the price several times during the game's lifespan. I'm not making any of this up, this is all in the official court documents. So there is a possibility that this man paid a majority of the profits to his relatives for services, made up some lowball number that looked reasonable for a profit total, then sandbagged his own legal case to get Hasbro off his back by giving them a quick win. I could be giving too much credit to the creator of Getopoly here, but if that's what happened, what a play! So, no, you will not be seeing a new copy of Getopoly in your local Target anytime soon. But you can find it on the official Getopoly website after Opoly Games purchased the rights, which really feels like it is violating the injunction, but I'm not a lawyer, so sue them, not me. Dang, that was just the appetizer? I can't wait to taste the main course! Yes, I must say that one came out a little heavier than expected. But before we can get to the main meal, we implore you to enjoy your third course of this palate-cleansing salad, so that none of the flavors mix between the dishes. Don't worry, our salads are specially crafted and carry their own appeal. So we do hope that you will be delighted by your third course. Mega Nation. Mega Nation is the 19-something or another title that sees players purchase some of the most powerful nations in the world to add to their borders. Drain your opponent's accounts and prove that you know more about the world. The last player remaining will rule their Mega Nation. This game is all over the place. The board is way smaller than any of the other games in this subgenre. The corner spaces all carry the exact same effect, and if you didn't catch my comment earlier, this thing doesn't even have a publishing year. The only reason I could get 19-something or another was because Russia was still using the Soviet flag. We're grasping at sickles here. Mega Nation's main shtick is that you are buying up nations of the world, as some of the premier players on the world stage, like the United States, France, Israel, and West Germany, are all up for grabs as you grow your worldwide borders. But what is interesting about Mega Nation is how it has separated itself as a ripoff, as it has decided to do something that I've seen no other title try, adding a second type of currency. Mega Nation does its business with two currencies, the standard dollars and passports. Money is money. You can buy things with it and pay off debts. The whole money can be exchanged for goods and services thing, very standard. Passports, on the other hand, are limited and country specific. Each nation only has a certain amount of these documents, and they can only be used for that country in question. For instance, say you wanted to buy France for $4 million. Oh, I'm getting swindled on that deal. You might only have 2 mil, but you do have 3 French passports. So you can take 2 of those and your 2 mil to get the 4 million France bucks needed to buy the country. But that's not the only use of passports, as you can take your final French doc and plug it into your freshly bought country, which will now force any player that lands there to give you a milli or a French passport. So these not only operate as a secondary currency, but as the houses that you use to increase your property's value. Properly confused yet? Fantastic, because we haven't even gotten to the trivia. Landing on one of the 6 international custom spaces will force you to prove that you know something about the world you are trying to rule, as you must choose whether to answer a human interest or geography question for one of the countries. Getting a question wrong gets you nothing, while a correct guess gets you either a milli or one of the available passports, and the chance to double or nothing your winnings by answering the question that you didn't choose. Now we're on a game show? What? If you are wholly non-confident in your abilities of knowledge, though, there is a third option that you can take. Forgo the trivia entirely and go for the surprise option, which will grant you a completely random effect that could be good or bad, who knows? Oh, we're not on a game show, we're at the casino. Gotcha. This is such a spaghetti-at-the-wall product that I'm surprised it even functions. The meeting for this had to have gone, alright, we want a Monopoly-style game where you buy countries and the countries all have fun facts and trivia about them and you can buy them with money, but also passports, and those also function as the building, so you need to use those wisely, but don't hold on to them too long because a player can steal some if they forego our trivia mechanic entirely and go for the mystery box option. Steve, did you get all that? Theoretically? It's like they had 4 different game ideas, but only had enough in the budget for one, so they combined them all together and said, yep, that's one Mega Nation. It really is a tough one to figure out all the way, but you can just as easily get away with calling it Monopoly with countries and hit about 80% of what's going on here, so we'll just leave it there. I'm glad that you're enjoying your salad. We are proud of the mystery that our wide range of dressings provide. Now that you're done with that, I believe you are ready for the 4th course, our main course, the star of our show. The most complex dish on the menu, sure to leave even the most experienced patrons confused as to how or why it was crafted this way, Joel Harden's Mogul. If you choose to include the name as part of the title, I'm not just going to call it Mogul, you're getting the full title. Joel Harden's Mogul is the 2008 game that dared to ask, what if Monopoly not only hated you personally, but also thought that it was better than you? I'm serious, I don't think I've seen a game that wants to be played less than this one. I think you're more supposed to just think about how great it is. Joel Harden's Mogul takes a non-standard approach to this design, using the Monopoly framework to put forth a realistic depiction of real estate management. Use building profiles to invest in properties while shaking down the rentoids that bring in your buckaroos. First player to reach the predetermined net worth wins. This game aims to make you feel like the landlord you've always dreamed of being, managing multiple properties with a steady stream of cash coming in from those that choose to rent your abodes. But this game also works to help scrape off the glitz and glamour that is normally associated with that position, because it makes you work through everything that is required from that title with no regard for your health or well-being. The best description of the gameplay I have for this one is, have you seen Veilfisk's Realistic Monopoly? You know, the one where you have to put up down payments on properties and carefully manage your funds so that your yearly mortgage payments do not outpace your yearly salary and you go into irreparable amounts of debt? Yeah, so imagine that, but they put it onto a physical board and took it 100% serious. To showcase what I mean, here are the components that you receive with your purchase of Joel Harden's Mogul. A box with what I must say are some pretty great inserts. Money and various playing pieces. 4 different types of cards, those being the Good Luck Bad Luck deck, the Property Info for Ownership deck, the Personal Mortgage deck, and the Investment Property Mortgage deck. The double-sided HUD-2 forms from the Department of Hardin Urban Development, which you will use to catalog each of your properties, the double-sided financial worksheets over which you will spend most of the game slumped in a stressed position, and one really confusing game board. Go ahead, try to tell me which of the 4 paths your pieces are meant to travel on. If you guessed the second to furthest ring, congratulations, you've earned the grand prize of learning about the mechanics. Now, as we all know, landlord is one of the toughest jobs that a person can take on, and no one wants you to know this more than the Philadelphia real estate mogul credited with designing the game. As such, Joel Harden's Mogul is going to put you through the absolute ringer, taking any semblance of intuitive game design out of the picture entirely and tossing you directly into the fire as if you just graduated real estate school. For example, here are some of the mechanics that you can expect to run into in your standard game, as listed by Amabel on the Board Game Geek page. In a normal game, you will come into contact with fully built-up mechanics like the double-sided worksheets for both individual properties and personal accounts, various types of loans, personal credit ratings, marriages, divorces, prenuptial agreements, sheriff sales, amateurization, bankruptcy, foreclosure, and financial audits brought about by financial reporting errors, with errors in your favor requiring you to pay 10 times the difference unless the reporting error was committed within Section B of the worksheet. Yeah, I think I'm ready to jump right in. Quick question. Why is marriage a fully fleshed out mechanic in my real estate management game? Not only did the designer deem this to be so important to the theming that it had to be implemented, but also decided that divorce is so integral to the landlord identity that we can't possibly leave that out either. And look, I can get maybe for tax purposes or whatever for the marriage mechanic, but did we really need to spend vital man hours on the prenup mechanic? I don't want to work through the complex emotional volatility of my failing marriage, man. I just want to know what it feels like to buy a house. But none of that even comes close to the real star of the show for this one, as in order to partake in that sweet house buying action, you're gonna need to jump through some ludicrous hoops. Before you can purchase a property, you're going to need to locate and appraise it through some research. To do this, you will construct the property profile by drawing specific cards from 3 of the 4 decks, which will eventually culminate in the total property profile that you can use to buy the building. This will come with some variables, like whether or not the current owner will bargain under the appraised value, but the real star of the show is how you pay for the property. Buying it outright, what do you think this is, Fantasyland? No, it is much more intuitive for you to sign a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage of $50,000 at an 8% APR carrying a $400 monthly payment. Doesn't this sound like a freaking blast? Veilfisk did that as a joke. He put this nonsense in his game as a joke because of how awful that mechanic would be to play through. And yet, here it is, presented with the same certainty one would talk about drawing a chance card. Yeah, so once you land on that space, you can calculate the net operating income for your property so we can determine the building's total equity. We'll start with, what's that?
Oh, you have a triple net tenant. Okay, so for that we're gonna need to use a different equation. The parallels between these two games are wild, especially when you consider that this game's calculations are designed to be completed quickly through a simple yearly total mortgage cost minus your salary. Ridiculous, yes, but quick and easy to perform so that the game can move along. This doofus, however, forces you to complete all of the equations with pencil and paper for each individual property you own, including the 8-step process of calculating the equity of your investment properties, including insurance, taxes, water costs, and the NOI generated by which category of tenant is currently renting out the place. Did you think I was spouting off jargon in that earlier skit? No, that's a legitimate process that you will need to go through on every property every year. Good lord, man! When your game is less intuitive than a title specifically designed to produce a negative experience so you can laugh at the player's collective suffering, you have created an abomination. And despite all of the game's focuses on realism and complexity at the sacrifice of any and all enjoyment, the winner is still always gonna come down to luck. The winner will always be whichever player ends up rolling the dice the best. Heck, all of these games will, because they all share the same critical component that ties them all together. They were all crafted from Monopoly. When you decide to build your game around Monopoly, you can add stuff on or cut stuff out all you want. But that initial decision has permanently tainted your game due to Monopoly leaving a little bit of itself inside of the core. When you play Monop, you can try to put yourself in the optimal position all you want. If the dice aren't landing your way, you aren't winning that game. And that same principle echoes through every ripoff, no matter how simple, complex, or different your title is. So remember, kids, be sure to come up with your own ideas when creating something. Otherwise, no matter how hard you may try, it will eventually come down to the roll of a die. American football. Some say that it's the greatest sport on earth. Others say that it is unmatched by every other form of competition. But really, truly, we all know that all American football is God's gift to mankind. With a sport this popular in exactly one country, football pretty much commands the brain space of a good chunk of the American population for half of the calendar year. And for some of those fans, no other level of the sport can really compare to the spectacle of college football. College football has a much different appeal to the pros, mostly due to how the quality of teams across the FBS are all over the place and how the players on their team have a max number of eligible years before they are kicked out. But what happens when you get a fan so transfixed by the sport's appeal that they decide to do the unthinkable? Combine their jock hobby with their nerd hobby despite the ancient warnings. The result is a box that weighs 10 pounds. This is Envelopes of Cash, the Eurogame based around American college football. Specifically, the part where you recruit players to play for your team, specifically the part where you illegally pay players to play for your team. Lost already? Boy, you are in for a rough one today, buddy. Before the enactment of name, image, and likeness, paying college players to play for your school was very much against the rules, to the point where sanctions would be placed against offending schools to dissuade others from trying any funny business with their recruiting efforts. Did this stop anyone? Brother, they bought Eric Dickerson a gold Trans Am called the Trans A&M. The enforcement committee was practically wearing blindfolds. This period is where Envelopes of Cash takes place, tasking you with using every underhanded recruiting method at your disposal to bribe these high schoolers into carrying a ball in your colors. So what we're going to do today is put this bad boy through the ringer, rushing our way through our usual categories in order to answer one very important question. Will this game help your coach become a better recruiter? Envelopes of Cash has decided to finally drop all pretenses and has conveyed the college football recruiting landscape as the military operation it has always been. This is best showcased by the game's map, which carries the aura of a war room centerpiece, partially helped out by the fact that this thing is absolutely massive. It barely fits on my table. If this thing has any more components, I am screwed. Also adding to the war room feel are the player calendars and mats, which each player will use to track all of the weapons at their disposal. Confound it! The map itself divides the United States into color-coded regions that you can attempt to recruit players from, with the more defined regions getting one solid color and the states that are in between these regions getting a blend of the two. I would like to give this game a few style points here on the map, as it is quite possibly the first game I have ever seen include American Samoa as a region you can visit, which is pretty cool. Unfortunately, I now need to take all of those bonus points away, because my boys in the high-mid state of Indiana have been brutally lumped in with Illinois as a border group, an action that is unforgivable. I do not make the rules, I just enforce them. The titular envelopes each come in a variety of colors that represent different bribery tools, ranging from bling, to clothes, to whiskey, to a car that just happens to appear in an athlete's driveway, to even paying off the player's relatives' bills if you're feeling particularly benevolent with your cheating. Other available tokens include the player positions you will recruit, the star rating of each player, and your player tokens and recruiting bus, color-coded of course. But no college program is complete without their coach, and no two coaches are the same, so you'll need to figure out what kind of coach you are by choosing from one of the available coaching archetypes. Each coaching style comes with their own benefit based on how they like to do their job, like the media favorite, the star polisher, or my personal favorite, the preacher and advisor. The last little tidbit I want to harp on is that in the rulebook, there are little blurbs throughout the pages that tell you when a mechanic was inspired by another title, which I think is a really neat touch. Honestly, apart from the front of the rulebook being mysteriously printed in 144p like I'm watching Sunday Night Football in 2008, this bad boy has some pretty stellar looking components, even with the stuff they didn't need to make, like the starting chain for whoever's starting the turn first. But no adorable and hilarious finger chain is going to be enough to bribe my seal of approval, as in order to achieve the age-old saying of look good, play good, we'll need to take a look under the hood of this bad boy and make sure that it really does play good. Bust open the rulebook and the first thing you see in big bold letters is this game for real? I swear, if I got hit with another Mirage, I'm gonna lose it. Before you can start the game, you'll need to set up the game board by assigning the recruits into their states like some kind of puzzle. Then the most recent victim of wage theft goes first. Looks like I'm up first once again, boy. Not so fast, Jerry. Guess who just lost $150 in unpaid overtime? No way! Construct your program by selecting your coach, color, bus, and whistle, and start your piece off in the home region that matches your color. I highly recommend making up your own team that you will be recruiting for, and since I picked orange, which is representing the South, you are now looking at the brand new head coach of the Montgomery High Tide. It is then up to each player to get their secret recruiting board, a list of players that their team needs the most in order to patch up some roster holes. For instance, my board is telling me that my defense special teams is the most atrocious thing to ever step on a field. So in order to get a score bonus, I need to go out there and get some of the best defenders on the market, like Joey Beauty and Michael Big Boy. If you think that these names are silly, I'd like to direct you to actual college football. Lastly, each player gets a group of cards featuring various bonuses that they can choose to use, with some cards going into the draft pool that may be taken from later. Did you get all that? Fantastic, now we can finally start the game! There are 12 months in the game to recruit in, and each month carries 4 phases for everyone to play through, starting out with drafting cards. Each turn will have a different starting player, indicated by this fat diamond chain, and that player will start off by dealing 2 cards to everyone else and 3 cards to themselves as a little bonus. In order, each player will then choose whether to add one of the cards to their calendar while sending the rest to the draft pool, or discard one of their cards to delay their move in hopes of a better card popping up in said pool. Important note that any card added to your calendar is not immediately active, only drafted, and will remain inactive until you pay for it with envelopes, which we'll get into later. After that, it's time to roll the dice and pay out wagers. Whoever holds the starting chain will roll all 6 of the dice, which will set up the next section. But before you can go there, you'll need to pay out all the wagers made on the Vegas section of the board. Gambling? Yes, the illegal recruiting board game also comes with an illegal gambling section because, I mean, you're already this far in, might as well bet on your team to earn a little on the side. We'll get into the intricacies of gambling soon. First, let's see how you get those titular envelopes so you can get your little gift-giving operation running. From the 6 dice that were rolled, each player is going to pick 2 that they are going to gain envelopes from. Multiple players can select the same die. And after that, they must choose one of 2 options. Option 1, you gain that die's number of envelopes in that die's color exactly that many months from now, counting the current month. Example, picking a green 5 in June means that you'll get 5 green envelopes in 5 months, so October. Option 2, you can gain half of that die's number rounded down in any of the other nearest 6 months. Again, with the green 5, you can take 2 envelopes in any month from June to November. You then move all the envelopes from this month on your calendar onto your player mat, and can finally start spending them on actions. And if that last rule managed to trip you up, buddy, you better lock in, because we're not getting any easier. There are 9 player actions that can be performed on your turn, which you can do in any order and as many times as you can afford, except for marketing and in turn. We've got 9 different actions to get through, so let's bulldoze our way through these as best we can. Action 1. Put 1 or more cards into play. Any cards already on your calendar can be activated by paying the required envelopes and sending it over to your player mat. Card effects cannot be used until they have been moved to the player mat, but you can move as many cards from the calendar to the mat as you want as long as you can pay the cost. Action 2. Trigger the effect of any card already in play. Once cards are on the player mat, their effects can be triggered if you meet their conditions. Certain cards can be triggered every turn if they carry that kind of effect, but others are either always active or only happen at the end, indicated by their symbol. Action 3. Trade envelopes of cash. If all you have are a bunch of fancy clothes, but the player you're recruiting won't budge without a bottle of Remy Martin Louis VIII whiskey, then you aren't out of luck. You can trade any 3 envelopes of any color and 1 booster buck to take one of your desired color envelopes. A terrible trade ratio, yes, but one that you're willing to pay if you're desperate, you leverageless fool. I didn't bring up booster bucks before, but these are the stacks of cash that your rich oil friends give you because they are fans of your school, and are mainly used for above-the-table activities. You get 7 of these to start the game, and they'll pop up sporadically from time to time. Action 4. Travel in your recruiting bus. In order to visit the recruits you want, you'll need to travel around the country in style, pulling up in front of their house in your dingy recruiting bus telling them to hop on in. You can move your recruiting bus to any connected dot or recruiting spot by paying 1 of any color envelope. Guess it's expensive these days, don't you know? For the first 9 months of the game, however, players will be granted free movement that they can use to get around, so be sure to take advantage of the free movement available before you start bleeding envelopes. Action 5. Pay a runner. Runners are your little underlings that will help get your bribes around the nation quickly. You can spend 1 booster buck to send envelopes to a recruit before your bust can get there, which will give you a head start when you try to recruit them. The envelopes you send through runners can only help get you closer to the recruiting total you need. A runner cannot recruit a player for you as they lack the crucial swag needed to close the deal. This means that if someone recruits a player that you sent envelopes to before you can get there, the envelopes you sent are lost. So be careful with how many minions you send out to do your bidding. Action 6. Sign a recruit. When your recruiting bus is on a recruit's location, you may sign him to your team by paying the required envelope shown on his token. Any previous runner envelopes that were sent count towards this total. You are able to recruit someone before, between, or after any of your bus's movements. But remember that once you recruit a player, all previous actions you made on that turn are locked in. This is because anytime you recruit a player, you must roll the value modifier die to see if they are any better or worse than you bargained for. Sort of like the gym bust system from College Football 25. This can really screw with the star ratings for some of these players. Being able to drop them as low as a 1-star water boy or raise them to the heights of the mythical 7-star prospect, the literal college GOAT. For the quarterback position, these people keep telling me that would be Tim Tebow, so do with that what you will.
Once that player has declared for your program, you can take that player and the state token for yourself, and send any envelopes from other players' runners directly into the trash. Side note, if you are visiting a border state with 2 players still there, you can just recruit them both and make the most out of your trip if you can afford it. Action 7. Run a marketing campaign. Yeah, ads! Let's go ads! This is all above the table stuff here, paying regular money for regular commercials, the only action that wouldn't get you sanctioned in real life. To run one of these, look at the marketing chart and pay the amount of booster bucks needed to get the amount of stars you like. Simple as. Action 8. Gamble in Vegas. Oh yeah, now we're making some real money. You can spend 1 envelope of any color to place a bet on the specific number you think a specific die will roll next turn, and you can bet on as many numbers as you can afford. Get it wrong, lose it all. If it hits though, you will gain 1 booster buck and 2 envelopes of that die's color to use this month. A pretty payout since this is one of the few ways to earn bucks outside of cards. And action 9, declare the end of your turn. Once you declare your turn over, it's over. You can take no more actions and you must discard all of your unused envelopes for this month. So if you have any left over at the end, you might as well go to Vegas and toss them on black to hope for a payout next turn. Once every player has taken their turn, the month will advance, with all players moving their whistle forward on the calendar to the next month and the player with the starting chain passing it on. Additionally, once you reach September, any unplayed cards still on a player's March calendar must be discarded, as they have now expired. This will continue to happen each month for any unplayed cards from 6 months prior, so make sure that you pay for those before they are gone forever. After the February turn is over, it is time for National Signing Day, where we get to see who among you had the best recruiting class. To determine your final score, take the star values of all your athletes, which you have been keeping track of all game, and add on any stars you get from your end of game cards, one last marketing campaign, and the bonus from if you manage to fill your secret recruiting board. Add on any regional and positional scoring bonuses for one last boost, and whichever player has the most stars has proved their recruiting excellence, and gets a $1 million retention bonus from their program. And that is finally the end of the rulebook. The first rulebook. The first of 4. Yes, Envelopes of Cash comes with 4 different rule sets depending on how you want to play the game. The Standard Game, the Newbie Campaign, the Family Game, or the Cutthroat Campaign. I will not be going in depth with each of these, as otherwise this is going to run way long, but I will give you the gist of what each one offers. The Newbie Campaign, designed for those who have, quote, never played a game harder than Monopoly or Risk. Where does Oy vey fall on that scale? The Newbie Campaign is legitimately something straight out of the scenarios from all those war games I covered, breaking the game into 2 smaller 6-month segments to get players familiar with all the mechanics before they tackle the full game, with one scenario focused on only recruiting with no cards, and the other focused on only cards and no recruiting. It is actually a really cool way to lead people into the title if they liked the theme but have never tried this style of game before, and does a great job explaining each mechanic as they come up. The Family Rulebook keeps the full game intact, but alters the mechanics to make them easier to understand for a more casual audience. Some of these changes include simplifying the card draft system, removing the recruit modifier die, returning envelopes from runners if someone else gets the recruit, and allowing you to add the full value of an envelope die to any of the next 6 months instead of needing to split them in half. Overall, this will be a much easier experience to get through that will acquire a lot less brain power, so you can more focus on socializing or teaching your kids to play. So now that that's out of the way, let's look to the complete opposite end of the spectrum. The Cutthroat rule set, designed to test your skills, your patience, and the strength of your friendships. Instead of a whole new rulebook, the Cutthroat rules appear as suggested changes to the standard game to make it harder, taking the form of little blurbs dotted about. Some of the suggested changes include, when picking dice to gain envelopes, change to a draft style where each selection means the other players cannot use that die. Instead of trading 3 envelopes and 1 booster buck for 1 different colored envelope, you must now trade 3 envelopes and 2 stars. You know, the stuff you need to win the game. And my personal favorite,
removing the free movement for the early months altogether, forcing you to pay for every time you move your bus. Yeah, you're gonna end up with a lot of hometown recruits because those are the only people you can afford to see. So with an extensive rule set, a unique theme, and some good components, this bad boy has a lot going for it. But all of that could pretty easily come crumbling down if it all falls apart once the game starts. So let's take a look into how the gameplay operates and see if it can keep up this rocket pace. The gameplay relies heavily on what strategy you choose to use and how well you can adapt to changing circumstances throughout your recruiting adventure. Most of your actions are going to revolve around getting as many stars as possible, which will mostly come down to your card playing and your recruiting. Navigating the chance factors of the game is also key, as any well-laid plan you might concoct will need a couple backups in case the dice don't roll your way or another player snipes a vital recruit. Since every game will vary based on how you choose to play it, let's go over two of the most common play styles the game anticipates players to go for: the long-term lingerer and the short-term screecher. For a long-term playstyle, you'll be looking to take the full value of the envelope dice so that you'll be able to make a ton of moves in the later months. As you'll be poor for most of the early game, you'll want to take cards knowing that they won't be activated for a while, and you'll need to make the most of your free movement and your runners to get those cheaper recruits. In the meantime, save all of your big plays until you get to the months where you are loaded. Then go on an absolute tirade of destruction, leaving the other players' plans in shambles. If you're more of a short-term screecher though, then you'll want to take the high-numbered dice at half value so that you can use them right away, and draft some cheap cards so you can start getting their effects off now. With your early cash flow, try to recruit anyone you can reach with your free movement and send the remaining cash through runners to set up your next turn. No matter which strategy you choose though, you'll need to be thinking ahead, as rolling along by the seat of your pants is a good way to get steamrolled by a program that has actually put some thought into who they're looking for. So with strategy aplenty and tons of different playstyles to choose from every game, the gameplay loop is likely to hold your attention and inspire you to come back and try a new game plan next time. But cool, it runs well. Yeah, so does your refrigerator. The most important thing about these games by far is our final category, as no matter how well put together your title might be, you're more likely to see me playing with a blender than a game that fails to be fun. The main draw from this title is how much thought goes into each of your plans and whether or not those plans are still going to work in 4 months. The start of the game will be moving quite slow, with honestly players being able to take their turns all at the same time with little to no issue. Once you hit June, however, everything changes. Players' plans will really start to intersect here, putting everyone at odds with each other as they try to compete for the limited pool of players. Needless to say, they'll be at each other's throats in no time. The slightest miscalculation from your opponent can seal their doom, and nothing is going to be more satisfying than stealing someone's 4-star linebacker one turn before they were finally able to snag him. However, this game is by no means easy, and requires a ton of thought and forward thinking that many people just might not want to go through the trouble of doing. As such, people who are looking to get engrossed into a game with the opportunity to outthink, outwit, and outstrategize their friends are likely going to have a good time with this one. If you're like me and your favorite part of College Football 25 is the recruiting, then you're probably the exact type of person this game was made for. For those that won't enjoy their time here though, I'm thinking those that sit down with a board game in order to relax. Less looking for something that is going to challenge their decision making and more just looking for a stress-free experience that'll give them a good time. There are easier rule sets in the game that will make the title more appealing to these groups, but these will still require some effort in order to learn. So if this just isn't your game, it's not your game. And that should round out everything that's contained in these envelopes. So with all of that covered, it is time to answer... What's this? Mr. President, there's been a 5th rulebook.
Tucked away hidden in the back of the family rules is a hidden 5th rule set for a completely different playstyle. As if you either can't convince your friends to play or never had them in the first place, then you can still enjoy the game using the solitaire rules. Yes, you are able to play EOC completely alone, whether that to be to practice for upcoming games or as a sort of challenge mode to test your skills. Because when playing solitaire, you are going to be facing off in a recruiting bout against the most fierce competitor in these United States, Bubba. Bubba is quite literally a recruiting machine, being a bot that you operate which follows a specific set of rules. Bubba only plays as the team from the South, and in his bio it states that he lives by the motto, always be crutin', and that he does not believe in much else. Yep, you've got your work cut out for you. To make the game functional in a one-player state, some rules have needed alterations. For instance, there is no more draft pool as there's no one to draft against. Bubba doesn't believe in cards. You are the only player that uses the envelope dice because Bubba doesn't believe in chance. And free movement has been completely eliminated like in the cutthroat rules because I'm not sure that Bubba can move. Other than these changes, you will conduct your turn as normal, moving, recruiting, gambling, until you run out of things that you can do. Once that happens, buddy, you better brace yourself, because now, it's Bubba's turn. Once Bubba's turn starts, he gets up, does his early morning routine to get ready for the day, and immediately recruits the highest star athlete in the southern region. My man is a bona fide hypnotist. He got this job by walking up to the previous head coach and just talking him out of it. He's never coached a game in his life. These stars are immediately added to Bubba's score without rolling the recruit modifier die. Remember, Bubba doesn't believe in chance. And if he has already recruited every athlete in the whole of the southern United States, he just recruits someone from one of the border regions instead. You are never safe from being recruited by Bubba, it's just a matter of how long it will take him to get to you. Bubba will think of which positions he hasn't recruited and how scarce position recruits are when selecting his target. After which he'll stumble in, get them to verbally commit within minutes, then waddle away to reinforce his defense. The only advantage that players have is that Bubba won't recruit from any non-border regions that aren't the South. We tried to ask him about why he does this, but all he said was that it is out of principle, and then he wouldn't talk to us anymore. Needless to say, competing against Bubba in a recruiting battle requires you to be at the top of your game with little room for error, as the game explains that we should expect Bubba to earn at least 150 stars, with the possibility of him getting as many as 200 if he's having a pretty good day. You are going to have to make 1987 SMU look like a world's finest chocolate fundraiser. The man is a force of nature. But with our nightmares left behind us, I believe that that is the last thing that we have to investigate. So with all of the categories covered, we can finally answer the question that we posed way back at the start of the video: will this game help your coach become a better recruiter? The official ruling? About as much as Road to the White House will help you win an election. Better than doing nothing. This game is so cool. The theme is awesome, the board is awesome, the content is awesome. Every part of it screams that this was made by someone who really respected what they were adapting here. Not the illegal recruiting part, the college football feel of it. It also serves as a great reminder of how far things have come. Since athletes are now able to be paid for the services they provide, these under-the-table offerings have fallen to the wayside to make way for a much more transparent system, albeit one with plenty of kinks that still need working out. Hey, any system that makes Hoosier football not a complete joke gets a thumbs up from me. So you're a big fan of trash. Can't stop thinking about it, can't stop watching it, can't stop eating it. When it comes to flat out garbage, you're the first guy they ask. But you have a problem. When you're out playing games, you are missing out on time that could be spent creating waste. As with how busy the world is nowadays, you simply can't afford to take this time off. Luckily, you won't have to anymore with the hottest invention from the far-off future of 2003, Garbage the Game. BreaKey, the game about creating waste and setting money on fire, put the two opposing keys together, twist, and watch on in horror as one of them breaks forever. I mean, in terms of ideas, that's gotta be one of them. BreaKey is quite the legend around these parts, being one of the few games to qualify for the worthless distinction and officially being voted as the worst board game of all time. This thing has garnered quite the reputation since I covered it in the Pointless Games video. And I covered quite a few things in its segment. There was the gameplay, there was the tie-ins, there was the Dutch television program, and afterwards, I thought that would be the end of it. We'd hold our silly little tournament, it would probably do well, and then we'd all move on like I've been trying to do with several of our other channel mascots. But if there's one thing that I can count on from this community, it's that you will not let a bit die. And as I moved on from the BreaKey segment to crafting the tournament, a few of my more investigative fans over on the Discord began a search for more information on the game, driven by curiosity, intrigue, or maybe a calling from some higher being. Regardless of why, they began to dig. And dig they digged until they came across some of the most arcane knowledge to ever come from a product line this stupid, transcribing their findings into one of the most curious documents to ever grace the hands of man, the BreaKey Files. And now I get to talk about this game for 18 more pages! Thanks, guys! A massive shout out to Eddie Keddy, Doesn't Know French, Mitch Watches Berliner, and everyone who helped put this beast together. As contained within these crazed documents, we basically have the full story of BreaKey and what happened to it in neat, digestible files. Quite literally in the case of the one labeled The Edible Files. Oh, this one isn't gonna cause my brain melt to flare up at all. So ladies and gentlemen, you'd better strap yourselves in as we uncover the full story behind one of the worst product lines ever put to market, BreaKey. The BreaKey Files are a collection of findings that are split into three major categories: the physical files, the online files, and the marketing files. We'll tackle these in the same order that the document does, partially to not disrespect the clean formatting, and partially because this way we'll get progressively dumber with the things we uncover. So to start us off, let's begin with the physical files. The physical files contain three findings that deal with the key's build and functionality. Like the first one here that mentions that the BreaKeys are made from a recyclable material. I tell you, it's not easy being green. Thanks to the discovery of a Chinese patent from 2001, we just started. It is shown that BreaKeys were made of polypropylene, a recyclable material that would allow the keys to not be sent immediately to a landfill upon breakage, possibly reducing the environmental devastation that the keys would otherwise pose. I say possibly, as all you would need to do in order to make this happen is live in an area with recycling services, pay for those specific services, make sure that the keys make it to the correct processing facility, have them go through processing with no issues, ensure that none of the delivered material was contaminated in any way, and then entrust all those aspects to their target market of a 7 to 14-year-old, and you're good to go. See, if they would have just made them out of glass, we would have no issue here. But if for some reason you can't meet these requirements, you don't have to throw away that broken key just yet, as there's a whole nother way to repurpose your freshly created trash: building crap out of it. On the official website, there were messages and images encouraging kids to take their broken BreaKeys and, using the broken bit as a connector, construct various structures or creations with them using their imagination. This would allow you to get a secondary use for the keys other than keeping them as trophies on that weird battle strap thing, making them ever so slightly less worthless. However, it would be good to remember that these things originally came in packs of 5. So if you wanted to construct anything nearly as cool as the BreaKey Castle here, that would cost you somewhere around the range of financial ruin. Don't want to throw away the keys, but also despise the construction industry? Never fear, as you can prominently display the corpses of your enemies using our state-of-the-art feeties! Fun fact, if a grown man comes into your store and asks if he can buy some feeties, international law says that you are legally allowed to gut punch him. Finally, the last part of the physical files deals with how the BreaKeys related to food items, so now it's time to get mega stupid. In that same Chinese patent from before, they list a variety of materials that the keys could have been made out of, most of them expectingly being some form of plastic. However, at the end of one of these segments, there is quite the curious sentence: it is also conceivable to use an edible material, such as sugar, for one or more parts.
Have you made a decision yet, sir? Yeah, I'll take the BreaKey platter, but can I get that without the purple ones? I don't like purple. Unironically, if they made it to where after you break a key, you can eat that little useless bit that comes off, this game would be like 7.5 times better. But that's not all for their food follies, as in that same patent, they also talk about food-adjacent options for these bad boys. Such as including them in, quote, bags of crisps or boxes of cornflakes as part of a nationwide giveaway. What good would getting one BreaKey from a box of Frosted Flakes do you? Or by treating them as a coupon where, for example, 10 specimens can be traded for a bottle of soft drink or a tube of toothpaste. Do you have any idea what this means? If this happened, then this would have made the keys a legitimate backed currency. Now, granted, based on your standard soft drink price, these probably wouldn't be worth more than a dime a piece. But that does put them ahead of the Venezuelan Bolivar. Gee, many freaking Frosties. We are one file collection in and we're already nearly at max stupid. Where do we even go from here? Why, we leave the limitations of our physical world and enter the new possibilities presented by the digital era. We enter the online files. The online files are the smallest collection of the three. There are no sub-files in here. Everything is just condensed into its single paragraph of findings. But while it might not be as big as the other collections, trust me, there is still plenty of stuff here that can rip your mind asunder. You there, I see you're about to throw away that perfectly fine BreaKey. Well, yeah, it's broken. What else am I supposed to do with it? Well, why don't you scratch off that silver part on the back there and see? Wow, it's a code! Yes, my boy, now put that code into the official BreaKey website and behold, life after death! Yes, on each BreaKey came a code that you could redeem to get that key onto your official online account, granting that key the ability to battle other online keys like some sort of digital Valhalla. Does your BreaKey believe in heaven? Unfortunately, with the website being obsolete, I cannot show you the rip-roaring action of an online BreaKey battle. But I can tell you that they were determined to make this work, even going so far as to just outright bribe the kids to play. Rise to the top of the very real online BreaKey leaderboard, and Upper Deck was willing to mail you prizes for your success. These being very sensible things like more packs of BreaKeys, EA games from the time period, and an entire gosh dang Game Boy. There was also a collaboration with the Flemish TV show Spring, oh finally something relevant, for one of these online contests. Winners could take home all kinds of fabulous prizes, such as a memory game, codes for something, keychains, mouse mats, fan books, letter paper, and a state-of-the-art reading book. As opposed to the widely popular watching book. All of these prizes were of course adorned with the famous cast and characters of the television program Spring, for all the die-hard Spring fans to enjoy. Confound it, I missed it by just 2 decades. There were also several wallpapers or screensavers that were created that you could download to make your computer background. So if any of you Spring fans missed out on the initial rollout, I've put them full screen here for you to screenshot free of charge. I cannot express to you enough that this is your last chance. But with 2 of our collections now explored through and through, we only have one final group of findings to cover. A collection of information that is 6 times larger than the previous 2 files combined, the marketing files. Better strap yourselves in now, folks, because once we get this puppy started, there is no way to slow it down. We are locked in. The marketing files contain any and all information that could relate to getting the brand of BreaKey out to the masses, as well as the laundry list of problems associated with that mission. If you're wondering how many problems pursuing a target market could possibly cause, well, enough to fill 3 lawsuits, but we'll get back to that. For now, we're going to focus in on what BreaKey did to get their items into the hands of children everywhere. We touched on this a little bit in the original video, where they used everything from colorful imagery to tie-ins with popular media to one really weird Dutch television program that was truly one of a kind. And thank goodness for that, as after experiencing that madness, I don't know what I would do if there turned out to be a second television program produced in an entirely different nation.
This bin nicht der Hauptpreis, sondern David, der Keymaster von BreaKey. Seid ihr bereit? Ja! Ihr auch? Super! Ab 6. Oktober, Montag bis Freitag um 13:40 Uhr ist es BreaKey-Time. Hier bei RTL 2, 3, 2, 1, BreaKey!
Why do we keep Germany around again? Yes, unfortunately for the wider world's mental state, there was another BreaKey show, this one featuring German television legend David Beer as the host and going by the title Break Off. This name coming from the fact that the show was not ashamed of the product it was showing off like Can You Beat Me was, although the jury is still out on if they should have been. Amazingly, these two shows followed completely different structures with how they went about these BreaKey battles. In Can You Beat Me, the game would follow a single elimination bracket between 4 children, and whichever one survived the day final would not only win a Can You Beat Me t-shirt, but would also advance to the week final on Friday to win an even bigger prize. Unfortunately, we have no idea what this prize was, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it was a 3-day, 2-night vacation in the beautiful faraway streets of scenic South Central Detroit! Meanwhile, in Break Off, 2 teams of 2 would go against each other, aiming to break both of the other team's keys to secure the win. If they were skilled enough to manage that, they would get the chance to select one of 5 doors that contained prizes. 4 of them being just crap like boxes of BreaKeys, but one of them containing the fabulous grand prize. Again, we don't know. Sunny, smiling South Central Detroit! If you picked crap on your selection, you could choose to come back the next day to play again with that door eliminated, running the risk of losing it all if you ended up losing. Oh no, not my BreaKeys. The German website for the show also adds a little bit of world building to the program by saying that the competition is held inside of the Break-Off Dome. Quote, the Break-Off Dome is located in the Plaza Media Studios in Ismaning near Munich. This is where Premiere produces the Formula 1 live coverage and the UEFA Champions League broadcast, among others. The studios also produce well-known TV series such as Hausmeister Klaus and the Kocht Comedy Club. The butchering of the language is to wash away the sins of the program. The Dutch remain unforgiven. Unbelievably, the mad lads that put these files together actually managed to follow the corporate ladder all the way to the companies that might be in possession of these shows today and emailed them to see if they could get any more footage. And here's how that went. Fox spit back some corpo speak that roughly translates to screw off. RTL 2, who produced the German show, replied back saying that most old programs and shows can't be aired anymore due to licensing issues and that they no longer provide show fragments for personal use. And Talpa, the streaming platform that succeeded the Dutch network, said that they are sorry to disappoint, but that they don't have any digital footage of the program since it was from before they acquired KIJK and it was not transferred over, even including a sad face to show their sadness at the situation. Alright, Dutch people, this person was nice enough that you are hereby forgiven for the show, but don't do it again. And there's the full story of all we know about these shows. Call to action, lost media, whatever. But we need to focus up because somehow it's time for us to get even dumber. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going on tour. From October to December in 30 cities in these countries, BreaKey rolled around Europe holding small tournaments where kids could compete for prizes. This tour was either known as the Break Off Tour or the BreaKey Battle Tour. And the winner of each event was of course crowned that city's one and only Keymaster. These are not to be confused with the Bray King. The Keymasters are regional rulers, similar to a duke. Crazily, there was also some of this hot tour action going on in the States later, as one of our Discord members actually remembers attending one of these events at his local Toys R Us, where his friend ended up winning a GameCube, automatically elevating Joe's friend to the coolest kid in that region for the next 2 months. But why only go on tour with tournaments when we could be going on tour with originally produced music? Upper Deck, in the most eggs in one basket marketing play I've ever seen, nearly managed to sign a deal where they agreed to sponsor a cross-country tour for an unnamed pop group from Orlando, in exchange for that group writing an original song about breakies. What are we doing here? Come on! Despite Billboard reporting that the agreement was in the process of being signed, the deal eventually fell through, which I wouldn't trust Billboard's reporter here too much anyway, as he said that a European tour was also involved, and that's just outright wrong. But we do know that this deal did exist, as one of the lawsuits mentions it, so we'll be getting back to that soon. But more importantly, who was this mystery band that almost gave us a hot breaky track? Well, many theories exist, but with it needing to be a band that was 1, from Orlando, Florida, 2, likely going to be making new music in the next few years, and 3, big enough to warrant the cost of a nationwide tour, the best option that hits on all of those points was likely the effing Backstreet Boys. Could you even imagine? Am I breakable? Yeah. But why stop at a tie-in with one of the most popular boy bands of all time when there are so many other properties to be harvested? Licensing time! BreaKey was very much interested in the, man, our property stinks, can we borrow yours style of licensing, slapping that one guy/thing all over those bad boys in a desperate attempt to stop you from thinking about the actual game. We've got it all! We've got Major League Baseball, we've got Metabots, we've got Susuke and Wisuke, we've got the hit television program Spring, F it, German One Piece commercial.
BreaKey, die Schlüssel mit den coolsten Figuren von One Piece.
Monkey die Ruffy, Buggy der Clown.
BreaKey!
Break off, yeah!
Come on, man. Amazingly, other tie-ins were planned for other properties to join in on the fun that never ended up happening. From fictional creations like Marvel and Pokemon to more professional sports like the NHL and the NFL. Man, now I'll never get my Dante Culpepper breaky beans. And that's it. No more stupid marketing from this nonsense. We're done. And I don't know about you, but I need some kind of reparations for what I was just put through there. Luckily, we have just that, as it's now time to watch this entire operation crash and burn through the lens of the 3 different lawsuits that killed this crap for the good of everyone not employed at Upper Deck. There are 3 lawsuits on offer here, the first relating to that alleged Backstreet Boys fiasco from earlier, and the last 2 directly resulting in the death of the whole product line. I have never been this excited for something that has already happened in my life. Let's start off with the first one and dive into the rowdy courtroom drama of Buzz Marketing versus Upper Deck Company, Eastern Court of Pennsylvania. Upper Deck contacted Buzz Marketing in January 2003 during their search for marketing firms to help with marketing the launch of BreaKey. Upper Deck's then Vice President of Sales, I kid you not, Rich Henry, who is real, alive, and has been working at the Pokemon Company for the last 20 years, met up with Buzz Marketing CEO Mark Hughes at an exhibition in New York in February 2003. After some discussion, Rich Henry asked Hughes to prepare a proposal for Upper Deck to evaluate. 5 proposals were sent from March to mid-April, the first 4 being rejected by Upper Deck, but the 5th one containing an idea so revolutionary that they simply could not refuse. The 5th and final proposal outlined a domestic marketing campaign in which a popular music group would be paid to endorse the product. And on the 14th of May, Rich Henry and Hughes had a phone call in which they discussed that 5th proposal. After this call, an amended version of the 5th proposal was sent to Upper Deck, along with a request for a $122,000 wire transfer. Whatever amount of money you think this thing lost, double it and take it from the next project. 16 days later, on the 30th of May, Upper Deck's marketing manager phoned Hughes to say that she would call him when the 122 bandos was going to be wired. Also on that same day, the marketing director, quote, left a voicemail for Hughes stating that he would be receiving the wire transfer on Monday or Tuesday of the following week. Now, this isn't mentioned anywhere in the doc, but common sense would dictate that after hearing this news, Hughes immediately went, "Aw, yeah!" After this, the article fiasco happened with that entire fake European tour, and then on the 2nd of June, Upper Deck sent Hughes another revised edition of the 5th proposal.
And then on the next day of the 3rd of June, Hughes sent Upper Deck more revisions of the 5th proposal. Later the same day, Upper Deck responded with yet more revisions to the 5th proposal. 8 days later, on the 11th of June 2003, Rich Henry called Hughes to inform him that Upper Deck would not be launching the BreaKey product and therefore Buzz marketing services would not be needed. Imagine 122 bandos gone. Henry also requested an itemized list of Buzz Marketing's costs for reimbursement, which Buzz Marketing submitted, but Upper Deck never paid, so now it's lawsuit time. We've got quite the match here on our hands, ladies and gentlemen, as Buzz Marketing is coming in with a 4-pronged attack. We've got breach of written contract, breach of oral contract, breach of implied in fact contract, and unjust enrichment / quantum merit. Let's see how they did. Parts 1, 3, and 4 were all thrown out immediately as there was never a written contract. Buzz's evidence for implied in fact was dismissed as hearsay, and they just immediately gave up on their own 4th point. Not a great start. They did still have their second option though, and you only need to win one. So let's see how breach of oral contract held up. According to Buzz Marketing, an oral contract was formed on the 14th of May during the phone call between Henry and Hughes. However, based on previous precedent, the 5th agreement contained language that signaled the intent of both parties to execute the agreement in writing. Furthermore, the fact that there were modifications to the 5th proposal after the 14th of May suggests that there could not have been a contract on the 14th of May. In other words, they're screwed. It is so over. In the end, summary judgment was granted to Upper Deck, the case was closed, and they started off 1-0 in the civil court. But that was really more of a warm-up round. Heck, the opposition even surrendered on one of their own claims. The next bout is not going to be as easy, as now we have entered the main event and the biggest reason as to why this product line ever died off in the first place. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Upper Deck Company versus BreaKey International, Southern District Court of New York. As a background, the ferocious BreaKey marketing and even the keys themselves completely vanished out of nowhere sometime in the second half of 2004, followed by their various websites in early 2005. This rapturous event of the entire BreaKey brand was seemingly kicked off by one minor miscommunication between Upper Deck and BreaKey International that eventually led to the lawsuit that killed the entire idea. So let's see for ourselves what exactly happened here. In July 2002, Ken Ross from BreaKey contacted Richard McWilliam from Upper Deck to propose a cooperation between the two companies with regards to the new BreaKey game. A few samples of these keys were sent over, and much later, on the 15th of November 2002, both companies came together and signed the updated BreaKey license agreement. So Upper Deck didn't even create the BreaKey line. Somebody else made this garbage on their own, showed it to Upper Deck, and they went, "What a great idea!" and just started throwing money at them. Part of this agreement was that BreaKey was going to help Upper Deck create a website for the online portion, which is going to become very important soon. Now, ready yourselves for this one, folks. Upper Deck agreed to pay BreaKey $5 million in non-returnable minimum guarantees to cover royalties from the sales. $5 million fully guaranteed. Kirk Cousins type guaranteed money on a bunch of plastic keys. This was to be paid in 2 parts, one immediately at the execution of the agreement and one at the beginning of the second term year on November 15th, 2003. Upper Deck paid the first $2.5 million, and BreaKey provided the source code for the website in December. $2.5 million up front for the right to sell this. What a steal! After sending $2.5 million their way, it was smooth sailing. But by early 2003, Upper Deck began to find many problems with that earlier source code. In a meeting in May of that year, Upper Deck informed BreaKey of this and said that the agreement had to be amended. So they gave them this revised agreement, but BreaKey demanded that the $5 million total had to be increased. Guys, I don't think you get it. More guaranteed money! Upper Deck disagreed with this shakedown, and on the 13th of November, 2 days before their next payment was due, they decided,
I think we're gonna sue you now, and BreaKey went, oh, that sounds like a great idea, we'll do it right back. So with our wacky cast of characters and their motivations established, let's go ahead and jump right into the battle. Upper Deck learned that it is not wise to spread yourself thin like Buzz Media did, so they are only going in with one devastating attack, breach of contract. As it had reached the date where Upper Deck owed the other half of their fully guaranteed money, Upper Deck had to pay BreaKey $2.5 million, but refused to do so because it argued that the source code that BreaKey provided for the BreaKey.nl website was not sufficient to host an online competition with a lot of different users in multiple different languages. BreaKey then shot back and argued that it was just there to provide the source code and was never required to make sure it fulfilled those requirements. Your Honor, we're just here to provide the code. We were never contractually obligated to prove that it actually worked. BreaKey moved for a summary judgment to dismiss the lawsuit, but was denied. After this, literally nothing happens. The lawsuit just ends here, so I think this was just to determine whether or not the case would be thrown out. It wasn't, so with neither company really winning here, we're just gonna call this one a draw. But now it's time to hit the real deal. The big kahuna. The one and only. The finale of all finales. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Upper Deck Company versus BreaKey International 2. Southern District Court of New York. This matchup is the culmination of everything we have seen so far, giving us what both sides are competing for, their evidence and thought processes, and all of the information surrounding BreaKey's rise and fall. So let's go ahead and start back at the beginning. The BreaKey IP consists of two products, the actual small plastic keys and the online game called BreaKey. In the contract signed in 2002, BreaKey granted Upper Deck an exclusive 2-year license to use, copy, promote, distribute, market, and sell the BreaKey product worldwide, excluding a few countries. Upper Deck agreed to launch the product in the United States, EU, and Japan, collectively called the Material Territories, by May 2003, and all other territories by November 2003. This is the full background. Upper Deck likes their stuff, they want to sell it, BreaKey gives them permission, and in return gets royalties for each sale. Upper Deck does all the work for them, they still get paid a little bit, but Upper Deck has to follow some rules. For example, Upper Deck had to spend a minimum of $1 million on marketing and advertising for each of the 2 years in each of the 3 territories. For a total of $6 million, may I remind you, spent advertising small plastic keys that break forever the first time they lose. In addition to that, they have to give BreaKey 10% of all net sales with a minimum of $2.5 million, which is the non-returnable minimum guarantee that was mentioned earlier. So basically, if the BreaKeys take off and become the next Beanie Babies, BreaKey International makes a frankly stupid amount of money. But if the product flops and sells nothing, they still get $2.5 million. They quite literally cannot lose. Now, there was a reason as to why Upper Deck wasn't allowed to sell in the Benelux countries, because BreaKey already had another company, Studio 100, selling the keys in that area. I guess everybody's just lining up to license these things. Studio 100 was the exclusive distributor for BreaKey in Benelux. It bought 15,000 boxes of the BreaKey product and then sold them from December 2003 until May 2004, before terminating the agreement in June of that year. Probably when they realized that this might be just a little bit ridiculous. Now, we need to do a quick rapid fire of information before we move on, or else you're gonna lose a lot of context. BreaKey believes that the wholesale revenue of BreaKeys are between $29 and $54 per box. Wow, that is a complete ripoff! Screw you, buddy! The BreaKeys were produced in China, which explains the Chinese patent that was in the physical files. And lastly, the Studio 100 boxes were delivered in December 2003 and stopped being sold in early June. Got all that? Alrighty, back to the action. According to the managing director of BreaKey, Studio 100 reported that they had sold 70% of the inventory after 3 months. He was also informed by Studio 100 that they believed all 15,000 boxes were sold, but were not certain as the keys were sold in a joint venture. In other words, they sold out.
Belgium, you have 15 seconds to explain yourself. Now, the rest of the info mainly deals with this Stewart guy and his sales projections figures, and we'll take a look at those later. For now, let's finish this up with the fact that after the fallout of Upper Deck and BreaKey around November of 03, BreaKey was in talks with another licensee in June of 04, I guess to run it back? Also, the fact that BreaKey is trying to receive an unspent amount of the minimum of $6 million Upper Deck was required to spend suggests that the budget they had used was less than $6 million. Whew, thank goodness. They only spent slightly less than $6 million on marketing. For a second there, I thought we might have just wasted a ton of money. And that's it. We finally have all of the necessary background information to understand what in the world is going on here. So let's go ahead and jump back into this bad boy to see which of these two jokers is going to come out on top. Upper Deck. Sewer, looking to have BreaKey hit with the breach of contract penalty so that it does not have to pay the $2.5 million of guaranteed money. BreaKey International, Sui, countering for that $2.5 million of guaranteed money as well as more cash on top of that in the form of 1. Lost royalties in the second year of the agreement, 2. Lost royalties beyond the term of agreement, and 3. BreaKey's claim for $6 million in unspent advertising dollars. We've got quite a lot on the line here, so let's see how it went. On October 13th, after oral arguments that we sadly only have the final results of, the courts awarded the summary judgment in favor of BreaKey, deciding that Upper Deck was the one who broke the agreement by not paying them the $2.5 million of more guaranteed money. I imagine the decision went something like, so the money was guaranteed. Yes, fully guaranteed, but they shouldn't get it because they failed to give the website multinational tournament functionality. Was that required within the contract terms? No. No, get out of here. Yeah, so having to pay the money they themselves fully guaranteed, big loss for Upper Deck there. But just how big could this loss get, as they stood to lose way more dosh if even a single one of BreaKey's countersuits ended up hitting? We'll tackle these in order of least to most devastating, starting off surprisingly with BreaKey's claim for $6 million of unspent advertising. BreaKey argued that they were entitled to the remaining amount of the money that was supposed to be spent in that $6 million advertising budget Upper Deck was required to use, which would have granted them a solid total of however much was left. Yeah, a concrete number for this remaining amount was not given, and if how much is left over seems like an important number to know, it is. Claim denied. Next up, lost royalties in the second year of the agreement. This is where we meet the main character of this segment. BreaKey hired economist Marion B. Stewart, who comes in and just really hammers home what we've been dealing with here. BreaKey brought Stewart in to show that Upper Deck's failures in that second term caused BreaKey to lose out on $9.4 million in royalties. So Upper Deck, per their agreement, should have to pay an additional $6.9 million on top of the $2.5 guaranteed. How did Stewart arrive at this number? Well, this was calculated using the sale of the 15,000 boxes from Studio 100. That agreement only lasted half the year, so therefore the figure was doubled to get 30,000 and multiplied that by $32, gotten from a combination of a sales report by a Spanish company called Deset from 2002, which BreaKey never contacted, a discussion about BreaKey's sales in the Netherlands, and 3 Upper Deck documents. Stewart concluded that BreaKey lost at least $8 million in royalties in the material territories. And this was combined with a similar analysis in 13 other countries with, quote, per capita income levels and rates of interest use at least as high as those at the lower end of the list in the material territories, for sales of 1.4 million achieving the 9.4 million. Confused? Yeah, so was everybody else. BreaKey was then asked to identify documents that showed that the sales by Studio 100 happened over a 6-month period. It instead submitted a declaration by BreaKey's managing director, which stated that this happened because the boxes were delivered in December 2003, Studio 100 stopped selling the boxes in early June 2004, and Studio 100 did not return any unsold boxes to BreaKey, which was allowed under the license agreement. And if they didn't return the boxes, this must mean that they sold them all, yeah? Checkmate. That is not admissible evidence! Stewart then pointed to other data that was evidence for Upper Deck making sales greater than $25 million, all of which were also dismissed. I can't believe they were either, not when he was using rock-solid data points like these. A single comment by Upper Deck CEO over dinner where he said the product would generate $120 to $180 million in sales each year. An internal Upper Deck document titled Brand Strategy that notes a worldwide launch and lists among their brand objectives generating $50 million in revenue by December of 2004, and Stewart's own projected sales for 37 countries, although the court noted that the product had never been sold in 35 of them. Just a real rock star out there. Yeah, unsurprisingly, every single one of these was dismissed. Along with that, the court said that Stewart's calculations, quote, are based on too many unsupportable assumptions to establish the existence of lost royalties within the reasonable certainty required, and then his extrapolation was also scrutinized. Brother couldn't even get the chart right. So this claim also ended up being denied. But never fear, we've still got one left, and it blows all of this other noise out of the water, as this is BreaKey's chance to really rake in the cash with lost royalties beyond the term of agreement. BreaKey argued that it could have made more money in a future license agreement, but that it couldn't now because of Upper Deck's wrongful conduct screwing over the brand perception. Dude, I can't believe Upper Deck made us look like a complete waste of plastic and resources. What the balls? To figure out just how much Upper Deck shenanigans cost them in the long run, they brought their boy Stewart back in to ring in this home run. And he came up with the totally reasonable figure of $19.6 million. It is not explained how this figure was achieved. I have run out of reasonable reactions? Seeing the writing on the wall here, BreaKey also tried to argue based on logic that no company will license a product if that product's patentability is being challenged, if that product has been dumped on the market and then withdrawn, if a major former licensee of the product is defaming the product and the product's owners, and if they thereby might be dragged into litigation. Okay, BreaKey, you're kind of spitting there. That was pretty good. Now, what data do you have to back that up? Well, none, but it sounded cool when I wrote it down. Can I please have $20 million? BreaKey did not supply any material evidence supporting these claims, and the court stated that these arguments were, quote, not a substitute for a plaintiff's obligation to provide evidence of facts that support the applicability of the expert's opinion to the case. Basically begging, can you please provide a smidgen of actual admissible evidence? Surprisingly, BreaKey went, oh yeah, we can! Hold on a second. There's no shot. There's not a single shot. Okay, so what we have here is a declaration from a potential licensee that echoes the sentiments that we put forward in our statement, directly confirming that this mindset can be applied to our current situation. Oh dang, this is actual admissible evidence. You can legitimately do something with this. Sweet, when did you guys get your hands on this? Oh, we had it the entire time. We withheld it during discovery. They might be dumber than we are. The fact that they had purposefully withheld this information during the discovery phase meant that this evidence was completely inadmissible, meaning that all they had to go off of was a statement that they couldn't back up and Stewart's $20 million figure that he refused to show the math for. Needless to say, this one was also denied, officially closing the case by granting partial summary judgment to BreaKey while denying its countersuit claims. And that officially puts a close to the BreaKey Files. So to remind you of what we all just witnessed here, let's do a quick recap. BreaKey, the company, patents their awesome idea of BreaKey, the product, disposable plastic keys that permanently break on a loss. These keys can, however, be recycled sometimes, be used to build things, or in an alternate timeline, be eaten because they're made of sugar. BreaKey, the company, shows up to Upper Deck HQ and shows off BreaKey, the product. Upper Deck loves it so much that they immediately jump on board. Upper Deck signs a 2-year contract with BreaKey, the company, where they pay $2.5 million upfront to have the exclusive rights to sell BreaKey nearly worldwide. BreaKey, in return, needs to give them a source code for a website. Upper Deck cashes in every favor they've ever had to get BreaKey, the product, tied in with shows, sports, and characters, commissions a traveling tournament all over Europe, holds a few of them in the US at various Toys R Us locations, makes 2 separate European television programs all about playing the game for prizes, and allegedly commissions the Backstreet Boys to write a song about the keys in exchange for bankrolling a nationwide tour. After doing all of this, Upper Deck is so upset that their provided website does not contain multinational tournament functionality that they sue BreaKey to withhold the extra $2.5 million that they previously guaranteed, ruining the relationship and killing any chance of BreaKey succeeding. BreaKey, of course, wins the lawsuit because the money was guaranteed, but fumble around in the courtroom so much that their countersuits are denied and they don't get a cent more than their fully guaranteed money. The result of this is millions of dollars wasted, an entire product line built, hyped up, and killed off for no reason, and the complete and total degradation of my physical and mental well-being for having to experience all of this. And what happened to Upper Deck after all this? After they lost anywhere from $8 to $10 million farting around with this BreaKey nonsense? They'd go out and buy their former competitor Fleer. It didn't do anything. It had practically no impact on them at all. It's like it never even happened. This nonsense doesn't even appear on the Upper Deck Wikipedia page. That has a whole section for lawsuits, and none of these three are there. I'm constantly having to double check and make sure I'm not on some strange Dutch prank show and that this is all real. The fact that all of this took place is absolutely wild. But the fact that all of this happened and then everyone involved just seemed to immediately forget about it is somehow even crazier. Upper Deck didn't even flinch. They just said, business is business, and then rode off into the shining, gleaming sunset. You know, up until they got sued by Konami for producing counterfeit Yu-Gi-Oh cards, lost their license to the property, and went bankrupt 4 years later, but business is business. This is, without a doubt, one of the wildest board game stories on the market. The unrelenting barrage of gut punch after gut punch of information is truly astonishing. And I want to give another massive thank you to the team who put this collection together for digging up this oil well of whack crap for us to experience. If you want to take a look at the files for yourself, I'll have them linked down in the description. They are still being updated with new information every time one of these guys stumbles across something. For example, while I was making the video, they figured out that the online game at one point had a peak of 27,000 players. Europe, if you give me a valid reason to hate on you, that makes it less fun. As for me, I am glad that I now have absolutely no reason to ever talk about this game again. I learned it, I bought it, I broke it, there is nothing else for me to do short of holding a tournament myself, and I don't have $6 million that I'm contractually obligated to spend. So this is the last you're gonna hear about this garbage for quite some time. As such, I've prepared this goodbye message for our glorious Bray King that we should all strive to remember. BreaKey would have taken off, that I guarantee. Remember that in Benelux, they sold out of the key. If you think that's a stretch, that this trash is not a winner, remember what the kids did when they met the fidget spinner. So we got really lucky that this business just imploded, or else the landfills everywhere would have gotten overloaded. So the next time that you see a fad that you can't comprehend, remember your pal BreaKey and just ignore the trend. And now, a preview of the proceedings.
It's crazy what you can do when you can play the game! I ask the 8-ball, am I about to die? And it just breaks in my hands.
I voted for 15 love in the Wii Go turn. I changed my mind.
I will suffer. Let me suffer.
Alright, fine. How's it going, dudes? During my quest to port over a couple of titles to tabletop for the public to enjoy, it was brought to my attention many times that a certain figure had already been carried over to the platform. A vicious, violent varmint who takes no prisoners and shows no mercy. Everyone's favorite board game host / demon, the video board game Rap Rat. I, of course, had to check this out for myself, and lo and behold, there it was. Board, dice, puzzle pieces, and crucially, the entire VHS video of the creature thanks to a YouTube video of the full NTSC tape. And my first thought after seeing this was, this seems like an excellent opportunity to dish out some suffering. So I called out to my patrons and members and asked who would be up for celebrating the Rat's worst board game of all time tournament run by jumping into a game with the vermin. And I gotta say, the amount of people who were just willing to throw their life away was surprisingly high. As such, I developed a plan to attempt to take down the rat once and for all. We divide our brave band of exterminators into 3 groups, each one taking on one of the 3 levels present in the game with me as the referee. And the player that wins each level, or does the best if no one can get all the puzzle pieces, will be selected to move on to the final challenge, where I will join them in a last-ditch effort to destroy this demon once and for all. Some of them will lose their souls along the way, but you can't make an omelet without a few poorly informed eggs. As for you, the viewer, I've added a few quality of life improvements to help you out. You see, the game is very fast-paced, tough to follow, and sometimes the rat just makes absolutely no sense at all. So every time he appears, I will add the Rap Rat translated bar so that you can tell what his punishment is. The text will be the color of whichever player is getting hit with the effect, so you'll also know who is getting screwed over there as well. Each player's text will correspond to what color they are in each game, so don't be surprised when there's a new voice for blue every round. Also, don't be surprised if I end up giving the wrong text color here or there, because I have 12 brand new voices to keep track of, and it's not a KamSandwich video without at least one error. We also ran a marathon game after, where we played all 3 games without stopping just to see if anyone could make it. But that ended up taking way too long to add, so if you'd like to see that in the future, let me know. As you can expect, this session was hectic, stupid, and full of misery, but was also extremely fun for those that are into that kind of thing. So I'm very excited to show off what the heck we all went through here. And, yeah, I think that's it. Let's get grooving.
Alright, everybody start speaking at the same time.
Yes.
I love. I'm going to start
The name is Ratting Adventure. It's on public. And the password is Rap Rat the Boss. All the first letters are caps.
Alright. Any caps?
Is it in lowercase?
The first letter of each word is capitalized.
Oh, I did. The
Spaces?
first 2 words were capitalized.
Connect.
True.
Failed to connect. What?
I also failed to connect.
You just like type the password into
Make sure
general.
you put spaces between each word.
Oh yeah, there are spaces in each word.
That makes sense.
I got in as a spectator.
In tabletop.
Alright, just keep refreshing
it. Incorrect.
It's working.
Oh, there's space. Why would there be spaces in a password?
I'm sorry. So, the way this game works is, I'll have this thing going on in the background, the video will play, and you'll have 10 minutes to get all of the puzzle pieces from your puzzle, from the bottom to the top. All you gotta do is move them like this. What you do on your turn is, say I'm orange, I roll the dice, I rolled a purple, I move to purple, and then my turn is over. I put it over here. So, the main thing, the only way to get a puzzle piece is if you roll your color, you go to this, and then you move the puzzle piece up. Very simple. Once you are done rolling, your turn is over, you've moved your body, you've moved your puzzle piece, whatever, you have to put the dice on the next person's thing so that they can go. What's cool about this is that it locks in because of the puzzle pieces, so as soon as it hits their board, it's their turn. You do not want to have that die in your hand when that rat shows up on the screen, or else you are done for. Okay, can you hear the guy now?
You got it wrong.
Yes.
There we go! We got it! Yes!
Lights, camera, action! Now you're looking at the star attraction. Yeah, history in the making. And all y'all's for the taking. I'm talk of the town. The cold side of cool. I'm a legend in a lunchtime. I'm a oncer in a lifetime. Got an A in attitude and lots of gratitude. I'm a rat-a-tat, rat.
What a creature.
Everybody smile, please. And say cheese.
Cheese.
Hey, don't stress. Have fun now. Have fun now. Have fun now. Cause the rat's on the run now.
Go! Blue.
Blue. And it's this direction.
Yes, like that. Now put the... Yep. There you go. Hurry, he's coming. Yellow. Oh, stop!
Happy, and happening. Everybody smile, please. And say cheese.
Cheese.
If you see it, I read it. But if you didn't say cheese, then this is a freeze. Miss a turn, miss a turn, miss
Did
a
everybody
turn,
say
please, 'cause you
cheese?
just gotta learn when I say
Yes.
please.
All right, nobody misses the turn. All right, you can give it to SF now. Green.
Oh, green.
Yeah, that's a green one. Hurry, hurry, yellow.
Yellow, yellow, yellow,
No.
This is a rat attack. Who's go? Please say cheese. Cheese.
Cheese.
Miss a turn.
Miss a turn.
Gotta learn. Get that cheese in your hand. You'll be staying where you land.
Okay. Toko misses her next turn. Go. Green. It's good. It's good.
I'm back with a rat attack. Who's go?
You can go ahead and
Who's
move the
just
yellow.
about to have a throw? Say cheese. Cheese. You are busted, caught red-handed, and staying where you landed. Cause you gotta put your hands on your head, hands on your head, hands on your head, yeah.
Oh.
You heard what the rat said. Stay that way.
You have to put your
okay?
hands on your head until the horn sings. You can't play until then.
Got
So it goes to Glass. It's your turn, yellow. Go.
Oh yeah, right. Sorry.
Hurry, hurry, hurry.
Right. Okay, good. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Blue. Oh, you get a puzzle piece. Hurry, hurry.
Hey.
with a rat
And you
attack.
go your
Who's
turn.
go? Who's go? Who's just about to have a
That's
throw?
27.
Say cheese. Cheese.
Cheese.
You are busted. Caught in the act, and that's a fact, Jack. On your feet, on your feet, on your feet, and make it fast, cause you can't touch a thing till you hear the bell.
All right, so you have to stand up until the bell rings. You can't play until then. Toko's turn. Yellow.
Yellow.
Orange. And it goes back to Toko because the other two aren't allowed to play.
Take your head
Stop.
Off your head, off your head, off your head.
I'm sorry, Toko.
And then load off your feet, off your feet, off your feet. That was the bell ring.
All right.
Now I wanna hear
27 and
everybody sing
SF, you're
say
back in the
cheese.
game.
Cheese.
Cheese.
Rapping and over the moon singing a different tune. But hey, don't get busted.
All right, you're up. No penalty.
Okay, cool.
Hurry, give it to Green. Oh, it's in your hand.
Only joking, only joking, only joking.
Oh, a fake out.
Oh.
The rat has mercy. Go.
Go, hurry.
Busted.
Purple.
Jack, what's happening, Mac? Who's go? Who's go?
Oh,
Who's about to have a
that's
throw?
yellow.
Say cheese. Give this a shot. It's called jumping on the spot, and that means bouncing.
Oh, no.
You can't play because it just gotta stay that way until the bell rings.
You have to-
If you stop jumping, I'll be doing some bumping. So make sure you give me your best in this test. As for the rest, see ya.
All right.
It's a puzzle. Purple. That's a puzzle.
Now I get to do the puzzle.
Hurry, hand the die off.
Who's go? Who's just about to have a throw?
That's
Say
green.
cheese. I'm
Cheese.
picking a chicken. And you better start clucking around me plucking your puzzle. Yeah. You gotta act like a chooker. You'll be in the back looking, don't you play while I'm away. Keep That was the bell.
It's fine. There's no penalty here, so you're
Jumping on the
good.
spot. I'm here to say, hey, thanks a lot. But now you can stop.
Okay, you two can finally stop acting to jump in it. Hurry.
I'm back with a rap attack. Who's go? Who's just about to have a throw? Say cheese.
Cheese.
You are busted, trapped and capped. Return a piece of your puzzle. That should wipe the smile off your muzzle.
Return a piece of your puzzle.
I don't even have
That's over here, yeah.
I'm not here.
Hurry, hand it off. Blue! That's two!
Busted.
No.
Busted. This is a rat-tat-tat, rat attack. Who's go? Say it once, say it well. Puff up your cheeks and give it a yell. Say cheese. I'm a rodent. I'm a rocker. And this is a shocker. Return every piece of your puzzle, cause I'm feeling wild.
Green.
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 How does anyone win this game? Like,
Is that yellow?
wait, that's yellow. You get a
That's a
piece.
puzzle piece. Hurry, get rid of the die. No!
Busted! This is a sneak attack from the rat. Who's go? Who's about to have a throw?
Me.
Say cheese!
Hey.
This ain't a
Cheese.
question, it ain't a suggestion. It's a command, cause I got the upper hand. Oh yeah!
Really
Return every piece of your puzzle. Fast!
There's
This
no
cheese,
cheese
this
left.
cheese ain't
Spicy.
gonna...
Red. Oh no, hurry!
It's the air raid siren.
I'm eating the cheese and that game was a breeze.
Oh, the game is over.
Applause, please.
Yay!
I'm the winner, I'm the grinner, I'm a rat-tat-tat champion, rat. I'm a heartbreaker, a record maker, a trendsetter, a go-getter, a jet setter. I just keep getting better. I'm a rat-tat-tat, rat.
We got.
How do you get a whole piece? This game is impossible. At least you win Candyland.
We got really close, to be fair. SF, you got one puzzle piece. 27-2 at one point before the rat took them all away.
I was robbed.
Toko, I don't think you got a single puzzle piece the whole game.
No! Damn it, I voted for 15 love in the Weave Go turn. I changed my mind. I retroactively go back and vote for Rat.
This is why I was on the team of Rat Sweep.
Rat sweep. What do you mean? We had.
He needed a Rat Sweep.
You got to roll the dice so much though. Wasn't that so much fun?
I got to jump up and down for like what, a minute, 2 minutes? That was fun.
So SF, with the one puzzle piece you collected, that advances you to the finals. Congratulations.
Is that really a win, though?
I really don't think it is. All right, spectators. Game one. Game one.
Oh, no.
Game one.
Next.
Game one is over. Everybody come into general, and we'll say who's next. Okay, so game one is a massive success. SF won with one puzzle piece collected.
What? Oh my, you guys did that poorly?
To be fair, 27 did get 2 puzzle pieces, but the rat made him give them all back.
What?
The rat knows no mercy. My god.
Okay, so group 2, you're up. You'll be playing game 2.
Wait, isn't game 3 the hardest? Does that mean group 3 is just getting told to cope?
Yeah.
There's difficulties.
I have a bad
Yeah, that was the easiest one. You guys got the easiest game.
Oh lord.
You got one puzzle piece.
I doubt anyone will get any pieces at the end.
I'm going to turn down the resolution so it's actually windowed, so my game is going to look garbage, but I think that adds to the experience.
It's authentic.
You get the
It's
true,
authentic.
the true
Those
VHS,
terrible like, VHS
crunch.
filters.
Who threw the rat puzzle piece? Okay, so it's not one of you guys. Keep that. You need that, or else he's gonna.
I'm having trouble even getting in because I got kicked out somehow.
They're playing Trump the game in the other screen.
It's not. No, my puzzle. It wasn't much better. We were playing a game called Go Fish for Freaks. So.
Oh, nice.
I'm not seeing a green space. I'm just seeing a gray circle and a blur.
Okay, so move down, and there might be circles around the outside of the table.
I'm not even seeing a table.
Oh.
What?
Oh. Oh, whoops, sorry guys, I deleted everyone's text when I was just trying to delete
My
mine.
poem.
Yeah, I'm not at all surprised that we're running into issues, because we ran into so many issues with the first group.
Yeah, the maintenance you guys were like doing before the game lasted longer than the actual rounds.
Okay, now Tabletop Simulator appears to have broken entirely, and also I can't log into Steam.
Jesus Christ.
I can't even find it in Task Manager. It's just... Okay, I'm going to drop out of the Discord call for a minute, if only because I'm going to reboot my entire computer. Just to see if that helps. I will be back.
Okay,
hopefully.
actually, Wario, you do that. You troubleshoot. I will.
I want to switch me out with someone
Yeah,
else.
I'll go to group 3 and switch you out with one of them and bring them in, and that way we give you more time.
Fate has spoken. I'm destined for the hell round.
Then you can swap hands with someone, and if you play a 0, you can.
Hello.
Everyone has to rotate their hands clockwise.
Hello, group 3. I have a proposition for you. The Rap Rat crashed Wario's entire operating system. Would one of you like to take his spot so he can troubleshoot his computer?
I'd like to stick in group 3, I think.
Okay.
I'll do it.
I'll
help.
Who wants to jump into group 2?
Me, Demi friend.
Demi friend? Okay. I had you in group 2 anyway.
What?
What are you doing out here?
I was in group 3.
Well, would you look at that? It balanced itself out. You're destined for group 2. Go ahead and jump into the Europe chat where you belong. Do you have a color? You don't. What color do you want to be?
Oh god, there's so many colors. Green, I guess.
Green? Okay, do you see a green circle over there?
Despite this?
Wait, no! First spot.
Oh, too bad. You're green now.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Why is he counting?
Stop looking at me.
6. And original, inspirational, educational, recreational, sensational, rap.
Stop saying words.
Sophisticated, tolerated, considerated, adulated, rock, rodent. Yeah, and if you're all steady, I'm ready. Now you're rapping with the rat, and you're the first to get a burst, so roll that cube, dude. This is game 2 in go mode, and the rat's on the run.
Go! Go! Roll the dice!
Roll it!
Blue! Alright, now pass it off.
Go!
Yellow turn.
Oh, it goes. Come on.
Yellow! That's a puzzle piece! Okay, you gotta move it up and then you can pass the die off. Go! Oh!
No. This is a rat attack. Who's go? Please say cheese.
Me.
Cheese. Miss a turn.
Miss a turn.
Gotta look. If that cube's in your head, you'll be staying where you live.
We'll just take that as your miss turn since you didn't move. Okay, go red, go! Orange!
Hurry!
Blue!
Yeah!
Quick, take a puzzle piece. Pass it off. Purple. You gotta.
Bust it.
No!
Who's throw? Who is just about to ever go? Say cheese.
Cheese.
Guess what I got coming your way today? Jose. Lift that peg, cause you just gotta stand on one little leg.
What?
Stand
on one
you
leg.
can't play and you just gotta stay that way till you hear a horn, and don't dare play cause you just gotta stay that way.
Okay. You have to stay on one leg until you hear a horn, and you can't play until then.
Okay.
Yellow again! Another piece.
Give me another piece. Fuck. Come on.
Hurry.
Blue! Oh, it's crazy out here.
Oh my god.
Hurry, pass it off.
The competitive
Did
season.
that go on his board?
No, it wasn't on his board. It was above it.
Oh, jeez, I'm sorry.
Jive, turkey, but you're a dance monkey. And if you don't want to be a flunky, you better start stepping out in style. Dance to the beat and kick up them feet, and don't you cheat.
You have to dance until the horn sounds.
Keep dancing till you hear a horn, and don't dare play, cause you just gotta stay that way, Jose.
Dance until the horn.
Translator. I'm not playing. I can't play. Yeah, I gotta go.
Green.
Fuck. Okay, that's the horn.
And if you're on one leg or
Yep.
dancing a
So it goes to Eddie Keddy.
We're good.
You two can play again.
Thank God.
Red.
Take it.
Green.
I don't want it.
Green.
Come on, that's my green.
Hurry. Hurry, pass it off. We're back to punishments. We're back to...
Green. That's not me. Oh god, that was not me.
And fired for fun. A rip,
You can go ahead and move him,
roaring
yeah.
rodent, raring to rap it out. I've got the looks, I've read all the books, got me a personality. You have just gotta see, 'cause I'm a rat. Let's cut loose, goose, with some rat Rubik's. Come on, everybody. This is a rat riot, and I'm the reason for rebellion. Stand up, and get down on your feet and move to the beat. Brothers and sisters, dance.
Everybody's gotta dance. Hurry.
I'm back to dancing, I guess.
Everybody's gotta dance. Keep dancing.
He's still eating?
Yeah, the timer still goes.
This is rodent.
Keep dancing. Keep dancing. Yeah, the timer is still going.
Please.
Let me have my turn.
Then this is the score. Return every piece of your puzzle.
Okay, you're good. As long as you danced, you're good. Okay, now go.
Oh my god. Take your dice back. It's not my turn anymore.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right. You have lost one. Good. Oh, green.
That's not you.
Green, you get a piece. You get a puzzle.
Finally.
Busted.
Oh.
This is a rat-tat-tat-tat. Rap attack. Who's go? Say it once.
You can go ahead and move to red.
Puff up your cheeks and give it a yell. Say cheese.
Cheese.
Roll it. Rocka. And this is a shocker. Return every piece of your.
You bastard!
Alright, go.
Oh no.
I was doing so well. No.
Red can play again. Yay.
I'm winning.
Green.
This game smells.
With a new scene.
Oh, that's red.
Baby, it's
okay.
mean.
Oh.
If your color's on the screen, you better sound off, and come squeaky clean. Say cheese.
Cheese.
Look down here, and lend me an ear. This word makes a sound, and it's a word that can be heard. You gotta keep making that noise while you play, or you're gonna pay. 'Cause if you stop sounding off, before I get back, I'll blow my stack and cut some slack, and you'll have to miss a turn to learn.
Blue and yellow, you have to make car noises. Green!
If this is your color, stand up and say the rap rules rap. Hit it!
I do what?
The rap rules rat. Say it. The rap rules rat.
Because you gotta do what he says. He's a bot.
Miss one turn because you gotta.
Did either of you say the rap rules rap?
But I didn't say it.
Okay, then you miss a turn.
Oh no!
But person, you got it off, then you're good.
Only joking.
Oh!
Oh, joking.
Joking.
You...
Green!
Oh my! This comeback story is.
This is the comeback. Give me one piece.
Uh oh, guys.
I win.
No!
That ain't no sin. And man, can I grin with an ear to ear leer as all the crowd cheer. Because the cheese got eaten and you got beaten. Game, set, and match and scratch.
You had us dance for 5 minutes, you wrote it!
I'm a rat. You can folly or don't do this, and you can't do that under rat. Because it's rebellion.
I've never
I'm
felt so
yelling,
much
and the
hatred for
solution
one
is a
creature than I do now.
revolution. If you're tired of losing and taking a bruising, just press stop, and
That's enough.
Okay, Demi, I gotta say, that comeback was immaculate.
Crazy. I rolled 3 queens in a row.
First, cousin, did you get a single puzzle piece that whole game?
I never rolled red, ever.
With Eddie, Ketty, and Demi tying, you can either both go to the final and we can have 5 people in there, or we can
Do we want to guarantee that that final game will not finish?
Or you can have a roll off to see who moves on. Do you want to?
I'd be good with us. I'd be good with us both going.
You want to? Okay.
I'm good with that too, because I'm notoriously unlucky, and this 3 right here, that's probably the only 3 I'm gonna get the entire day.
More souls for the slaughter. I like it.
Avenge me,
Mr. Person. You got so screwed.
Cam, I didn't believe you when you said the game was bad. I believe you.
No, you know what? No. I gotta admit, that was exhilarating.
I'm wheezing and gasping for air.
I gotta say, I was on the edge of my seat.
Oh my.
What is going on in here?
Why
are there
I
so
don't
many
know.
guys?
Questions are dangerous.
Yeah, tell the class how much fun you guys had in game 2.
I got so
honestly,
over.
this game is peak.
The craziest comeback I've ever had in any game.
This game is incredible. The people that said it deserved to win the tournament, you are crazy.
Demi was down and rolled 3 greens in a row to tie for the lead.
Come back.
Let's not talk about what happened to Person. Let's not talk about that.
Yeah, Mr. Person kind of.
What happened to Person?
They were in the lead with 2 puzzle pieces and got hit with the old return every piece of your puzzle.
Yeah, I didn't say it out loud, but I watched that happen in real time from the sidelines. I'm like, ooh.
The part that sucks the most is that Person did what the rat asked and still lost.
I did everything the rat asked.
He didn't miss a single command.
Doesn't the introductory rat like intro spiel say that it'll give you a piece of your puzzle like occasionally? Like
it said he would.
He's a rat bastard.
I will offer a preposition. Group 3, would you rather play one of the first 2 games and leave game 3 just for the people that moved on, or would you like game 3 and the winner gets a little bit of a scouting report?
I'm going all in. We're going all in.
Game 3. I
didn't sit through 2 just to not do game 3.
All right, and then Wario, if he managed to get back in here.
Yep, okay. I'm back. I figured out what the problem is. Apparently, Tabletop Simulator does not play nicely with VPNs.
Ah.
I see.
Are they gonna go play more Freaky Go Fish?
I'm excited to see the footage of whatever Freaky Go Fish.
You'll see. Oh, you'll see.
Okay.
You're missing out. You're truly missing out.
Okay, JMD, do you have the Weezer Blue album?
I mean, I have it on vinyl, but I don't have it as a card in my hand. Sorry.
God damn it.
I'm not in.
Oh, you're not in yet?
Well, I mean, I'm in, but I'm on spectators right now.
You will get to roll the number die so that you can actually play the game.
No. I'm rolling. I am rolling the color die like a real man.
I'm not colorblind and I can't even see the yellow. I can't.
Yeah, no, it's.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah, same.
I will suffer. Let me suffer.
All right, fine. Where'd you send the number die?
All I did was hit roll.
Where did it go?
Right there. It's in the table.
You put it into the table. It's spinning. How did you do this?
All I did was hit roll.
Oh my goodness. They're playing Chungus Odyssey 2. We'll figure out who's going first. The other 2, it's the oldest goes first and then the youngest goes first. In this round, he never says who goes first. He just says go. And he leaves you to figure that out. So we're gonna roll to see who goes first. Okay, Blue will go
Yay.
first. Alrighty, so we'll go ahead and the rat will introduce game 3 after his countdown.
Rewind, and I'm on my way, and we'll find time to play another day.
God.
You want another lashing of rat bashing? Ooh, that's
I just have the feeling like when you open like a Ouija board, like it's not real, but
as smooth as the O in air. Oh yeah. I'm the rat with a fair share of flair. A mighty big lair, but I really don't care, 'cause I'm a rare raven, rippin', rockin' rap on the run. Woo!
Can I start the game?
Oh, roll! You go! Blue!
Go.
Starting off, nice. Now give it to purple.
Okay.
Blue.
Where am I at?
Oh, you're down there. Hurry, go. It's blue.
Oh, say cheese. You gotta bark down, till you hear the siren sound.
So
don't.
I don't think that hit before he popped in.
Woof 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 woof.
I have to turn up the stream so I can actually hear it.
Woof 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 woof. Woof woof woof.
Alright, pass it off, pass it off.
Woof woof woof.
No, green.
I didn't get my turn.
Who's go? Say cheese.
That's it. He gave it to the wrong guy.
But I think you look like the missing link. This is my tape, so get in shape, cause you gotta act like an ape, a thriller, gorilla just hanging around
Woof.
till you hear the
Woof
siren
ooh ooh ah ah woof ooh ooh ah ah.
Yeah.
Yellow.
You moved the wrong piece.
I'll move him over there. He didn't get it off again.
I guess that's. Is it me, cheese?
Cause you and I
Yeah.
are gonna have a rage.
So
What the hell did you just say?
Many turns you gotta
Rage.
miss, so blow me a kiss.
I gotta miss all the turns according to my age. Okay,
Wait,
I'm
is that
missing
me?
20.
did
Is it me?
he say
Or is it
age?
purple?
Purple.
Yeah,
He said age.
He said
Okay,
age.
I'm out of the game then. Goodbye. I returned a piece of my puzzle. I am missing my turn.
Yeah, that's one.
Yellow.
Are we actually counting this?
This is a rat attack, and if you're on a spot
Alright.
colored purple or one colored yellow,
Purple or yellow.
time for you to mellow out while I bellow out. Return a piece of your puzzle.
Ooh, orange and green. Return a piece of your puzzle. Blue, you're good. You're on red. Blue. Blue's on red, so he's good. Green roll. Green.
Oh, now. Okay, now I get one.
That was a good. That was great timing.
Yeah.
Orange.
This is a rat attack, and if you're on a spot colored green,
Yeah, you can go ahead and
or
give
a
that.
spot colored
Ooh.
you can take it as return a piece of your puzzle. Or miss
Fucking mean.
Purple. That is your second miss turn.
Yes, thank you, Cam.
Hand it off. Hand it off.
Green, your turn.
Hand it off. Green.
Oh, crap.
Quick, take a puzzle piece. Green. Oh, that's blue.
This is a rat attack, and I know where you're all at. In double trouble, cause I'm bursting your bubble. Who's go? Who is about to have a throw? Say cheese.
I guess it would have been my turn.
No, it's blue because he has it.
Backwards again. Before I do.
Count from 1 to 10 and backwards again when he starts. Otherwise, you're done for.
In the mail. Ready, set, go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There you go.
But if you won that race, you're an ace with the pace. Take a piece.
Ooh,
of
blue gets a puzzle piece.
Oh, dang.
I was trying to mess him up.
Blue for orange.
Alright, green, go. Green.
Purple, that is your third miss turn. Green!
Yes, thank you, Cam.
Dude, he's
Stop
tearing
getting
it up.
Oh. I don't know how
Blue!
This is a rat attack. Getting
Dude, he
better
hates you.
to the letter. Who's go? Who's go?
That is still blue.
Who's just about to have a throw? Say cheese.
Cheese.
I call this alphabet soup. You gotta repeat it before the chicken flies the coop. Or you ain't in the loop.
You gotta say the full alphabet
Say your
before he
ABCs,
does.
Say your ABCs faster
Oh,
than
I already
me,
did that.
or you won't get
No, it's blue this time, though.
Let's do it again.
A, B,
Yeah.
C,
Do it
D,
again.
E, F, G, H, I, J,
Go!
K,
Go!
L, M, N, O, P,
I
Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y,
I couldn't
Z,
even
Z,
hear
Z.
him
If
start
you
because the
didn't make a
conversation
mistake,
going
I know, you got it
take
off,
a
though.
piece of puzzle.
There you go.
Well done.
The plot.
Another puzzle?
Yep, another puzzle.
You know what you got? Nothing.
Alright, orange, go. Purple, that is 4 miss turns.
Green.
Yes, thank you, Cam.
Red.
Now it's red.
Ooh!
This is
Darn.
a rat attack. Who's go?
That
Who's
is
go?
green.
Who's just
That'd be
about
me.
to have a throw? throw, say cheese.
Cheese.
Oh, you can
Cheese.
spell your name, or it's gonna be a shame. Spell it within five.
You have 5 seconds to spell your name.
Can I do my username so I don't
Yeah.
box myself?
Yeah. Go!
RBONACK7.
If you got it right, I won't
Yep,
be
that was
tight.
it.
Take a piece of puzzle.
You get a puzzle piece.
Whoa.
Blue turn.
Oh, you know what? Now seems like a good time for me to go take a bathroom break. I'll see you guys later.
Move.
If this is your color, stand up and say, the rodent rocks my socks. Hit it.
Do it.
The rodent rocks my rocks my socks.
Feet, you missed the beat.
Did you stand up?
And you don't get a
No.
treat. You stood proud and said it loud. Take a piece of your
Nobody gets a puzzle
Oh wait,
piece.
I don't lose. I don't lose a turn.
Yeah, you just don't get a puzzle piece.
Okay. Well, I'm not getting a puzzle piece anyways. Thanks, Rat Rat. All right, Green, your turn.
Come on.
Green's up. Green's up. Ooh.
This is a
Red
rat
thing.
attack. How low can I go? I'll show you
I thought
once
you had
I
4.
find out
Oh,
who's
there you go.
goal. So who is about to have a throw?
I got tired of
Smile,
fighting with the
smile,
rotation.
Smile, please, and say cheese.
Cheese.
You gotta lie flat out on the floor.
Cheese,
Lie
I just
flat
popped
out on
back.
the floor. Lie flat out on the floor. Make like a lizard in a blizzard or a
I can't hear what he's saying.
Gizzard. You can't play because you gotta
Okay.
stay that way.
Tabletop simulator, but you gotta do it.
Till you hear me snore.
You can't play until you hear the horn. You can't.
I think it said something about I have to lie on the floor.
That is Purple's 7th missed turn. He's
That's
giving you
fine.
no
Yeah,
time.
thank
He's giving you.
About to have a throw. Say cheese.
Why did you move my cheese?
Give me a round of applause. You asked
Orange
for
moved
it
my
just
cheese.
because. Keep clapping some more till you hear me
Okay,
snore.
JMD, you have to keep clapping until he snores, and you can't play until then. Blue, you're the only one that can play.
So what happens?
He just keeps going. Purple, that's your 8th
Do I
missed
just
turn.
automatically get the
Yes,
next?
thank you, Cam.
Purple, that's your 9th missed turn.
Yes, thank you, Cam.
Purple, that's your 10th missed turn.
Yes, thank you, Cam.
Alright, everybody's allowed to play again, except Purple. That was his 11th missed turn.
Yes, thank you, Cam.
Cheese.
Cheese.
Savor the flavor. Take a piece of puzzle. I can't.
Oh, everyone that said cheese gets a puzzle piece.
Oh, nice. It's number
Hooray!
6.
Alright, go orange. Red.
All right, Green, go.
Pass it to green. You gotta pass it.
Eh.
Red, yeah. Pass it to
All
blue.
right, pass it to blue.
Green. Green. That is your 12th missed turn.
Yes, thank you, Cam.
Uh-oh.
Why is there a siren?
Uh-oh.
I win. So take
That's the game.
That's it?
Scrap my stuff, cause I got nothing up my cup just to be kicked from a head.
Dude.
Dang, Blue was killing it.
It's
most of
crazy
his-
what you can do when you can play the game!
I'm a creation deserving a standing ovation and all your elation. I ain't no
No.
poor
What a play. Gosh dang.
Peak cinema! Peak cinema!
6 puzzle pieces. Incredible. And Purple, you almost got, what, you got 60% of the way through of your punishment?
Yup!
I got 4, which I think is above average, so I'm going to take that as a win.
That is the second best we've had all day, is 4.
Though I do gotta say, this game was really well made. Really well made game.
Very good.
Yeah.
Totally balanced, perfectly balanced in all its ways.
Dude,
I see no issues here. You know, in some sick, twisted way, I did have fun, so...
All of a sudden, in hindsight, I should probably have been more concerned that it wouldn't allow me to play the game until I turned off my VPN.
The rat knows your location. He's gonna get you. Everyone that's played the game has just doxed themselves to the rat.
Real quick.
Alright, everybody, we
Oh, we were about to finish the game.
No, Chungus Odyssey 2.
Have all players sing like it's my singing.
Wait, what? Is that a real code?
Do.
Bum.
Alright, we gotta go back to general.
Bum.
This is awful. Alright. Yeah, we got 60% of the way through his missed turns.
Unfortunate.
Wow.
Not even
I guess
close.
another question. What level are we playing? Like which of the 3 levels are we playing?
Level 3.
Oh my god.
Someone playing gets to suffer my fate, where you don't get to play the game.
Yep.
How far into the round was it?
It was
like a minute in.
Yeah.
Or something.
What?
Once again, Blue took the win with a record 6 puzzle pieces in one round.
Goodness.
Thank you.
So
that's like half the way there.
Blue.
You have subjected us long enough, Mr. Cam.
Now I get to join in
now
on the fun.
Word of advice, don't get chicken from Tesco, it's ass.
No, it is not. That is still wrong.
It literally got hit for once.
I don't care.
I have my expiration date tag and it says now.
I ask the 8-ball, am I about to die? And it just breaks in my hands.
I can still see the other one. They're playing Eels and Escalators from SpongeBob.
Yeah, Eels and Escalators!
I need to get them to play.
Alright, let me know if you've managed to get yourself to a position where you won't want to die.
I'll live.
But I really don't care, because I'm a rare, raven.
You just flung it.
I don't want to hear about that thing.
Oh, go!
Okay, I'm off.
Purple.
Purple. Okay, purple.
Pass the die. Yellow. That's a puzzle piece. Give me the die, give me the die. Gosh dang it, that hit. Red, no!
Oh no!
Cheese.
You got barked like a hound.
Alright, well, I have to bark like a dog until the siren goes off. I'm not allowed to go, so don't give me the die. Bark, oof, woof, woof, oof. Bark, ooh, woo. Oh! Arf.
Purple.
Who's go?
Oh,
say
damn it.
cheese.
Cheese.
But I think you look like the missing link. This is my tape, so get in shape, cause you gotta act like an ape, a gorilla.
Okay, you gotta make monkey noises with me.
Monkey around.
Yep, you gotta make monkey noises while I make dog noises. Or pass it to red, I don't get to play. Pass it to red, I don't get to play. Pass it to red, I don't get to play. Or red, that's a puzzle piece.
I have guests over at my house.
That's orange.
If you're making the sound of a hound.
There's no punishment here, so you're good, Purple.
I have guests over at my house.
That was the cue to stop doing that thing you
We get to play again. Go! Roll.
Lock
Hurry.
in.
Take your time. Don't give me that die, please. Come on. Alright. Gosh dang it!
Who's about to have a throw? Say cheese.
Cheese.
Give me your age.
No! Mother of pearl!
And there goes Cam in the game.
The assassination.
Oh, he's dead. Oh no.
Well, I get to referee now. What we've got? Oh,
that's me.
Orange or even one-colored blue.
I'm not.
I've got one heavy handicap for you. Return a piece of your puzzle or
I'm not.
miss it. Now don't burn.
Yellow holds the lead. Alright, that's a 1 turn for me missed.
Glad you're counting.
Ooh, a puzzle.
And if you're on a
I already
Purple.
Purple.
Oh my goodness gracious.
I put you back.
Thank you.
Okay, red, go.
This is a rap.
That's yellow, because it's Purple's turn.
And I know where you're at in double
Rap, please, rap, please.
Who's go? Who is about to
Me.
have a throw? Say cheese.
Cheese.
Count to 10, and then
What?
backwards again.
You gotta count to 10 and back down to 1 before he does.
Or you are through.
Okay.
Because if you fail, the
Yeah, right,
Just,
you can
just,
do it.
just yellow.
Ready, set, go! 1, 2, 3,
1, 2, 3,
4,
4,
5,
6,
6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
7,
9,
6,
8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
Got it.
3, 2, 1. Blast off. Take a piece of the puzzle.
Get a pu-
Yo, he actually does?
yeah, he gives you a puzzle piece.
Purple, go.
Purple
that's
turn.
how I got 2 of my puzzle pieces.
Purple! That's a puzzle piece.
That was turn 1 skip.
Yep, 1 turn. That was my second turn skipped. That was.
You take it.
Busted!
Oh.
Damn it.
Rat attack. Getting better to the letter. Who's go? Who's go? Who's just about to have a
Green.
throw?
Me.
Say cheese. I call this alphabet soup. You gotta repeat it before the chicken flies the coop.
You gotta say the alphabet before he does.
Say your ABCs. Say your ABCs faster
Okay.
than me, or you
Okay.
won't get nothing for
I can do
free.
this.
Free. A B C D E F G
Go!
H I J K
A, B, C, D,
L,
F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z.
He got it! He got
He got it.
At the buzzer! Take a
Gave
puzzle
himself a
piece.
candy staff and made it.
Okay, thank you.
What you got?
So it was lagging a bit. So
Yeah, it goes to nope, purple.
Purple.
yeah, it was.
Purple.
I couldn't actually
This is
see
a
it.
rat attack.
You didn't put it on the. You didn't put it on his thing.
Oh.
Just about to have a throw. Say
Oh,
cheese.
please.
Okay, I couldn't even hear when he said it's
Spell
about.
your
Please.
name. Spell your name.
What?
Or it's gonna
Spell your
be a
username
shame.
in 5
Spell it
seconds
within
once he
5,
starts.
within 5
Okay.
To keep
Okay, okay.
your chances alive. 1.
Go!
Okay.
2.
D-E-F-R-I-E-N-D.
Got it!
5.
Yes,
You got it right. I won't be tight. Take a piece of puzzle.
Yeah.
And it's purple's turn. Now red gets to play next turn. That is my 3rd turn skipped.
That is
God.
by the way.
If this is your color, stand up and say, the rodent rocks my socks.
The rodent rocks my socks.
The rodent rocks my socks.
If you ain't
Did you stand up?
You missed the
Yeah, I
did.
All right.
And you don't get a treat. But if you stood proud and said it loud, take a piece of your
So many rewards.
Unfortunately, red, your
Yeah.
color was not on the screen.
I also
I couldn't
orange,
see
so
it.
I'm going to take a second one.
Oh, nice!
Goated.
What a play!
busted. Rat attack. How low can I go? I'll show you once I find out who's goal. So who is about to
Right.
have a throw? Smile,
Green?
smile,
Me.
smile, please, and say cheese. You
Cheese.
gotta lie flat out on the floor. Lie flat out on the floor.
What?
Lie flat out on the floor.
My bad.
Yellow turn, go!
Yellow, yellow, look.
Yellow!
I don't mean to alarm you guys, but I think we're about to lose.
Hurry! Red, 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 red! Red this time.
Busted. Who's
That was not on my
go?
thing.
Put it on the wrong one
Who's
again.
about to have a throw? Say cheese.
Cheese. I keep getting the colors wrong.
You ask why? Just because. Keep clapping,
okay.
keep clapping some more till
I'm
you hear me
clapping.
snore. You can't play until I say.
You gotta clap until he snores. You can't play until then. Red, go. That is my 5th turn skipped. I'm almost there.
Come on,
Was
come on,
the
come on.
door.
No.
So stop acting like a door and clapping your paw. This cheese is almost
Okay.
eaten, which means you're almost
I need to take a
beaten.
pillow.
But before I go, I want
Put it below my head.
Who's about to have a throw? Say cheese.
Oh no. Cheese.
I grant you this favor, so savor the
What?
flavor. Take a piece of
Orange, you get a puzzle piece.
from here. I have no fear because the time is near.
Thank you, sir. Glorious
This is a
day.
big-
It's coming. I can feel it.
Hurry, move!
Win. So take it up
No.
chin. Cause I'm the kingpin. Watch me strut my
Wait, how did we tie again,
They tied again!
3 in a row.
My man.
Once again, I will offer you two a question. Would you like to have a roll-off to see who survives, or would you both like to leave here alive?
Debbie, up to you. Would you like to savor your victory alone, or would you like to share it with your new best friend?
You know what?
I'll share it.
Yay!
Love wins.
Friendship, a dual survivorship, the most amount of players to ever survive a game of Rap Rat.
I feel so good. I did it.
Maybe this is how you beat the rat, is with friendship.
The power of friendship.
No shot. No shot. The power of friendship. Just beat the rat. I'm sick.
Look at the evidence, Cam. Look what's happening.
I can't
Look
believe
what happened.
it. I cut so many deals with him, and all I had to do was believe in my friends. I got hit with the miss the turns equal to your age garbage. So I didn't get to play. But
how's it feel, Cam? How's it feel?
It feels fantastic, I gotta say.
I know. Welcome to the club, my friend.
Eddie, Keddy, and Dimmy tied again for the victory and decided to share their win using the power of friendship to beat the rat.
Friendship is magic.
The rat is not dead, but people made it out alive. So we managed. It's a big win, as all things considered.
We know how many men it takes to kill the rat, and it's an entire actual army's worth.
Cheese.
So everybody smile, please.
And say cheese. Cheese. So if anybody wants... So you have no idea what a metaphor is and want to literally become the man who sold the world. Well, in order to accomplish that fever dream, you're of course going to need to become the man who bought the world first. But where would you possibly find something that is going to give you the necessary practice for when you put your plan into action? Believe it or not, the Bad Board Game channel has a bad board game for that. More soul-shattering news at 11. Global Survival, or as it's more commonly referred to, Monopoly featuring that country that held the World Cup that one time. Ah, that really narrows it down. Global Survival is the 1992 board game that was produced by Vision Quest Enterprises, which later got another release in 1995 by Avalon Hill, a much more reputable company seeing as they've made more than one game. Even so, that reputation could not save the game's image, which can favorably be described as less than stellar. This is by far one of the worst reviewed titles ever published under the Avalon Hill banner, scoring one of the lowest Board Game Geek scores I have ever seen on the platform and just barely managing to beat out the Black Magic Ritual Kit, which isn't even a board game. But if there's one thing that we've learned from our time here, it's that sometimes these scores can be either outdated or misguided. So I've gone out of my way to purchase this darn thing for myself in order to run it through our usual categories. And once we're done, we should be able to answer the question currently boring a hole into everyone's gray matter: is global survival just absolutely abysmal? We've got quite the low bar to clear, so let's dive right on into this dumpster fire, starting off with the game's design. Global Survival is not a difficult game to wrap your head around design-wise, with many people looking at what this game has to offer and drawing an immediate comparison to Monopoly. This is just their opinion though. Every time I open up my box, I myself get reminded of Connect 4. This likeness is best exemplified by the game's board. 4 corners, 4 lanes, and properties in between. Why, it's everything that you could ever hope and dream for. In fact, maybe a little more than you can ever hope and dream for, as while Monopoly boards usually come equipped with a solid 40 spaces, Global Survival decided to up that total just a little bit, having you journey through its completely reasonable 200 board spaces on your adventure. Now, you might be thinking, oh, that's 5 times as much? That is quite a lot. But luckily, since there's that many, there's certainly going to be a lot of variety in the spaces on offer, yeah? Small issue with that, 191 of those are property spaces. Quite the buyer's market, I must say. This thing is so jam-packed with spaces that they had to double stack the lanes, and it has a total of 9 non-property specialty spaces. Heck, Monopoly is 1/5 the size of this, and it has 12! We'll get into what this does to the gameplay later, but for now, let's focus in on why this thing has so many properties. Simply put, because it absolutely had to include every single country it could think of that existed in 1992! All your favorites are here. We've got Bolivia, we've got Djibouti, we've got Chad, we've got Ireland with the wrong flag colors. Heck, we've even got recently decommied Russia for all you freedom lovers out there. Oops, looks like we've made a bit of a mistake here. Glory to the CCP. But what's the point of even buying a property if you can't flex on everyone with your brand new deed? So Global Survival has one of those for each and every nation up for sale. They're a little large. The deed cards for each nation are huge, making them impossible to have lined up one by one like you can do in Monopoly. And the reason that they are so big is because these things are packed to the brim with information all about the country you are buying. GDP, form of government, literacy rate, imports, exports, trade partners, even a paragraph full of just general information. All of this not only 3 decades out of date, but also completely useless in terms of the game. None of this information has any impact on the game at all, and while it is really cool that they did this breakdown for every nation so that you can get the chance to learn more about them, it makes the cards incredibly unwieldy with how many of them you are going to have, which is a lot. Other than those, the game also comes with the player fact sheet that you will use to keep track of your purchases, the bank debt sheet to track your debts, the consortium sheet, which is just a whole other deal, the glossary for all of the terms, the situation scenarios book where they keep all the disasters, and the money. Oh boy, the money. The currency of this game is in the form of the Unified Global Dollar, which comes in 11 different denominations ranging from the $1 million bill to the $1 trillion bill. If this sounds like it's a bad omen, yeah, just a smidge. But we'll get back into that travesty soon. For now, let's go ahead and close out the design segment. Overall, the board is cluttered, the cards are stupid large, and there are quite a few oddities. Like how the color orange is completely absent from the entire board, and how Bulgaria is worth 63,580 Bulgaria. Say what you want, they know their worth. But past those issues, everything does look pretty nice here. Good presentation, holds up well for a 30-year-old game, and has a ton of character. Especially with all that extra country information that the game includes. But a good design with some rough spots can really only get you so far, as people are going to be a lot more interested in what you do in the game than how it looks. So let's check out the rules inside this beast and see how you'll be surviving globally. Global survival takes place in a future where all countries are unified under a single international currency, the global dollar, which has replaced all individual national currencies and is jointly controlled by the global bank and the UN. Be sure to comment your personal belief toward the system as well as your political ideology below. For a challenge, do it using only emojis under the Food tab. Alongside this, each player is affiliated with a corporate consortium representing the 12 wealthiest and most powerful industries. These consortiums are trying to attain global dominance through the acquisition of worldwide assets, represented here in the act of buying countries like someone would a used car. And what kind of government you say it has? That one there runs on a republic. I'm more of a monarchy guy. The objective of each player is to acquire blocks of countries to establish global monopolies, which will reward a sizable payout as well as adding a sizable tariff to the rent of anyone landing on that space. Con-freaking-found it! The winner of the game is the player who achieves the highest total net assets. And because of this, the rules state that games can be played for anywhere from 1 hour to multiple weeks. Oh, I'll just clear out my whole month just in case. For the last bit of the intro, the game says that Global Survival is a game of intellect, nope, skill, nope, business negotiations, nope, sound decision making, nope, and luck, there it is. It also claims to be a perfect tool of learning for college, university, and high school students in that order, as well as business people, social scientists, geographers, political scientists, and all individuals interested in world affairs. Finally, a game for the whole crew! But now it's time to begin setting up the game. Global Survival actually carries a very unique way to determine player responsibility by dividing all of the actions players will do into jobs that carry salaries within the game. For example, the banker for the game will be referred to as the global banker here, doing all of the normal banker things, but being rewarded for their hard work by getting an extra $40 billion added to their net worth at the end of the game.
Fun fact, that is a little over half of what Jeff Bezos made in 2023. There are 4 jobs up for grabs, with banker carrying the highest salary because that person will legitimately be working the entire gosh dang time. Other jobs include the loan officer, who will manage the debt sheets for each player, the real estate syndicator, who manages all of the country cards and is in charge of distributing those on a purchase, and the lowest paying job, global aid director, who I kid you not is in charge of taking the money from the banker and giving it to a player whenever they land on an aid space. All they are is a middleman, and this means that if the banker lands on an aid space, they have to give the money to the aid director, who then just gives it right back to them. This is completely pointless, extremely funny, and probably my favorite part of the game. But now that everyone has landed their jobs, let's get them the stuff they need to start working. Each player selects one of the 8 game pieces and takes the player fact sheet they'll use to track both their purchases and their consortiums. Then everyone rolls the 4 regular dice to see who goes first. What's that? I'm missing a few things. Good eye, viewer! My copy did not come with the dice nor the player pieces, and out of every game I have gotten off of eBay to show off here, this was the very first one I ordered off of Noble Knight Games. What a first impression! As such, we'll need to improvise. Luckily, there's a picture online of the very unique dice needed for this game, so we're going to be able to achieve a similar effect with some of the dice from Envelopes of Cash and this thing of D&D dice. As for the replacement game pieces, I do have quite the collection of options to choose from, but I decided to go with the statues from Fortnite Monopoly because they're absolutely massive and don't fit in at all. Now that we have the game stitched together, we can continue. Each player needs to determine the consortium that they will be permanently affiliated with for the entire game by rolling the 12-sided consortium die. Personally, I'd prefer if you could pick which consortium was your permanent one because you could roleplay as an official from that background, but I guess getting strong-armed into being a healthcare CEO works too. Now, throughout the game, players will be able to join or leave other consortiums due to various events. But no matter what, you will always stay affiliated to your first one, so you are ride or die with transportation. You went all in on Amtrak? I'll start preparing the service. Once that's taken care of, it's time to break the game. The global banker will distribute everyone their starting funds that they'll use to purchase properties with. And with the biggest end of game boost being $40 billion, can you guess how much each player starts the game with? 100 billion? 300 billion? 500 billion? Try $2.5 trillion. Yeah, I'm not a fan. The reason the banker makes so much is shown right at the start when he divvies out the starting bills for each player. 5 $1 millions, 5 $5 millions, 5 $10 millions, 6 $20 millions, 3 $100 millions, 3 $500 millions, 3 $1 billions, 3 $5 billions, 2 $10 billions, 3 $20 billions, 4 $100 billions, 2 $500 billions, and $1 trillion bill. Each player also gets an additional $2.5 trillion in credits that they can take on as debt to help with any purchase. We're going to save what this does to the balance of the game for the gameplay section, but as a little sneak peek, you can buy the nation of Portugal for $22 billion, or about 0.8% of your starting cash. And Portugal is somewhere in the middle when it comes to cost. You can get the Vatican for $10 million! But let's leave that brain melt for the gameplay section. For now, it's finally time to start the game. Whoever's going first will roll all 4 of the standard dice and move the amount shown. No doubles to go again with this one. Despite the massive amount of spaces, there are really only 2 types of space you can land on: country and special. When you land on a country space, you can either buy it if it's unowned, pass if you don't want to buy, or pay the customs fees if another player already owns it. No auction mechanic here. The innovation on display here is truly inspiring. If a player chooses to purchase a country, they can use cash and/or credit to complete the transaction, and if you use credit, you can kiss your game goodbye. Credit in this game should only ever be used to make the loan officer's job hard, never as a legit strategy, as I'll cover in gameplay. But if you are going to use credit, it's very easy to determine your loan details. Interest rates! Let's go! Simply declare the amount you intend to borrow, roll the numerical interest rate die to determine the percent interest that's applied to your loan, and make sure you start paying that bad boy back when you get the chance. Beware though, the global bank does institute periodic balloon payments where they'll call anywhere from 5 to 100% of your loan due if the right scenario happens. So you better pay that sucker off quick. If you have managed to purchase all of the countries within a specific continent, you will achieve a global monopoly. This will not only cause the rent of all of your properties to triple, but will also award you a lump sum payout immediately depending on which monopoly you achieve. It is good to keep the global monopoly rules in the back of your head, as this can definitely happen during regular gameplay and isn't at all some fever dream cooked up by the designer. If you find yourself running low on dosh, 1. How? And 2. You can add some more bands to your bank account by selling one of your countries. You have 2 options when selling a country. You can either dump it back to the real estate syndicator for the quick sale value on the bottom, or you can try to sell it to another player for whatever they are willing to pay for it. Will they buy it off of you? Unlikely, because nothing in this game matters, but hey, the option's there. For a break from just ripping off Monopoly, we do have something truly unique for the title: the situations that can occur. Once all transactions relating to a country space that was landed on are concluded, which is horrible wording, but we decided means when someone lands on a country and has to pay, because that's the only way this mechanic works, that player will roll the 2 d10s, the 1 blue die, and the 1 situation die to determine what situation takes place. The situation die will direct you to which section of the situation book you will go to, and the number you roll on the dice will tell you which situation is happening from that section. There are 6 sections in the book of what situations can take place: disaster, economics and trade, global survival, military covert, scientific development, and social political, and all of them are equally as likely to have no impact on the game at all. But don't mind that, as just take a look at the crazy events that can happen in the world when one of these surprise situations goes off. Situation 77, Economics and Trade. The inflow of thousands of United Nations personnel has given Cambodian towns an economic lift. Cambodians who fled to the west following the communist takeover are sending significant sums of money to their families, trying their luck in developing enterprises in the Asian nation's capital. The diverse economic boost was unexpected, but badly needed. Cambodia gained $40 million. What happened? As rip-roaring exciting that news broadcast was, we can only go so long before we get back to our roots. So let's rip off Monopoly once again and talk about bankruptcy. Bankruptcy can be slow and painful, or be fast and just as painful. But if you go bankrupt for any reason, all money in countries that you still own must be turned over to the global banker and real estate syndicator respectively. But hold on, instead of going bankrupt and escaping this nightmare, what if you decided that you wanted to continue your business with another player? After all, who doesn't love a good corporate buyout? If a player going bankrupt has a bunch of stuff you want and you really don't want to move around 200 spaces several times for the chance of getting them, then you can buy out that player's portfolio, add them to your company, and continue the game with merged assets. All of the benefits of getting their stuff, and since it's a buyout, their company will ultimately be forgotten, and all it will cost you is unbelievable amounts of money. In order to complete a buyout, you need to pay off all of that player's debts in full, which can be accomplished by taking debt yourself if you're feeling risky, and you also need to purchase all of that player's countries at their quick sale value, which sounds like a lot, but you are getting them all for half of their board price. The bought out player will then remain on the board as one of your employees, with you making all the major decisions, and they will lose all of their consortiums except for their permanent one, which now becomes one of your secondary ones. But if the game is getting a little heated and you're looking for a leg up on the competition, you might want to instead work together with another player as equals by forming a joint venture. By paying off all debts and having one player pay the quick sale value of the other's countries, you and another player can outright merge companies, keeping both players' permanent consortiums and giving them both an equal say in the decision making. You know when your friend gets mad in Monopoly and they trade all their properties to someone for $1? Yeah, so imagine that, but now they're both on a team sharing the win. For an added bit of fun, try to divvy up some of the company responsibilities like the game does with the jobs. Have one player handle the money as the CFO while another handles the property as the senior asset manager or something. Should lead to a lot of fun infighting down the line. But you finally made it. You put up with all the crap this game has to offer, and now you're ready to win the game. So what is the definitive and established game end that signifies the conclusion of our match? Well, the rules say, unlike numerous other board games, there is no definitive or established game end. Unless all other players except one goes bankrupt. Oh, I'm gonna put an end to this game, alright. One of the absolute worst things that a game can do is to not commit to a win condition. It can add alternative ending options or encourage you to come up with your own in addition to the main one, but Global Survival is absolutely terrified of telling you how the game ends, and it is a massive detriment. It says that the only definitive end is the bankruptcy ending, but then it spends the rest of the determining winners section talking about something else entirely, the net worth ending. This is the ending that they describe when they say that Global Survival could literally be played for 1 hour or 1 week. Because whenever the players decide that it's time for the game to end, which of course will be agreed upon immediately and cause no strife based on who's in the lead, each player or conglomerate will calculate their net worth using the player fact sheet to get their final dollar value. Whoever has the highest dollar value wins, and all it will cost you is all of your friendships after everyone fought over the new win condition once they realized that the only one with a structure was going to take eons. Huh, board games are fun, and those are all the rules. What do I think of them? I've never described a rule set as cowardly before. Now, granted, there are some really cool ideas in here, like the job system and the situations. But when a game tells me to go ahead and make up my own ending, my first thought is, brother, that's your job. Plus, some of the mechanics are very poorly worded. The worst by far being when a situation should happen, which we just ended up figuring out through trial and error. So overall, the rules are not good, but do have enough cool stuff going on within them that you do want to work through the garbage in order to try that stuff out. So I'd say they end up with a serviceable rating, but really, all you need is for the rules to hold the game together enough for our next section to take over, as you won't even notice the massive problems if you're too focused in on the title's stellar gameplay. And now that the segue is out of the way, I think this might well be the worst put together game I've ever seen. The absolute best compliment that I can give the gameplay that would not get me branded an outright liar is that the game functions. You can play it to the end. And I say that with a bit of hesitation, because Global Survival is the closest I've seen a game get to the distinction of broken without ending up crossing the line. It technically operates. But how could the gameplay end up so bad if the rules were serviceable? Shouldn't those two be about the same? Well, yeah, they should be. Unfortunately, Global Survival kinda screwed up the whole idea when it decided to brutally and violently murder its own balancing. The $2.5 trillion starting amount is outright obscene. At best, 30% of the countries on this board cross over the $20 billion price tag, which is, may I remind you, not even a full 1% of your starting cash. As a comparison, Mediterranean Avenue is the lowest value property in Monopoly, and purchasing that will take 4% of your starting cash. Portugal doesn't even reach 1, and its relative spot on the board would be in the reds. This issue carries over to the costs associated with landing on the properties too. Let's say you land on and purchase Mexico for $195 billion, a decent chunk of change, nearly 8% of your starting fund, and now you're ready to make some serious pesos. And lo and behold, another player immediately lands on it. Sick, nasty, that guy's gonna feel the hurt today. After all, he now needs to give you the monstrous total of $60 million. Nice. Now they just need to land there another 3,253 more times, and you've officially broke even. I'm not a businessman, I'm a businessman. My boy, if you left New York Avenue completely untouched after buying it, you'd at least go green after 13 hits, and that board doesn't have 200 spaces. You can't even upgrade these properties. You're stuck with that base rent amount unless you can get all the properties on that continent. And if that happens, congrats buddy, Mexico turns green now after only 1,085 visits. You'll be rolling in it soon enough. Yeah, the gutter. The massive starting fund has made it to where you should never not buy a country that you land on. Because while you're never going to make that money back, the value of that country is immediately added to your net worth. So no wealth was lost in the transaction at all. It's pretty much meaningless whether you buy or not, and get used to that because meaningless is going to be a common theme here. There are only 3 countries in the whole game that might cause you to think about whether or not to buy them. Those being recently un-Soviet Russia for nearly $1 trillion, Japan back when it almost took over the world economy at $1.4 trillion, and the United States of America valued at $4.3 $2.3 trillion. The US is the only country that you cannot get without utilizing the debt mechanic. And fun fact, if you do purchase America with this credit, then you've pretty much just lost the game. Debt in this game is literally less than useless, as you're going to need to pay that money back, and the only way to do that is by bringing in revenue from somewhere else. And as we've just established, you make no money in this game at all, ever. Your customs might as well be charging buttons and sticks for its fees. It would have the same impact. Let's just humor the game for a second and see what it would take to buy America and not end up dead. So the only reason you'd buy the country realistically would be to complete the global monopoly on North America. So you already paid cash for both Canada and Mexico, leaving you with around $1.9 trillion. You barely have enough cash to afford the price of the US if you borrow a little more than $2.4 trillion. So now you have no cash, all of North America, and $2.4 trillion of debt that you need to pay off. Fun fact, that is 18 times less than the United States owes in debt right now. Awesome. Now that you have completed the North American global monopoly, two things happen. The rent for each property triples, and you get the one-time reward payment, North America's being the highest in the game, at $500 billion. So you get that, get a chance to look at it for a little bit, and immediately now need to use all of it to pay off some of your debt to avoid interest. I cannot say I was expecting global paycheck to paycheck from this one. Congratulations, you now have no money and need to earn $1.9 trillion before your loan is called and they shoot you. But don't worry, you just need someone to land on America 633 times before that happens and you are smooth sailing for the rest of the game. Good luck out there, stud. So yeah, the debt should never be used, buying America is an instant loss, and the global monopolies cause more trouble than they are worth. But that last point really doesn't hit all too hard because it's logistically impossible to get one anyway. The North American global monopoly is the only one that you can reasonably hope to get, and it just outright kills you. The others will hurt your bank account less, but are very unlikely to happen because how in the world are you going to land on the exact 32 spaces that you need on this 200 space board to nab every South American nation? Oh, but Cam, you can just trade with the other players to get the countries you need. No, you can't. They don't have them either. We played a full game where my country sheet got filled up, and between all of the players, we did not collectively have a single global monopoly. It is just too unlikely unless you decide to play for several days. The most egregious example of the global monopoly problem is in Asia. Carrying 54 countries, not only is it nearly impossible to land on and acquire all of the green countries, but it is quite literally the only thing you can go for if you want it because your player sheet only comes with 54 country slots. May the Lord himself save your soul if another player gets a green and refuses to trade it, because your whole game is done now. Better start a joint venture, moron. Speaking of pointless mechanics, consortiums. These things are the main subject in the setting. The whole story revolves around their attempts to gain power for their members, and their presence is very hyped up. You want to know how many times consortiums came into play? Once. One of the players got to join the Tech Consortium. It did nothing, added nothing, and never caused anything cool to happen. How does a mechanic that plays an integral part in the game's plot come up one time in a 7-hour game? Why was it even added if it doesn't do anything but take up space on the rule sheet? Oh, it's because they could matter if they hit the right situation. In fact, the situations could also matter if they ever hit the right situation. How the sitches really work is the dice determine which one goes off, and then you see which country or consortium is affected. Then any player that falls into those categories resolves the effect. But the main problem there is that if no one falls into those groups, nothing happens. And brother, nothing ever happens. The consortium effects are more likely to land than the property ones, but those only account for like 1 out of every 15 situations. All the other ones are country-based, and how likely do you think it is that someone just happens to own Cambodia at this point? On top of that, seeing as it was the dominant economic power of the time, the US is involved in quite a lot of these. So it would be good to own that country so that you're involved more often if you already didn't get atomized by a loan shark. But with all of the nothing going on for everyone else, there is one player that is going to have plenty to do throughout the game: the global banker. as he is going to be making change from the second he takes the job to the day he dies. All of the prices are super specific down to the million, and with every player pretty much buying a property every turn, you are going to be breaking up those massive bills all game long. Oh, I landed on Swaziland. Yeah, I'll buy that. Alrighty, that comes out to $628 million. Sweet, yeah, I got that. Can you break a 500 billion? And after all of this madness, after all of the everything and all of the nothing going on, the game is all luck-based, just like all the other Monopoly ripoffs I covered. The gameplay is really just roll dice, write down country, maybe look up a pointless event, wait for nothing to happen. Repeat for a solid week, or more realistically, for however long it takes for someone to beg to do anything else. How this game managed to create several interesting mechanics and details and then find a way to utilize none of them is beyond me. I wouldn't be surprised if this was just never playtested, because I guarantee those people were not having fun while doing it. Speaking of fun, we still have to cover the game's fun factor. And after that last travesty of a category, I really don't have too high of hopes for this one, I'm not gonna lie. Now, this is going to be a strange category to try to explain, because while I was playing the game, I really didn't see myself having an actively bad time like I've had with other games. That being said, this game is nowhere close to anything that remotely resembles fun. I think the reason that this happened was because I like being the banker and jotting down information in these types of games, which I'm now realizing means I probably should have been an accountant. Oh, what's your favorite part of board games? The thrill of competition? Oh, that's cool. Mine's role-playing an entry-level teller job. It really was one of the most unique board gaming experiences I think I've ever had, because I could actively feel myself not having fun, but it wasn't putting me in a bad mood like Target the Game of Life did. I felt like I just had to keep playing like I was under some kind of spell. Now, this could have been due to me having good company whilst playing, I wasn't doing it all by myself, but it just made me feel like I was going through the motions, like my brain was truly turned off the whole time. As such, I have no idea who would actively enjoy this game. I can think of people who could make it through a shorter playthrough of it just fine, but not really anyone that would be like, yes sir baby, we're going surviving tonight. Have you ever seen one of them there Roblox type games where you slowly get some type of currency and you can either make the conveyor belt go faster or make the wall of your house bigger? Yeah, how you feel when you play that is how you'll feel playing this. As for people who I don't think will have a good time with this one, good lord, anyone that likes doing anything in their games. Making decisions, forming a strategy, heck, just having something happen to them that makes an impact in some way. This game is a nihilist dream. It is the purest form of nothing we do matters. It is actually impressive as to how little consequence your actions have on the game as a whole. And with that, all of our categories have been covered. So now it's time to answer the question we posed at the very start. You mindless glob, you almost forgot the most important. No whack crap this time. Just let me finish this off, please. This game is absolutely abysmal. Bar none, the worst game balance I have ever had to experience on a board. You cannot tell me that a game that includes an entire sheet and a whole job devoted to a debt mechanic that goes completely unused in a normal game is well designed. And it's not the only thing like this. 80% of every deed is just flavor text. Situations including a country that someone owns happen about 1 out of every 10 times. Consortiums are completely irrelevant. It's like they put together an awesome light fixture with a ton of moving parts and stuff and then just never plugged it in. It just doesn't function. Nothing shows just how little happens in this game, quite like what we discovered when we tallied up the results. Over the course of an entire 7-hour game, I increased my total net worth by $7 billion. Again, this might sound like a lot, but since I started the game with 2.5 trillion, this means that over the course of a game where I filled up my entire country sheet, I increased my total asset portfolio's value by 0.2%. If we ran those numbers through a game of Monopoly, this would mean that after starting with $1,500, the total value of all of my properties together, in addition to the cash that I had on hand at the end of a game that I won, would have equaled $1,503. I made the equivalent of 3 Monopoly dollars in 7 hours. And I made the most! And again, this is not the worst experience I've ever had playing a board game. In terms of how I felt playing it, Target the Game of Life generated a much more negative reaction out of me in the moment, but that's pretty much because I didn't feel anything during Global Survival. What emotion do I get out of spinning in circles for 7 hours? I don't know, man. Humber? I have no idea what kind of drive one must have to play this thing through to the bankruptcy ending. As in a game that causes an intense negative reaction, I can at least see the appeal of playing it out of spite. Who would want to turn their brain off for a week straight? The fact that this game is not boring, it's just nothing, makes it really hard to compare to other titles I've covered. Because it doesn't have the worst mechanics, it doesn't have the worst components, it doesn't have the worst ideas, none of its stuff is inherently terrible on its own. But the way the game has been crafted has left itself broken, it doesn't work properly. Normally, I'd spend this time going through strategies to help you if you wanted to win the game, and you know what? I'm gonna do that right now. Buy every country you land on, and if you land on a country but your sheet is full, sell your least valuable property and buy the new one. Now that we've exhausted the strategy portion, I want to end this video with an analogy that I think perfectly encapsulates what this game is when compared to its competitors. You might want to strap yourselves in, it's gonna be a long one. Board games are like race cars in this analogy. Each one has different strengths and weaknesses, and how well they do depends on how well they run. Oh look, here comes Monopoly. A very decorated vehicle indeed. He's found tons of success out on the track and continues to put up impressive numbers. A lot of people don't like the way it drives, and it receives tons of complaints every year, but regardless, you cannot deny that it is one of the best to ever do it. Coming up next, we've got Oneupmanship. Now, this machine was one of the worst received arrivals to the scene, with some even considering it to be the worst to ever hit the track. But after a tune-up from the engineering team, drivers are reporting some pretty decent results with it nowadays, and a few more are starting to jump on board. Who's next? Oh, it's Capital Punishment. I've got to tell you, this car looks like crap, but boy does it run. Now, you aren't gonna win many awards, or likely many sponsors driving this thing, but you take that out on the track and you're going to have a smooth ride with little mechanical issues. Our second to last vehicle out today, we've got Target the Game of Life. Now, this car looks good. It's a new spin on a classic design, it's got some upgrades to the mechanical portions, heck, it's even got some corporate backing behind it. But man, have the drivers been reporting issues with its performance. They say it's slow, they say it's laden with issues, some of the drivers even report feeling misled as it drives way different than the original model. Goodness, just a real strange string of decisions that led to that one. And here we have the new star, Global Survival, making its track debut. Drivers are reportedly real excited to test it out. As with a deep range of features and interconnecting mechanisms, this baby sure has a lot of potential ahead of it. Oh no! The engine just fell right out the bottom of the vehicle. Ah, and all those awesome features now useless because they forgot to screw in the bolts that held the darn thing together. Yes sir, it looks like the driver's gonna have to get out and push it himself if he wants this thing to run at all. You hate to see it take so much effort on his part. Oh, goodness sakes, even the Fatal car is running better than that one. Johnny, that might be the worst put together car I've ever seen. Yeah, but you gotta admit, they got some nice belts on that bad boy. Oh, those are some fine belts, Johnny. You could take those belts off and wear them if you wanted to. You could wear those belts to a job interview and the guy'd give you his job. You could wear those belts to a concert and they'd pay to see you perform. You could wear those belts to a... The heck was I talking about here?
So you're a gamer with no game, a player that can't play, and crucially, just an all-around miserable romancer. I'm talking real depressing stuff here. When a fine gal comes up to you and says that she wants to spice things up, you pull out your emergency red pepper flakes and watch on in horror as she literally withers away. So you need some help, and since my class on the subject is fully booked, you're gonna have to go to the next best source on how to get the whole crowd bumping and grinding wall to wall. Board games, of course. Don't believe me, buddy, flop your massive copy of the NBC TV news game on the table and they'll be lining out the door. The board gaming world is home to titles focused on nearly every subject available. And just like every other creation, if it sticks around for long enough, eventually someone is going to ask how they can use this to get laid. But after several failed attempts of taking strip Candyland into the mainstream, the degenerates eventually just asked, well, what if we made the games themselves sexy? And were promptly blacklisted from most locations. Naughty board games. We've finally done it, boys. We've found the hot board gaming action. games belonging to the sexy category are three things. They are all over the place, they are poorly cataloged, and they are filled with just a myriad of nasty stuff. As such, I have undergone quite the task of attempting to cover these, both due to my inability to swear and the family-friendly nature of this platform, but I think I've managed to crack the code. We'll be tackling these similar to how I approached the bootleg board games, jumping from title to title, showcasing the unique whack crap contained within each one without getting too attached to any one game, lest we end up developing feelings for it. With this method, we should be able to avoid anything too saucy or provocative, so let's go ahead and look at our first title to start us off nice and easy. Alright, wrap it up boys, we tried our best. Let's What, owner of a generous rating of 1.5 on Board Game Geek. I think this comment from Bardock sums it up pretty well. Let's What is a very complicated game with how its mechanics operate. What happens here is that players will take turns spinning the spinner adorned with several pictures of people going absolutely silly on each other, and moving to the next space that matches the color of what they spun, Candyland style. When you get the Candyland comparison one sentence in, boy, you've got a real heater on your hands. Players will continue to spin the spinner until one player lands on the bed, at which point they will spin the spinner one more time and proceed to get freaky yeah in whatever position the spinner points to. And that's it. Congratulations, the game's over, right to the point. I'm serious, this bad boy has like 5 minutes of gameplay max until it just tells you to screw off and get your screw on. See, I'm not doing this jump format because I can't cover a lot of the game, but because mostly there's not a lot of game to cover. So let's go ahead and get this party schmoovin' by looking at more titles featuring about what you'd expect from a naughty board game. Strip Checkers, the people's game, for if you're not highbrow enough for Strip Chess or Strip Mancala. Strip Checkers is a very popular game style for companies to just toss out there to make a quick buck, which is why when you look it up, you'll find a wide variety of different options. Strip Checkers is very simple. You play a standard game of checkers, but each check corresponds to a different article of clothing. When you lose that piece, you lose that article. The rules do vary between versions on a couple of different points, the biggest being whether or not you get your clothes back after you get a king. Other than that, it's pretty straightforward. Some notable points for Strip Checkers are as follows. Some versions will come with different variations of the rules, like the Wild Checker where the jumper gets to choose which article is removed, and the Swap Out rule set, where you play with your opponent's checkers and try to lose them as quickly as possible. Since the game predetermines what articles are to be used in the game, this prevents the cheese strategies that many of these games face where the other player shows up dressed for a blistering summer afternoon in Antarctica. And finally, some of these really push the bar on what science can comprehend, even developing a magnetic version which can also be used as a travel edition. Has science gone too far? Next up, Naughty Tower. Step 1. Build a wooden block. Well, do you want a block or a tower? We're talking two different things here. Naughty Tower is your standard Jenga clone, but with silly effects built into the blocks to make the room a lot colder for some players. This is a very simple title as explained by the box. You build a wooden block, you draw a wooden block, whoever breaks down first loses. The main appeal here is the crazy happenings that can go off once you draw a block. I mean, this is pretty standard stuff for the genre, and what in the world? This is some very low effort stuff here. You can tell because the same company decided, let's just copy and paste our stuff onto a different tower for a more coupley effect. Heck, a completely different company had the same idea with the same pictures. Dude, I can't believe they stole your idea for stacking wooden block game for grown-ups, couple dare questions, all genders and relationships, exciting, pleasing, and funny challenges, couples, date night, gift, make, date, and game night fun 54 count. I knew I should have patented that! The last game featured in our standard category is Sip and Strip, our representative of the roll and move and remove type game. Think bumps and grinds, but without all the arson. Quite an easy title to understand here. You move around the board and follow the effects of whichever space you land on as players get more drunk and less covered as the game continues. This one doesn't have a whole lot going for it at all, just roll the dice and wait to see what happens. Heck, the only strategic move you could pull off is if you land on a safety square, you could take up its offer to smoke and blow the fumes into your opponent's face to try to kill them, but as a disclaimer, this move is banned in most tournament settings. One interesting part of the game is that the winner is the one who is the last to remove their final article of clothing, meaning that if you get eliminated first, you could be sitting there bare bottom for quite some time before the game finally ends and you can get back to your quarterly earnings meeting. Really, the most interesting part of Sip and Strip is that it was developed by the same team that put together Pass Out, the drinking game that qualified for the first worst board game of all time tournament as a 12 seed before it was obliterated by RPS in the opening round. It could not have drawn a worse matchup. This company cannot catch a break. But that should cover most of the standard types of titles that you will find in the genre. The basic stuff that are the first things that pop into your mind when you think of naughty board games. But when given the opportunity, some will always take the chance to go even further beyond and craft something that you could have never imagined. So let's jump even deeper into the pit and uncover some of the crazier games that inhabit this space. To get us started, it's time to take it all off, but put your knowledge caps on with some sexual trivia. Balls. ST is the 1993 title that attempts to prove that fact is stranger than fiction with over 1,400 stimulating questions. Strap in and strap on, you're gonna learn today. ST sees players attempting to be the first to score 100 organisms by rolling around the board and correctly answering trivia questions. Along the way, running into various effects that could send you back to sex ed or actual horny jail. Some of these random effects that you can run into can shine quite the light on your life, like how you don't know where babies come from, how you don't know about birth control at all, or how you've never been on a date. I was gonna make fun of you, but honestly, keep your chin up, buddy, it'll get better. The stimulating questions come in the form of various categories, which can be located inside of the most sought-after literature on this earth, the sex manuals. They are real. The 4 sex manuals contain some of the most arcane knowledge on the subject, and are quite difficult to get your hands on if you wish to learn their secrets. Luckily for you, I've managed to acquire 2 snapshots off of the black market at a considerable price. So let's expand our minds together with some forbidden knowledge. Benjamin Franklin had an illegitimate son, grandson, and great-grandson. Okay, that's nice and all, not exactly what I'm looking for. Who advised a young man to choose an older woman as a lover because they are so grateful? Why are all of these about Ben Franklin? Charlemagne, as the Holy Roman Emperor, forbade his children to marry. Wait a second, there's nothing sexy about this, it's just trivia! Yes, to the ire of many people who picked this one up, it contains no illicit material nor puts you in any saucy situations, making this closer to something that you would use in a classroom rather than something you would take to a party. Don't believe me? One of the reviews is from a teacher who used it in their human sexuality class and said that it worked great. So what we've managed to get our hands on here is a game that's real easy for me to cover, but not at all what we're supposed to be looking for. So let's try a different direction and see if we can't find something a little more on topic. Sexy dominoes. I cannot say I was expecting that one. Dominate. The winner takes, or gives it all. You're just playing dominoes. You're literally just playing dominoes. Dominate sees players try to match the symbols on their dominoes in order to be the first to get rid of their stack, with the winner getting the chance to draw one of the reward cards that they can use to dish out a punishment to their partner or themselves. I cannot stress this enough. It is literally just dominoes with different symbols on them. You are setting the mood for your night of passion by running through an exciting game of dominoes. They definitely came up with the name for this one first and then said, alright, now build a game around that. It's too good to pass up on. The only notable part of Dominate is that it also comes with 2 other editions. The Master Edition, which comes with all of the utensils you would need to act out the cards, and Dominate Quickie, which ditches the domino mechanic entirely and just has you roll a die to see what happens. If I'm being honest, this version might be the fastest game ever covered on this channel if only using gameplay. You roll the die once and then go do your own thing. That's less than 5 seconds of game time. But from one baffling idea to the next, we meet a game that lets you link up at the links and grind on the greens Striptease! Now that's how you base a game around a name! Striptease Golf Game for Adults is the stay-at-home golf set with, to my knowledge, exactly 2 pictures on the entire internet, neither of them with the box open. However, with the info that I could gather, I can at least tell you how this bad boy works so you're not left itching for more. What you do here is set up a golf hole in your house, and using the included putters and such, try to get into the hole and finish in as few strokes as possible. For each hole that you win, you get to remove 1 layer of clothing off of the other player. Play until there's nothing left to lose. The game comes with everything you need. 2 balls, 2 holes, 2 flags, 2 clubs, a scorecard, and the traditional little pencil. It's not how long your pencil is, it's how you write your name. That's gotta be the worst one of those I've heard. That's pretty much all there is to this one, just engaging in the massive amounts of sinful activity that you can expect from your average golf game, so let's keep moving. Say you're like this lovely couple here, and you've just finished a rousing round of golf and are ready to get groovin', but need something from this genre not for the weirdos, but for the committed couples. Well, there's no better way to get yourself committed than by partaking in our next title, the cleanser to all the degeneracy we've encountered until now, monogamy. Lovingly referred to as the anti-adultery, monogamy is the 2-player game meant for committed couples to get to know each other a little better by engaging in increasingly passionate acts as the game continues, the winner getting to choose which fantasy card they would like to come true at the end. Monogamy is similar to most other roll and move titles in the genre, except that its aim is not only to get things going, but also help to develop a deeper connection between the players. So while some cards are going to contain those saucy effects that you'd be expecting, some of them are instead going to ask you to learn a little more about your significant other's tastes and feelings. Cute. Adorable even. Romantic, if you will. You know what else this game is going to make you do? Eat an unexpectedly large amount of food. For some reason, a bunch of this game's cards involve eating or drinking throughout every round, so you might want to hold back on that hearty meal beforehand lest you grow too bloated to finish the game. Of course, while these side activities are nice, the main point of the game is still to, as Cool and the Gang puts it, get down on it, which you will eke closer and closer to doing as you progress through each of the levels, intimate, passionate, and steamy. Now, we do need to pull out before we get too deep into this one, so let's end this title section on the interesting fact that this apparently has 2 versions. Yes, monogamy here appears to be the rebranded version of the game A Hot Affair. This conclusion coming to me on the tough-to-spot analysis that these 2 games look exactly the same. The name is even still present on monogamy as the subline, A Hot Affair with your partner, which was the full title on the last one, but I guess they weren't getting the attention of the crowd they wanted, so they slapped monogamy on the front to get their point across a little easier. It is refreshing after seeing all the weird and wild stuff in this genre to find a game that just focuses on the bond between 2 people. And even if it does have some strange decisions on how much food is an appropriate amount for setting the mood, it is a welcome change of pace for sure. And now that we've gotten all that sappy crap out of the way, it's time to bring you right back down to reality with by far the weirdest option out of everything we've seen today. See, after everything that I've looked through, sexy checkers, sexy dominoes, sexy golf, I wasn't really expecting to be taken off guard by anything else that I stumbled across. And yet, here I am, sitting completely confounded as to how I've managed to come into contact with Strip Yu-Gi-Oh! Bedroom Battle, because Domestic Dispute did not perform well with test audiences. Bedroom Battle is the card game where players will play cards containing characters, attributes, and special effects in order to boost their appeal. Whoever has the most appeal at the end of the round wins and gets to select their reward from the reward card for their prize. Each reward card comes with 3 choices in 3 levels: small, hot, or final, and the losing player must follow your choice unless they have a bail card, which will force you to pick again. But before you can make your pick, you'll first need to earn it in a duel. So let's see what kind of cards you have at your disposal and how you can work your way through this bedroom battle. The main force behind your efforts are your characters, most of which carry a base appeal level that you'll be trying to increase over the course of the duel. You can do this by adding more characters to your field or by boosting your character's appeal with attributes. But the more aggressive players out there can also instead try to lower their opponent's appeal by playing negatives on them. Special cards carry effects that can also mess with this value, and the round ends when one player cannot play any more cards or chooses to take the loss to save their cards for the next round. Since the whole gameplay is going to be adding or subtracting from your value, this one isn't going to end up very deep in terms of strategy. In fact, the only real strategy point here is whether or not to spend your cards for an all-out push this round or save them till next in the hope that they'll give you an edge. Intergame strategy is just draw a card and play it. Hey, wait a second, this is just Super Deck! You remember Super Deck, the superhero card game, doing a bunch of math the whole time. The Twin Towers card, yeah, now you got it. Luckily for our bedroom battlers out there, the math here isn't going to be as complicated as Super Deck's, so you won't have to get out your calculator or your rare pullable times table. You can just focus more on playing your super cool cards like the Dancer, the Mankini, or the better Pot of Greed. Oh, the new bedroom battle ban list just came out. Crystal Ball is gone. Ah! But if this dirty deck wasn't enough for you, then never fear, as the game also comes with 2 expansions to help your pleasant plays, the Naughty Winter Nights and the Hot Summer Days. These 2 come along with themed cards of each type that help to match the setting, allowing you to add DJ Summer and his private island to your arsenal, or if you'd rather, send out your itchy Christmas sweater and Santa himself with an appeal rating of 2? I mean, that's outright disrespectful. Still can't get enough hot battling action? Well then download the new Bedroom Battle app expansion, which adds a new spinnable wheel to the reward system to determine what type of reward you get. These can range anywhere from your standard reward to in-game effects as well. So let's go ahead and give this bad boy a spin to see what we get. Ah, I'm a liar. See, the Bedroom Battle app expansion is only available on the Apple App Store. And unfortunately for me, I have a Samsung phone. I'm sorry, okay? I like the UI. And that's all there really is to talk about for Bedroom Battle. Definitely the most complete game that we've covered tonight, but would I say the hottest? I don't think so. That's because we still have one more game left to cover. And I think that you'll agree that when it comes to setting the mood, it doesn't get much hotter than this. Prepare yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, to be lifted up into a cloud of pure bliss, because it's time to get yourselves moving and grooving with Kenny G's Keeping It Sexy. Now, Kenny G's Keeping It Sexy is a cooperative game that sees players utilize the unrelenting power of smooth jazz to help Kenny G get through his stressful day. Work together to play the right jazz tunes to untangle Kenny from the scrapes he encounters. If Kenny can make it through his day without losing his groove, you win. How this game works is that players will get various jazz cards that will carry different colored symbols that, if used in the right order, can clear one of the stress cards. Work with your friends to play those colors in order and remove that stress from Kenny's day. Kenny can come into contact with many stressful situations depending on what time of day it is. For instance, in the morning a dog could have chewed on his shoes, there could have been no sack streams last night, or worst of all, there could be no time for morning sacks. A fate that I would not wish on anyone. If your jazz is subpar and you are unable to clear these stresses, then they will subtract from Kenny's groove. If Kenny ends up losing all of his groove, then you lose. Luckily, you and your friends are working together to make sure that this never comes to pass. Being able to play cards to help each other out, like having a sax solo, becoming the master of sax, or having sax with friends. Ooh, they'll really appreciate that. With a jazzin' theme, some cooperative play, and a smooth backing track if you really want to get into it, Kenny G's Keeping It Sexy is sure to bring you and your friends closer than ever before. Whew! I'm surprised that we made it through all of those, especially that last one. Never underestimate the power of some smooth jazz. That should bring our journey through this provocative product pool to an end. But I'd be remiss if I didn't at least mention the real ruler of this raunchy realm, the Diplomat Sales Co. Diplomat is the producer behind the 3 most famous naughty games in this space, Strip-Tac-Toe, Bumps and Grinds, and of course the king of the castle, Adultery. Even though they only ended up making these 3 games, they have lived on in infamy due to how bonkers this lineup is. But since I have already covered all 3 before, I didn't want to give them their own segment and steal time away from the newbies. It is really such a shame that they only got 3 titles out before they vanished off the face of the earth, as I'm quite curious about what other whack crap they would have conjured up if they had just a little more time on their hands. Guess we'll never know though, so I'd say that it's about time that we get up on out of here. Signing off for Hello? No, I don't read the news. What happened? They found more? I thought there were only 3 of them. How many are there? 20? 20 different titles of varying quality, strangeness, and gall, which we will cover in groups based on who was responsible for each one: Diplomat, Topco, or Topco subsidiary TLC. Surprisingly, only one of them made a game that came with a gun, so take your bets on who you think that was now. As for everyone else, it's time to venture forth on an adventure through this strange company's timeline, game by game. Beginning, of course, with the ones who started it all, the Diplomat Sales Co. The original Diplomat line consisted of 6 titles that really leaned into the whole, "oh, look at us, this is something that we really shouldn't be doing right now" theme. Case in point, the original 3, which I will do a quick rundown of now to avoid treading the same ground for like the 4th time. Adultery, the game made for no one. Spin the spinner, take a name, get freaky until the time ref barges in and says that it's time to knock that off. Not good for the general public, not good for swingers. Let's continue. Strip-tac-toe. Pretty standard stuff. Take off an article, place it in a square. If you win, you get a bonus card. First of the 3 to introduce the play by candlelight rule, but had enough sense to not require you to put the candle on the sheet. Lastly, bumps and grinds. Roll, move, remove. First one to lose all their articles wins. Continues the play by candlelight trend, but has you put the candle directly on the board as the only source of light. Surrounded by an increasingly drunk crowd, I now need to find a new house. And that's the original 3, but what I initially thought of as a trio turned out to be only half of the family. So let's meet the 3 new siblings added to this pack and see what they have to offer. All of these games were also released in 1969, thereby making Bumps and Grinds the youngest of the group, as will become apparent as we get deeper into the lore. So we'll just cover them in the order that I feel is appropriate, starting off by getting ornery with our office mates in the hit classic, Office Party. I gotta say, fellas, I do not see how this is generating value for the shareholders. Office Party sees players gallivant around their place of work doing the normal activities one would expect from a 9 to 5. Drinking, stripping, winning chips, and indulging in general hanky-panky. Gosh dang, Charles Schwab be going crazy. The game is very simple. Roll a dice and follow the effect of whatever space you land on. First player to make it all the way around the board twice wins. Now that is something that I was not expecting. Most of these titles base their win condition on the amount of clothes being removed, but this one is just a straight up race to the finish, meaning theoretically you could make it through a full game without a single article being lost. However, that is going to be pretty unlikely as the game is certainly made to have you get a little lighter throughout. The game also comes with 2 types of cards that players can end up drawing: the boss cards and the sexitary cards. Aw, that's a good one right there. A+. A lot of these cards have about what you'd expect on them, but some of them are a little more creative, like show your belly button to everyone, play patty cake with any player, tell a joke, psych-analyze any player, and everyone's favorite, do a no-no. Yep, still no explanation on that one. And yeah, that's pretty much Office Party, save for the fact that this circle in the middle has been covered for the whole game. Gee, I wonder what's under there. Oh boy, another fire hazard! Yes sirree, just like in Bumps and Grinds, they have you place this confidence-inducing candle in the middle of the board on this dinky dish. But at the very least, they let you keep the other lights on this time, so they haven't totally lost it yet. No, that would happen just a short time after when they sent out their next title, 1969's Risk. Oh, French. Risqué. Risqué is... I mean, it's hardly even a game, really. It's closer to gambling than anything else. Gambling? How Risqué works is you lay out the square sheet on the ground and have one player sit on each side. Then the dealer sends out 7 cards to each player, which will remain face down. Starting with the dealer, he will reveal one of his cards at random before performing the effect on that card. Then it's the next player's turn. That player will then do the same, but must continue to flip over cards one at a time until they have a better poker hand than the dealer. So if the dealer has a 5, that person will need to flip over cards until they get a 6 or higher, a pair, or a straight if they're really struggling. The next player will then follow the same pattern, and this continues until all of the cards are flipped. Winner is the one with the best hand, and their reward is getting any clothes back that they lost that round. Game ends when one player can't lose no more. So yeah, it's pretty much just flip a card over and see what happens. You can't exchange a card, you can't switch with an opponent, you can't do anything to help your situation, but sit there and see what fate has in store for you. And buddy, fate has got an excellent deal on death today. See, this sheet is pretty much useless. The game can easily be played without it since all it uses is the cards. But I guess they had to find some function for it, so you know what? Something does go on the sheet now. Give it up for its most dread-inducing appearance yet. It's the candle! Boo! What, thought the flat board that we had it on earlier was a little too stable? Now try resting this sucker on the foldable twister mat that's about twice as flammable after bringing back the rule that this can be the only light in the room. Not to mention that everyone is sitting directly around this easily bumpable mat, and when they are out of cards, they need to roll the die on it to see how much they have to drink. Brother, this makes bumps and grinds look like a fire safety course. Welcome to the freaking club. But that's about all there really is to Risque. Very simple game, fun for the whole family. So let's head now to the final title of the original 6. A loaded game that could cause some recoil at the trajectory the game takes. Around the World in Bed, home to one of the most unique components I have seen in a board game, a gun. Granted, one that shoots plunger darts, but I still appreciate the gesture. Around the World in Bed is another simple one. How it works is you hang up the board on the wall so that the images of people going silly on each other are facing out. And the board must be at eye level and at least 7 feet away from the shooter. These are all regulation measurements, you hear? If you show up for a tournament and start trying your homebrew 6-foot shot, you're gonna get penalized for it. Whichever position is struck by the dart will be the position that the two players will be attempting. That happens until there is a mutual satisfaction, and the game continues until every position on the board is carried out, including Polish. This game really hates the Poles, gosh dang. Of course, being a Diplomat title, it also comes with a candle, but at least this time they made it optional, seeing as it would need to be pretty close to the board in order to illuminate it. You know, the board that you're shooting at, honestly, at that point, you just deserve it. Last bit about Around the World is that it, like Bumps and Grinds and Office Party, has both a Diplomat version and a Topco version, indicating that these games came during the period where the company began to morph into its new form. And with that transformation beginning, this is where the games that were produced under the Diplomat banner end, as Topco officially emerges as the new face of the franchise to produce their own original games, which you will quickly realize carry a much different feel than the original line. So let's transition from one company to the next and see what the minds of Topco have concocted in order to succeed where Diplomat failed. The biggest change that you will notice as we transform from Diplomat to Topco is the style, as in order to fully distance themselves from their past, they have abandoned that iconic Diplomat art style to instead focus on more general iconography you'd expect from the genre. To start off our Topco travels, we encounter a new spin on an old classic, Drink-Tac-Toe. I mean, it's not a bad start, but when the last company came out the gate with adultery, you can't blame me for being underwhelmed. Drink-Tac-Toe takes the general concepts of Strip-Tac-Toe and alters them slightly in order to better market it to their new audience, alcoholics. Some fan-favorite aspects are returning from the original, the bonus cards, the patented 3-in-a-row gameplay, and of course, the dinky candle, which the game encourages be bound to the center dish, so they are getting a little more safety-focused with the rebrand. Now, they don't actually give you anything to bind it with, but hey now, baby steps. Whenever there is a tie in the game, you now roll the die to determine the winner instead of just playing again. They considered just removing the tic-tac-toe board entirely since this will happen pretty much every time, but for some reason the focus group really did not seem to vibe with a game called Drink Die. The other big change is how each player now has their own deck of bonus cards instead of the one deck being shared. So each person will have their own challenges to overcome, and the first one to make it all the way through their deck is the winner. Unfortunately, I can't find what is on any of these cards to give you a feel for the challenges, but seeing as this is all coming fresh off the rebrand, I don't think they would be willing to get rid of the do a no-no card just yet. It's practically the soul of the company. And that's all there is to Drink Tacto. A bit of a weak start, but not everyone throws a touchdown on their first pass, so let's see if they can follow that up with something stronger in their next title, Bottoms Up. Looks cool. Want to see more? Yeah, so would I. This is literally the only picture of the game. It is shocking how little info about this title exists, as not only is it a Topco product, as you can see from their grainy logo in the corner here, but it is also an official collaboration with Hustler magazine. Don't know what that is? Good, let's keep it that way. The only info from the game that I can get is from the Board Game Geek page, where we find that Bottoms Up was a roll and move team game featuring challenges in 4 categories: Truth or Dare, Perverted Pictures, Sexy Charades, and Dirty Tricks. If someone lands on a Bottoms Up space, then everyone has to drink. And yeah, that's about it for that one too. Can't really gauge the quality on something we know so little about, so we'll just call that one a wash and move on to our third Topco title, French Cards. Alright, so this one is based off of yet another established board game, but not a Diplomat one this time. So with a name like French Cards, can you guess what game these jokers decided to rip off? Close. Scrabble. Hey, don't just take my word for it, they name drop that sucker right on the front of the box. That's a bold move. French Card sees players granted a variety of word tiles that they must use to make a grammatically correct sentence. Play continues like Scrabble until no more tiles can be played, tiles are reshuffled and redistributed, first player to 300 points wins. Alright, this is seriously just Scrabble with words instead of letters. The only semi-naughty thing that goes on in this one is if your word covers up a pink space, then you roll the die and get that many hugs/kisses from a player of your choice. On top of that, the production value seems to have gone way down. This looks nothing close to the component quality that we've seen from these guys before. It doesn't look like Topco is getting any better, it looks like they're actively getting worse. Well, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe this was a fluke, maybe it's a slow start. What are some of the other titles that they have? For Lovers Only, a 2-player game where you move along the board and draw cards, basically a worse version of the monogamy type game. 7 Minutes in Heaven, the exact same thing, but meant for anywhere from 2 to 12 players, innovating as it now has 4 decks to draw from instead of 2. Party Truth or Dare, a borderline pointless game where you draw a Truth or Dare card and have to follow the instructions. Similar to the free version of Truth or Dare commonly found at parties, a la the Spin the Bottle board game. This company stinks! Everything that made the original interesting has been sanded away. There's no innovation, there's no new ideas, there's no charm, there's nothing but general all-purpose non-GMO filth. This is unbelievable! Even though Diplomat's titles were all not very good in their own right, they were at least interesting. You could at least look at them and go, what in the world? Now compare that to one of the Topco titles. Which one has you more curious about what's going on in there? The only way Truth or Dare wins that contest is if I'm curious about why they are making me pay to play Truth or Dare. Heck, it doesn't even come with a candle I can use to light my money on fire. A complete and total downgrade in pretty much every way. I don't even like this company and I'm mad about it. It's that bad. But the story does not end here. Not like this. For Topco realized that what they were doing was a little wonky splonky and decided to fix that by making it someone else's problem, gifting the responsibility of making their games to their brand new subsidiary, TLC. They've got some big plans in the works, so let's see how the most recent chapter of the story has unfolded. Technically, TLC got started with that Truth or Dare game, like how Topco was involved with Bumps and Grinds, but in a similar manner, we're going to officially count the start of their line here as they fully take over the operation. But unlike Topco, they are not going to waste any time getting warmed up, as they are going to come out the gate swinging for the fences with a new take on a despised classic, the official Bumps and Grinds remake. Oh goodness gracious, just look at that! Original artwork on the front of the box, personality echoing throughout, a cover that I have to censor again? Yes sir, this is some high quality trash right there! This is the kind of travesty I wake up to cover. We are so back! Now, once again, we have very little information at our disposal here. These games are poorly cataloged, shocker, I know. But from what we do have, we can gauge how this game differs from the original, which it does quite a bit. The biggest change is to the components. While the original game carried the standard board, 2 decks, dice, pawns, and candle, the newer version holds a completely different board, only 1 deck of cocktail cards, same pawns but only 1 die, a feather boa that will be used throughout, and crucially, despite being featured on the front of the box, no candle. Aw, it's not Bumps and Grinds without the fire hazard! Unfortunate as this omission is, it is not the only thing that has been altered, as the win condition has gone from the unique race to the finish action of first person to lose all their articles wins to the much more standard last player with close on wins. More balanced win condition, sure, but less iconic. We've lost a bit of the original's edge with the changes so far. But we haven't just cut things here, as there are also some new additions, such as the Cool Cat Lounge. Oh yeah. Once you enter the Cool Cat Lounge, the door locks behind you and you are now trapped there until you roll an odd number. Every time you roll an even one, you must take that many drinks before trying again on your next turn. I mean, in terms of strategy, this would be like hanging out in jail in Monopoly to avoid hitting properties, but this one does take a little more skill, as you're going to need to be able to handle your handle if you want to stay alive. The cocktail cards are also here, replacing the Tomcat and Pussycat cards. These achieve the same result, carrying effects that you must follow, but do so by framing them as drink recipes that you are making. I don't have a direct example of one of these cards, just what the rules state, but I imagine that a lot of these drinks will be shaking on multiple sides. If a player lands on start, they get a kiss from all the players, and that's about it from new Bumps and Grinds. Overall, I think the original is more iconic, but hey, they've started trying again, so that's a plus. As for the quality of the game itself, I've pretty much just stopped caring and am really more interested in how funny or baffling it is. Well, if it's funny and baffling you want, then how about a third Bumps and Grinds title? From the makers of that thing that you just saw, it's Bumps and Grinds DVD Edition. Excuse me?
Bumps and Grinds DVD Edition. Bumps and Grinds is a fully interactive DVD game for cool couples and sexy swingers. Grab your DVD remote control. This fully interactive twist on a classic adult board game is coming at you with high-end motion graphics and no pieces to lose under the sheets.
Yeah, that is an abundance of baffles. A fully interactive, remote-controlled DVD naughty board game with, quote, high-end motion graphics. What a product! This is pretty much just the updated version of Bumps and Grinds repurposed into video format, with each player taking a turn on the digital wheel to see what effect they get. The gambling option is, of course, a popular one, but this game also gives us a chance to see what the cocktail cards have on offer, and yep, sounds about right, some nice wholesome activities for the whole community. But okay, we've got 2 products from TLC that have revitalized my interest. They've definitely got some whack crap going on here, but that's partially because they've just been using the Bumps and Grinds IP. Eventually, they are going to need to fan out and create their own original line, right? Right, and that's exactly what they did, creating multiple of their own brand new titles in order to capture the market. The only problem being that they started becoming more reliant on gimmicks with each of their future releases, resulting in ideas that became dumber and dumber the more of these they decided to pump out. For example, the Kinky Cards series. Wanna know what's going on here? It's the gosh dang memory game where you flip over 2 cards and try and get a match. Oh, the benefit is from the wittily drawn cards. Brother, you can get the same result from Buse and Mamo or the Dora the Explorer edition. Don't think you're quite cut out for that level of difficulty? Never fear, as I did say the Kinky Cards series, brought to you by the Kinky Cards DVD game. I am so sorry for what they've done to you. Unlike the Bumps and Grinds one, we do not have any footage of the DVD, although it does explain that it also comes with full motion graphics, so that's probably for the best, as I'm not sure the human mind could comprehend that level of experience. Still just a memory game, just like the other one, but digital now. You get to play with the remote, so that automatically makes it better, right, 24 the DVD board game?
The heck do we have up next? Oh, it's Body Bingo! This is not your grandma's bingo. Challenge time, go out and ask her. Body Bingo gives each player a bingo card with body parts on it and words above each picture. If that body part is spun on the spinner, that is not how bingo works, you do that designated action to that body part. Sweep leg. The UFC expansion has really opened up the game. Naughty Bingo, nothing special, doesn't even have a DVD version. Next! Erotic Strip Poker. A tin full of naughty cards and 2 types of colored chips. This is literally just a deck of cards. Brother, if I wanted to embarrass myself in front of the poker crew, I would just bring the winch deck. That at least comes with its own unique game. Next! Hearts Are Wild. What in the Rico Suave am I looking at here? Alright, this one at least comes with a board and some mechanics. Do we have any pictures of them? No, believe it or not, no one thought these were worth the trouble of taking pictures of, and I've gotta say, I'm starting to agree with them. Same as all the other move around the board, draw cards, get freaky games, but it does have 2 things that set it apart. The included flavored oils, which I imagine you just down like a shot at some point, and of course, the shop mechanic? Where your accumulated Hearts Are Wild trademark coupons can be redeemed for any period of time? Are we stealing the time chip mechanic from Adultery? One more. We have one more title from this accursed line before we are finished for good. Ladies and gentlemen, Hotspots, the body paint game. Want to know how to play? Well, the directions are right on the front of the box. Winner licks all. Oh boy. Spin that dadgum spinner, and whatever color it lands on, you use the included paintbrush to paint a spot on your opponent's body with the included flavored paint. Once both players are sufficiently tatted up, give her another spin and lick up one of the spots of the spun color. Ugh! Comes in 3 delectable flavors, cherry, orange, and blue raspberry. So that means that somewhere, somehow, at some point in time, at least one human on this earth was in possession of blue raspberry flavored feet. Suffer with that image. Of course, this time I actually have pictures of the game to show off thanks to the many retailers deciding that, oh yeah, this is what the people want. And I think some of them might have inhaled too much flavored paint along the way because the highly regarded merchants over at bedroomjoys.com, I am going to have to light this computer on fire after we're done. For some reason say that the first person to lick all the strawberry spots off is the winner, despite that not even being an offered flavor. Bad news, guys, the game is, officially unwinnable. Of course, having ourselves an artificially produced edible product here, let me just bring up the ingredient list real quick, and oh, would ya look at who it is! It's like running into your old friend at the local Scooter's Coffee. And unlike all of the other nonsense that are fortunately really tricky to find, you can actually still get your hands on this thing for a nifty $12. Heck, I'll even do you one better. Apparently you could have previously gotten this sucker as a deal straight off of Groupon. Yeah, can I get a similar deal for a botched LASIK? I think I'm done with these eyes for good now. Overall, I think the TLC line did a much better job at bringing back the "what the heck am I looking at" feel that Diplomat had, but was very sporadic and inconsistent on their release front. I mean, one of their 8 releases was just a deck of cards and some chips. They can reach the heights of bad, but their lowest points are scraping the abyss. And before I give my final thoughts on this little excursion of ours, I do have some whack crap for you as a little bit of a treat. So go ahead and get hyped for a little more Fatal Brain Melt. Want some more action from your buddies over at Topco? Well, jump on down to the still very active Topco sales website, and actually no, don't do this, never go there. None of their games are on the website, and since they gave control of the naughty games portion to TLC, they have just focused on the naughty portion, so this site is frankly not a good time, downright disgusting. It did help me learn though that apparently these suckers have brick and mortar store locations all across the US. Once again, brain melt. And would you look at that, they even have one in the fine metropolis of Gary, Indiana. I can't picture a more perfect match. But moving away from Topco or any company we've seen so far, we have another remaster of an old Diplomat classic with Around the World in Bed, new edition, More Daring. Yes sir boys, get even more daring with the new edition, featuring the new real gun. This version just took the original artwork from the box and switched the color
colors around, and I say took instead of repurposed because this was not made by Topco or Diplomat. This was made by an entirely different company, Neo Art Incorporated. I could not find anything that implies that Neo Art has any relation to the other two or even exists anymore at all. So my best guess as to what happened here is that some chumps just made an unofficial remaster of the game and started selling that puppy off without permission. Is there any twist that the story doesn't have? What am I talking about? Of course there isn't. Why, let's knock another one out right now. Wanna know why there aren't more games around that have you play a board game with nothing but a candle lighting your way? Because that's a terrible idea? Nope. Because the Diplomat Sales Co. trademarked the entire gosh dang idea in 1971. Honestly, probably doing a lot of good for the general safety of their target market by keeping other fools from trying this thing out. They also filed trademarks for the Office Party and Around the World in Bed lines, but seeing as those were filed in 1971, they have since been expired for several decades. It's open, now's your chance to make your mark on the market. Finally, for our last piece of material, we have this magazine advertisement. A full-page ad for the Diplomat line featuring all 6 games, Bumps and Grinds, Risque, and Around the World in Bed taking center stage with the other 3 getting a smaller shout-out in the text. The ad gives a nice highlight of the games as well as stating that these titles all make for terrific Christmas gifts. Ooh, watch out, it's freaky Christmas, flash the text chain. This actually gives us an eye into how much these games went for during the time period, as back from when this ad was ran, you could get one Diplomat title for $6.95, or about $53 today. $53 for the privilege of shooting a dart at a wall. Forget adultery, that's the real crime. But don't worry, you can always just buy in bulk and save. If you get all 6 Diplomat titles at once, that would only run you around $229 in today's money. What a steal! Yeah, actual theft. And that should just about do it for the story of the Diplomat Sales Co. My conclusion? They kinda peaked right at the start, not gonna lie. While TLC might have had some real weirdos during its time, nothing compares to the original Diplomat line when it comes to looking at a game and immediately taking some form of mental damage. Heck, for 3 of them, physical too. The Topco line especially was the worst of the 3. All of the games are bad, yeah, but there's some ironic enjoyment that can be had from looking at a game like Adultery. That's funny. The Topco stuff, that's just trying to make a quick buck. It's practically slop. As such, I am going to make the official declaration that only the original Diplomat line is canon. The 6 games featured in this ad are the only ones I feel are worth bringing up in the future. Everything else, expanded universe stuff, doesn't really count. If you wanted to make an exception for hotspots, I completely understand. That one is also very funny. So we'll treat that as its own thing, like one of the other naughty board games from the last video. But in terms of the lore, this right here is the Diplomat Sales Co. 6 of the absolute dumbest, funniest games that I've had the pleasure of looking at here. Which should come as no surprise, because pleasure is what they're all about. So you love war, the feel of the breeze, the wind in your hair, the sun shining on your face. Yes sir, there's nothing quite like a good old war. But you've got a problem. In addition to your crippling fear of death, you really don't want to invest too much thought into your war effort. I mean, enough thought that it still feels like you're a strategic genius at the end, while at the same time being able to look at your phone for a bit without getting court-martialed. Well, buddy, 1957 is gonna be a great year for you. Risk, one of the most well-known board games on the scene, grab your territories, place your troops, and massacre men by the thousands, now for ages 10 and up. Risk is one of my all-time favorites. Approachable by both veterans and newcomers, the game has enough strategy to hold your attention with bonus zones and alliances, but crucially is also immensely based on the luck of your rolls to where everything could fall apart at any moment. A lot of frustration on offer. Regardless of what anyone thinks though, Risk has been a massive success ever since it was put to market, selling over 25 million copies and being one of the top 20 best-selling games of all time. And you know what happens when something starts bringing in the cash, we start making all kinds of crap. While not as obscene as something like Monopoly, the number of different versions of Risk out there is quite crazy. As a reminder that no matter how you spin a tie-in or revamp, during the course of the game, somebody is going to have to die. That has not stopped anyone before though, and it is certainly not going to stop me now, as I've looked through the extensive list of titles that have gone through this wacky war and have brought back my favorites that we can suffer through together. So grab those country cards and get comfy in Australia as we look through the worst and weirdest of Risk. Now, before we start getting into the real weird stuff like Spanish Batman, a quick disclaimer on how this video will be sorted. See, normally in the worst and weirdest series, our titles are split into two categories. Themed editions, where it's just the exact same game with that one guy/thing slapped on the box, and revamped editions that rework how the game plays in some unique way. Now, this ended up serving us quite well with both Monopoly and Yahtzee, but when it comes to Risk, this filing system holds up about as well as a Maginot Line. There, I pronounced it right. Jeez, it only took me 2 years. See, in terms of Risk tie-ins, the group that would normally make up most of the themed editions, the executive teams of these properties did not just want their IP slapped on the game, as is normally standard practice. Instead deciding that each and every one of these should have a unique twist that's relevant to the universe that's being portrayed. And while this is fantastic for the fans, as it makes these products even more tailored to them, this leaves me in a rough spot because I only have 3 games total that qualify as themed editions. In fact, there are so few that I can just cover them all right here, right now. The Risk 40th and 60th Anniversary Editions. Why did they decide to just skip the 50th anniversary? Don't question the all-knowing power of an executive team. Each made to celebrate their respective milestones, these are standard Risk games with extra care put into the boards and components as a celebration of the series. And while the 60th does have a great board, the 40th is the real prize here. With a new design on the dice, a redrawn world map that each comes with its own unique serial number, and individually painted metal army pieces that come in their own colored drawstring pouch. Yeah, there's a reason that this thing usually runs for around 200 smackers. Rustic Risk comes inside of a fully wooden box that contains the fully wooden board. It's perfect for my fully wooden personality. The armies are also returned to their original wooden square style, and all of the items are purposefully given a worn look so that you feel like you dug this sucker out of a cellar in northern France. And that is all of the themed editions. Wow, that's some great content right there. So in order to supplement our lack of half of the gosh dang structure, we'll be following a new path for this round. To start us off, we'll be looking at the titles that are considered slight revamps. Games that maybe change 1 or 2 elements of the title to better fit with their respective tie-in. After that, we'll be looking at the major revamps, the games that really screwed with the genetic code of the series and produced some horrible monstrosity that barely resembles that which came before. And as a little extra treat to fill the themed edition size hole in your heart, we'll end this one off with a mystery category that I think you'll enjoy quite well. We've got a lot of nonsense to get through here, so let's start this puppy off by seeing which companies just could not resist the call of war. The slight revamps are the most popular Risk rendition that these companies pursue, and in order to convey this to you, I'm going to list off 24 different versions that I managed to come across during my searches, which I'd like to mention is not all of them, there are still more out there. I'll be rattling them off back to back, but in addition to their names, I'll also be mentioning the 1 or 2 things that they have changed to separate themselves from the standard game. Different map does not count because, well, that's a given. We've got 24 of these to get through and 2 more categories after that, so let's get schmovin'. 3, 2, 1, run it. Risk processions et marches folklorias de l'Anti-Monopoly et Muse. That's what we're starting with? Constrict your campaign to this region of Belgium in addition to adding new units like the drummer, so you can, quote, conquer the Anti-Monopoly et Muse region of Belgium with a marching band. Yes, your primitive weapons mean nothing against the power of music. Risk Stranger Things. Take control of either the good or evil cast from a show I've definitely watched as you fight for control of the Upside Down while both sharing the common goal of trying to stop whatever this Vecna guy is up to. Is that a spoiler? I have no idea. Risk Peaky Blinders. Join your favorite members of the Silly Hat Club as you take and complete missions in different regions from characters of the show. Fun fact about this one, apparently it is just completely broken. Vikings Risk the Conquest of Europe. Another one based off a show, invade Europe using the new Viking longship units for water traversal and your Cards of the Gods power-ups for some hot smiting action. Risk Transformers, the Decepticon Invasion of Earth. Features human units that can either help out the Autobots or be enslaved by the Decepticons. Our first named slavery mechanic, and it came from a Transformers tie-in. Good gravy. Risk Transformers Cybertron Battle Edition. Ditches the slavery mechanic to instead allow you to strategically change up parts of the map. This game also comes with a max 6-turn limit before it abruptly ends, which is a massive time save compared to how long this battle took in the lore. Confound it, Risico, Batman La Catura de Gotham City. Choose your Batman villain and attempt to enact your unique villain plan to grant yourself powers in the game to help your conquest of Gotham. Batman is here as well, as if at any point 5 ones are rolled during the course of a turn, Batman will swoop in and just wipe out an entire area of troops, straight up massacre Gun Batman style. Narnia Risk Jr., a simpler version of the Risk gameplay with a lower army count. But the real reason that this is here is because it was designed by the one and only Richard Borg? Not Berg, the designer of the campaign for North Africa, the Desert War 1940-43. Borg, a completely different award-winning wargame designer with the first name Richard. I swear, if we find a Richard Barg later down the line, I'm eating another die. Risk Marvel Cinematic Universe. Take control of your favorite heroes, each coming with their own unique powers. Risk Captain America Civil War Edition. Take control of your favorite heroes, each coming with their own unique powers, while also trying to not miss your flight. Risk Rick and Morty. Characters, powers, play as the United States government? Funniest Risk I've ever seen, you wouldn't get it. Risk Balance of Power, a unique 2-player version of the game featuring capitals, terrain effects, and strategic goals. Much closer to your standard wargame than most Risk titles, so you better get those brain gears whirring up for this one. Risk Deep Space, a kid's version of Risk with only 9 planets to fight over that also includes resource mining and base building. Why does the kids version have more strategic depth than the base one, huh? Risk the Lord of the Rings. Middle-earth themed Risk that carries leaders, missions, and sites of power that grant unique bonuses. There is a trilogy edition of the game that features all of the content, but allegedly if you only got the first one, which was the 2 towers, the map would just be incomplete unless you also purchased an expansion, so better get that wallet out, big boy. Risk Call of Duty Zombies. Aim for control over various iconic zombies locations while attempting to fight off not only the other players, but also the zombie horde. Also comes with a 17-step Easter egg, including rolling 7 6s in a row and lighting the board on fire in order to see Richtofen playing Mario Kart Double Dash. Risk Star Wars The Clone Wars Edition. Standard adds heroes with powers Risk, but I've included it because halfway through the game, the Order 66 event triggers and completely shifts the balance of power and the team's objectives. Not even gonna lie, that sounds simply phenomenal. Risk The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. Todd, you've done it again. Comes with armor, spells, heroes, and dragons that you'll have to fight off throughout this civil war. Gives you the opportunity to invent your own dragon shout too after your friend eliminates you and your rage boils over. Risk the Dalek Invasion of Earth. Take control of one of several Dalek factions as you try to take control of Earth and find an ancient weapon. Just like Batman, the Doctor will be wandering around attempting to stop the Daleks and will cause everyone to lose if no one can find the weapon in time. Christopher Eccleston is still the best Doctor. Let's continue. Risk Plants vs. Zombies. Attack or defend Brainsboro as you take control of either the plants or the zombies. What's cool about this one is that you have your standard Risk battle for the neighborhood option, but also have access to a yard defense mode that plays similar to the app, which is just a chef's kiss touch. Risk Assassin's Creed. Honestly, this one is pretty close to a standard themed edition of Risk, but does have a few cards with interesting effects. Like the Sigma Team card that immediately eliminates all players and ends the game, coming in with a clutch Mercy Kill, another win for the Sigmas. Risk Dune. One of the more recent versions, this one includes story elements and power trees for the Fremen and House Harkonnen forces that increase their power as they gain more control. Yes, it does come with Big Worm. If it didn't have Big Worm, we'd have quite a problem on our hands. Risk Game of Thrones includes 2 maps of different locations and also carries a Dominion rule set, which adds victory points to the equation to make for a quicker, more satisfying ending. Risk Warhammer 40,000. If the title includes the full number, I'm gonna say the full number. Risk Warhammer 40 Grand is coming at you with leaders and custom pieces for each faction, which I will now read off and try to make sense of as someone who knows absolutely nothing about Warhammer. Marnius Calgar leads the Ultramarines with individual Primaris Intercessors and Repulsor battle tanks as their 3-unit pieces. The Alderi Craftworlds faction, led by an Autarch, has Guardians at attention with Falcons as their tanks. And Magnus's Gene Stealer cult boasts weapon-wielding acolytes and heavily armored Goliath rock grinders. By the Emperor, what the heck is a Gene Stealer? And finally, Risk Metal Gear Solid. Kept you waiting, huh? This one uses the standard Risk map with the inclusion of the movable Outer Haven territory. And whoever happens to have control of Metal Gear Rex at the current moment has the option to politely launch nuclear armaments against their foes. You also have access to a weapon to surpass Metal Gear by using your hands to flip the table over. Special units are also available to players as well-known characters in their Metal Gear Solid 4 forms, which is a real shame as give me Revengeance Raiden and that game is over in 5 minutes. And those are all the slight revamps that I have on offer. Overall, a couple real strange tie-ins from this group, but some cool ideas emerging from them as well. But these babies only took their revamp process so far before stopping. After all, they didn't want to stray too far from the beaten path lest they risk alienating the main audience. Haha! Our next group, though, had no such qualms, as they decided to dive right on into the strange ideas pile head first, no matter how much bodily harm was generated along the way. So let's jump right on in with them and see what these massive revamps decided to do to this classic. We've got less of these than the slight revamps, but still hold a sizable collection to go through, and we'll be marching through this group by getting increasingly weirder with the ideas of each title. Starting us off, we head on back over to Europe to see the sights in Castle Risk. Oh, the building? Yes, of course, that's what I was thinking too. Castle Risk uses the same dice combat system as the standard game, but changes a ton of the other mechanics. Most notably, how the reinforcements work in general. In this game, you place down reinforcements at the end of your turn instead of at the start. And also, there are no country cards nor bonuses for the number of countries you control. The region control bonuses are still in effect, but the new troop boost comes from your castle, which holds your banner and will grant you more troops per turn if you are able to capture the banners of other castles on the map. There are also several position cards that will grant you unique bonuses based on the situation, including the Spy card that will allow you to look at your opponent's hand and discard one of their cards if you're feeling particularly sneaky today. Don't want to fight a war of the past? Then fight a war of the present with Risk Battlefield Rogue! Ah yes, first-person shooter to top-down squad management, a seamless transition. Risk Battlefield presents a new gameplay spin on the series, providing 9 different scenarios for players to choose from, each coming with its own win condition. You could also just say F it and make your own board from the tiles. Heck, you want to battle in a W? We can't stop you. The real draw of this one is the combat, which has been completely overhauled into a more battlefield approach with squads that utilize different troops, vehicle options, air support, cover, destructible terrain, the whole 6.5 yards. Even the action of drawing cards has been overhauled, as each deck provides support to different aspects like air or ground. So you'll need to weigh your decision based on how screwed you are in one area to maybe salvage the mess that you've gotten yourself into. The revamped everything reportedly works really well in making it feel like you're actually playing a Battlefield match without it being extremely confusing, making this the second first-person shooter board game that we've covered that manages to capture the essence of the original game in a fun way. And this one didn't even need a horrific Kickstarter controversy. See, they masterfully avoided that pitfall by apparently not telling anyone about the game and basically shadow dropping the sucker with no warning. That'll do it. Not happy about the fact that the games you own get worse as you break the components? Well, never fear, as you can get the opposite result from our next two titles, Risk Legacy and Risk Shadow Forces. Two games that will be joining BreaKey in the distinguished hall of games that force you to permanently break the components. That's some good company right there. These two titles are legacy-style games. Similar to that pandemic version that everyone's been raving about, every game that you will play will leave a permanent impact on the game that will change how it is played in the future. This can come in the form of establishing new major cities, changing the names of continents, completely removing the bonuses provided by territories, or ripping a bonus card in half and throwing it in the trash. Not even an exaggeration, the rules explicitly state, throw it in the trash. By the time you get to game 4, this sucker is completely unrecognizable. Tired of going worldwide with your releases? Then narrow your release window with Risk Edition Napoleon. France. This 1999 version of the game had an extremely limited release, only producing 10,000 total copies that were only sold in the nation of France. This has made the game quite tough to get your hands on, as well as very valuable, which wouldn't be as much of an issue if it was just a collector's edition, but no, this is a completely different game in the way that it plays. This edition is Risk and pretty much map only, as it introduces really advanced strategic options like generals, fortress sieges, naval combat, and maritime blockades. It even came with its own version of DLC with an expansion that added the Ottoman Empire and historically accurate generals. We're getting to the point that this isn't even a Risk version anymore, it's just a regular war game. So let's avoid falling into the wargame hole by shifting onto a completely different track. How about one that doesn't even come with a gosh dang board? Risk Express. Lay the 14 country circles on the table and roll the dice to see if you get the symbols needed to conquer that area. Each territory group carries a point value with bonuses being given for controlling continents. Winner is the one with the most points at the end. This is, once again, absolutely not Risk. This is a dice roller where you are counting on luck to get you the symbols you need to fill their respective battle line. Each one can only be filled one at a time, and on your next roll, if you fail to fill another, you must remove one of those dice and try again. Now, even though this isn't Risk, that doesn't mean that there isn't combat, as you can battle it out for someone's already claimed territory if you manage to fill both the original requirements and the additional general needed to make the move. So you'll need to think quite a bit as to whether you should take the risk on an attack or grab one of the remaining countries from the ever-shrinking pool. Despite how weird and simple this sounds, it has a pretty great rating on Board Game Geek, which caught me way off guard because these people despised the simplicity of the original. I guess like most people, they just cannot resist the allure of a good circle. And now we have reached the coveted final 3 games of this catalog. And while I have mentioned a couple of times the no, that is not Risk play, those at least still bore a resemblance to the game in some way. Here, these are just 3 entirely different board games. Starting us off with this crew, we begin by forming our own in the pirate-themed Risk Jr., aka the biggest missed opportunity for a Jake and the Neverland Pirates crossover I have ever seen. Always remember, kids, a good pirate never takes another person's property. Risk Jr. sees 4 scallywags attempt to take over islands in order to claim the treasure that is located on each one. Each treasure you take will contain a certain amount of points, and you will also get points for how many islands you control at the end. Whoever has the most points when the last chest is claimed wins. Risk Jr. is really just an entry point to the concept of dice combat for young kids. When they arrive in an island that is not theirs, they will need to battle it out by loading 1 die into their ship and rolling it by hitting the lever which will launch it up. If they roll higher than the other player, they get the island and the treasure. This little launching the die into the air with the ship, ladies and gentlemen, is what us board game casuals refer to as fun and really cool. Of course, if you lose the duel, you don't get the island and the other player gets the treasure. And since every island is given to a player at the start of the game, if you land on a space that you started the game off with, nothing happens and you don't get the chest. Despite the name and the dice combat, I really would not call this a risk game. There are no units, eliminations, or bonuses, and the territory control is really just a secondary thought behind the race to the finish action of trying to collect as many chests as possible. But compared to the next one, this sucker looks like a straight up remaster, as not only is our next title nothing like the original, it's not even a gosh dang board game. Escape Box Risk. What do we have on offer here? A home version of a Risk-themed escape room. What's worse, I can only find versions in French. They strike again. Escape Box Risk puts you and your little gaggle of friends in the shoes of the General's aides. You enter his tent to ready the battle orders, and unfortunately, the wind scatters them all over the place into a completely unrecognizable state. He'll be here in 1 hour, so you need to spend that time solving the riddles and reorganizing the orders, otherwise the General will have you put in front of a firing squad? Seems like a twinge of an overreaction, but hey, he's the General. Fire! The game is organized with a GM running the whole operation, while the other 6 players all take one of these specialty jobs that will allow them certain privileges. And they'll need to work together in order to fix this mess and avoid the General's incredibly fair and just punishment. In addition to its 3 scenarios, apparently the sucker also comes with a 1 hour long soundtrack to fully immerse yourself in the atmosphere of Risk. Which could mean either the cozy soft tone anthems of a war room or just a straight hour of screaming and gunfire from the front lines. In either case, a good option to help you doze off at night. But at the very least, this version has the setting of an actual war, a battle of some sort where blows will be traded. Our last title couldn't even get that part down, instead going for the angle of metaphorical war by trading in the salvos for staplers. Risk Office Politics. Come on guys, work is an everyday battle, am I right, ladies? Risk Office Politics is another title from the A Parody of the Classic line, which contains such winners as the Game of Life Quarter Life Crisis and Monopoly Socialism. But while that one was a poorly themed, interesting new take on the Monopoly gameplay, Risk OP sets itself apart by deciding to be absolutely terrible. The idea is unique. You need to acquire your own little force of managers and interns in order to sabotage your opponent's network and slowly gain control of the office, spreading rumors and using bribes in order to give yourself an edge. My favorite part is that these bribes aren't any form of monetary compensation, they're just donuts, which come with their own little pieces, and when you bring them into combat, you spend it to add one of your opponent's pieces of your choice to your side for that battle. And since they end up leaving the board or getting fired after this happens, that must be one pretty dang good donut. The rumor cards are also a highlight, as you're meant to substitute your friends' names into the rumor for a comedic effect, which could work pretty well if you decide to ham it up a bit. I'll tell you something, I've heard that Coulson has been routinely taking double the allotted company bathroom time. This all seems like good corporate sanctioned fun for sure, but the game kind of loses its way in the execution, mostly because the rules are partially incomprehensible. I have found multiple reports that people just could not figure out how the game is supposed to work, and some not even being sure if they played through it the way it was intended, with the common consensus being that you are going to have to make up some stuff yourself if you plan on making it through this title without multiple problems coming up. A real shame too, as this is a stupid enough idea to have the potential to be really fun. Fighting a war in the office. What will they think of next? Shooting guns in Monopoly? That'd just be crazy. But that brings to a close all of the weird and wild versions of Risk on offer. Well, all of the official versions. Yes, the license holders are not the only ones who have played around with the Risk brand, as plenty of fans have crafted their own unofficial expansions to the classic in order to add bits and bobs that they think will make the game better. As such, we're going to take a look at some of these expansions to see what the general public has been cooking up, and see if any of them were able to do what Hasbro couldn't and make the absolute perfect version of Risk. Now, there are quite a few of these unofficial versions, many of them looking to either add more depth to the game or give a change of scenery, like Medieval Risk or Over the Trenches, about what you'd expect from a fan revamp. But some of these babies have some real interesting stories or get real creative with their changes, and those are the ones that I want to focus on because I like it when my brain has to go into overclock mode to try and comprehend what I am looking at. Starting off with quite the introduction, 3D Risk, which is a combination of Risk and Star Trek 3D chess. Here is a picture. This is a Risk variant that was quite literally built by hand, as the Board Game Geek page description is from the creator of the game himself, who was generous enough to describe the construction process of this enigma. Quote, "The entire game was built on a wooden door cut in the center so it can be packed up and taken on travels. The planets were built on wooden platforms and connected to the base plate via wooden pegs. The army pieces were made from broomsticks, round pieces, and the others by sawing rectangular rods. Rocks were glued to the surface of the board and elevations were made from insulation foam. Electric illumination from toy railroads were added later. The pictures added here are from the candle sun phase. Board gaming via candlelight, huh? I've gotta say, that is an interesting idea. The game mainly runs off of standard Risk rules, but features unique rules and conditions for space travel and planetary oddities, such as needing to capture both sides of a mountain range before you can launch an assault on the top. The goal of this one is to achieve your mission objectives and proceed to the final conflict against Orion, who is sort of the final boss / territory itself. I don't know, it's tough to process, but you'll need to take him on quick, as if another player sees you go after Orion and takes the opportunity to snap your objective, you'll need to go back. The creator says that it never left this conceptual design phase, but allowed us several years of extreme gaming fun. So it's pretty cool that they had an idea of the game that they wanted and just decided to build it out of the crap that they had lying around. Absolutely stellar work. But moving from a completely new version to a much less taxing addition, we have One World Dominion, an unauthorized expansion for Risk. Oh, look at this handsome devil on the front of the book here, luring people in with the eye candy, I see. One World Dominion is a Risk expansion produced by Interformic Games that uses all of the standard rules of Risk but replaces the territory cards with 44 new cards that you will get when you capture an area. These cards can be turned in for the bonus armies just like in the standard game, but the real draw is that these cards also carry effects that you can choose to play on their own in order to cause some kind of effect. Some of these cards are absolutely bonkers. You have no idea what kind of nonsense could take place on any given turn, and to showcase this, here are a few of my favorite cards. Mind Control. Hypnotize enemy troops via TV and radio. Replace with half of the armies of your color in one area of your choice. Toxic Waste. Dump toxic waste in one area of your choice. No army may enter or leave this area, no army may attack into or out of this area, and no new army may be placed into this area for one turn. ICBM. Launch a nuclear strike against one area of your choice. All armies in the area are eliminated. No army may enter that area until after your next turn. Rebellion. This card creates a new neutral player. All armies in one area of your choice rebel and declare their independence. Yes, sir! The rebels will not voluntarily attack any other player. Each turn before your player turn, the rebels grow by 3 armies. Mad Cow Disease. Secretly supply opposing armies with bad meat. Choose one area adjacent to an area you control. The armies in the target area go temporarily insane and immediately make an involuntary attack against a randomly chosen adjacent area. The insane armies may attack armies of their own color. Ebola. Attempt to kill half of the armies rounded down in one area. Roll 1 die. If the result is 1, 2, or 3, only the target area is affected. If the result is a 4 or 5, the virus escapes and attacks every area on a random continent. If the result is 6, the virus affects every area on the map. That's a pretty big oopsie. Black Helicopters. Mysterious black helicopters aid your attacks on one continent of your choice. Add 2 to all your die rolls when you attack from areas on your chosen continent. I like how they never explain who these people are, they just show up, help you out, and then leave without saying a word. Mutant Horde. This card creates a new neutral player. Turn all armies in one area of your choice into mindless, homicidal mutants. Each game turn, following your player turn, the mutants attack one randomly chosen adjacent area. After the attack, all defending armies killed by the mutants join the mutants. And yes, this can end up causing the mutants to win the game if you all are that hopeless. Orbital Laser. Vaporize one army anywhere on the map. Just a real F you in particular, buddy. Get vaporized. And my favorite card, the United Nations. You draft a strongly worded resolution condemning the militarism of an opposing player. Your resolution is passed unanimously by the Security Council, and your speech regarding the matter is well received by the General Assembly. There is no effect. I'm just really glad that you can play this card at any time. It opens up a lot of variety in your options. So yeah, this causes the game to get just a little bit ridiculous, but hey, if you wanted to try it out for yourself, this sucker is currently on Tabletop Simulator as part of the Mulligan's Pub Risk, a combination of a couple of these that really shakes up the game. My favorite part is that Alaska just borders Central America now. I'd like to think that they keep their same climates, but it changes the second you hit the borderline like a Minecraft biome. But even with all of this going on, I don't know, it still feels like the game is just too organized. What we need to really spice things up is to add a little bit of chaos into the mix. We need Chaos Risk. Now, before I show you the front of this rulebook, I need you to imagine what the art for a game called Chaos Risk would look like, and note that I am not responsible for any injuries that would happen as a result of this reveal. Ladies and gentlemen, Chaos Risk. That is anything and everything I would ever hoped it would be. Chaos Risk is very similar to One World Dominion in what it does to the game. All of the standard rules of Risk remain, but each one of the country cards now carry an additional effect that can be activated in lieu of turning them in for troops. So just like in One World Dominion, I'm going to highlight some of my favorite territory cards here. Strap in because things are about to get a little bit chaotic. Alaska. You may add 4 armies to any province controlled by an opponent. Useful if you really want to screw over someone else who's attacking, or if you want to get real disrespectful by buffing up a force and then knocking them out anyway. Brazil. Treats for everybody. All players may immediately add 5 armies to any province they control. East Africa. Remove any 3 armies from the map. Triple the power of the orbital laser, but hey, at least these guys get to keep their bodies. Eastern Australia. You may move armies between Eastern Australia and Argentina this turn. Buddy just invented a new oceanic route. Egypt. Denial. Reroll any single attack or defense roll. Yes, it's here because of the name, alright? I'm weak. India. Elephants. Double everything this turn. You may use no other cards during this turn. Can't wait to stomp the defense into mush after rolling 3 12s. Thanks, guys. North Africa. Mines. Remove a third of the armies rounding up from any attacking force. Ooh, that's gonna end up causing quite a campaign. Northwest Territory. Yokels. Add 3 armies to any province in North America. What the heck did the Canadians do to you guys? Siberia. Fanatics. Add +1 to all attack rolls this turn. You take double casualties. Lock in, boys. Double of 0 is still 0. Southern Europe. Guns. Remove a third of the troops in a target province, rounding up. Oh, watch out, they have guns. I better get my cannon out of here. Venezuela. Insurgents. Place 6 neutral armies in Venezuela. Resolve combat immediately. What, I don't get Venezuela? Well, now nobody gets Venezuela. Western Europe. UN. The active player may not attack your provinces this turn. Well, at least they're doing something this time. And finally, the Western United States. UFOs. Add 15 neutral armies to the Western US. Resolve combat immediately. Unironically, the Western US and by proxy the entire North American continent bonus is now just an undesirable target because of this card. It is going to actively wipe out any force that is around the respectable army size. Stay away from Nevada. And that is Chaos Risk. Adds a whole lot of crazy into the game, sure, but you know one thing that it doesn't add? Dinosaurs. I was promised that these things would be fighting against a modern military force recently blessed with the guns bonus. Heck, come to think of it, I didn't see a giant woman in there anywhere either.
This is a load of baloney. Orbital laser vaporized this man. But with those concluded, I think we have officially managed to look through both the worst and weirdest of Risk. What the heck did we learn from this experience? I haven't the slightest. Put down below if you learned anything of note, and if it's convincing enough, maybe we can write this off for college credit or something. If you're interested in some of those unofficial expansions for Risk, I'll put the links for them down in the description. Can't say for sure what they'll do to the game balance, but hey, they'll sure shake things up. As for me, I'm going to continue to poke and prod various world leaders until I can get this new war officially up and running. Opinions on Risk Real Life Edition are projected to be mixed, but I think we'll eventually find our audience. So you're a real girl with a real problem. Despite your massive amount of wealth and ceaseless desire for power, you for some reason can't seem to make any friends. This just will not do, as if you're going to be the one to rule over your middle school unchallenged, you're going to need to find some way to become popular enough to take that position in the first place. But where are you going to get the practice that you need in order to build up those friend-making skills? Well, from a board game from 1970, I guess. The Emily Post Popularity Game, a game of etiquette for girls, particularly the ones who have already mastered the patented soulless gaze. The Emily Post Popularity Game is a simple title with a simple goal. Teach the players about proper manners in order to increase their chances of making friends. All while under the watchful eye of Elizabeth Post, the granddaughter-in-law of the titular etiquette writer, Emily Post. As such, I'll be using this game to learn you how to improve them there manners of yours so that you can nab a few more acquaintances. And by the end of this, you should be well poised to create yourself a genuine circle of friends that you can leech off of for many years to come. Before I divulge these proprietary secrets though, let's first go over how to play the game so that you can understand the methods behind our ladness. Everyone sits around the board and picks their favorite from the group of the thickest pawns I have ever seen. Good lord, the girth on these things! Before then rolling the custom McDonald's dice to see who will go first. I mean, they are really high quality, but they are also really small. It feels like they shaved down the sides of these and then put all of the extra wood back onto the pawns. Gosh dang! Everyone starts in the middle, and whoever is up rolls the dice. The turn player can either choose to move the full amount of both dice or pick one of them to move just that many spaces. And the aim is to try to land on one of the 6 images around the outside of the board. It took me longer than I'd like to admit to figure out that the pictures were also spaces. I'm just not used to a game deciding to mostly use squares, but then just abandoning them at times. Once you land on one of the social situations, those being sports, formal, on-the-job, party, date, or your other date, these middle schoolers are really getting around, huh? You draw an Emily Post card. Oh, I get it. Which will either describe to you how you had good etiquette, poor etiquette, or give you a bonus card, which will be the main way that you will be growing your quite literal circle of friends. You see, 2 good etiquettes or 1 bonus card can be traded in for 1 friend. A wedge with some schmuck on it that you will use to slowly craft the circle of 6 friends that you need to win the game. But keep in mind that if you have any poor etiquette cards, you'll need to clear those by landing in the middle in order to be the shining beacon of perfection that you will need to be accepted. And since the action of acquiring them was purely transactional anyway, let's double down on treating these friends like the assets they are by ranking them based on their appearance. D tier. Betty and Sue go here because they look like they're annoyed at me, Lou looks like he's been creeping at me, and Dave has got those trademark Dave stabby eyes. C tier. Ray, Lee, and Ann all look bored to be here, and honestly I think Bob might either be depressed or a Minnesota fan. What's the difference? B tier. John and Jane Doe are nice kids, but their family's pretty absent. Kathy would be higher, but the only descriptor I could come up with for her is girl. And Steve would be lower, but I mean, look at him. He's just excited to be here. What a whimsical little fella. A tier. Jenny's got that TSA pre-check for a spot on the cheerleading team. Dawn has got the, wow, anything is possible angle down. And Tony and Marie are rocking some stellar knitted caps. Now those are the kind of hats that you want to be friends with. And finally, your number 1 S-tier friend, the coolest kid at Newcastle Junior High, Fred.
Say what you will, but rocking that do with that sweater vest combo and that confidence, this guy is the highest tier of student at your school. Ladies want to hang out with him, dudes want to hang out with him, heck, now I want to hang out with him. Man, I should call Fred. But let's not forget about the absolute best of friends, man's best friend, who makes up the last of the circle pieces that can be added to your little sphere. Why everyone else has a nice background behind them while this poor dog is just decapitated inside of the void, I don't know. Life can be cruel. And the animal cruelty does not stop there, as if the dog is located in your circle of friends, then you are unable to win the game unless you pass him off to someone else with the pass the dog space. Which is just so mean! How could they be so mean to this good boy? He doesn't even have a body! But now that we know all of the introductory info, let's actually learn how to become friends with these horrible, disgusting dog haters by seeing some of the good and poor etiquette that you can have in these social situations. To start us off, get ready to shake some hands and make some calls, as it's time to learn how to act on the job. Poor etiquette! You bring all of your personal problems to the office and make people listen to them. You've gotten into the habit of stretching your coffee breaks and slowing down on the job. And you left your desk cluttered and messy when you left the office at the stroke of 5. Think of how your personal space impacts me next time, okay, buddy? Good etiquette. Your first day went very well. You reorganized the supply room, and you stayed a few minutes late to help get some important work finished and did it with a smile. I love my job! But let's take that money that you got from that job and put it to good use by learning how to put on a formal event. Good etiquette. You did a wonderful job of planning the entertainment. You have chosen a menu with wide appeal. And the floral centerpiece that you arranged was beautiful and it added a great deal to the charming dinner. Why, thank you. They're Dylan's finest leftovers. Poor etiquette. You were too forceful as a hostess. You didn't organize the serving ahead of time. And your engraved invitations asked the men to wear tuxedos, but you were so late in mailing them that few had time to comply with the request. Ugh, wait until Fred hears about this one. Okay, the tux idea is out, so let's downgrade our event a little and go from a high-class formal to a much more standard-class party. Poor etiquette. You were unable to control the noise and received complaints. You spread the word about the party indiscreetly and too many people showed up. And you neglected to tell some of your friends that this was an informal party and they ended up being overdressed. An engraved letter for a standard shindig? What is this? Good etiquette. You made the party move well. You planned the refreshments very well. And your beach party was a hit because of the time you spent getting the work done so that everyone had what they wanted without going up to the house. Oh, you know, just another regular everyday beach party. With the party over, let's head on out to the fields and enjoy some good old sports. A category that I'm excited for as I might be able to actually contribute to this one. Good etiquette! You always ski under control to make sure everyone is safe. You ice skate very well, but refrain from showing off. And you prove to be a good sailor by staying out of the crew's way and obeying instructions. Ah, okay, so their version of sports falls a little bit outside my tax bracket. Poor etiquette. You ran into the next court to receive your tennis ball and spoiled someone's game. You decided to try the skiing trail for experts, which you're not. And you made too much noise and disturbed the bowlers in the next lane. Okay, but that one was entirely necessary. They needed to know that whoever they think they are, I am. But after impressing everyone at all of these events, you've landed yourself a date with a handsome fellow. So let's see what you can do to make sure that date's a success. Poor etiquette. Okay, apparently there's only 2 ways that you can screw up a date. Spending too much time in the ladies' room and getting overly annoyed about a dirty glass at the restaurant. And that's it. If someone gets upset about anything else, they're just being overly critical. Good etiquette! You handled your first date with a new boy very well. You introduced your date to your parents. And you asked for the waiter's help and avoided embarrassing your date at the fancy French restaurant. Yeah, can I have the 14 Oz Prime Ribe? Sir, do you mean the ribeye? Can't you guys just speak English? And with all of these new skills, you should not only be able to land yourself some lifelong friends, but also impress this cute boy I've heard so much about. Oh my goodness! What the heck is that thing? Someone get her out of there! That girl's on a date with a skinwalker! But with the cryptid now returned to the wild, you should have all the skills needed to successfully navigate your friendship adventure. So go forth, but remember to keep those manners sharp, as you don't want to be the one making a fool of yourself in front of Fred and the other members of the middle school yacht team. Going off of global metrics, you will have completed about 25% of your life between the ages of 18 to 20 years old. Ooh, feel that panic start to set in? Well, let's package that bad boy up and sell it as a board game in the Game of Life Quarter Life Crisis. Now with crippling debt. I can feel the quirky humor from this one approaching like a large beast over the horizon. The Game of Life Quarter Life Crisis is the 2018 title from the widely received parody of a classic line, where Hasbro redesigned some of their classic games into new, funny formats like Risk Office Politics and Monopoly Socialism. But while those caught my eye and made me think, nah, my friends and I actually saw this thing out in the wild and decided to purchase it because of what it was offering. But that happened many years ago, and if there's any omen of this one's quality, when I pulled it off of the shelf, it was completely covered in dust. Good sign. So in order to see what kind of nonsense is going on here, we're going to quite literally dust this thing off in order to run it through our usual categories, breaking down all the bits and bobs and comparing it to other Game of Life titles in order to answer one glaring question. Is this the worst version of the Game of Life? It's up against some pretty steep competition, so let's let the voices in and start thinking a little too long about where your life is headed by starting off with the game's design. The Game of Life Quarter Life Crisis carries quite a unique feel about it. Between the box, the board, and the cards, this is probably the first game that I would describe as crunchy? The sound of biting into a chip, yeah, that's how this game looks. Now, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. It gives the game a very unique look and adds to the chaotic feel that they are going for. Remember that no matter what I say, the game did manage to convince me to buy it. And even though there was a bit of peer pressure in that decision, this automatically means that the design did its job. Got the compliments out of the way? Awesome. Let's talk about the humor. Remember 2018? No, you're thinking of 2015. Remember 2018. Quirky, self-deprecating humor mixed in with a twinge of worry was all the rage. And boy, this game leaned into that with every ounce of power it had. Life is hard. Will you lose your job, your spouse, or worst of all, the Wi-Fi? Get out of here, it's a meltdown! This poor aesthetic in my downtrodden era, its giving poverty shtick permeates throughout the game, which they absolutely wanted in order to better relate to their target market at the time, aging partiers. Yes, Quarter Life Crisis is first and foremost a party game. Aiming to achieve something like For the Girls, some of the action cards contain dares that you can undertake in order to avoid negative effects. Some of these are the standard hypotheticals, like who would you switch bodies with, or who would you sacrifice to a giant spider, while others take the more digital route, like showing everyone the last thing you searched online, or taking a selfie and another player chooses who you send it to. Someone has had to have posted having a lit game night with the squad on LinkedIn and gotten fired for it. It has to have happened at least once. But enough about the theme, let's take a closer look at the board. As you can see here, the board takes the shape of a veritable spaghetti of interconnecting paths that you can choose from, just like in Target: The Game of Life. Man, these signs would look even better if I knew how to read. And to continue on with the Target similarities, plenty has been gutted from Standard Life in order to make room for all of the new and improved funny. The stop spaces, marriage, jobs, houses, and kids are all still here, but stocks, insurance, college, life tiles, and spaces each carrying their own effect are all gone. Lastly, to compensate for a smaller board, the spinner has been reduced from 10 to 6 slots. And for some reason, the stopper has also been removed and replaced by an arrow on the board that will point to the spun number. So the spinner will no longer make that iconic spinning sound that you associate with the Game of Life. You got a lot of nerve for that one. You know that?
But that more or less covers the game's design. Not perfect, a few choices that I don't agree with, but like I said, the game got me to spend money on it naturally, so no matter what I think now, the design was a success. While the design does the heavy lifting in getting the game in your hands, your opinion on the game is going to mostly come from what you do in it. So let's bust out the rules of this bad boy and see what we're looking at under the hood. The rules for Quarter Life Crisis vary quite a bit from the standard game, if you couldn't tell by how pretty much everything is completely different. That being said, the rules really aren't that complicated, so let's check in with the handy rules brochure that was provided and plan our trip through this title. The aim of the game is to be the first player to pay off your soul-crushing debt, the total of which being a not too troublesome $500,000. How did you get here? What did you buy? 95,602 Red Baron pizzas. Oh, never mind. Great buy. Now, the game only has pieces for up to 4 players, but will definitely work with more. I remember once we just stuck the pegs in a McNugget and it worked just fine. Unlike the standard game, each player starts with a job and a rental house. No picking college or working your way up to those. We're already at quarter life here. Keep up. Everyone starts with 0 money, places their money tracker on 0, and the banker takes up his spot. Now we're ready to begin. Whichever player cried last is the one who goes first. Oh, that's not fair. Steve's dog just died 2 days ago. When you are up, you spin the joyless spinner and choose which direction that you will be going. We've got a variety of spaces on the board that will confer a myriad of effects, such as, if you pass payday or rent, you'll gain or lose money based on the job or house you have. If you land on one of the risky road spaces, you'll gain or lose money based on the space that you hit. And if you land on one of the orange spaces, you draw an action card. Technically, you are supposed to draw an action card no matter what space you land on, but we found that this makes the orange spaces even more useless than they already are, so that's a homebrew for you, free of charge. One thing to keep in mind is that you are all terrible, and I mean horrible, drivers. To the point where if 2 players end up in the same square, they immediately get into a massive car crash that causes $10,000 in damages to each car. And guess what? None of you have car insurance, so that's $10K straight out of your pocket. Better turn off those top 10s and start looking at the road for once. Of course, the stop spaces make their return where hitting them will force you to stop and then spin again. But seeing as the board design will lead you to hitting them multiple times in one game, the effects have been altered slightly. House and Job simply have you draw 2 new cards from their decks to pick as your new one. There's some stellar places for you to rest your head on offer. You can crash with a relative or friend, enjoy a Farley reference, or just decide to lose the game, up to you. Also make sure that you grab one of the surprisingly well-paying jobs for the theme, especially when the personal injury lawyer makes about the same as the fitness guru, the pro gamer, or the social media influencer. $70K a year? Yeah, I wish. The spouse card allows you to add one of those wives that you've heard so much about to your car, which is the optimal play to go for because getting married directly increases your salary by a considerable amount. Wait a minute, you're single? Oh, Linda, dock this man's pay. While this is good the first time around, you really don't want to go here again, as another visit to the spouse space will cause you to immediately get divorced. The renewed vows did not go well. Finally, the babies mechanic has been condensed into its own stop space. Where hitting this will allow you to see how many babies that you get, as well as the amount of baby shower money that is sent your way. And while this financial boon might have you thinking about min-maxing your fertility to shoot for triplets, this only happens on your first stop, as any future hit of the baby space will instead force you to pay $20,000 of childcare for every kid in your car. So you aren't getting away with any public assistance kid spam strat here. But with all of these crazy effects going on, how are you supposed to keep track of how much money you have? Well, you could just count it. It's simple, really. At the end of each of your turns, you move your money tracker piece on the outside square to match the current amount of money you have. An ingenious solution to an aching problem. Just count your money! This outside ring is obscenely stupid. It offers nothing besides a way to show everyone how much money each player has, which is done by just having the cash out in front of you anyway. Now, there is an interesting way that they could have used the tracker, which I'll bring up later, but in its current form, it's just redundant, much redundant. Of course, we can't just simply ignore the main draw of the title, those action cards, which come in 3 forms based on their effects. You have your standard cards, which will bestow some kind of bonus or penalty, the penalty cards, which will grant a longer lasting penalty that remains on you until a condition is met, and the best one on offer, the dare cards. The dare cards are like standard negative cards, but give you the opportunity to avoid them if you simply complete the dare at the bottom of the card, which will usually entail a hypothetical, a story, or an embarrassing display. Forfeit the dare and you get hit with the effect, but complete the dare and you get to choose another player that will get hit with that negative, meaning that smelling another player's foot will grant you the opportunity to instantly end another person's marriage. Be careful of how you speak to me, or I might have to unleash the nose. Of course, if you really want to get into the financial drowning lifestyle, then you might as well go all in by adding some more loans onto your debt. If you can't make a payment at any point, you'll have to ask the banker for some loans to cover the rest. These come at $10,000 apiece, and you'll need to pay them off before you can win the game. But if you're in the position that you're taking multiple of these out, I think winning is the least of your concerns now. And as for winning, if anyone has the needed $500,000 at the end of a turn, they win by officially achieving a net worth of 0. Hurrah! Something to keep in mind is that the rules say at the end of a turn, not your turn. So if you cross that threshold on someone else's turn, that is still a win for you, or a tie if they also get there, which would be a really funny out of left field event that the rules have no solution for. And that is the whole brochure. We'll get more in depth with some of the cards and effects later, but for now, that will conclude our look at the rules. So now that we know what we are doing, let's take a peek into how it feels to do it by jumping into this sucker's phenomenal gameplay. TGOLQLC's gameplay is one of its strongest suits, with movement that fits the game as well as decision making that works well with the other mechanics like trading and combat. This deck builder is really going to have you questioning whether or not you can make it through the store for the lowest possible price and determine who is really Hitler. Sorry, had a bit of a stroke there. Game of life spin spinner, wait for something to happen. This bad boy is all luck. Luck with the number you spin, luck with the cards you draw, and luck with how many times you get T-boned on your drive home. Now, while the result is straight on luck, you can help yourself out a bit by making decisions on which stop spaces to go for in order to shore up some of your weaker areas. Yes, you'll need to get lucky, but losing 30 grand less every time you hit rent won't hurt either. Of course, if you're out there buying this thing, then you're not likely in it for that hot game of life action. You're in it for the dares and making your friends say or do funny things, which the cards manage to do, but less frequently than you would think, although that does make it a little more special when one pops up. But I'd have to say overall, the gameplay leaves a lot to be desired. There is more decision making in the movement, sure, but not much else besides that. All of the other choices are just choose better number than wait for your next turn. This is a real disappointment because they had all of the pieces in place to fix this, they just didn't. In fact, I'm going to enact my airing of grievances time in order to say my piece about the parts that I think could have been much better. The money track is practically pointless in how it operates now, but if instead of it just tracking your current money level, it instead represented your debt and you had to spend your money to advance your piece, that would be something. Another thing, not every job needs a side gig. It makes them less special when everyone has one. Instead, have the high-paying jobs keep that high salary, but give the low-paying jobs a side gig as they risk the lower base pay with the chance of it making a ton of money if their number gets spun a bunch. It also makes much more sense with the lore, too. Why does someone making $100,000 a year need a side gig? Where do they live? Monaco? The houses having another effect so that you automatically don't just shoot for the lowest number would also be cool, but this one is a lot tougher as since you are renting these places out, there's not a lot you could do with them while keeping up the theme. You could add a crime system where the lower the rent, the worse the area and the more your car gets broken into, but this would add a whole other mechanic to keep track of and would probably be too much for the party setting we're in, so bah! And this last one is less of a complaint and more of a challenge. If you want to make the game take longer, start everyone with no jobs. In the labor shortage start, everyone is going to have to gun it for the job space or start bleeding cash due to the rent and card costs, which will of course cause a ton of car crashes, what with everyone being on the same path, overall causing a ton of chaos and debt. As expected, with the board being the way that it is, this one plays pretty similar to Target the Game of Life, but with less heavy mechanics and more social elements, which, depending on what you consider fun, could be a nightmare. But just how much of a nightmare and for whom? That's what we'll be figuring out when we take a look at the most important portion of these titles, the game's fun factor. Now, I know I've been harping on the Target comparisons, but let's be fair here. This game is nowhere near as dull as that farce of a Game of Life game. At the same time, I would not describe this as edge-of-your-seat action either. Let's get into it. For the Dare cards, they accomplish what they set out to do. A variety of challenges, most of which are a little embarrassing. And for the Shire folk, you are able to cop out if it's just too much. Fun side activity that impacts the game in a meaningful way, these get a thumbs up, well done. It's the parts between the cards that are the problem. In regular life, every space has its own effect that gives you the chance to see what lies ahead, which builds anticipation and dread as you wait to see which one you are going to get. Here, all you can do is wait for the next card as you try to get to the next stop, which results in a lot of dead time between the turns. The game knows this too. After your turn is over, it says to just stare at your phone or whatever while the next person goes, which I know is meant to be a joke, but that's just true. I highly recommend that you go down the risky road whenever you can, as even though it could end up being a huge miss, you and everyone else will get to have that anticipation build up as they wonder what's gonna happen to you. Everywhere else, it's just not there. As such, those who will enjoy this one are likely going to be that crew that really enjoy the social board game genre, the party challenge games that are meant to make you laugh at your friends. As a disclaimer though, there are better games out there if this is what you are going for. For the Girls is a good option that ticks all the same boxes, or you could go for Truth Bombs if you're planning on making someone sad. As for those who probably won't like this one, I'd say those who aren't a fan of the challenge type game, or just those that like a little meat to their games. This one's pretty shallow. And before I spout off the final conclusion, let's take a look at the whack crap on display in this one, which for Quarter Life Crisis manifests in the different cards that you will be drawing in the game. Let's start off with some of the wonderful employment opportunities that you could be looking forward to. You've got all of your normal career paths, like barista, artesian cheese maker, and assistant to the assistant manager, but what we really want to be looking at are the side gigs that you can take on thanks to the skills that you've acquired from your main job. For example, having to make stuff up on the fly as a customer service representative makes you a great interpretive dancer. Bringing those parasocial friendships in as a podcast host makes you a great friend for hire. Being able to make up titles with little meaning like this thing prepares you well for your time as an executive consultant. Your knowledge from being a history teacher sets you up great for your work as a conspiracy theorist. Oh, you guys have been getting paid for that? I'm getting ripped off here. The interns and personal injury lawyer share a similar path, as the intern sidelines as a gold digger while the lawyer takes the much more distinguished professional snuggler role. The rideshare driver hears a lot of crap on their drives anyway, so they might as well become an online certified therapist while they're at it. And finally, the web designer work has given you plenty of insight into internet culture, allowing you to slide perfectly into the role of professional troll. Now see, this one should have had a different effect. Something like every time you make someone mad, you get 20k. That would be entertaining. But the entertainment doesn't stop there, as we've also got the action cards, which carry all kinds of dares that you could get slapped with at any time, such as gaze deeply into another player's eyes for 30 seconds, hold hands with another player until your next turn, flex your abs to everyone. That is just not a punishment for some people. Name which player you'd want to switch bodies with. Tell which player you'd sacrifice to a giant spider and why. Stand with your face to the wall in shame until your next turn. Silent treatment. Refuse to talk to anyone until your next turn. If you slip up, you have to get divorced. Not in the game, in real life. A lot is on the line. Show everyone the last thing you searched online. Post having a lit game night with the squad on the social media site of your choice. Take a goofy selfie. The player to your right decides who you have to send it to. And send the last photo you took to the last person you texted, no explanation.
Well, this is gonna be a tough one to unravel. And that should be everything. So with all of the info now behind us, we can finally answer the question that we posed way back at the start of the video. Is Quarter Life Crisis the worst version of the game of life? No, and it's not even close. This game is aggressively mediocre. Not bad enough to make you hate yourself like some other titles out there, but not quite at the heights of the regular game. Just... yeah. I mean, the cards are fine, but there's just so much dead air. And while the theme isn't too bad, it just doesn't pull enough of the weight to get this thing above water level, so it just starts to drown. If I'm being honest, I think the original Game of Life is a better party game than this one. Sure, the challenges are neat, but the original is more consistent with its moments while still not taking a lot of focus. Plus, which one is a better moment? Having a player name who they'd want to switch bodies with, or Steven getting shaken down by the orphans for the 4th time in a row? Leave me alone! The best way to describe it is, I have had friends ask if we'd like to play it again, but unless a specific mood has already been reached, we're going to select something else. And in case you forgot about the dust from earlier, that mood does not get hit very often. It's not horrible, it just doesn't do enough. But as a benefit, it is a very short game, so you won't be subjected to it for very long. But if you are going to be taking this one on, then you're going to want to make sure that your plans are all in place to give you the best shot at winning. So let's go over some of the strategies that you'll want to keep in mind if you're looking to secure the bag. Obvious stuff out of the way first, when you have to pick between two cards, you're gonna want to take the higher paying job and the lower rent. This'll gradually get you more money throughout the game, simple as. But with everything else mostly being based on the cards you draw, your only other strategy is going to be tied to the path you decide to take on the board in order to set yourself up for success. Once you start off, you're going to want to go straight for the spouse space. Increases the money that you get from your job, and the path will give you 2 paydays with only 1 rent. From there, a crossroads. Do you like your current job? It has its ups and downs. If you do, head on over to the risky road. Less cards being drawn gives you less chances to lose it. If you don't, head over to stop job and hope for a better one. Regardless of your choice, the next question asked is, do you like your house? Are we talking just the house, or does location matter too? No, head on over to Stop House. You'll either be getting 3 paydays and 1 rent, or nothing, and by the grace of the Lord, a better house. But after this, or if you did like your house, then head on over to Stop Babies to birth some children and nab that sweet government child incentive. From here, you are officially set up. So either go back to the main circle for consistency, or back over to Risky Road to go for the win. As a disclaimer though, any future Risky Roads from here on will cost you something, be that money, house, job, or wife. But hey, at least I get to keep the Wi-Fi! This message is brought to you by the Millennial Humor Association. Lastly, if playing by my rules, try to land on as few orange spaces as possible. More of them carry negative effects than positive, so that'll be a compounding risk throughout the game. And if you get one, do a dare whenever you can, but if you can't, then the penalties aren't too bad. They just start to add up over time. Really, in order to win this game, you are going to need to get lucky. There's no getting around that. But remember that the key to luck is putting yourself in a position where, if that luck happens, you're gonna run away with it. And that's what we call skill-based gameplay. Overall, would I still say to buy this game? Probably not. We've played it maybe 2 to 3 times over the last couple years, but I guess if you've got a $15 eBay gift card, there are worse things that you could spend it on. Like I said, there are better party games out there, and if you're looking for some hot life action, the original still remains as one of the best ones for fans. Those orphans are just unstoppable. But at the very least, it does achieve some of the things that it sets out to do. Which is not only better than most of the games I've covered, it also places it firmly into first place out of every Game of Life game I've purchased at Target. I have really got to find a new place to buy these things. I mean, really, what else is there to say? The Vanilla Ice electronic rap game. It's time to go to the extreme as you get hooked on this mind-blowing title alongside an icon that's cool as ice. Good lord, you're still here after all that? The Vanilla Ice electronic rap game is the 1991 title that sees players place rap cards on the board to craft out hip-hoppin' rhymes that they'll have to rap out to friends. All while under the watchful eye of Mr. Ninja Rap himself, Vanilla Ice. This game is absolutely awful in pretty much every regard, which longtime viewers will already know thanks to its appearance in the Worst Board Game Themes video, as well as it qualifying for both Worst Board Game of All Time tournaments. But thanks to my glorious group of MPs, I've managed to get my hands on a physical copy of the game in order to make a playable digital version. And now that I have the full thing in my grasp, I can fully determine whether or not this game is actually as bad as I originally thought. The answer to that is yes, it honestly is somehow worse than I had originally thought, so with that in mind, I have quite the mission for today. Today, we're going to take the Iceman and run him through our usual categories. And after uncovering all the secrets that he holds, we're going to use our findings to answer one of life's greatest mysteries. Is the Virg the worst rap-themed board game of all time? Again, longtime viewers know that he really only has one competitor for that title, so let's jump right on into this rhyming romp by starting off with the game's design. If we were to take just one look at the front of the box on this one, you can probably tell approximately what decade they were trying to go for here on the style. Hey, the 90s called. They want to know how Enron is doing. What should I tell them? This beast is rocking a totally radical design. Bright yellows with some neon additions, sharp edges offset by a circle here or there, a ton of movement being conveyed. Yes sir, this thing's got the retro Taco Bell look down. The language leans into this too, carrying that too legit to quit way of speaking that is sure to lure the dollars right out of the pockets of teens everywhere. Yo, come rap with the posse, it's easy! Just cover up the pictures of Vanilla Ice on the game board by playing rap rhyme cards, then rap them out to the rhythm of the electronic beatbox mic? Does this come with a full-on guy? So the look of everything is on brand, but how's about the components themselves? What's the quality on offer here? Actually, the worst out of any game I own. Shockingly bad. The quality of this board is horrific. When I pulled it out of the box, my first thought was, did they make this out of paper? It's not, but it's so thin and fragile, it feels like it needs a handle with care sticker. Where did the budget go? The colored printer? The other stuff isn't quite as bad. The cards are standard stock card material, the paper's made out of Take a Wild Guess, and Mike himself is made from the finest Taiwanese plastic on the market. It also doesn't work anymore, but I refuse to take points away for that as this guy is older than I am. Last thing to mention is that the box only has one big insert that you kind of just throw everything into. And fun fact, the board doesn't actually fit inside of there, so you kind of need to just put all of the other stuff in first and then try to finagle the board in over that, which is just, we'll call it innovative. Overall, yeah, between how everything is kind of just tossed in there, the low structural integrity of the box, and the worst board I've ever held in my hands, this might be the lowest quality board game I've ever seen. Two things to back that up. Yes, it is old, but this is a copy of the independently published Capital Punishment from 1971, and it is doing way better. And this is a drinking board game drawn on an actual sheet of paper that we dug out of the trash 2 years ago, and I am more confident in its structural integrity than this board's. I am also more confident in its ability to absolutely obliterate you. This game does not mess around. But just because the quality of the things are poor, doesn't mean that the quality of the game is poor. So let's take a look at the quirks behind the works and check out this Ice Ice Baby's rules. So if you've seen a couple of these solo game videos I've done, you'll know that the rules segment is usually the longest one. Most games have a lot of rules to cover, shocker, I know. Well, that might not end up being the case this time around, as this thing has a solid 3 total pages of rules. So we're gonna be digging deep into each and every one so that we can fully understand how this masterfully complex game operates. To start, place all of the components around the board and shuffle the rap cards. Alrighty, we just covered 2 out of 3 pages right there. Dang, we are making great time. Each player gets 7 rap cards and keeps them secret, and the player left of the dealer goes first.
On your turn, you can either start a new line of rhymes or play cards on an existing line if they also rhyme. That also being indicated by them having the same design in the background if you're a part of my premier illiteracy club. We've got flyers, but I'm not exactly sure what's on them. You can't start the same kind of rhyme on 2 different lines, but you can play as many cards of that rhyme that you have all at once. This means that you could fill an entire line on just one turn, but the only people that would be able to do that have skills comparable to the Iceman himself. The last rhyme to fill a line is worth 50 points instead of the standard 10, and every time that you fill out a line, you get to pick up Mike and rap that line out to your adoring crowd. We'll get to the quality of those raps in gameplay, but as for the rules, this does ensure that most people are likely to get at least 1 bar in at some point. After your turn is over, refill your hand back up to 7 cards and wait for your next turn. Whichever player has the most points when the board is filled wins and gets to rap out the entire board in their own sold-out concert. Oh, yeah, you wish. And that is it. Those are all of the rules. Every single one of them. Yeah, this is by far the shortest rules segment we've ever had for one of these. Probably because the part where they say how you play the game is 2 paragraphs long. So I guess with the rules already fully covered, let's get into the gameplay of this monster and see how it feels to sling those strings for the bling they bring. So, you know how Yoo-Hoos have to have chocolate drink on the side of the can because what they are serving can't legally be called milk? Yeah, they should have to do the same here because this legally cannot be described as rap. None of the base words lead into the rap cards with any consistency, so you are constantly having to figure out some bass-ackwards way that you can spin it in a way that has some semblance of flow. Like here, I've constructed this random full rhyme that you could run into in the game, and you tell me how this works as a bar. Dice was a girl, slice on her feet, twice at home, price, while the DJ revolves it. What am I supposed to do with that? And don't give me the white boy excuse either. Remember whose game we're playing here. On top of that, the actual game portion where you set up the rhymes is just...
Makes Candyland look like an action-adventure.
And that's all you do in the game. You play raps and then you rap plays. So with nothing else to look at, let's see if Milli Vanilli can soar his score and by 4 the most important category, the game's fun factor. Man, this really is a tough one. Gee, is blurting out the dumbest rhymes you've ever seen in your life to your friends fun? I don't know, does the grass grow? The dumb fun scale for this game is completely off any and all charts. Nowhere else are you gonna find this kind of nonsense on display, and the game thrives because of it. I'm sure everyone is already keenly aware of the ironic enjoyment scale by now, but when something is so bad that you enjoy it for being bad, that ultimately makes it a better product than something that is just not good and boring while doing it. A perfect example of this is the Mousetrap story I brought up in the Target the Game of Life video. The easier setup version of Mousetrap was a way worse game mechanically than Target, as it barely worked at all, but the enjoyment we got out of seeing that thing break over and over again was way higher than the utter dullness of what I think is still my brother's least favorite board game of all time. So when you have a game that is constructed from the ground up out of that nonsense, you've just stumbled across a paradox of a game that is simultaneously awful and amazing at the same time. Of course, if you are not a fan of that kind of nonsense though, this game has nothing to offer you. It absolutely cannot stand on its own. The ironic enjoyment is less of a crutch in this situation and more like a jetpack. Without it, it's not going anywhere, but with it, whoo boy, look at that baby fly. As such, those who would like this title are probably the freaks like me that really love a good bad thing.
Doesn't matter how obtuse or poorly put together it is, that right there is part of the charm. Unfortunately, seeing as you've made it this far in, and especially if you've watched any of the other vids, you've most certainly contracted an ironic deficiency by now. You're going to need a steady supply of bad material or else you're gonna start getting droopy soon. As for those who won't enjoy this one, it's gonna be the people who see a bad thing as only a bad thing. They know what they want, and what they want is a good quality product. Hate to tell you guys, that ain't here. Regardless of which camp you fall into though, the enjoyment level of this beast is going to be directly tied to how much your group leans into it. There's pretty much two ways that this game can go. Come on everybody, roll and rig, catch a groove, gig, break down big, mash it up ice, portly pig. Come on everybody! Roll and rig! Catch a groove! Gig! Break down! Big! Catch it up, ice! Portly pig! This man is worth at least $20 million. And with every part of the game deeply analyzed, we should now be able to give the final answer to the question we posed way back at the start of the video. Is the Virg the worst rap-themed board game of all time? I'm going to have to say no, because no matter how many problems this thing has, it is 1, winnable, and 2, not haunted by the title character like a certain fiend out there. Although I must say, if it was haunted by Vanilla Ice, I think that would make it better. What exactly did you expect from this game when you saw what we were covering here? Rich storytelling, a deep and immersive world? Brother, it's the Vanilla Ice electronic rap game. The game is horrible, absolutely abysmal, from its rules to its gameplay to what might be some of the worst component quality I've seen. Heck, since Mike is broken too, mine isn't even electronic anymore. I've just got the Vanilla Ice industrial rap game. But quality was never the main draw with this one. Just the idea behind playing the Vanilla Ice electronic rap game is so obtuse that it sinks the game so far into the ground that it pops out the other side. It is a fantastic game. I think this might be one of the few celebrity games out there where it being tied to a specific person improves the game overall. Because if this was just the electronic rap game, boring, nonsensical, a waste of my time. But the Vanilla Ice electronic rap game, sensational, inspirational, a monument to human progress. The game is terrible, but the game is amazing. And this continues to be my go-to example for just because something is bad doesn't mean it can't be fun. Which overall, I'd say is a good theme for this entire channel. Truly, some inspiring stuff. In fact, this game has been such an inspiration to me that I have decided to go ahead and develop the spiritual successor to the title, the Limp Bizkit electronic rap game. Join my generation and do things my way as we keep the fun rollin', Air Raid Vehicle. And now, a preview of the proceedings. It's Vanilla Joe! That was a Jake Paul bar right there. I was getting big It's Everyday Bro vibes from that one.
Yeah,
No
to be
way.
fair, you have to have a really high IQ to understand the Vanilla Ice.
None of that works. None of that flows together in the slightest. It doesn't work.
Oh, you thought I was kidding when I said playable online version? Buddy, everything I've ever said on here is 100% true. Everything. And everything includes the fully functional tabletop simulator port of the 1991 classic, the Vanilla Ice electronic rap game. So to celebrate it and 2 other games joining the ranks, I decided to hold yet another horrific tabletop playthrough with the patrons in order to subject them to a fate worse than death, amateur rap. The structure is simple. 3 games of people who will be competing to see which of them has the combo of skill and strategy needed to prove their worth to the Iceman. Winners earn Vanilla's blessing to drop some stellar bars for their fans round the world. As you probably gleaned from the preview, this playthrough was just a little bit absolutely scuffed. Not helped by the fact that the rules don't account for several incredibly likely scenarios, so we had to get creative a couple times. Last bit of info is that while yes, the port is complete, it is going to have to remain a private port until I can get permission from the copyright holder to make it public. Less than ideal situation, I know, but I've been contacted by one too many lawyers to mess around with that again. Now, I don't think that the company is in business anymore, but that probably doesn't matter as I believe the copyright holder is the Iceman himself. So if anybody has him on speed dial, send in a good word for me and we'll either get this published or shut down, lickety-split. Now that legal has been appeased, I'd say it's now time to start making your ears bleed. 3, 2, 1, run it.
Ours goes ding 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 diggy ding 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 diggy ding ding. That little bitty change. It's not the same.
Why does it always refer to the beatbox Mike, like in quotes, like the name Mike, not...
They don't address it as Mike, like M-I-C either. It's like Mike the name. I don't know why. Where we've got a selection of different hip-hop beats that you can rap to. Ooh. You can pick that one. We've got Mean Streets. We've got a whole bunch of options.
Very cool.
Couldn't, like, since they're all, like, just multiples of 10, couldn't we just, like, set, like, I don't know. Nah, this is 10 and this is...
Absolutely
60.
not. Absolutely not. That's unacceptable. I can't believe you would even put that forward as an option.
That would be too sensible.
Damn, I'm sorry, Vanilla Ice.
You have to personally apologize to Robert Van Winkle right now. I want to strongly...
Is that his real name?
That's his real name. I think we can go ahead and get this... Yeah, there we go. I love to see the apology. You're allowed to play. So you're going to get 7 of them. Please give me at least 1 that matches. Okay, thanks. There we go. What you can do on your turn is play a card or a rhyme. So if I've got dice here, I can put it on the first line of the Come On Everybody line, and that would give me 10 points. Another thing you can do on your turn is if you have like 2 cards that rhyme like this, you can put them on the same line, but they have to rhyme. And that would get me 20 points.
Ooh.
And then, that's it. One thing that you have to keep in mind, you can't play 2 cards of the set. Like, say I play this on my first turn, I cannot play this in a different line. It will have to be on the same line. Once your turn is over, you just collect cards until you're back up to 7. And if you manage to complete a line, that last one is worth 50 points, and you'll get to rap out that whole line using the electronic beatbox mic here.
Oh, wow.
Great. Great.
And then...
The highest honor.
And that's what we're all playing for, right?
Of course, of course. And then if you win the entire round, if you have the most points at the end of the round, you get to rap out the entire board.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
You get your own little concert that you get to give everybody. So Glass, you can go first.
Okay.
You can only play 1 set of rhymes on 1 turn. Ooh, where's she gonna put it? Ah, on the slice. Oh! We're seeing some advanced plays here, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead and draw 2 cards and add 20 points to your score. What a play. What a play. We've got a prodigy on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm so scared.
Very impressive move. They call it the Van Winkle Open.
Mule.
That makes sense.
On the 3rd line, that is an interesting play. And that will go over to Cousin. Oh, playing off of the 3rd line. Whoa, whoa. This is some serious high-quality stuff here, ladies and gentlemen. That's 10 points.
Just riveting. Because that way it'll make sense.
Yeah.
So, Cam,
Yes.
can you play 2 cards that rhyme off of an existing line, or only when you start a new line?
As long as you have rhymes, you can play as many you want on that line.
Excellent.
Chunk.
Ooh.
Wow, that's 60 points right there.
Hell yeah.
Oh my gosh, we're watching a master at work.
Don't you get to rap it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you
yes,
get to rap it now. So pick your song and then you play it and use the microphone.
All right, this will work.
Awesome. Now pick up the mic and give us the rhyme.
All right, let's do it. Dunk was a girl punk on her feet, chunk at home bunk while the DJ revolves it.
Yeah! Yeah!
Thank you.
Bar! What a bar!
That'd be a good ball. There we go.
Go, white boy, go.
I gotta do this.
Oh, he's got dough. Incredible. 50 points on that one. What a play.
Mo, in the limo. Go, white boy, go. My ride is dough all over again.
Very nice.
Yeah, yeah. Hype, hype.
Wait, I think I might have drawn an extra card.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, you're supposed to have 7 cards.
That happened.
We'll just put these back. Oh, this is gonna be a good one. All right, check this out. Yes.
Ooh.
Got mice and then ice.
No,
ice.
going to be
Ice. That brings me up to 80, and now it's time to drop an absolute banger of a bar on here. Let's do this one. Heck yeah! Come on, everybody! Slice, get your groove, dice, break down, mice, smash it up, ice, ice! I earned that 60 points.
Let's see. Well, here's the question. What will be funny? I think this.
Oh, you can't use that one because this one's already been played.
Oh yeah.
No King of the Rice today. No
King of the Rice.
King of the Alright, stop.
Oh, 2 of them.
Yo snap, yo yap. Truly.
The lyrical mysticism behind Robert's lines here are insane. Only one that is still at the 20s. I'm expecting a big play here.
Yeah.
I only have 2.
Wet
wrong.
mop. I'm gonna do what I do, and I'm gonna steal this ending one here with Big Top. Yes, sir. 50 points real quick. Hold on. King of the alright stop. His rap was wet mop. Like a lyrical poet ragtop. Your mama said Big Top. Yeah. Pool. He lost his pool? How'd he manage that one? Alright, this is gonna be a good one here, ladies and gentlemen. Brings her up to 110 with an absolute fire bar on the way.
No, okay.
Oh, dang.
Yo, Mule, you found the rule. School. DJ was school.
Yeah! Let's go! Fire!
Good job. Okay, it's my turn, but I don't actually have any cards I can play. Do I just pass then?
Yeah, you just get skipped. Beans.
Yeah, you'll have
Does
to
nobody have a blue card? Does
No.
Glass, do you have
well,
one?
No, I just drew a white card.
Darn it!
So...
Do we just want to have like everyone draw on their turn until someone finds one?
Okay, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Toko, you have 8 cards again.
Why?
We'll each draw 1 card in a row, and whoever gets the next blue
Okay.
card gets it. Hold on, that's gonna be right on top. So Toko, give it a draw and see if you get the blue card.
Okay. Yes, I got one.
All right.
How many cards did you
No,
draw?
Wait, what? No.
6,
I just
7,
pressed
8,
the
9, 10,
button.
11 cards.
Never mind.
So-
Also, never mind. I didn't actually get one.
Honest.
It's blue.
Oh, he's got it.
Oh, they don't all start with yo.
Oh, wow.
Apparently not.
That doesn't make any sense at all. So that's a tie, yeah. So we'll have to split the rhyme.
I can't. My thing's not properly.
Actually, he won with 8,011 points. What a play! All right, so since we tied, we'll have to split the rhyme. Do you want the first half or the second half?
I will do the second half.
Second half. All right, I'll pass the mic over to you for the next one. Come on, everybody! Slice, catch a groove, dice, break down, mice, mash it up, ice. Ice, yo snap, and don't yo yapper through the yo flap, you'll get stuck one more lap. Kinda thing. Yo mule, she found a rule. He lost his pool. The DJ was cool.
The white boy go, a real cute bro. All over again. Oh yeah. King of the alright stop, his rap was wet mop, like a lyrical poet ragtop. Your mama said big top. Bunk was a girl punk on her feet chunk at home bunk while the DJ revolves it.
Yeah.
Alright.
Anyway, that track is available on iTunes for $1.99. But wait, what's this? A surprise from the Iceman? Another side.
Yeah. Oh, and the cards stay.
And the cards stay, apparently.
I didn't even know that like board games could be made of bad material. I mean, like I knew it was something that you could do, but like I didn't think it was something that would actually like happen.
No, I didn't think it was just. I pulled it out. I'm like, wow, this is it. this is what we went with.
This got sold for money.
This cost me $90.
Jesus.
If Gruff hadn't have purposefully planned for there to be a tie at the end, or for nobody to have any blues, he wouldn't have tied it up.
Maybe we would know that, Cam, if someone hadn't neglected to mention optimal strategies in his video.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking ahead, because now only I know the optimal strategies.
There we go.
Please. It's right there. That is the best card to play there.
Right there.
That is optimal. I'm tempted to give you an extra 5 points just for that.
I'll take it.
Alright, you get 5 more points. Ah, ill.
I was gonna say, why is there an 11 card?
This is gonna be a good one right here. Yes, sir. What a meal. Cooking old socks.
Good old socks.
Why does it... What? What is this?
Alive?
Why does it sound like he's...
Please, baby, please.
He's begging for her life.
Like, I just want... Please don't die. I just want you to jive.
I just want you to jive.
I drew the wrong card.
I would say the strategy is to not finish lines so you don't have to rap, and yet here I am.
Jill, you can have late night snack.
Nice. It was a little hard to get the rhythm for at first. There we go. Alright. Alright. Ill, up and down, let 'em all spill. When I got Becky chill and asked Jill, really hot.
That was really good, actually.
These are really good. Yeah, that was really good. And then the ending line always kills it.
Yeah, the ones that don't end with the rhyme are a real problem.
Really hot.
Really hot.
Really hot.
I have the best bar, I think.
The best bar.
His face was Botox.
Why?
How much was
10.
Because his face was Botox.
His face was Botox. Poor guy.
Alive. Please, baby, jive. Going places, drive. Right on the thrive. Listen up.
Alright. That was good.
This is up.
Mic drop.
Mike set down.
Like, carefully placed.
Alright, cousin. Still with an opportunity for a finisher here. He's got it!
He's got it.
He rocks!
Cooking dual used socks. Things looking real flocks. His face was boat docks. To the extreme, he rocked.
Yeah!
Right.
They looked kind of cool.
Just kind of.
Not a lot, just a little bit.
Just slightly.
On my street dice.
With my mice. Just hanging, me and the boys.
Me and my mice.
Me and my mice.
Those free dice. All right.
Uh-oh.
Check out the hook rice.
Oh, you love
Check
that.
out the hook
Love
rice.
that hook rice.
Am I doing it?
There
Okay.
you go.
Right. It's vanilla ice on my street dice with my mice. Check out the hook rice.
Nice.
With my mice. Toko, why do you only have 5 cards?
Okay, sorry, I haven't. I'm overcompensating for the last
For the last
time.
round.
Even with those, I didn't need all the other 2 cards to do this.
Oh, the minimal card play is the one that works. That's another 50 banger. Dang. Park bench? Yeah. Oh.
I called the mule. I told them at the rule. They looked kinda cool and took some saying jewel.
Yeah. Love
Is
calling
Strange
up.
Jewel like a drug that I don't know about?
No, but
Oh, it
the
changes meaning now.
but a mule is like a person that smuggles drugs. So you just called up your drug mule.
Oh. Okay, you want to tell us something?
No.
I guarantee that was not what Vanilla Ice was thinking when they put that in the game. Good job.
You act like Vanilla Ice was in this game, just other than taking some pictures.
Vanilla Ice was the core designer. He walked up to the company that's now out of business and said, "I've got an idea." Does he have the blue card? He does.
All right.
Another yo yap.
Oh,
the double.
Whoa. Coming in to grab the win.
That's a 60-pointer right there. Yeah, snatched it right at the end. All right, you can
Go
have
for it.
behind closed doors for this big massive concert we got going on here.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You'll never have the sacred stone.
Oh, this you crazy mother.
Ooh.
Funky.
Vanilla ice on my street. Dice with my mice. Check out the hook rice. White boy rap. I asked him one more lap. We danced the yo yap. I said ice yo snap. Working baby cooking. You old socks. Things look real rocks. This face full dots. To the extreme, he rocks. Live, please, baby, baby, please. Drive, going places drive. Ride on the thrive. Listen up. I called the mule. I saw them at the rule. They look kinda cool and they talk some strange jewel. Ill, up and down, let them all spill. When I got back to chill and asked to Jill, really hot.
Yeah, really hot, really hot.
Really hot.
I have no clue in what context the really hot would ever make sense.
No, especially as an ending.
Yeah, the
the
begging
begging
for
for the life one
Please,
again.
baby, please.
Please, baby, baby, please.
Please.
This has legitimately been a lot of fun.
How many does everybody have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm at
6,
7.
I have 7 for once.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, it's me this time. Shame.
Oh.
Shame.
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 All right, look at this first turn here.
Oh? Not the blue ones again.
Oh no.
You got 3 of them?
Dang.
No.
I got 3 of them.
That's a
Never seen this before.
great starting.
You're
off.
allowed to do that? I thought you were only allowed to play 2 at the time.
No, you can play as many as you have on that rhyme. All right, let's see this plan. It's Vanilla Joe.
Do you like the plan?
Yes.
Oh, not these cards. Oh, these
Oh,
cards
no.
are awful.
Oh god.
I think you mean these cards are great, Cam.
This is the worst set in the game.
Vanilla Ice handpicks these ones himself.
That's a
How
good
could you say
point.
that?
That's a good point. I can't question Robert's decision making here.
Yeah, you need to apologize to Robert.
I'm so sorry, Vanilla Joe. Not him.
Yeah, I have to.
Not the portly pig.
Actually, I did forget to draw a card.
You also
Do that
forgot
now.
to score any points for that play, and you dropped your card off the face of the earth. I wonder what card she drew.
We'll never know.
We'll never know.
did this for the love of the cross.
No,
sorry,
it's
I've
right
already
here.
forgotten.
It was right above.
Oh. Well, I can't do that one now. It's supposed to be secret.
What?
Well, I don't see anything against it on the, back of the brochure.
Good point. In the 2 paragraphs of rules, it doesn't say you can't do that.
So remember how I said about how, it's ideal in the not finish line so you don't have to wrap this weird stuff?
He's got it again.
Oh, God.
I keep doing this to myself. It sure is. Let's hear it.
Alright, turn on. Ooh, this is sad music? Why is this in the hip-hop? Is the beat gonna drop or something?
No, dude.
It's just sad music.
Let me get the rhythm. Cooking Zaggy's egg. Things look real, portly pig. His face looked wig. To the extreme pig. There it is at the end.
I love the behind blue eyes sad rap that we've got going on here.
Cool, chump. And I saw them at the thump. Oh no!
Like, Vanilla Joe sounds like a criminal. It sounds like he's done time for something.
He's gonna corner you in the street, be like, "Hey, put your hands up! It's Vanilla Joe."
Your friends are like, "Yo, don't mess with this guy. It's Vanilla Joe."
Vanilla Joe.
We gotta get out of here.
I have a friend named Joe. I'm gonna start calling him Vanilla Joe.
Vanilla Joe.
Do it.
Okay, it's my turn.
Yeah. Oh, yo.
Yo.
Oh, Mo.
Oh.
What a play. Do you want?
I want to rap to the sad boy.
You want the sad boy rap? Okay.
Yeah. It's Vanilla Joe on my street flow with my yo, check out the hook mo. I tried to do like a faux auto tune, but I don't think it will come out right.
I need to see if I can auto tune that in the post. I'll give you the T-Pain treatment.
Joe on my street flow with my yo, check out the hook mo.
Can I play any cards? Oh yeah, I'm gonna keep going 1 card at a time on the red ones. Nobody better steal my bar. I've been building it up for 4 turns. We'll go Volcano Trap.
Ooh, alright. Here we go. I called the chump. I saw them at the thump. They look kind of pumped and talk some strange stuff.
Yeah, that was on beat and everything. Let's go.
Hopefully I can hear it.
Okay, and oh
no,
sorry.
you! How could you?
With the steal.
It was your idea.
My bar.
We're going places, Jill.
And that's all I got.
Alright, I'm stealing this time. Let them all spill. Chaos, what's that? Yeah.
Alright.
You aren't ready for this. Ill! Please, baby, baby, please! Thrill, going places, chill, right on the let 'em all spill. Listen up, that was the worst bar of all time.
You know what's funny is that these ending bars here, they don't even rhyme with each other. You think that would help?
No, it's just nonsense. That was the worst thing I've ever said.
It's the genius of Robert Van Winkle.
That's true. We just can't comprehend it.
What a shock, we're left with the blues again.
Yeah,
No
to be
way.
fair, you have to have a really high IQ to understand the
Gotta
vanilla
draw.
ice.
I got nothing.
Does Cousin have it? He does.
Yes.
Start this off.
One more lap. I asked him, yo, yap. We danced the yo trap. I said, ice, white boy rap. Work it, baby.
I said ice, white boy rap, and then he just says back, work it, baby. Oh my gosh. Alright, that means that once again, it goes over to Griff. An all-time
Yeah.
great Vanilla Ice player. Let's get you a absolute fire beat for this one.
Ooh.
Oh, quick with it.
All right. Here we go. It's Vanilla Joe on my street glow with my yo. Check out the hook, Mo. One more lap, I asked him. Yo, yap, we dance the yo trap. I said ice. White boy rap, work it, baby. Good job. Looking baby zig. Things look real portly pig. His face was wig to the extreme fig. Alright. Halfway done, let's keep it going. Ill, please baby, please thrill. Going places Jill, right on the let 'em all spill. Listen up, I called the chunk, I saw the massive thump. They looked kind of pumped, and talked some strange stump. Trip, drop, up and down, big top. When I got back he knew pop, and after rag top, really hot.
That was awesome!
Thank you.
That was
Yeah.
stellar! Dude, the lead-in from Listen Up into I Called the Chump, that was stellar!
See, it really is all part of the Iceman's plan.
See, it was that 4D chess that he knew.
Believe in the ice.
Believe in Vanilla Joe. Alright, we've got enough time for either one more game or a couple rounds of something that I like to call I'm just gonna call it the Vanilla Joe rap game from now on. I put random cards just face down on here, and then you have to sing whatever gets come up. Do they rhyme? Probably not, but that's an option. So would we like to play the Vanilla Ice electronic rap game or the Vanilla Joe electronic rap game?
The Vanilla Joe electronic rap game comes on.
All right, we'll run a couple rounds of Vanilla Joe. All right, who would like to go first? I think one of the people who hasn't gotten to do the ending rhyme yet gets to go.
I will sit back and allow you guys to have fun with this one.
Yeah. You can't do it anymore, Griff.
Yeah, you're too good. You're banned. I still cannot. The ending with while the DJ revolves it, which just does not work with any combination of cards.
Or the rest of this, like.
All right, let's see what you managed to draw here. All right, let's get a good track for Vanilla Joe.
Come on, everybody. Throw, catch the groove, zaggity zing. Break down flux, mash it up, ice slice. Chill, and don't pump. Through the mice, you'll get stuck, yo kind of thing. Yo, go white boy, go. She found her new pop. He lost the thrill, the DJ was portly pig. Hill in the limo, school, a real cute candle flame. My ride is glow all over again. King of the jump, his rap was blame like a lyrical poet claim. Your mama said, yo, flap. Rag top was a girl 5 on her feet, thumped at home wig while the DJ revolves it. Damn.
Yeah. That flowed about as well as the regular rhymes do.
Honestly, you were really good.
With the yo white go white boy go, that was better.
Yeah,
than
that was really good.
Yeah.
The mash it up ice slice was pretty good too. I enjoyed that one.
I also like she found her new pop. He lost his thrill. It didn't rhyme, but like it made sense.
That's just poetry. You're just that's spoken word poetry. It's a Hobo Johnson type beat. Oh gosh.
Okay, who's next?
I think Glass goes next. Wait, I forgot to shuffle them again. I reset
I
them.
created Vanilla Joe. I must kill him.
You gotta put him down before he gets too powerful.
Sorry.
All right, let's see what fire bars we've got on display for today.
Vanilla Wet Mop.
Yo, Vanilla Wet Mop.
You'll never have the sacred stone.
Oh, this you crazy mother.
It's Vanilla Wet Mop on my street tour with my key rocks. Check out the hook jump. One more lap, I asked him rump. We danced till the fill. I said I stump. Work it, baby. 5, foot real chunk. His face was 5 to the extreme thump. Paradise, please, baby, baby, please. Name going places. Tap on the right jive, listen up. I called the yo snap there, Matt the alive, they looked kinda hill, and what's the strange candle flame? Joe, up and down high, when I got back you gig, and asked yo yap really hot.
Vanilla Joe doesn't rap, he yo-yaps.
Joe, he yo-yaps.
The Vanilla Joe electronic yo-yap game.
Game of all time, this one is.
It's one of the rap-based games I've ever played on Tabletop Simulator. That should be the next challenge. Try and, like, rap a Vanilla Ice game, like, a Rap Rat style.
Good lord. You know what it's gonna be? It's gonna be, it's
combination.
vanilla, fig, 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 on my street, yo, trap, 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 with my freaking TikTok, talks. Check out the hook, go white boy.
Be sure when you're, like, closed captioning this in post to always refer to it by its proper name.
Anyone refers to the mic, it has to be the proper version. This game stinks.
Yeah.
It does, but it's also quite fun.
Yes. Oh my
Can I
gosh.
flip the table, please?
Oh yes, of course. Vanilla Joe, no!
Vanilla Joe! Oh.
This is the only picture that I could find where he would be in the frame if he's any closer to the... What the heck is going on over there? Well, look at to the left of the the DJ table. What is that thing?
In the back, there's a thing.
There's a secret thing?
Thing. I don't know what it is.
A critter? A creature?
Next to the drum set looks like a Day of the Dead skull.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that is it. Why are there so many Easter eggs in this concert? What is that? Yeah, there's a creature back. It looks like it looks like a goat. Looks like a demon.
Hear me out. Rap Rat.
That is Rap Rat. He's been overseeing. He's scouting. He was scouting before the tournament matchup. That's how he won. He knew all the plays.
It's like one of those movies where at the end there's a reveal and you see the character was secretly there all along.
Yeah, the rat has been hiding in the background here the whole time.
Vanilla Ice has bad rhymes, but it doesn't have the demon attached to it, so like...
It doesn't make you jump up and down for 2 minutes consecutively.
Oh, God. At midnight as well.
My lawyers handle all the stuff. I haven't talked to Queen or anything. It's no big deal. All it is Sample by David Bowie and Queen.
So how it does, you just pick up the mic, and then we start the Vanilla Ice electronic MP3 player, and then you can rap to the beat of some nice copyright-free music.
Rap rhyme.
I can't wait for the Discord latency to fuck with the beat. This is my first time seeing the board. There's so many copy-pasted images.
I really like, if you look up at the top one here, the 50-pointer, and then the 10-pointer at the start is just zoomed in.
Alright. Wet mop.
Wet mop. Oh!
Don't flip-flop.
Flip-flop!
Oh!
What a play!
Yo, Russian mug. Russian Mig. Mig, not mug. Russian Mig. She found her wig.
Oh! Yo! Socks!
Just put it. Okay, sure. Come on, everybody. He rocks. Catch a groove. Hard knocks. Break down TikToks. Mash it up ice. Old socks.
Yeah! Bars! Bars! Yes, sir.
He lost his
big. Check this out. The DJ was Zaggy Zig.
Oh!
Yo! Russian Mig, she found her wig. He lost his big. The DJ was Zaggy Zig. That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
King of the
chunk. His rap was stuck. Oh my gosh. Bars.
That's straight fire.
Wet mop and don't flip flop. Right through the alright stop, you get stuck. New pop kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's stellar. That's a stellar bar.
This is MF Doom.
let's say hypothetically, I had one that could play here and here.
You would have to choose which line you wanted.
You have to choose which one? Okay.
This is where the strategy comes into play. You gotta try and figure out what your opponents have.
The integral vanilla ice strategy. Well, I'll finish this off with a little candle flame.
Candle flame. Check this out.
Woo! Claim in the limo game, real cutie. Name is my ride, it's candle flame all over again.
Yeah! Vanilla!
Yeah, I'll be real, that didn't feel very hard.
Alright, I need to draw because I don't have a card I can play.
Can you play that one?
Yes.
Oh, what a draw!
Yeah. Ice was a girl, twice on her feet. Paradise at home, dice while the DJ revolves it. The rhymes
He was cooking up until that last part.
Doesn't work.
Where the ending absolutely ruins the beat.
All right, whoever finishes this finishes off the best line of the game because Yo Mama said.
Rascal,
do you got one?
All right, draw one. I got it.
Hey!
Your mama said drunk.
Give her a bar.
King of the chunk. His rap was stunk. Like a lyrical poet with junk. Your mama said thunk.
Oh!
I still get to do the whole thing.
Yep,
now.
so that is a JMD win with 130, and he gets to do the whole thing. Let me get a good backing track for you.
Condiment everybody, he rocks. Catch your groove, hard knocks, break down, tick tock, smash it up, ice. You socks, wet mop, it don't flip flop right through the alright. Stop to get stuck, new pop kind of thing. Yo, Russian mix, she found a wig, he lost his big. The DJ was Zaggy Zig, claim into the limbo game. A real cute name. My ride is candle flame all over again. King of the chunk, his rap was stunk like lyrical poet junk. Your mama said thunk. I was a girl twice on her feet. Paradise at home, dice when the DJ revolves it.
Yeah!
None of that works. None of that flows together in the slightest. It doesn't work.
No, it all felt awkward.
You killed the blue line here. That was pretty stellar. $1.99 if you want some of the best rhymes you heard all day.
No. Underpriced. Make it $5.99.
$5.99? Oh, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good price.
I'll raise you.
But a surprise from the Iceman. Go ahead and clear your scores. If we unlock the game board and flip it over. Whoa!
Whoa, dude!
A whole new rhyme scheme.
It's the same pictures.
I noticed it before with the other side as well. These are just cutting up actual Vanilla Ice rap bars and trying to splice random Vanilla Ice songs together.
Yeah, it's pretty. It works pretty stellar.
I have a question. Which of these bars come from the most famous song "Ice Ice Baby," where he raps over a Queen song?
The DJ Revolves It.
DJ Revolves It was there. To the Extreme is there.
Yeah, To the Extreme. The Candle Flame as well. Because the To the Extreme make it jump like a candle or something like that.
Right.
It's vanilla.
It sure is.
Oh,
5! Oh, Thrive!
Oh!
What a play!
I drop on the high, but some at the 5. They would kind of thrive. They talk some strange dive.
Let's go!
What does that even mean? They looked kind of thrive?
Yeah, they looked kind of thrive. They looked healthy. They were,
Are you questioning the lyrical skills of the Iceman?
At least be thankful it wasn't they looked kind of 5. It wasn't that.
I saw him at the Hive. They look kind of 5. I got out of there.
I'll do this.
White boy rap. Baby, please, baby, please.
I want to listen to the white boy rap.
He's begging for more white boy rap. He needs it.
He's begging.
He needs
Vanilla Ice
it.
cannot live without it.
Oh.
It's Vanilla Chump on my street stump.
Not the street stump. Heck yeah, boys. Check out the hook thump.
Yes, sir. That's a 50 banger right there.
I will say, on my next turn, I will win the game.
Well, I gotta get this rap off fast then while I can. It's vanilla, chump, on my street stump, with my pump. Check out the hook, thump.
I was ready to backing vocals.
Boo, 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 boo. We got the ad-libs in the background.
Big top up and down.
Nice.
Hip hop when I get back heat.
What do he do?
What do he do? He do this. Look at what his face. He do this.
Ice doing it.
He ice doing it. Bro.
Bro, I asked him. Go, white boy, go.
Y'all ready to see one of the most insane plays you'll ever see?
I'm ready. I'm ready to have my mind blown out the back of my skull.
Looking Zaggy Zig. Things looked real. Russian Mig. His face was rolling rig.
Oh.
To the extreme. 40 pig.
Oh! A sweep! A supermarket sweep on the pink line.
That's crazy.
That is 10, 20, 30,
80 points. Oh my god.
This is not an unlucky moment.
Cooking Zaggy Zig. Things look real. Russian Mig. His face was rolling rig. To the extreme. Portly pig.
Yeah!
I tried to do a mic drop, it didn't work.
Oh
Here's
yeah,
the
hit
beat.
that for me. Oh yeah. White boy rap, please, baby, baby, please. Yo, trap, going places. Yo, snap, right on the one more lap. Listen up.
That was a Jake Paul bar right there. I was getting big. It's everyday bro vibes from that one.
It really did.
Unfortunately, I had 2 for this row, and that was all I could play. So I have to be very lucky.
Oh no, he's done for.
Fuck!
Oh, with the glow!
I'm back in this game.
He's so back.
Bro,
Alright.
I asked him, go white boy, go. He danced the throw. I said, low. Frickin' baby.
Yeah, I ain't got nothing. Oh wait, I do have something. Yo! Alright, stop. My turn is over.
When I got back, he alright, stop. But do you know what that means?
Oh, a steal right at the end.
Hell yeah.
Flip flop for the win.
Hey, wait, you won
I
something for
feel
once.
Yeah, not only did you get to play, you got to win.
No way! I did it!
Oh, this you crazy mother.
Is that? Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah. It's vanilla chump on my street stomp with my pump. Check out the hook thump. Bro, I asked him go, go. We danced to the throw. I said ice glow, work it baby, cooking ziggy zig. Things looking real, Russian mig. His face was rolling rig to the extreme portly pig. White boy rap, please, baby, baby, please. Yo, trap, going places. Yo, snap, right on the one more lap. Listen up. I called the hive, I saw them at the 5. They looked kinda thrive, and I took some strange dive. Big top, up and down, hip hop. When I got back, he always stopped. And that's to flip flop, really hot. Boom!
Yeah!
Microphone just right out of there.
Get it out of here.
That's my mic
Get
drop.
Mike out of here.
There it goes. There is
That
one
sounds
more
awful.
thing that we can do with the Iceman, and that's what we found last game. We invented the Vanilla Joe electronic rap game. Butchers again.
Sure. It's Vanilla Fig on my street. Blame with let 'em all spill. Check out the hook. Thrill. Drip drop. I asked him old socks. We danced the pool. I said ice grump. Work it baby. Cooking thump. Things looked real lame. His face was new pop to the extreme mo. Slam dunk. Please baby baby please. Ziggy zag. Going places hip hop. Right on the jail. Listen up. I called the go white boy go. I saw them at the jive. They look kinda stumped. and talk some strange rule, yo. Up and down, yo yap. When I got back, he TikTok and asked the big really hot.
The bottom here, when I got back, he TikToks. That actually makes sense. That's an action you can take.
That's the only one that makes sense.
Bruh. Cooking? What do you mean cooking mule? Work it, baby.
Cooking Joe.
Cooking Joe.
No.
It's Vanilla Joe.
On my street, Joe.
On my street, Joe. With my Joe. Check out the hook, Joe. All right. I think we. Ah!
Yeah, can we get a board game based off his home renovation show that he ran?
What's the name of that? I forgot.
Vanilla Ice Project.
Vanilla Ice Project? Nice.
On HGTV.
Nah, it's nowhere, nothing like that. Real life, this would be an X-rated movie if you want to shoot Vanilla Ice. This is real life.
Hello, Cam.
Ah, this looks like someone who's ready to start rapping.
It's going to be such a fucking train wreck. The electronic beatbox microphone. Oh no. As someone who does do music, I am terrified of this game.
Oh, you're gonna love this game.
I literally work at a music store, and like I'm horrified of the potential of this.
You two are going to love this game. All right, I'm up. Check this out. I'm gonna finish this line off for a solid 50 points.
Oh my god.
Hehehe, yeah, boy. Alright, let's get into it. Come on, everybody. Paradise. Catch a groove twice. Break down price. Mash it up, ice. Rice.
Bravo. Bravo.
Bruh! Bruh! Who? Why?
Alright. Well, I'm going to finish it.
Oh, what a play.
5.
Sniped me.
Survive in the limo, alive, a real cute. Thrive. My ride is 5. All over again.
Yeah, bars. Let's go. What do you mean by this bar here? My ride is 5.
You're riding around in one of those little like Fisher Price cars.
Oh yeah.
Well, I've got some news for you guys.
Was that? Oh. White boy rap.
This is going slightly askew because I said so. Yo yap and don't wait no yo yap and don't yo trap right through the yo flap. You'll get stuck. White boy rap kind of thing. Get this thing away from me.
Yeah. Bars.
Let's see here. Whip out the strategy guide. I'm gonna play.
Where's the Prima game guide for the Vanilla Ice electronic rap game?
Mule was a girl.
That's not very nice.
Yeah, what the heck? Why you gotta say that?
I mean, you could say I'm kind of an ass for that one.
But
that's a funny one.
I am gonna be cool.
With the steel.
Mule was a girl. Rule on her feet. Pool at home. Cool. While the DJ revolves it.
Hell yeah.
DJ was throw.
Yo, Joe, she found her mo. He lost his yo. The DJ was throw.
Yeah.
So you remember how I said this was the game I was afraid of winning?
Yeah. He's got it.
Got
it.
He's got the thumb.
And your punishment, you have to wrap the whole thing.
Come on, everybody. Paradise. Catch a groove. Once. Break down price. Smash it up rice. Yo yap and don't. Yo trap right through yo flap. You'll get stuck white boy rat kind of thing. Yo, Joe, she found her mo.
He lost his yo. The DJ was throw. Survive in the limo. Alive, a real cute thrive. My ride is 5 all over again. King of the rump, his rap was stumped like a lyrical poet lump. Your mama said thump. Yule was a girl, rule on her feet. Cool at home, cool while the DJ revolves it.
Yeah! Yeah!
That was excellent.
My
That was
goodness.
everything I could have hoped it to be.
I feel like I'm dying inside.
Take all these cards, but if you notice down in the corner here, there's a surprise from the Iceman. If I unlock the board and flip it over, a whole new set of rhymes.
Oh,
I'm gonna go ahead and start us off with, we'll keep the theme. Go, white boy, go.
Yeah!
All right, over to Saul. What's he got for us?
Cooking mule.
Yeah! Not again.
Things looked real. Rule.
Oh, what a combo.
There should be a free verse version of this game where you just kind of place cards wherever. Just make the worst raps possible.
Have I got a side mode for you?
Oh heck yeah. Have any of you heard of Burning Men's Soul from Persona Trinity Soul?
I've not.
'Cause that is. Oh, I have to show that to you guys after this because it is genuinely what some of these rhymes remind me of.
No way, no way. A 3?
Yo!
For the 5? That's an 80. That's a 70-point combo. Let's get a good backing track. You have this one.
What the hell is this? Alright. It's vanilla, yo nap. On my street, yo snap. With my yo yap. Check out the hook. Tap.
Yeah, bars.
Bars. Spitting straight facts.
Fire.
Right.
Fire out the mouth.
Cook a mule. Things looked real rule. His face was drool to the extreme tool.
Yeah.
Bravo.
Yeah, cooking mule. What a meal.
I'm gonna go just the basic gig.
Saw them at the gig. The most standard lyric we've ever had.
Chunk.
He thunk and asked to chunk.
Chunk really hot.
Really hot. Well, he's gonna tell us how exactly he does that right here. Let's get
Yeah.
part binge.
Music funk up and down, slam dunk. When I got back, he thunk and asked the chunk really hot.
So that means I get another go with the mic, I guess.
Yeah, huh? Drop it for us.
Alright. Hive. I asked him thrive. We danced, the survive. I said ice drive. Work it, baby.
Work it, baby, yeah.
When the rhymes are on the first half of each phrase, it's so strange, because then you have to end it on a non sequitur.
Work it, baby.
It's especially funny on the other side of the board where it just the non sequitur at the end is just while my DJ revolves it.
Yeah, and it doesn't work with any feasible rhyme pace you could have at that point. Nice, nice. I can add to the final on this one. Big.
Strange big.
Strange big. That gets me up above. Oh, not that many. Alright, let's see what we got here. I called the wig. I saw them at the gig. They looked kinda rollin' rigged and talked some strange big. Ah.
Yeah.
Yay.
I'm hip with it.
Yeah, I also have to draw. Nope.
Oh. And it goes over to SF.
50 big ones.
And flip it. Oh, god damn it.
Mo!
At 180.
Alright, you get the entire board yet again.
I won twice.
Let's get this sick back
You are
in track.
Mr. Vanilla Ice.
You'll never have the sacred stone. Oh, this you crazy mother.
It's Vanilla, you nap on my street, you snap my yo-yet, check out the hook, tap. Hive, I asked him, thrive, we danced to survive. I said, I should drive, work it, baby. Cooking mule, things look real rule. His face was ruled to the extreme tool. Go, I boy, go, please, baby, please. Don't go, please. Roll right on the bow. Listen up, I called the wig. I saw them at the gig. They looked kinda rolling, we can talk some strange big music, funk. Up and down, slam dunk. When I got back, he stunk and asked the chunk really hot.
Yeah.
Just like the other ones, available on iTunes, $1.99.
We did feature all of the content that comes with the actual game, but as someone mentioned earlier, there is a side mode called the Vanilla Joe electronic rap game that we came up with in the first one.
That's amazing.
It's where anyone that didn't get to do a full board, which is both of you, gets to get a random assortment of cards placed on here and then wrap that sucker out.
Hell yeah. This is the stupidest thing ever.
Stunk.
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 Yeah, that's stunk, all right.
And
it's yours, my friend.
You stink.
Let's see these bars that we get to look forward to. Yes,
All
sir.
right.
Look at that. Now, do you want sad boy rap or do you want regular rap?
We'll do sad boy rap. Have we heard that one yet?
No, we have not. I think it's turn on.
All right, then we'll do sad boy. Yeah. Come on, everybody. It's thunk. Catch a groove lame, break down hip hop, mash it up, ice. All right, stop. TikToks and don't paradise right through the jive. You'll get stuck, let them all spill, kind of thing. Yo, bro, she found her hill. He lost his tool, the DJ was glow. Blame in the limo, yo yap, a real cute dice. My ride is yo trap all over again. King of the chunk, what his rap was claimed, like a lyrical poet game. Yo mama said he rocks, yo nap was a girl. Yo, on her feet. Mice at home flip flop while the DJ revolves it.
I'm in tears. You've got me in tears. I'm emotional.
Oh no, I totally forgot to activate the terrible voice filter.
the awful mic.
Yeah.
Here, wrap the first line. Wrap the last line out in the awful mic.
Yeah. Your nap was a girl, yo, on her feet. Mice at home flip flop while the DJ revolves it. I can't hear what that sounds like for the record. I hope it's just as bad as I expected.
It sounds terrible. Actually, you know what? Do the first line in the terrible mic and without any music, and I'm gonna put a backing track, like a Limp Bizkit backing track behind it.
All right. Come on, everybody. Let's funk and catch a groove lane, break down, hip hop, match it up, ice. All right, stop.
That's gonna sound exactly like Limp Bizkit.
It does.
It sounds exactly the same.
I could do it again with the vibrato filter on. Make it worse.
Lay off the alcohol. No.
Do the yo bro line with the horrible filter, and I'm just gonna put some awful music behind it.
Okay, hang on, I got it. With the one that I just used, this one?
Yeah.
Yo, bro, she found her hill till he lost his tool. The DJ was glow.
Oh, this right here,
excellent.
That's content. That's good stuff.
That's the Vanilla Ice electronic rap game experience.
That's available on iTunes, $1.99. All right, let's flip this over. Now Soul has to suffer.
Oh, damn, I thought you got
Look at this board. Oh, that's gonna be a good one.
Oh no!
Okay.
I asked him mice.
Let's see. I'll give you the volcano trap. I'll give you this one.
It's Vanilla 5 on my street. Lump with my junk. Check out the hook. Bro, hip hop. I asked him, mice. We danced the hill. I said, ice gig. Work it, baby. Cooking, he rocks. Things looked real. Hard knocks. His face was pumped to the extreme. Jump. Zaggy zig. Please, baby, baby, please frill. Going places. Shame. Right on the drive. Listen up. I called the wet mop. I saw him at the dive. They looked kinda boat docks. And talked some strange. One more lap. Twice up and down. 5. When I got back, he go. White boy go. And asked to blame really hot.
It ended at the drop, too.
I hope that in some version of the video that you do for this one, you just have the rap rat noise going. Whatever the hell that noise he makes is.
I want to hear this. I mean, I'm intrigued.
Okay, I'm gonna paste it in the Saturday Games Fest thing.
Yeah, this is funky. I like it.
Yeah.
This is a good song. I'm gonna go ahead and say that
Yeah.
right now. I don't think I'll regret my my statement on that one later.
It's genuinely a banger. But then, again, car crash midway through.
Piano for the beat?
Yeah.
Check it out, I'm in the house like carpet. And if there's too many heads on my blunt, I won't spark it. I'll put it in my pocket and save it like rocket fuel. To everybody's gone and it's cool, then I spark it up with my brother. His mama named him Moan, but I call him Moan Lover. And he's more than a cover, he's a quilt. We're putting shit together like the house that John built on a hill. Cause this shit gonna feel like velvet, turtle. My style fits tighter than a girdle. If you hate it, then you can just leave it like Beaver. But in a day or two, I'll make you a true believer in me. Cause like the alphabet you'll see, that ism kicks a rhyme, not your everyday soliloquy. Like Chef Boyardee, my rhyme is truly cooking. Peace to Matty Rich, cause he's straight out of Brooklyn, New York. I don't eat pork or swine when I dine. I drink a cup of Kool-Aid, not a big glass of wine. Or a hint time, if you have time, I'll drop rhyme again.
And then it just ends. It just cuts off.
That is exactly like the game, because it just ends right out of nowhere.
Exactly. It like doesn't even finish the phrase. It just dies. It's so bad.
It's so good.
It's so bad.
It's so Vanilla
I love
Ice.
I love it.
Soul, how did you enjoy the Vanilla Ice electronic rap game?
Yes, I have the card actually that should answer the question.
They're gonna be mice.
Mice! Mice!
Mice! The rat!
Mice!
The rat! He's back!
All
Alright,
stop.
Professor, what did you think of the Vanilla Ice electronic rap game?
I don't know. I jinxed myself and won twice.
You did clean house. You were unbeaten in the rap battle.
All games to be undefeated in. It's the Vanilla Ice electronic rap game. That deserves the...
Yeah.
Go,
Hang on.
white boy,
Before
go.
we do anything else, I gotta get a zoomed in screenshot of this particular picture of Vanilla Ice's face with "Go."
Actually,
white boy,
yeah, that
go
would make
right
it. That would
next
make a
to it.
great thumbnail.
Yes.
Go, white boy,
Yeah.
go. Oh, I can get his. I can get Soul's icon as the DJ in the background.
Hang on. I got an excellent one.
There's this like red, I don't know if it's like an inflatable thing next to the DJ.
Yeah, the
on
creature here. I'm not sure what that is exactly.
That's a pretty good way of putting it. Yeah.
I could get my icon as the drummer. I'll post it.
Yeah.
Oh, the drum. We got the whole band back together.
Those that fail the Vanilla Ice electronic rap game are fed to the creature in the void.
And there you have it, we've officially tapped the Iceman for all his content like a dried up Texas oil field. So now that that's taken care of, we should be done with this whole rap thing for the foreseeable future. Which is probably for the best, as I really don't want a certain someone out there tracking the beat back to my...
I should probably have been more concerned that it wouldn't allow me to play the game until I turned off my VPN.
The rat has been hiding in the background here the whole time.
Everyone that's played the game has just doxed themselves to the rat. Pretty cheesy, am I correct? Yeah, I had to move again. So you've been booted out of your place of living by a demonic entity for the second time in a year, and at this point, you're just looking for anything that'll help keep up that positive outlook on life. I hear this giving up thing has been getting raving reviews. Monopoly Go! No, not that one. This one. Okay, so we take our board game, our very popular board game, and we turn it into an app, a very successful app. And then we take that app based off the board game, our very popular board game, and then we turn it into a board game! Yeah! Monopoly Go is the hit 2024 board game based off of Monopoly Go, the hit 2023 mobile game based off of Monopoly, the hit 1935 board game that was a completely original work that took no inspiration from any prior titles. Stop asking questions. I have known of the app Monopoly Go for a while now, and judging by the amount of people who got ads from them on the other Monopoly videos, I imagine so have you. Very successful, sucks the money right out of gambling addicts' pockets, standard mobile game stuff. What I wasn't expecting was to one day be roaming the aisles of my favorite game store Target and get blindsided by a physical version of a digital board game like a baseball bat to the stomach. So I, of course, slurped that bad boy up and brought it back here to show off to you. This time foregoing our usual categories in order to follow my rapidly declining train of thought so that we can answer one very important question. In what circumstance would you ever play this? So to start us off on our little mini quest, let's go back to the source and find out exactly what this Monopoly Go is all about. Now, if you're like me, your only direct exposure to Monopoly Go has been the multiple sponsorship offers from them that you've turned down. So in order to make sure that everyone knows the lore, here's a new quick segment that I like to call Explaining Monopoly Go in 15 seconds. Get on the board, roll your dice, and attempt to earn money to build landmarks. Money can be earned from rent, events, or tournaments. Building landmarks gets you closer to advancing to the next board. Landing on a railroad can give you a shutdown opportunity where you swing your Miley Cyrus wrecking ball into your friend's crap for money. The community chess game requires you to have 5 friends to play, so don't worry about it. Awful microtransactions. Got it! Whole second to spare. So with your PhD in GO now secured, does the board game try to carry this nonsense over faithfully, or does it go in a completely different direction? I have to give credit where credit is due. It at least tried. The game has carried over the following aspects of the app. Multiple boards to pick from, landmarks that you build up, power-ups such as shield, the bank heist mechanic, and a general feeling that I could be doing something better with my time. Meanwhile, things that got left out of the adaptation include different types of landmarks to build, the entire community chest mechanic, which makes sense, only 4 players can play, any form of currency at all, needing to wait for dice to recharge before you can continue playing, and the entire microtransaction structure, which the app has been accused of making highly predatory. What a shame! So until Hasbro finally masters the technology to add in-game purchases to a physical title, we'll have to settle on taking a look at the stuff already in the game and seeing how much it actually works. In this sucker, each player is going to be in possession of their own board, which they will move on independently of the other players. Each of these boards are double-sided and carry their own wet and wild themes, like the amusement park, a gnome village, or New York City, featuring the recently updated Statue of Monopoly. The jury is still out on whether or not that's treasonous. I'll let you know when they've reached a verdict. In addition to determining the theme of your stuff, the board also determines the die color that will represent you for the game. So between fighting over board theme, die color, and who gets to use the dog piece, the likelihood of a child crying before the game even starts has been tripled. This game is optimized. But now that the boards have been picked and the tiers have been dried, how do you actually play the game? Well, it's quite simple. Once everyone is ready, one player will roll all 4 of the dice into the patented Monopoly Go central dice rolling receptacle. And based on what is rolled on their colored die, each player will move their piece that amount, get this, at the same time. Good golly, wait until the Pope hears about this one. What happens next depends on what space you land on, and these effects are really complex, so you better lock in there, Big Nasty. If you land on a property space, you get to take a block of that color from the tray and add it to one of your landmark spaces, which you are attempting to build up in order to win the game. Something that I can't quite explain, the first time that you land on a property space and fully realize that you have no money and you just take a block, not a property, it feels really bad. I don't know why. Keen-eyed viewers will notice that there are other spaces that you can land on as well, including the most oppressed spaces in modern Monopoly. Ladies and germs, the railroads are back. I'm not gonna get excited for that. I already know that they don't function like normal railroads. Yeah, I figured. Landing on a railroad space can give you one of 2 effects, a shutdown or a bank heist. Shutdown is easy, land here and you get to return 1 block from another player's board. This does not directly benefit you at all, this is just simply out of spite, mad respect. The bank heist is a little more complicated. Once you land here, you grab the bank heist peripheral, which comes with 3 symbols: rock, paper, and scissors. Each player secretly chooses their symbol and then reveal them at the same time. Difference? Nothing happens. The same, you get to take one of their blocks for yourself. Fun little side activity that also relegates the entirety of the rock, paper, scissors game into a mini game as if that travesty didn't have enough on its plate already. Other spaces include just visiting, nothing happens, free parking, nothing happens, go to jail, which sends you there to only lose 1 turn, and the ever important go, which confers 1 of 3 effects if and only if you land on it, meaning that criminals can now go either way on their path to the slammer. How progressive. Last thing to talk about are the chance tiles. You get these when you land on a chance space, and they can give you 1 of 4 effects. Move your Mr. Monopoly tracker 1 space closer to Mega Shutdown. We haven't covered that yet, but you're going to be able to get there without the tile just fine. Take any color block from the tray. Instantly helpful, nice bonus. Cancel 1 shutdown against you. Will happen infrequently, but a lifesaver when you need it. And activate any of the 3 go effects at any point, which is obscenely broken. Oh wow, I just landed on my 2nd brown space. Game's over. Last mechanic to mention is the Mega Shutdown, which you can earn from advancing your Mr. Monopoly head up the tracker anytime you can't take a block color because the tray is out of it. Once your decapitated tracker reaches the end, you can choose when you would like to activate the effect, which will return every single block of a chosen color back to the tray from the other players. Honest, this is a spirit breaker for anyone that hasn't gotten a few different colors, so you may want to sit further away from your intended target so that the table ends up taking the punch that was meant for you. After various bouts of violent anger, the first player to get 4 blocks of 1 color completes their landmark and wins the game. Unfortunate, as I imagine if there was a bitter pill mechanic added to this one, it would see heavy usage. Which brings us to our first strategy segment of the day. Forget maximizing your chances of winning. Using only the tools at your disposal, what is the best way to get your friend to rage? What we are going to do here is look at the optimal combination of plays that you can do in a row in order to make it to where your friend will never want to play the game again while adhering to the rules. All situations have been analyzed, and I believe I've come up with the best option here. To start off, identify the player who is in first, but not by a lot. It can't be tied, they need to hold a lead, so something like this where your target is closer to the win, but the second place player has more options. This is vital for later. Before you start, make sure that your Mega Shutdown tracker is 1 space away from the end, you have 3 chance tiles, and you land on a shutdown space. You will use this shutdown to, of course, knock the top block off of his brown tower. This will be saddening for the target, but not unexpected as that is the optimal play. After this, you will flip up your Go chance tile and use it for its shutdown effect, which will be aimed at that second block of the target's brown tower. This is more upsetting as you needed to actively pursue this effect and you aren't even trying to steal the block, so when they ask why, you say that you either don't want to take the gamble or you don't want to get involved in the crowded brown market. While upset, he still can see the vision behind the play, so he backs off. That is, until you reveal your second Go tile and use its shutdown effect as well, to remove his final brown block from his board. This is maddening, as under no circumstances is this anywhere close to a decent play. And when pointed out that not only does the other player have 3 buildings with 2, but he also has a red tower with 2, you simply point out that since his board is the only one with 3 browns, he's more likely to build them up quickly, so you want to get ahead of that play. These explanations are necessary, as if he knows that you are trying to make him mad, he can write off your plays as something he can do nothing about. But no matter how stupid the explanation is, if you can keep up the facade that this is all part of some bigger strategy, there's a part of him that will still hold on to how he's getting out-thunk here, which will make him even more mad. So now, properly infuriated that his landmark has gone from 3 to 0 in one swoop and ready to start the next turn, that's when you flip over your final chance tile, which moves your tracker into the mega shutdown zone. And with all of the juicy colors that you could go for here, you are of course going to pick red. This, of course, is an obscene choice, as not only does the other guy have 3 towers of 2 stacks that are left alone, but if you still wanted to screw over your target, then picking pink would also take a block from him. After the target relays this to you, kindly inform to him that yes, that is true, but he does have a chance tile and you really don't want to risk your move getting blocked if he ends up having a shield. This is when, in a desperate attempt to save his game, the target will oh so calmly remind you that shields do not work on mega shutdowns, which it says right on the reference card. And that, dear viewer, is checkmate, as once he points that out, you hit him with the absolute classic, "Oh, right. Well, I've already committed, so I can't change my..." It is at this point that your target's brain will snap completely in half, as not only is his game now completely over, but it has been ended by what he now perceives to be a complete moron. From here on, many variables can come into play. If he asks the rules guy for help and the rules guy is loving what he's seeing, he can just say that you can't take back the move now, which is another devastating blow. And if the guy who was in second offers you a high five after this, absolutely take it, as upon seeing that display, the target might have to stand up and go on a 30-minute walk. And that is how you can ensure that your group will never play this game again. Have fun, and remember to always sit across from your target, that way there is a table that keeps you out of strangling range. But one group out there does want people to play it, or more accurately, buy it. Those being the wonderful executives of the Hasbro Corporation that poured the blood, sweat, and tears of their employees into this game to sell. So with that in mind, what is the main draw of the title that is meant to bring people in? Obviously, the biggest thing that this title has over other games is that it is based on Monopoly Go. So fans of the series can take a break from their free mobile game in order to spend $10 to play a version that has worse renditions of all of the mechanics. Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm not sure how much Monopoly Go fans would actually enjoy this one, seeing as if they wanted to play Monopoly Go, then they can just play Monopoly Go? I mean, maybe if they wanted something to do while their dice recharged, but at that point, just get another account? So if that's out of the picture, then what do we have to lure people in? Custom player pieces is always a good one. A cheaper version of the rock, paper, scissors game might get somebody. Oh, let's not forget about the soul-shattering innovation that is everyone moves at the same time, huh? I'm surprised this thing was even left on the shelf at all. I mean, look at Monopoly Cheaters Edition. Sleek box design, an interesting new way to play Monopoly, giving you a scandalous peek into the box to see the curious handcuff inside. Whether or not you think the game is good, the idea and the box tell you, hey, you gotta check this out. be honest with me here. When you see Monopoly Go, inspired by the #1 mobile game of 2023 on the shelf, are you thinking, dang, that's gotta be an interesting new take on the Monopoly gameplay formula, let's check it out? Or, what? Actually, you know what? Scratch this entire segment because eagle-eyed viewers already know the main draw of this one, as it's been on the front of the box this entire time. Just like in Fortnite Monopoly, this bad boy comes with a code that will get you this free golden Mr. Monopoly token that you can use in the game. And all it will cost you is $10.79 plus tax. They did it, everybody! Hasbro invented the physical microtransaction. Innovation! For some reason, the code for this free token can be redeemed up to 4 times, but only once per account. So instead of subjecting me and 3 friends to financial ruin, I'll instead help out those who are already stuck in there. At some point during this sentence, the token code will flash on screen for 1 frame, and the first 4 people to redeem it will get it for free. It almost certainly has already been shown by now, unless I am lying, so better find it quick. As for everyone else, we've pretty much gone through everything this little red square has on offer. So with that in mind, let's answer a question that some people might have been pondering throughout the whole video. Is this game better than Monopoly? I ought to kill you where you stand. Is this game worth the $10.79 price tag? Depends on what you value more, physical game with in-game token or 180 virtual Monopoly Go dice. And of course, in what circumstance would you ever play this game? Shoot, waiting for the bus? Don't get me wrong, the potential for causing rage is definitely there, which is a big plus. But for the rest of the game, you basically just hit the big red button and watch the game play itself. Dang, this is a good adaptation, never mind. I mean, if you already own the game, it is a great time waster, but like, you can buy 2 Red Baron pizzas a few aisles down for less, and that's probably going to give you at least the same amount of enjoyment, probably more. If I'm being honest, this game has the same complexity as one of those board game toys from like a Wendy's meal. All the components are of much higher quality, but if you replace them with cardboard iterations, you could definitely find this in a kitty bag and no one would be surprised. It's not boring. I could see people wanting to run it if they need to wait 10 minutes before they need to leave, but other than that, not to mention, the app itself is free. So if you're fiending for some hot board game, board game action, just use the board game mobile game and click X on all the offers. Ask any gambling addict, it really is just that easy. So with all of the questions answered, let's go now to our second, yeah, you forgot the whack crap again. Oh, confound it. Whack crap, baby! We're looking at both games called Monopoly Go this time, so let's see some interesting finds. The board game geek trend of anything but Monopoly holds true here, as the game holds a score of 6.3 out of 10, nearly 2 entire points higher than the original. There is a third game under the name Monopoly Go, which was released in 2008, and is a portable version of the game where clips can be used to represent the pieces and houses. This game is exactly the same as the standard one, but carries a 5.9 out of 10, meaning that the biggest issue players have with the original Monopoly is apparently that it isn't portable enough? The standard price from any target location is around $10.79 right now, but if you wanted, you are also able to buy the game directly off of Hasbro's website for $9 more? This does not come with any add-ons or bonuses, just straight up good old-fashioned greed. GameSpot article from a year ago, Monopoly Go spent double on its marketing than it cost to completely develop The Last of Us 2. Sony's sequel title cost around $220 million to put together, while Go spent $500 million on advertising prior to them bringing on people like Chris Pratt and Hayden Christensen. The website Dextero looked through the microtransactions and determined that Monopoly Go does not offer enough tangible items to make spending real money on it a tangible investment. Thanks for clearing that up for us, guys. Pretty popular story here. A 17-year-old girl reportedly spent $25,000 on in-app purchases for the app, which I imagine probably crippled that entire household, and I hope they managed to recover. But no time to worry about that, as it's that kind of spending that led to Monopoly Go making $5 billion in 2 years. And it's still going strong. So remember kids, grab your parents' credit card and let's start pumping those numbers up. Road to 6, baby. But let's get away from the app and back to the board, as it's now time to take a look at the strategies that you should be implementing to help get you the win in this very hefty title. Now, most of the game is going to come down to the luck of your die and what you get handed, but there are a few things that you'll want to keep in mind for the few decisions that you do make. The boards do have the same amount of spaces, but for each one, there is one color set that has 3 instead of 2. So you are going to need to pay attention to which color each board has more of, as you'll want to lock in on those for your board and prioritize sabotages on for the others. Another thing you'll want to keep an eye on are the chance tiles, which could end up being vital to your future plays. For the Mega Shutdown tile, you'll want to save that for when you are 1 slot away from the shutdown in order to pull a surprise on someone. But be advised that if someone gets to 4 blocks, the game ends right there, so you won't be able to save it like a trap card for the very end. Another thing is shields, or rather, the lack of them. Now the shield tile is the only one that has 4 tiles in the stack. All of the others only have 2. So you might be thinking that if someone has a face down tile, then it's more than likely going to be a shield, but don't be deceived. 2 of those other tiles are play immediatelys, but the others can also be held. So if you do see a face down tile, there's only a 50% chance that it actually is a shield. So you should shut down whatever building you think best regardless, as worst case, it's gonna open that up for someone else to hit later. Speaking of later, if you end up getting the go chance tile, hold on to that for as long as you can. Because if you ever end up getting a 3-block tower and there's that color left in the 10, congratulations, you just won the game. This is a huge advantage as people are going to be less focused on the 2 high towers. So there's going to be a better chance that you'll sneak under the radar until you end up hitting your instant win. On the other side though, you have to be wary of anyone that has a tile face down. So focus them, as you have no idea if that's a go in their pants or if they're just happy to see me. And with that, you should now know everything you need to in order to, I don't know, fill out a residential zoning form? Should you get the game? I mean, go for it if you've got $10 to blow, but realistically, there has got to be better games on offer at Target if you're committed to only going there, right?
Freaking Arizona iced tea, the game? Put a finger down, yeah, you can't play that without $20. Why are there 2 Dude Perfect board games? Why is that one $40? Oh, great, I can't wait to cover that one later.
Gotta say, wasn't a fan of the original Giving Up, but the mobile version, highly recommend. Board games can carry all kinds of weird and wacky ideas. I mean, you've got games where you spearhead a coup, games where you squeeze the juice, and games where you hang out with famed NBC TV news anchor Chet Huntley. But for every stellar idea that brings in a wide fan base and massive amounts of money, there are other ideas that really should have never left the gray matter. Now, we've looked at quite a few bad games before and even did a whole vid on just controversial ones. But these titles are a little different, as while a game where you try to escape the Titanic is questionable, a game where you try to escape a sinking ship is a pretty cool idea. But with these games, no matter how you try to swing them, you're not going to be finding a winner. Like a rock, paper, scissors game type deal, but less in it for the money and more in it for the stupid. A good first example, enjoy the classic family fun of Uno, but without all of the hefty political undertones with non-partisan Uno. The only version of Uno that ensures that no one will be talking about politics. Seriously. Don't talk about politics. Non-partisan Uno is Mattel's answer to the growing political division in the nation by focusing their efforts on removing all of the things that could cause controversial topics to come up during game night. The biggest being the replacement of the red and blue cards with the much more welcoming orange and purple cards. You see, by removing the red and blue colors, which carry no meaning other than their correlation with American political parties, you ensure that at no point will your guests be thinking about politics while they play. Seriously, don't talk about politics.
But that's not the only change that will help to ensure a fun and stress-free game night, as if one of your disgusting friends does end up bringing political stuff into the fray, you can stop their heinous actions right in their tracks with the veto card, instantly stopping their topic of discussion and skipping their next turn as punishment for their transgressions. This makes sure that you will be constantly dialed into what your friends are saying in order to be on the lookout for any political undertones in their statements. Seriously, don't! And that's it. We've got a color change and a dubiously enforced new skip card that can be played at any time, but I'd say that it was all well worth it. Now you and all of your immigrated friends can properly play Uno without any worries. So pull out those green cards and no! Unsurprisingly, basing your entire game around how incredibly non-political it is going to end up making people think more about politics than if you just played regular Uno and, I don't know, enjoyed the game. Just the idea of making a non-political version of any board game is such a bass-ackwards play that many are thinking that this was made this way on purpose to make fun of the everything is political crowd. Which I would be more open to believing if it wasn't a major corporation behind it, as they usually don't like to take these kind of snarky jabs at people without some quirky punchline to dull the blow. Hasbro. That's why I've put this one first, as we're not quite sure. Now, if this was a serious attempt to sell a product, then this game succeeds in its mission about as well as Ms. Monopoly does. But if this was more of a jab that was made purposefully stupid, then you gotta respect the play. Although I really hope that this is not the case, as if so, the likelihood of me getting my non-partisan public assistance is going to go way down. But as we like to do, let's go ahead and swing from one extreme to the other by checking out another card game classic, Right or Racist. Oh boy, I get to cross another one off the list. Right or Racist is the 2017 card game that sees players presented with a bevy of race-related statements and stereotypes, and it's up to players to guess whether those statements are backed up by statistics in order to see whether they are right or racist. Now, before we get into how much of a blast this would be to break out at your next family Thanksgiving, anyone that followed the second worst board game of all time tournament already knows the absolute ringer that this game put me through. Because if there's one thing that we know about Right or Racist, it's that we don't know a gosh dang thing about Right or Racist. So, here's the dealio. Right or Racist is controversial with its topics on purpose because the creator designed it that way in order to spark conversations around the sensitive subject matter of stereotyping, with cards mainly referring to laws and statistics and the only fabricated information in the game coming on the incorrect cards. Except, quick clarification, while this is what the creator said the game is for, the actual content within the cards and rules is much closer to a Cards Against Humanity style of humor without any of the charm that made that game a bestseller. Not to mention, taking one look at any of the anything going on here does not exactly scream serious conversation. What's crazy is that if we just imagine that everything went to the creator's stated vision and there was no back and forth on what the heck is going on here, this project still would have landed in the terrible idea pile due to how one of the mechanics goes about it. The debate cards are that bad. See, the general gameplay loop is pretty simple. One player reads off a true or false question with a dubiously sourced statistic on it, and it's up to you to guess whether that is right or racist. Guess it right, congratulations. Guess it wrong, you're either a racist or a snowflake. Hee hee, ha ha, a good time was had by all. The debate cards, however, operate a little differently, gifting you one of many statements that can range from the hot dog is a sandwich to this one and telling you to plead your case for whether that statement is right or racist, with the added challenge of attempting to salvage the vibe after the round is over. And I don't know about you, but I'm not going to stand for the racist nonsense that was on that card. You can clearly see here that the buns are connected at the bottom, and without that separation, a sandwich classification is impossible. This is a taco. Why is this the way we've decided to approach this? Game night is not the time to get into a deep discussion about the world's ailments. That's what the back porch at 3 a.m. is for. The thing that upsets me the most about this game is that even after looking at all this, I still have no idea what the game was even going for. Every news article that discusses it mentions how it's aiming to raise awareness and debunk stereotypes, while every online storefront that sells it hits me with the old card game, gag gift with hundreds of trivia and debate cards, funny gag gifts for Secret Santa or White Elephant games for men and women 3 to 10 plus players spiel. I haven't even mentioned all the whack crap behind it either, like how this was a successfully funded Kickstarter project, or how there were 3 different volumes of the game, some of which involved character cards that bestowed different power-ups, or how I managed to run into the 3rd volume of the game in the wild at a random bar. Yes, a bar, the perfect place to play right or racist. I asked my buddies one of the questions about a Saudi law, and he got it wrong, so I called him a racist monster and shot him in the parking lot. Overall, not too bad. 7 out of 10 night. Hey, kids! How much do you love tops? I mean, they're functional, but like, Okay, but what if the tops contained the ancient spirits of mythical creatures that help to increase their power? Oh gosh dang it, I'm talking about freaking Beyblade. Let it rip! Beyblades! Rip the crap out of your spinner and watch on in horror as the kid with the metal one wins every fight. Yeah! Beyblades are cool. They got a sleek design, they have high energy gameplay, and they tricked an entire generation of kids into buying and playing with tops. That is a serious accomplishment. But we're not talking about Beyblade tonight, at least not the Beyblade you know. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the Beyblade trading card game. Because who would want to play Beyblade with the tops, am I right? No! The Beyblade TCG is the 2003 concoction that takes the fast-paced, contact-heavy battles the game is known for and transitions that into a turn-based card game where you play different effects to impact the speed of your bay. The first player to stop their opponent's spin wins. Gee golly guys, we really got to expand the Beyblade brand into some new ventures. I got an idea, how about we completely remove the part that everyone loves about the game? Now, to give credit to the card game, it does try to integrate the top-based combat in a unique way. You and your opponent play cards from your hand until you choose to stop or are unable to play anymore, in which case you see how much spin each top loses and continue until one stops. But at the same time, the carryover group from the kids that like watching tops slam into each other to the kids that are willing to sit down for a multi-round card game has got to be minuscule. Now, they did try to bridge this gap a little bit by basing the cards more around the show and even including a rule set that you can play if you don't know how to read. You know what? I'm glad to see the inclusivity. Let's go ahead and take a deeper look at those for my fellow illiterates out there. Beans. But regardless of anything that they actually did with the game, the idea behind making your game into a format that makes it impossible to enjoy the main appeal of the brand is such a wonky maneuver that there's no way that this game could have succeeded. And guess what? It didn't. Aiming to capture some of that yummy TCG gold rush at the perfect time, right as it was dying, the Beyblade trading card game got off one good set before running out of spin and falling over dead. Which is quite a shame, as there were some reports that the card game wasn't really too bad. But again, Beyblade with cards carries about the same appeal as a Bakugan game where you just move pictures of the monsters around a board. Never turn your back on a good gimmick, kids. Now, before we get into our final travesty, we have one game that I am going to include here less of my own accord and more as a community submission, as whether this game is awesome or awful has carried many a heated discussion ever since the 1970s. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing a game that I am honestly surprised has not made it on here before, The Ungame. So, what is the general public's reaction to The Ungame? We'll go with mixed. The Ungame is the 1973 board game that wants you to tell it like it is, and in the process of doing so has earned the reputation of being both one of the worst games ever made and one of the most misunderstood games ever made, with neither side being able to agree on a conclusion, but the worst crowd being the louder of the two. So let's go ahead and take a look at the title for ourselves and solve this 5 decades long issue lickety-split. First, what is the Ungame? The Ungame is a board game that has players move around the board answering questions in order to better understand both yourself and others as you learn to communicate more effectively. Questions can guide you through simple icebreakers to get to know the other players better, or can take a more serious approach that will delve into your personal beliefs and the troubles within your life. Players are to remain silent except during their turn, which will encourage listening and understanding as you tell it like it is. Okay, first impressions, this sounds like an absolute nightmare. The exact last thing that I want to do with my night is sit in a circle and discuss my feelings with people. I have a very limited amount of free time, and if I wanted to spend it in therapy, then I would play group therapy. And the serious cards aren't softballs either. The 1997 version of the game is on Tabletop Simulator, so I've gotten a look through all of the cards, and here is what you can expect from a nice and easy night with the Ungame. Talk about an experience you have had with poverty. What is something that you believe about love? What is something that you want people to remember about you? How do you decide between right and wrong? In what way are you like your father? How do you feel about it? Say something about being handicapped, say something about addictions, and say something about AIDS. Golly, we are in for a rip-roaring blast with this one. What subject would you like to speak about to a large audience? I'm glad you asked! Here are the top 10 reasons that roundabouts should be outlawed. Number 1, they are incredibly pretentious. But that's not all, as what is something you really like about yourself? I'm very competitive. So how do you win this bad boy? Well, silly Billy, you must be mistaken. There is no competition because everybody wins. Oh, my mistake. I didn't realize that we lived in a gosh dang fantasy land. Everything about this game runs completely opposite to what I am looking for from my games. Heated competition, bitter rivalries, exiting the night knowing that one of your closest friends would absolutely hit you with a bat right now if they had the chance, basically your standard Mario Party playthrough. I can see where the haters are coming from here because on the surface, this game looks like it has barely any gameplay, little to no entertainment value, and is only good at putting you in an uncomfortable situation that doesn't even conclude with a winner. It looks awful on the surface. And the surface is, I believe, the furthest that the game's detractors ever got when looking into it, as beneath the layers and layers of, oh, absolutely not, you get when first seeing the title, there is a deeper story that starts all the way back with the game's creator, Rhea Zakic. Back in 1970, Rhea had to undergo 2 surgeries to remove tumors from her vocal cords, which left her in the unfortunate position of being unable to speak for 3 months. During this time period, she began to realize how poorly her husband, and her 2 sons communicated with each other. None of them really knew how things were going with each other, and she began to regret not engaging with them emotionally back when she had the ability to speak. So she began to craft a remedy, creating cards with questions on them that she wanted her family to ask and answer, as well as adding a little hand-drawn board for a bit of flair. The game was such a positive for the family that they began letting neighbors borrow it, and she even began making more copies before writing to 28 different game publishers to see if she could get the title out to a wider audience. She was turned down by all 28. The big companies couldn't imagine any American playing a game he couldn't win, with them also being wary as to how people don't generally want to talk about their feelings. Gee, sound familiar? After that 28th rejection, Rhea threw the game into the trash, determining that nothing would come of it, and that likely would have been the case, had a neighbor boy not fished the game out of the garbage and taken it to his parents, one of which worked at an educational marketing firm. The parents approached Rhea about the game, and she agreed to give it another shot, with the boy's parents even remortgaging their house in order to put the game into production. By 1985, the Ungame had sold more than 1 million copies, and is sitting at over 4 million sold
today. That is a genuinely heartwarming tale full of pretty much every emotion available, but we are not done yet, as there are still a few more things that I need to address about the game's background, as they are far too wacky to ignore. First off, want your emotional trials with you on the go? Then pick up one of the many pocket ungames that we have on offer. These portable renditions of the title carry all the trauma-dumping fun of the original wherever you may roam, with versions for all ages, couples, families, teens, kids, some guy named Christian, and the Spanish. Speaking internationally, the Ungame is not just an American thing, as there are quite a few pictures online of Japanese variants for both the standard and pocket versions of the title. And lastly, while companies wanted nothing to do with it initially, once those numbers started flying high, there were plenty who wanted in on the uncraze, including a group that just keeps popping up on this show for some reason: television networks. Yes, there were two, count 'em, two separate attempts to turn the Ungame of all things into a gosh dang game show. And I'd like for you to go ahead and imagine about how well that went. Now, the second one never got past the ideas phase, but they did have a vision for what the show would be. Contestants would stand on top of a life-sized game board and roll giant foam rubber dice before flipping over massive cards, I guess to talk about their personal issues on network television? Okay, quick question. If the board game itself is designed to not have a winner, what the heck are the people on the show playing for? Is the host just there to try to cheer them up? But that idea was scrapped. They probably didn't put too much thought into it before just abandoning the project. Nothing hurt. I can't say the same for the first attempt though, as those bozos didn't just finish their idea, they produced an entire pilot for it. These absolute goons created a pilot episode for a game show based around a game that has no winner, flew out to California to show it to Rhea, and botched the premise so hard that the only thing she could say about it was, quote, "I was sick." This was partially due to the lovable host of the program, who was, may I remind you, during a game all about encouraging listening and understanding, pointing out contestants' wrong answers. Could you imagine delving into a genuinely heartbreaking memory of one of the biggest regrets in your life, and the host just looks at you and goes, "Nah, I don't think so." I have not been able to find any mention of this pilot anywhere besides the Pittsburgh Press in 1981. So if anyone has any information about this, please send it to me. I need to see this. But as for the game itself, I do still think that it deserves to be here if we are looking at it as a game. All luck, no scoring, no balance, no mechanics, no win condition, no winner, and a gameplay loop centered around sharing personal and likely sensitive information. This is a terrible idea for a board game. But unlike titles like Group Therapy, it wasn't designed nor was it meant to be played like a game. Its main goal is to be kind of a facilitator for you to enter difficult conversations with the people you care most about. Conversations that likely wouldn't have taken place without it. Think of it this way. If given the opportunity, a lot of people would probably love to get to know their friends more on a deeper level, but most likely don't want to share their own experiences for one reason or another. If everyone in the group is feeling this way, you only need a small instigator to break through that initial wall and get the conversation rolling. And that's exactly what this thing is trying to be. This is such a core aspect of the game's identity that even the BGG description recognizes it, classifying the title as possibly being outside the scope of Board Game Geek, which is a description given to things that they don't see as board games, like lawn darts, foosball, or the Magic 8-Ball, with the only reason that it is included in the database being due to history. So with that in mind, yeah, it is a terrible idea for a board game, but this isn't really a board game. It's an ungame, and it's one that I'd probably be a lot less hesitant to try out in the future. And I might get to do that sooner than expected, as after finishing up all the footage, guess what arrived in the mail for me? This version of the ungame was sent to me by Jules and Charles, two fans that also included a lovely letter and this horrifying picture of the rat that I interpret to be a warning.
Thanks to these two, a tabletop port for the game is now in the works, so check the comments if you'd like the chance to tell it like it is. Thank you, Jules. Thank you, Charles. Let's get back to it. Well, that was a nice change of pace for our normal coverage, a mostly feel-good story with just a little bit of stupid sprinkled in. So I think I'm about ready to call it here, before I end up having to touch on another title that is going to completely ruin them. Splendid. Oh boy, this board is sure getting some work today! Intelligent Design vs. Evolution is the 2006 board game that aims to educate players on the debate surrounding whether the world as we know it came from the intelligent design of a creator or through the evolution of nature. Utilizing trivia cards and fun facts brought to you by author and evangelist Ray Comfort and star of hit 1980s sitcom Growing Pains, Kirk Cameron. This is the second time Kirk Cameron's popped up on here. How does he keep showing up? What you do in IDOV is start in the beginning with your brains and move around the board until you reach the end of time, answering trivia questions and collecting brains in the hopes of having the most once you reach the end. Now, this isn't really too bad an idea for a board game. Presenting the arguments and findings of each side will allow players to interpret the information in the way they see fit in order to draw their own conclusions, ultimately leaving the game with more knowledge on the subject than they came in with. So as long as the game is not deliberately biased towards one side, this could end up being pretty interesting. Let's learn a little more about it and see what's on the back of the box. Intelligent Design vs. Evolution is deliberately biased. Aw, we didn't even make it 8 words! Yes, IDOV is not a neutral look at both sides of the argument. It is, in fact, a very one-sided affair that utilizes specially chosen facts and points in order to disprove or discredit the evolution theory and prop up intelligent design as the only one that could realistically make sense. And unfortunately for the creators, its attempts are not only done poorly, but sloppily. Now, I have it on good authority, that being mine, that this might well be the single worst idea out of any game that we've covered today. And that all stems from something that I'm going to bring up later in this segment, the backfire effect. But before we get into that, let's focus on what the game itself is offering and how it fails at its main mission. As you can tell, IDOV doesn't really have a lot going for it from a gameplay perspective. There are no alternate paths, no choices for you to make. All you really do is roll the die and wait for the end of time. Concerningly, the end of time comes a solid 3 spaces after the year 2001, so if you haven't gotten your affairs in order yet, you should probably get on that. Now, in terms of a quality perspective, the board, pieces, and cards are all reportedly really well made, to a surprising degree. The main issue with the title, though, stems from those aforementioned cards and what is on them. No two ways around it, the game has been accused of having question cards that are poorly worded, poorly sourced, and laden with errors throughout. So in order to see if that is true, let's take a look at a couple of them together. Brain teaser, true or false? Ramapithecus, once widely regarded as an ancestor of humans, has now been recognized as merely an extinct type of orangutan. Answer, true. The source, Wikipedia.org. This cannot be the first one. Wikipedia, W-I-C-K-pedia. Remember kids, you can't use John Wikipedia, the free Candle encyclopedia, as a valid source. How do you misspell your own gosh dang citation? Spellcheck has been around since the ARPANET. This game was made in 2006. Alright, bad start, real bad start, but an extra C here or there isn't worth getting wrathful over, so let's just try another one. Which well-known publication said, in extraordinary ways, modern archaeology is affirming the historical core of the Old and New Testaments, supporting key portions of crucial biblical stories. The answer? Reader's Digest. Johnny, this argument is going back and forth. It's anyone's game right now. Oh, and he just pulled out the opinion article from Reader's Digest. Johnny, this game is as good as over. But these cards are really just small fries. There is stuff like this throughout the game. What I really want to show you is what very well could be the single worst trivia card I have ever seen. Let's see if you can get it right, and for bonus points, try to guess their reason why. Brain teaser. Is the church filled with hypocrites? No, yes, or only in certain denominations? The answer?
No, there are no hypocrites in the church. The church is made up of genuine believers. Hypocrites aren't believers, they are pretenders who will be sorted out on Judgment Day. Sorry, I had to turn my brain off and back on again. Let's go through this line by line and figure out every error present on this card. To start, they've seemingly used the wrong equation and gotten the right answer, as the correct choice here would be A. For the church to be filled with hypocrites, you're talking at the minimum a 75 to 80% hypocrite to non-hypocrite ratio, which is safe to assume not the case. So, they got that one? Next up, answer C, only in certain denominations. You cannot have an open-ended answer in your trivia game, as that leaves the door ajar for something to sneak in there and mess everything up. For example, if somebody gets a little silly and founds Southern California's very own Church of the Proud Hypocrite, I'm going to guess C and be quite miffed when I'm told I'm wrong. Following that, no, there are no hypocrites in the church. You cannot make the claim that there is not a single one when I know some and see them there. No man is without sin, Kirk. And the worst part, their explanation. There are no hypocrites in the church because the church is made up of true believers, and hypocrites are not true believers, they are pretenders, and since they are not true believers, they are not part of the church, which means there are no hypocrites in the church. Did you get all that? I see the no true Scotsman fallacy be thrown around a lot when talking about this game, and it absolutely fits here. A Scot hears on the radio about a crime that an Englishman committed and exclaims, "No Scotsman would ever do something so vile." When the next day rolls around, he hears on the radio about a crime that a Scot has committed that is even worse, and exclaims, "No true Scotsman would ever do something so vile." Basically a more sophisticated version of moving the goalposts, or the famous world-renowned "nuh-uh, that one doesn't count" fallacy. In addition to that, if they are pretenders that will be sorted out on Judgment Day, then until that day comes, then they are still part of the church, which means the correct answer would still be A because of the wonky precedent set by using the word filled. This question is a disaster! A good chunk of the questions in the game are like this, but luckily for you, you won't have to deal with too many of them, as this trivia game comes with a grand total of 250 questions. Comparing that to other trivia games like Trivial Pursuit Classic Edition and its 2,400 questions, you're likely going to run into repeats after just a few rounds. But really the biggest story here is just how bad of an idea this entire thing was for achieving their intended result. As in attempting to showcase the lack of merit behind the theory of evolution, all they did was show the lack of merit behind themselves. This is a perfect example of that backfire effect in action, where one person tries so hard to convince someone to agree with them to think the way that they do, that they employ every trick in the book, presenting one-sided info, belittling the other person, describing your way of thinking as corrupt and evil while my side is right and just. In doing so, they end up pushing not only that person away from their belief system, as they want nothing to do with a group that behaves like this, but also push others away as well when they see this behavior take place, resulting in a much more negative view of your group as a whole. Every group has people like this in it. Religious organizations, ideological groups, members of specific communities, political affiliations, and if you think that your group isn't like the others and doesn't have this going on, I'm sorry to say, but you might be the one doing it. But I think that's about enough on that end. Between the heart-wrenching story and the nature of disagreement discussion, I think this episode might have gotten a little too heavy for my taste. So to lighten the mood before I send you off, we're gonna play a quick round of my totally original brand new game, Bright or Bigoted. First up, the color gray. That's the most racist thing I've ever seen in my life. So you're 4 years old, you've recently gotten your hands on that sentience thing that's been all the rage recently, and you want to give your brain a test run. Don't want to push it too hard, after all, it is brand new. Well, buddy, it doesn't get much less taxing than this. Candyland! Draw a card, wait, draw a card, wait, draw a card, wait.
I have a great amount of respect for Candyland, being one of the first board games that many people play, and taking on the task of introducing toddlers to the concept of a mechanic. It is a Hall of Fame game in terms of its impact on the genre. But at the same time, have you sat down and played this game recently? Chutes and ladders can be exciting. Target the Game of Life is boring. This is the only game I've played that's left me devoid of all emotion. I was straight up dorseless. But regardless of mine or anyone else's opinion, one thing that no one can disagree with is that this thing made money. Having sold over 50 million copies since its 1949 publication and earning the title as one of the best-selling games of all time. And what do we do when something is bringing in the cash, kids? We milk that cash cow dry. The Candyland Candy brand is everywhere. Mainline titles, spin-offs, tie-ins, TV shows, movies, books, and even a gosh dang coffee line that I looked into earlier. Hashtag KingRed40. So as per usual, we're going to take a look at everything the Sultan of Sweet has on offer, breaking the games into themed and revamped editions, as well as taking a look at the side projects that our boys at Hasbro have conjured up to bring in those big bucks. So grab that peppermint axe and your emergency insulin, as it's time to draw your first card and start our adventure through the worst and weirdest of Candyland. So what is interesting about Candyland is that most of the game's themed editions, those being the games with no gameplay changes, just a different coat of paint, come from the mainline series and not tie-ins. See, games like Monopoly get their high body count from adding titles like Monopoly Bass Fishing or Monopoly World War II, while Candyland instead opts for releasing a new version with minimal changes, like it's peddling a smartphone or a new car. Yeah, buddy, the 2027 Jeep Gladiator is a fine vehicle. As such, we'll be spending a majority of the themed editions rolling through each new version of the game. But before we do that, there are a couple of tie-ins to get through first that will be rocking rapid fire. Candyland Hershey replaces all of the Candyland sweets with Hershey branded confections. Candyland Disney Princess Game. Candyland the Disney Theme Park Edition. Candyland Dora the Explorer Edition. Candyland My Little Pony pre-rebrand. Candyland My Little Pony the Movie post-rebrand. Comes with included Rainbow Dash figurine. Oh good lord, please no. Candyland Unicorn Edition. I don't know why Hasbro needed to make a great value My Little Pony version when they own My Little Pony, but hey, I do like this actual regular horse that just has ice cream stuck on his head. He's my favorite. Candyland Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, Candyland Winnie the Pooh Edition, and Lucky's Charm World Candyland, which does actually come with one gameplay change, the Leprechaun Trap card, which skips your next turn as you get caught in your own trap trying to catch Lucky. This does fall in line with the lore. Have you ever tried to trap an Irishman? They are surprisingly nimble. But past the tie-in titles, we have a large number of mainline games to run through, along with the interesting changes found in each one. Beginning, of course, with the one that started it all, Candyland Game 1949. A sweet little game for sweet little folks. I really don't like this dog's chances of making it through the Chocolate River. Candyland Game is the very first rendition of the title, with an awesome story behind its creation. 1 year earlier, the prototype for the game was put together by schoolteacher Eleanor Abbott, as during her stay in the local hospital, she designed the game to help entertain the kids that were trapped in the polio ward. You know, dying of polio. Abbott was eventually encouraged to pitch her game to Milton Bradley, and after paying Abbott a visit, the executive team liked her so much that they agreed to produce the game as a temporary fill-in title. As at this point, Milton Bradley was a mid-tier publisher at best. I mean, their best-selling game at the time was Uncle Wiggily. Never heard of it? Yeah, for good reason. So they started putting Candyland on the shelves, and to their surprise, it began to slaughter everything else on the market, immediately elevating Milton Bradley to industry giant status and making a ton of money for everyone involved. Of course, with all those royalties coming in, Abbott wasted no time spending most of the dosh, deciding to purchase tons of supplies and equipment which she donated to local area schools. Ladies and gentlemen, this might be the sweetest woman of all time. With this origin, this version of the game has a lot of elements that showcase that it was made for children in a hospital. Heck, even with all of the whimsical candy locations, your ultimate goal in the game is just to get home. Alright, we're supposed to be looking at worst and weirdest here, but at the current moment we've been focused almost entirely on polio-stricken children. Can we get some whack crap in here to maybe lighten the mood? Certainly! Looking at the board, it appears that these two children are traveling nearly 200 miles solely on foot. Roughly the distance between Chicago and Indianapolis, which would take 3 days to walk. This means that if you took the real-life Candyland challenge, you wouldn't even make it into the top 5 longest games I've covered. How? But no time to walk it out, as just 6 years later, Milton Bradley would be back in action with a new and improved rendition, Candyland Game 1955. A real shame, too, as if they waited just 1 more year, they could have themed it around the Federal Aid Highway Act, a major event in paving history. This version of the game leaned into the raging success of Candyland by making it more appealing to the mass market. The colors are brighter, the areas are more whimsical, and your mission is now to get to this sick candy house, of which I imagine the maintenance costs must be astronomical. The biggest change for the game, though, is the replacement of the wooden pawns from the original with the new plastic gingerbread men that have remained a series staple. Made to resemble the only other character in the game besides the players, Gingerbread Man. This is the earliest instance of lore for the game. Gingerbread Man cares for the gingerbread plum tree that's in the center of the board. Pretty simple right now, but trust me, the lore goes crazy later. Last thing to mention about this one is the space total, as both this and the original carry 179 spaces. By far the most in the series, and nearly 50 more than what will become the standard. So yeah, if you thought getting through a game was tough now, add an extra 40% to the game's length and you've got 50s entertainment. Everybody better count your blessings. 7 years later, and they are back at it again with Candyland Game 1962. This one is very simple with the changes. 45 less spaces, Gingerbread Man has taken up a larger role as the mascot, and the kids have morphed back into a more realistic form? The Candyland kids really have no concrete design, they kinda just change at will like some sort of shape-shifting beast. There could be something there to look into, but that's just a theory. Another 5 years, another title, it's Candyland 1967. Yes, America no longer needs to be reminded that Candyland is a game anymore, and it only took them 18 years. I'm going to lead this one off with a quote directly from the Candyland wiki. The 1967 board is dramatically more ambitious than its predecessors. Yes, after years of clamoring, Candyland has finally caved to audience demands and added a free-to-play Battle Royale mode. Make sure to grab the Shrek tie-in Gingy skin for only $25.99. The 1967 version features not only a board that folds into thirds, but also a dramatic art overhaul. Each location has a colorful background, the spaces are more like stones along a path, and the whole region just looks more alive and lived in. Gingerbread Man has even been rewarded for his last 18 years of service by officially being named on the board, properly making him the mascot of the series and what must be the best day of his young life. And things would stay this way for a solid 11 years before eventually being switched up once again for Candyland 1978. Oh, what happened? Okay, this box is a little bit all over the place. First off, what the heck happened to Gingerbread Man? Those last 11 years were not kind to him. My man looks like he's on death's door. Also, this girl has absolutely nothing going on behind those eyes, and is that Arial font? Why did they put it right there? It looks like I added that in post. What in the world? Past the box, the board has returned to that more simple style. The Candyland kids are the most realistic they've ever looked, and Gingerbread Man has not only been stripped of his name tag, but also any sense of style. The stoplight tux is a fashion travesty. Other than that, it's pretty much just classic Candyland, and it's the last iteration of classic Candyland that we will be seeing, as after this, Milton Bradley will be sold off to another titan who will be taking over the operations from here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have officially entered the age of Hasbro. Hasbro acquired Milton Bradley in 1984 and wasted no time taking Candyland for a spin, producing their own version of the title that same year with Candyland 1984. And King Candy told you to reject the evidence of your taste buds. It was his final, most delectable command. Candyland 1984 was the start of the Golden Brown age for the game, introducing new characters and story elements that would become mainstays of the series. Chief among those, Gingerbread Man has been put to death. Gingerbread Man is nowhere to be seen, and I don't think he ever reappears. The leading suspect in his disappearance, of course, being the dastardly Lord Licorice. You see, the Lord has managed to uproot the gingerbread plum tree and relocate it in order to construct his Licorice Castle. And seeing that GM would have stood opposed to this maneuver, it is no surprise that he vanished slightly before this took place. This act firmly established Lord Licorice as irredeemable in the eyes of the Candylandians. And if you would like to know more about what led Lord Licorice down this path of evil, stay tuned for the 8-hour The Dark and Disturbing Lore of Candyland 1 million sub special. But as for the current goings-on, our flavorful foe has launched yet another tasty plot. Lord Licorice has, somehow, caused King Candy and the Candy Castle to disappear, so Queen Frostine and Princess Lolly have enlisted famed explorer duo the Candyland Kids to venture out and find the missing monarch. 1984 is important as this game is the introduction of many fan-favorite characters in Jolly. Mr. Mint, Plumpy, Jolly, Gloppy, and the distinguished Grandma Nut. It is also one of the most violent, as another notable death is the extinction of the Candy Hearts plants, which died out after Lord Licorice's forceful relocation of the gingerbread plum tree, of which Plumpy took charge of managing in remembrance of the late great gingerbread man. But with the new status quo established, let's jump forward 15 years later to Hasbro's next attempt at the brand, with Candyland 1999. This version of the game is really just an update to the designs to make the world feel brighter and more lived in. All of the characters are more active, Lord Licorice has an awesome new look, and Gloppy is just having a grand old time back there. You go, Gloppy. There are really no significant changes other than the board orientation and some art switch-ups, so let's go ahead and move on to the second version of the game released this year, Candyland 50th Anniversary Edition. This game is, if you haven't figured it out by now, a title to celebrate 50 years since the game's first release. For this one, Hasbro pulled out all the stops, with the modern characters and imagery all having been redesigned to look more like the classic style, giving an eye into what they might have looked like back then. Notable examples include the human characters all wearing much more realistic clothes, Lord Licorice continuing to have that fit on regardless of version, the gingerbread plum tree apparently getting some work done over the summer, Jolly mysteriously transforming into a human boy, and the Candyland Kids honoring their fallen mentor by transforming into gingerbread men themselves. The only one to not get a fresh new look would be Gloppy, as, much like the humble Shy Guy, you can't improve an already perfect design. I really like what they did with this, as instead of just doing a re-release of the original, they put a ton of work into changing the character designs to celebrate both the past and the present, including all of the jank that came along with it. But with the celebrations over, it's time to get back to business. And business is booming just 3 years later with one of the series' biggest releases, Candyland 2002. The 2002 version of the game established some of the go-to designs of the characters with their much more cartoonish look. And these would go on to be used in many a supplemental material for the brand, as we'll get into later. The designs and names of the characters do carry some interesting lore implications, as this game is possibly a prequel to that original 1984 version. Firstly, all of the characters have been aged down. Grandma Nut is much younger, Princess Frostine has yet to be crowned a queen, Lolly is not yet even considered a princess, and Jolly has yet to reach his final form and is currently some sort of dinosaur? We can be sure that this takes place prior to the 1984 game, but not by much, as Lord Licorice has already killed Gingerbread Man and displaced the Gingerbread Plum Tree, but very recently, as he is yet to construct the Licorice Castle, and Plumpy has yet to take over as its caretaker, which is why the plums are so small. Lastly, I don't know what this beaver creature next to Mr. Mint is, but this is the first and last time that we see him, so I assume he's dead as well. But with the prequel giving us the needed beginning to the tale, it also serves as the end, as this is the last time that you will see these beloved characters like this in a mainline title, as 8 years later, Hasbro decided that what this series needed was a reboot. Candyland 2010. Why have me give the introduction when Hasbro can do it for me?
A shortcut.
Be the first to the castle to win.
Yes!
Welcome. You won the game. Candyland, the Kingdom of Sweet Adventures game.
I looked up the voice actor for King Candy, and apparently he's been in 2 different Yu-Gi-Oh shows as well as Boardwalk Empire, so the man loves games, I guess. Candyland 2010 is a complete reboot of the board, characters, and lore, with it returning to the vertical style game board but keeping the same beloved gameplay as all the others. Many of the established cast have been removed and replaced by new faces. Plumpy, Mr. Mint, Jolly, and even Grandma Nut have been abandoned, with Gloppy only surviving by disguising himself as part of the mountain. In their place, we have some new faces as well as new takes on some classics. The Duke of Swirl now holds dominion over the ice cream slopes, Grandma Gooey, which just might be worse than Grandma Nut, resides in the Chocolate Mountain, King Candy has a new trim and a new fit, while Lord Licorice continues to have uncontested style no matter the outfit. Princess Lolly has regained her regal title, but shares it with the still Princess Frostine, who, to put it bluntly, looks like somebody that would try to wash a paper plate. She looks like a gosh dang Bratz doll. What happened here? The board is also just chock full of things going on. Not a single wasted area or place of rest to be found here. I think the designers might have been on a sugar crash with this one. After sending this one out to the masses, it apparently was a bit controversial with the changes that it made. So Hasbro said, alrighty, we've got you, and decided to try again and give the people what they wanted in Candyland 2013. Alright, anime is officially canceled. All of it. I'm sorry, it just needs to be done. Candyland 2013, the very first edition to give your eyes diabetes. This version has changed pretty much everything. The board has a whole new art style, the Candyland kids aren't even humanoid anymore, and the game uses a spinner instead of cards. Which technically does make it a revamp, but I'm not breaking the release timeline for this one. It doesn't deserve it. Of course, with any new Hasbro release, we have to see what they've done to the characters. Any of the original non-human characters have been removed entirely as they've finally gotten to Gloppy. And I really enjoy this line from the Candyland wiki for the game: Jolly has not been seen since 2004. We could have been looking for him this whole time, but really? For Jolly? But in their place, we have the 6 characters that will be bearing the load. Mr. Mint has returned, and he looks like he just got back from the vet. Nana Nut is here this time, and it looks like she just finalized her second divorce. Princesses Lolly and Frostine each have eyes the size of baseballs. King Candy is attempting to win a world record for beard windowing. And Lord Licorice continues his undefeated streak of having the best style in the entire kingdom. The man does not miss. Now, if the last board was active, then this one's a professional athlete. There's so much going on that I'm having trouble getting my eyes to focus on any given thing. Also, when did King Candy decide to militarize? If the last game was considered controversial, then this one caused an outright uproar. People responded to this one so negatively that Hasbro shifted gears and pumped out another game just 1 year later, setting a new record for the shortest amount of time between releases. So let's see if Hasbro finally got the memo this time around and put out the Candyland that the public was fiending for. Yep, that sure is Candyland. Candyland 2014, a return to the more classic style, although we only have a few characters and changes are still evident throughout. Mr. Mint has fully leaned into the elf lifestyle, Nana Nut has aged back into her elderly form and now lives in her acorn house, Princess Lolly is now in possession of some type of head protective gear, probably in response to whatever caused her face to swell up. Princess Frostine has apparently developed an affinity for chocolate ice cream, and King Candy now has embraced the role of Santa Claus. That is 5 out of 6, so all that is left to do is check out the fire attire that Lord Licorice has decided to bless us with today. Oh, what is that? That's the most disgusting creature I've ever laid my eyes on. What did they do to him? The man has never looked bad in his 30 years as a lord. This is a character assassination that could warrant an international incident. He doesn't even live in a forest anymore. The man resides in a lagoon. And why do his arms go down to his knees? What is this thing? Least favorite title by far. Unforgivable. But closer to the standard brand image. So let's let Hasbro put this into the oven for another couple years and see how our beloved cast is doing in their next iteration. They crippled Mr. Mint. Okay, so Candyland 2021 brings a more detailed style to the board while reducing the number of spaces to 82. By far the least amount out of any game in the series. Another big change you might have noticed was to the cast, where all of the major players have been redesigned except for King Candy, who retains his 2014 look. Notable changes include a completely new Princess Lolly, this guy apparently taking up the mantle of Jolly, which is the most blatant case of identity theft of all time, but not a single person cares enough about Jolly to look into it. The new Duchess Eclair taking up the spot of the recently put down Lord Licorice, which I'm not even upset about. The man was clearly not well. It would have been cruel to make him suffer. Mr. Mint, who is now paralyzed from the waist down after a gruesome lumberjacking accident, and Queen Frostine, who appears to have ingested a considerable amount of that chocolate ice cream. Yes, you heard that right, it is back to Queen Frostine, as it only took Hasbro 22 years to remember that her name is supposed to rhyme. The only notable board info is that despite Lord Licorice being gone, the spaces with Licorice still remain, marking that his followers still believe in his cause even after his death. Other than that, same old Candyland. And I thought that would be the last mainline entry, but Hasbro surprised me once again by releasing yet another title in the big 2025. So let's check out Hasbro's last chance to figure it out with their most recent entry into the series, Candyland 2025. Queen Frostine looks very unsure about this whole operation, probably because Princess Lolly looks like she's 55. Candyland 2025 has had by far the most effort poured into it since the 2002 release. It has brand new high quality player pieces, a drawstring pouch to draw the tiles out of, and quite importantly, the characters are finally back. Plumpy is caring for the tree again, Gloppy is having the time of his life, Mr. Mint is no longer paralyzed, Grandma Nut is out picking the flower cups, and most importantly of all, Lord Licorice has got his style back. All hail the Looks Lord. Curiously, it appears that a coup has taken place in the Candy Kingdom, as Queen Frostine is now the one to greet you at the Candy Castle, while the recently deposed King Candy has been exiled to a raft near the Ice Cream Beach. The amount of political turmoil in Candyland is crazy. But old characters are not the only ones making an appearance, as a new duo has been introduced to the lore in the Gummy Twins, Sweetie and Soury Bear, who appear to have completely replaced Jolly, and all I can say there is good. After looking through all of the versions, this is the closest Candyland has felt to Candyland since 2002. Probably because Hasbro decided, okay guys, game-changing idea here, what if we just stopped effing up all the characters? Overall, a good title to leave the series on, but we'll have to see where they take it in about 4 to 5 years. And that concludes our look at every mainline game in the Candyland series, but there is one more themed edition that I wanted to highlight before we moved on. Candyland Vintage Bookshelf Edition is part of the Vintage Bookshelf series of games that takes classic titles like Sorry, Chutes and Ladders, and Connect 4 and stores them in these book casings in order to be stored on a shelf. A neat concept that does look pretty cool when put together. The big thing about these ones is that the games take the form of older versions, with the Candyland bookshelf one being based on the 1978 version of the game with the horrific gingerbread man right before he died. Overall, a really cool way to bring back older versions of games. But I'd say it's about time to be out with the old and in with the still old, but with a different structure. As while the themed editions are neat to look through, they'll never compare to the sheer wonkiness that can be brought on by a poorly thought out revamp. So let's check out some of the versions that decided to do things a little differently, for better or for worse. Now, since I covered the mainline titles based on the order that they were released, I'd say that it's only fair that I abandon that structure entirely and cover the revamps in order of how wonky they are. So to start us off, take the magic of Candyland anywhere you go with Candyland Fun on the Run. Imagine how much fun you could have playing Candyland on a road trip. Now imagine how much fun your parents will have listening to you whine about Candyland on a road trip. This 2007 release is a travel version of the 2002 board, coming in a foldable tray that has holes in each space that your piece can go into so it doesn't slide around. With the biggest change being that instead of cards, there is a spinner attached to the board that you use to move. Just imagine that spinner sound for 16 hours while on the road, like a gumdrop version of Chinese water torture. But if you're not a fan of small, then now's your chance to be big with Candyland Giant Edition. This rendition comes with a big ol' playmat that the kiddos can stand on and tasks them with moving around the board collecting sweets before heading to the center to meet King Candy. Based on the 2014 board, this also comes with a lollipop spinner to determine player movement as well as a foam crown for the winner that immediately makes them the ruler of the household. Whew, thanks for taking that off my hands. Good luck with that mortgage, kiddo. I'm out of here. Gameplay of Candyland a little too complex for you? Then try out Candyland Castle, made for ages 3 and up. Forget knowing how to read, these kids might not even be sentient yet. Candyland Castle is, shocker, incredibly complicated. Slap the top of the castle and a colored shape will slide out, which you will have to match with one of the shapes on your gingerbread man. First player to fill all 4 of their shapes wins. Now, there isn't a lot of game to talk about here, but what is real funny is looking at the Board Game Geek reviews for this one and seeing people go absolutely wild on a game made for preschoolers. Primitive game, all luck and no skill. Son plays this by himself? Are you too good to play Candyland with your son? Of course I am. I wouldn't dare sully my hands with that filth. Come find me when he's ready to play Gloomhaven. I don't like Candyland because the last time I played it, the kids didn't even have fun, but if they wanted to play it, I would still play it with them. But if this game is just a little too simple for your refined palate, then try a whole new way of play with Candyland Bake Off. Alright buddy, this is by far the most complicated Candyland game that we have seen so far, so you better lock in. What you do in Candyland Bake Off is start the timer and flip over a recipe card. On it will be a certain group of ingredients needed to make the bake. So you will roll your 4 dice Yahtzee style until you either get enough matching symbols and draw another or run out of time. The solo bakes can only be completed by you, the bake-offs can be done by anyone, and if you draw an overbake, then the next player gets to use all of your remaining time before their time starts. Winner is the one with the most points after a certain number of rounds. Yeah, that one's a little too much. Can we go back to the one where I just hit the castle? Best part of the game is going to be the timer going off. Moving on. Candyland Ice Cream Party. Spin the spinner to see how many toppings you need to add and attempt to make the tallest ice cream tower without it falling over. If all the toppings are added and the tower stays, everyone wins! This is a cooperative game where everyone is adding to the same ice cream sundae. So in order to make this work, you are going to need to figure out who the best stacker is so that they can handle the tougher toppings. The game also mentions that you can play by yourself by attempting to make the tallest tower, which would help you get some good practice in, what with regionals coming up and all. Candyland Sweet Celebration Game. Tired of that same old Candyland board? Well then build your own, you ungrateful bum. The Sweet Celebration Game tasks players with getting from their starting location to the Candy Castle as per normal. But but switches up the format by not only requiring players to collect certain candies before they arrive, but also makes them build the path that they will be taking there. This makes the game extremely customizable, as you can just have a 100-meter sprint right to the finish or put together a grand Candyland adventure full of twists, turns, and musical numbers. Interestingly, Hasbro has also taken this opportunity to add some new locales and characters to the lore, with you also being able to visit Captain Kid Cone aboard the SS Neapolitan or hang out with the proud denizens of Czechoslovakia. Mind you, this game was made in 2009, so Czechoslovakia had been dissolved for around 17 years. They really just brainstormed that one and went, nah, that's too good to pass up on. But if you're not a fan of the political standing of Czechoslovakian President Koko Gottwald, then maybe you will be a fan of Bingo! Another stellar transition. How do I do it? Candyland Bingo! Select your card, spin the spinner, and try to be the first to get a bingo. Real taxing stuff here. You have Standard Bingo, where you are trying to be the first one to get a tic-tac-tac-toe 4 in a row, or there's Completion Mode, where you are trying to be the first to fill your entire card, which might not work all too well considering all of the cards have 4 of each color. Alrighty, next spin here, and the color is red. Bingo! Wait! Up next, it's Candyland, a child's world of card games. What does that mean? Well, it's just a deck without any of the face cards. Too bad, buddy. Quite a shame, really. If only we had characters that could fill the role of King, Queen, and Jack. Nothing we can do there. This game comes with the cards and rules needed to play classic children's card games with the Candyland cast. War, concentration, spoons, old maid, anything you could ever hope and dream of is possible unless they needed face cards, so no euchre. I am being serious now though, I don't actually know how to play spoons, so if this explanation is correct, please let me know because this might be the funniest possible way to learn how. Disappointed in the lack of steam-powered engines in the region? How did you know? Well, sulk no longer with Candyland, Le Jeu du Train game. If you like the French language, I recommend just skipping this one. It's not gonna be pretty. Tout le monde est board for a magical treat-filled train trip. Hop on board and roll the die to move the train around the board. The first to collect all their candy cargo wins. Le Jeu du Train game is an interesting one as instead of cards, it opts for a 12-sided die for movement. Most likely for the effect of the hollow train gobbling it up like gosh dang Pac-Man so that it can travel around the board. What's also interesting is that this is based off of the 2010 board and its cast, making the Duke of Swirl of all people our conductor as well as one of the stops, which seems like a conflict of interest, but he is the Duke. And now we've reached our final revamped title and the most important one for sure. As if you want your kids to be able to grow up right, then you're gonna make sure to start them early with Candyland Lotto! Gambling? Yes! Candyland Lotto, later renamed to Candyland Wheel because we don't want children to develop bad habits. Boo! Sees players selecting their group of character tokens that they hope will get spun. Each turn, one player will roll a colored die and then place their finger in that color's circle. Then, spinning it like dialing a rotary phone, this thing, move the spinner until your finger reaches the hole. Whichever character the arrow points to is the one that players can discard. Whoever gets rid of all their characters first wins. Alright, forget the subtext. If they want Candyland Lotto, I'm gonna give them Candyland Lotto. Here's how to turn this into a gambling game with real money. Gather your group of friends and charge a buy-in of, let's say, $10 for a pair of 2 tokens. Once everyone's in, play as normal and the first person out wins the pot. If you wanted, instead of a game, a real lottery, offer $10 per token but only give out 1 of each. Once all of the characters are bought, do 1 spin and winner takes all. Quite easy, quite degenerate. And with Hasbro's quota of getting kids hooked on some kind of addiction met, we have finally reached the end of the physical Candyland titles. But with a brand as valuable as this one, we can't just stop at making games. Oh no, as there's a whole host of different media out there that we can slap that one guy/thing on in order to rake in those big bucks. So let's jump now from the board to the boardroom and see all the projects those lovely execs approve to expand the candy brand. Now, in aiming to make some money from these ventures, the big men upstairs wanted some of these to be related to their target market in some way, which is why one of their most common side projects were various types of children's books. These include, but are not limited to, Candyland Birthday Surprise, Candyland Colors, Candyland The Colors of Candyland, Candyland Happy Birthday Princess Lolly, Candyland Have You Seen King Candy, Candyland Lord Licorice, Candyland Mystery, Candyland Sweets and Treats, Candyland A Little Golden Book, Candyland The Official Cookbook, Mad Libs Jr. Candyland, and Unit E, a New York Comic-Con exclusive one-shot story about several Hasbro-owned properties teaming up to fight a global threat, including Stretch Armstrong, Transformers, G.I. Joe, Battleship, and yes, Candyland. In this story, I kid you not, Lolly is the princess of the fairies, a race of beings made of pure magic and possessing incredible power. To quote it outright, treat them with respect or be prepared for repercussions. Great, I can't wait to get assassinated by Princess Lolly, daughter of King Candy. That's exactly what I need. This entire thing is completely ridiculous and someone should really look further into it, but right now I need to stay focused on just Candyland as, once again, I need to deal with the shenanigans of network television. Because why stick with what you've got when we could be greenlighting a Candyland cooking show?
Go.
We'll make it work.
It's not over yet.
You got it, girl. Come on.
Some eat their feelings. I eat my way through Candyland.
Kristen Chenoweth hosts Candyland. Series premiere next Sunday night at 9 on Food Network. Set your DVR.
Dang, I hope you set your DVR, buddy, because otherwise it's $10 on Prime. Candyland the TV show is a dessert-making competition where teams of 4 will compete to make tasty treats on a fully edible set. One team will be eliminated each round, and the winners will be allowed to enter King Candy's castle and earn the $25,000 prize. Honestly, first episode, just start picking up as much of the set you can and book it. You will be set on birthday party treats for decades. Hosted by Kristen Chenoweth, this series started its first season in 2020 and is currently ongoing. At least that's what IMDb says, but seeing as they haven't put out a season 2 in the last 4 years, I would say that the Candy fans should not hold out too much hope. But hey, maybe they're just working on an even larger edible set. I tell you, when that gingerbread plum tree is fully grown, it'll be all eyes on them, just you wait. But from one screen to another, we jump over to the computer to take a look at the PC games that they have made for the series, the first being Candyland Adventure.
So, the Candy Kid is here to help Captain Cookie save King Candy. Well, I'll give them a taste of sour power. They won't forget.
How are we gonna get over this mucky mess?
Ladies and Germs, the pinnacle of gaming in 1996. Candyland Adventure sees players attempting to save King Candy from Lord Licorice by solving various puzzles in order to undo the calamities caused by the villain, who in this rendition appears to have mystical powers?
Headed for the Gumdrop Mountains? Well, this will gummy up the works.
This one overall has the same feel as a low-budget putt-putt adventure type game, but with all of the interesting goings-on, this probably would entertain a child quite well. The other version, released 2 years later, is Candyland, a child's first game comes to life, which is way different to the first one in gameplay, art style, and especially budget.
Red candy.
Was that a Sonic ring? CLACFGCTL is a computerized version of the board game, having players draw their next move out of the candy machine and awarding the first person to reach the end the win and this stellar cutscene.
Hear ye, hear ye! You've completed your journey and reached the Candy Castle. So, congratulations on a journey complete. A job well done. Here is your certificate of merit. Farewell. hero of Candyland.
Did he hit his head on the way out or something? He's rapping like the Rat. The main appeal for this one is getting to visit the characters and interact with them when you pass their area. Wacky things happen, a whole lot of Candyland magic, yada yada yada. Look, we've still got 2 more games to get through before I even get to the Brain Melter, so we need to keep moving. Going from that screen back to the previous screen, go ahead and dust off that old tech for the Candyland DVD and VHS board games.
Are you ready? Let's play our game. Our story is entitled, Who's Been Eating My House?
Buddy, I'm gonna have to go with termites? These 2 games released for different generations each carries the same general concept. Pay attention to the TV, and when it asks you to do something, you must do it, because he's Mr. Mint, and he's the boss. The DVD board game has more going on, what with its better tech, including a musical tour of Candyland and a couple different mini-games that kids can play with the included color spaces.
Well, hello there. Welcome to Candyland. I'm so pleased you could come. So, you want to take my gumball challenge?
Not in the slightest. Get away from me. The VCR version in comparison is much more simple, only having 2 games, color match and picture match, but it does come with 4 full stories that go along with the games that kids are likely to enjoy.
Well, it didn't work, and now you'll just have to return all the gumdrops to Jolly.
And all the plums to Plumpy.
Egads! I've been caught, red, and
Can't even commit gumdrop theft anymore. Candyland used to be a proper country. But now with all the other material behind us, we can direct our attention to our feature presentation. And I think you are going to love it. Because no game, book, or show could ever stand up to the pure wackiness that is a fully animated Candyland movie.
Exclusively on DVD and VHS, with 4 original songs. Join us for a sweet adventure, Candyland. Available now on DVD and VHS.
As a disclaimer, please ensure that you do not get this confused with 2022 horror thriller Candyland. There are some slight differences. Candyland the Great Lollipop Adventure tells the tale of a gingerbread boy named Jib, who is attempting to travel to the Candy Castle in order to deliver his mother's frosting for the Festival of Sweets. Along the way, he uncovers a nefarious plot by Lord Licorice to take control of Candyland, and must work together with his new friends Mr. Mint and Princess Lolly in order to stop him at all costs. The film is from 2005 and therefore uses the character designs from the 2002 board, which ends up working well with their cartoonish designs and some solid animation. One of the real crazy parts for this one though is the voice work, as everyone does a real stellar job, probably because we've got some serious talent behind the mics for no reason. Here are some of my favorite highlights from the crew. Princess Frostine is voiced by Kathleen Barr, who also voices Trixie from My Little Pony, the mom from Johnny Test, and Kevin from Ed, Edd n Eddy.
Well, what do you know? Kid Dork.
I heard. He's so proud of you. How exciting!
Mr. Mint is voiced by Ian James Corlett, who is also the voice of Mr. Fantastic in Marvel Rivals, Pilar from Edge Runners, the dad from Johnny Test, and Goku from the Ocean dub of Dragon Ball Z.
I am not Kakarot. My name is Goku.
Maybe we should get a grown-up.
You are a grown-up.
I am? No! Yeah, I am.
King Candy is voiced by Scott McNeil, who also voices Flam from My Little Pony, Piccolo from the Ocean dub of Z, and King Zizrar from Johnny Test again.
Mole Army, and nothing can stop us!
Delicious treats will be brought from every corner of Candyland and put in these gold cups.
And while the Johnny Test Reunion Club is pretty funny, the one on the wildest path for sure has to be Lord Licorice. Voiced by Mark Oliver, he has been in the following projects: Miles Dredd in Max Steel, Garmadon in Lego Ninjago, the narrator of 2 episodes of Hitler's Last Stand, and him in something called Powerpuff Girls Z?
but if you don't mind getting singed, then stick around. I'm about to put on a fiendishly impressive fireworks display. Yeah! Have some licorice vines.
But with all the vocal talent on offer, we can't just be using it on standard speech. Oh no, we've got a myriad of songs on offer to help immerse you into your adventure, including the theme song about Candyland itself, Mr. Mint's song about it being okay to have fun, and this absolute gem detailing the Lord's plot.
And soon my chewy sticky goo will reach into the sky.
Licorice here, licorice there.
Far as you can see, the smell of licorice in the air.
Yummy, yummy, yummy.
So licorice everywhere, soon they'll understand. Life will be so great, so grand here in Licorice Land.
Silence!
Dang, it'd be a lot easier to stop rooting for the villains if they'd quit giving them all the bangers. The movie is quite simple as expected. The characters must try to stop Lord Licorice, hijinks ensue, Mr. Mint dies in a super emotional scene, standard Hasbro kids movie stuff. I won't spoil too much of what happens in case you are really planning on watching a 52-minute Candyland ad from 2005, and there are honestly worse things that you could spend 52 minutes doing, so give her a shot. As for me, I think I am officially done with Candyland for a while. I've been on this for way too long, and at this point the sugar rush has officially run out. So all that's left to do now is wait for the thing that everybody is wanting, the theatrical release of the Mr. Bacon's Big Adventure movie. Every ticket comes with 7 pounds of bacon and 1 visit to a cardiologist, so reserve your seat today. Whoa, ho, ho, I hope you're ready, boyos, cause I just received my very own copy of the Campaign for North Africa. Now, I did have to get it off a pretty sketchy site, cause all the others were at least $1,000, but I mean, take a look at her, ain't she a beaut? Board Game Bootlegs. What, you thought just because I covered them once they weren't gonna keep making more? Board Game Bootlegs are such a fun group to look at because you can't find pure concentrated whack crap like this anywhere else. I mean, it's been over a year and I still haven't even forgotten Battle Vessel. But like most other quality goods, these things take time to craft. You have R&D, playtesting, heck, adding the love takes 8 months on its own. So I decided to give the bootleg games industry a little time to put together some new material and am back now to see what they've cooked up. Ready to see different takes on classics, some new titles joining the fray, and the return of a fan favorite segment. So let's begin today where we left off last time and see what those kooky penguins are up to now. It's like we never even left. Push Bricks, the game where the title also works as an insult. Push Bricks is a game where players attempt to push the bricks out of the wall without causing the penguin to fall down. Coming with 1 stretcher bonding wall, 2 pushing brick fingers, 44 bricks, and 1 cartoon style. Now, I would explain which game this is a bootleg of, but I have no idea which of these is the original, so instead we'll say that it shares a similar theme to Don't Break the Ice. Also sharing a similar theme to that is this other version that legit just doesn't have a title, even coming with the same kind of penguin from those Don't Break the Ice bootlegs. Unfortunate that we couldn't have Skipper join us this time around, but probably for the best. Do you have any idea how much he charges for an appearance? But if you are sick of all of the penguin madness, then take your revenge with Fright Penguin. Look who pops the penguin first. I don't want to catch any of you feeling bad for this guy. He has gotten involved with some really bad people. Fright Penguin sees players stick swords into the penguin's egg in order to see who pops him out, with the game crucially being suitable for playing in multiple entertainment venues. Great, I'm glad that I don't have to leave it in just the one. Also, what is going on with these two? My favorite part of this one is that to make sure that you don't get confused, they just have the word penguin slapped down here all by itself, you know, just in case you couldn't tell. But if it's violence that you're after, then don't settle for just penguins. Take it out on your friends in a brawl with Battle Game from the interesting interesting toy series. What's interesting is the way that they've made this promo picture. It looks like they are setting up Fun Battle Game to fight their battle game, which I don't know what that says about their title, but I'll definitely be in the stands for that one. Battle Game is quite similar to Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Each player is attempting to hit the other in the head in order to make it shoot up for the win, with some key differences being that these two are unable to move and each of them is equipped with a shield to block blows. The marketing draws key attention to this as it will help you defend against the other party's damage in the fight, while the adorkable modeling brings a cute style that will bring more fun to the baby. Do you know how much mental damage I took from seeing the word adorkable again? I haven't heard that used in over a decade. That's all part of the charm though, as when the games start, let's play together. I fight. Oops, game over. We are 2 in. It is the second one, and I've already been shaken to my core. What the heck else do we have? Oh, we've got an opportunity for you and your friends to relax with a nice evening of Cluedo. I've gotta say, I'm not the biggest fan of Clue, but with the recent rebrand, it is starting to look a little better. You got these two confused? These were a little too similar for you. They don't even start with the same letter. They are legit just reselling copies of Monopoly Deal under the wrong name. And also, apparently they want me to give these out at Halloween, which is a nice gesture and all, but with all the Monopoly haters out there, that's probably gonna end up graduating my house from eggs to bricks. You know, a familiar face would probably help us out here. That's right, everybody, it's Mr. Frog again. Why is he skin-colored? Frog Big Adventure from Cream Kids? Oy vey. Flip the bugs into the frog's mouth with our wide range of products. We've got little frog head, various colored bees, and a couple frog legs. Or is it frog arms? Link 4 corners, game on! Yes, we are still indeed ripping off Mr. Mouth over a year later, but have made great strides along the way, as our scientists over at the Bootleg Research Division have cooked up a real innovation this time around by replacing the frog with a different animal, catapulting bones to feed dinosaurs. Sure, go ahead and play it on the effing beach, see what I care. After following all of the setup instructions, you can play the game normally. Remember, if it doesn't fern or opa its mouth, you can do this. Thanks for the vote of confidence? But frogs and dinos aren't the only ones who need feeding, as we've got a group of hungry hippos out here that also could use some love. Oh, my apologies. This is actually New Hippo Frog Bean Eating Table Game Multiplayer Interactive Board Game Children's Early Education Puzzle Toy. A simple mistake to make. Airtight storage peas. Beans are sealed in the game plate with ball button? My lord, it even has a ball button. What will they think of next? This absolute gem will allow you to enjoy all of the hot eating action in so many situations. Such as in the void, while you sleep, or very suspiciously. Don't take your eyes off of that thing, kiddo. Those hippos are starving. You know who else is starving? The hungry crocodile. Just the one though, and I'm not quite sure which one it is. Hungry Crocodile is quite the easy game to understand. After all, the player who cashes the most balls wins. I've got quite the collection on here. You don't stand a chance. A fun interactive games for children's, all you gotta do is strike Predator Control Tail for some fast and furious fun, Vin Diesel not included. After all, don't these kids look like they're having a blast? Whoa, better calm down there, buddy, or you might accidentally end up smiling. You know what makes me smile, though? A good, high-quality meme. So let's craft one ourselves with the hit meme-making classic, Meme Club. Aw, what do you meme is big enough to bootleg now? This is a travesty for all the haters out there. Meme Club is a Russian version of the game with what looks to be similar pictures but with Russian text on them. Go figure. And as a surprise, Lightning McQueen SpongeBob is not the only version, as I also stumbled across Meme Club Right version and Meme Club 18+. Ooh. Yeah, now you can get some of that Goryachai Nastolny Igri straight from the motherland. Steam it up, comrade. Something to keep in mind is that while Right version comes with all the pictures you'd expect, 18 Plus only has the text cards. So it looks to me like this is more of a Russian Cards Against Humanity type deal. I would love to know what they put on the Russian Cards Against Humanity cards, though. There has gotta be some heinous stuff on there. Those Russians don't mess around. You know where else you can't mess around? Perfection, or as we in the business like to call it, time puzzle. Aw, that's lame. No one wants to see that. Get that out of here. Okay then, how about Deluxe Time Puzzle? Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. Deluxe Time Puzzle has all of the shape-popping gameplay that the kids have been clamoring for. Don't stop, race to fill all of their shapes into their mold cavity before the timer sounds. Man, nothing gets the kids excited for game night like hearing the words mold cavity. But we haven't even gotten to the best part of this one yet. Ladies and germs, it's the portable handle. The portable handle allows for easy carrying and will bring joy, keep energetics, enhance concentration, and most important of all, hand-eye coordination. Finally, something to practice my handle grabbing skills with. You can do so many wonderful things with Deluxe Time Puzzle. Carry Deluxe Time Puzzle, play Deluxe Time Puzzle, throw a party for Deluxe Time Puzzle, sky's the limit really. Still aren't sold yet? Well, I think after this promotional video, you won't be able to resist any longer.
Let's play the time puzzle game. Have a great time. On-off switch. Set your level timer. Hey kids, hurry up, hurry up.
What was that? Okay, if that one's just a little too deluxe for you, then how's about we get a little simpler? Introducing our new smash hit game, Storage Compartment. That is the actual first picture they used to sell the game. Genius marketing really, caught my attention instantly. The game I will continue to refer to as Storage Compartment comes with all the same timer and shape-popping action as the last one, even including a nifty portable handle with all of the... Hey, this is from the same people as the last one. I can guarantee you that it's the same people because their promo video has the same AI woman and disgusting children, with the most smoking of their guns being that they used the same dumb explosion effect for the pop again. Also, their logo was in the corner of both of them, but it's more fun to play detective, isn't it? Now we will enter a rapid-fire round featuring one bootleg from each of the following games. Starting us off, who's ready to play some board games with the old classic, board games? It's genius! If anyone looks up board games on the internet, they'll be the first ones to pop up. Brilliant! Board games A Liar's Nose Will Grow Longer, Long is clearly trying to impersonate the game Liar. You can tell because in their promotional video, they just give up the facade entirely and just show you a copy of Liar. You gotta respect the ability to just give up sometimes. It's an admirable quality. If you don't know how to play Liar, then no worries. We have this handy image here to help clear things up. Guess. 2 ghosts. You lie! Yep, I think I got it now. But enough sitting down. It's time to get the kids up, moving and grooving with dance mat twisting music. Look at this kid, he is having the time of his life. Maybe you'd be having some fun too if you actually participated for once, Angela. Dance mat twisting music is quite simple. With the turntable, the gameplay is more interesting. Turn the turntable to increase the difficulty and improve the fun. Oh, I've gotcha. So I just take the turntable and... I gotta say, they were right. That was a blast. Hey, kids! Want to avoid dying? You'd be surprised. Well, get your practice in today with the Lava Escape Challenge. This bootleg of The Floor is Lava has so many benefits for the young tots, like colorful learning adventure, leap into active play, and floor-based excitement. Oh boy, my favorite kind! This bad boy comes with safety stones, the spinner, and 27 challenge cards, which I would be able to confirm are stellar if the picture quality wasn't so bad that they were impossible to read. Sir! Emergency! There are several legally distinct battleships off the port bow! And there's only one thing we can do. We must begin the sea battle. The Sea Battle, battleship small size, comes with game board, battleship ship, and several marking nails. Yep, just grab your hammer and drive them right on in there. This one is battleship, but with the two sides connected in the middle to make it easier to transport or whatever. With it still carrying the classic battleship nicknames like Brain Big Fight and Sea Battle Chess. And yep, that'll set us off. It's now time for everyone's favorite segment. No, that is not chess! Starting us off, our scientists have been hard at work and have finally developed the very first flying board game. Chess game, 2 to 4 players, parent-child interaction. No, that is not chess! Popping Movers has anything that you could ever need and or want, what with it being a newly launch and all. You can even race through an exciting adventure in the world of Skylands? Wait, go back to that previous picture. There! They commandeered the Skylanders logo! It even still has Swap Force on there! What in the world? Don't worry though, if you ever find yourself playing this one in the abyss, just remember that dice. Easily press the transparent semicircle in the middle of the game board, the dice inside will randomly beat the points of the dice. Those points aren't gonna know what hit them. Up next, we've got Fun Animals Flip Chess. No, that is not chess. Coming from the Animal series, this title comes with color box packaging, 1 chessboard, and 52 flip pieces, allowing you to fun flip, find the same pattern. Also, I love using the worst possible color for the words to make them practically illegible. It's like they were trying to hide them from me. And I don't know why. I mean, how else am I supposed to know that they are 360 rounded without edges, no burr, no pruning? Now, I know you're all excited to get your hands on this one, but before you buy 15 of them, we should make sure that you know how to play first. Luckily, they have a 5-step guide just to teach you how. 1. Put the upset pattern into the concave and convex part of the base. 2. Flip all the patterns down. 3. Turn over the chess pieces in turn, one at a time. 4. Turn out the same pattern and you can retract it to the empty slot. And 5. When all the pieces are turned over, the one with more chess wins. Oh, you're done for, kid. Anyone that knows chess knows that I have the most chess. I've practically been hoarding it. Up next in this stupid segment, we've got Game Chess. A whole collection of... Wait! There it is! We found it, everybody! Yes! That is chess! This is so exciting. The designers even went the extra mile and included a graphic on how to play chess. So those of you that don't know, you can learn right now. First, arrange the chess pieces properly and remember that green can directly leap forward. Other colors are also included. Attention, if there is an opponent's chess piece in the landing position during the flight, the opponent needs to return to the takeoff point. Now, if this is looking a little different to what you envisioned, just remember that this is airline themed. Airplane chess does play slightly different. We got so gosh dang close, they even had the chessboard there. But no, we've got to show off our brand new rendition of Flying Chess, aka Ludo. Come on, man, we've got to have one, right? I mean, we had the board. This next one's got to get us there, right? Phew, me! Enjoy your copy of Magnetic, the Magnetic Field Chess Intelligence Strategy Game. No, that is not chess. With Magnetic, the whole family can play together. In the game, interaction to enhance parent-child relationship to create a relaxed, happy family atmosphere. I am neither relaxed nor happy about what is going on here. It is important to remember to think about your opponent's intentions in playing chess and change your own chess layout in a timely manner. Otherwise, how are you going to properly cultivate children? Magnetic comes with multiple ways to play. There's Stepping on Mines Without Magnetism Versus, there's Treadmill Magnetic Suction Capture Showdown, and there's Treadmill Throw Magnetized Shape Challenge. You can even use the balls to play Effect Chess Magnetic Treasure Hunting Showdown or Effect Chess Does Not Attract Magnetic Duel, where you try to kill the other player with lightning, I guess? Gonna be real with you, I straight up have no idea what's going on here. The only thing I can be certain of at this point is that ain't chess. But let's get out of that segment and instead move to a much more comprehensible set of titles, as everyone knows to match 4 in a row when they play... No, that's it. This one straight up doesn't have a name. Allows you to play something resembling Connect 4 everywhere with its mini size, allowing for easy portability. If you don't know how to play Connect 4, then we've included a handy guide just for you. 1. Pull the chessboard out in parallel. 2. Tilt the chessboard vertically into the base slot. 3. 2 players choose color chess pieces respectively and take turns throwing chess pieces to play chess. That's it, I give up. Everything is chess now. Everyone just start playing chess. Regular Connect 4 not doing it for you anymore? Then spice things up with a copy of Interesting Connect 4. Oh, do tell me what makes this one so interesting? Well, you've never seen this before. It is not only mini, but it's foldable as well. Wow, interesting sure is a word that they used there. But if you can't handle just how interesting that one is, then gather your friends and settle down for a relaxing round of Mother, who let the thwomp into the boardroom? Is a novel take on the Connect 4 formula, not only coming in a completely different color set, but also both mini and foldable, innovation that excites. The word is still out on whether or not you get these little dudes with your purchase, but if so, that would be pretty sick. Let me know if you've gotten them before and how mischievous they tend to be. Our next set of titles is bound to be a good one. That is, if you can manage to guess who I am talking about. Haha! These slime balls love bootlegging Guess Who. Easy design to replicate and make legally distinct, it is by far the one I came across the most on my search this time around. So here are some of my favorites from the crew. First up to bat, anyone up for a rousing round of head game with logical thinking, puzzle, children's parent-child guess who I am, board game? Double the board game, now we're talking! This beauty, also going by Who Is It Choose, allows players to attempt to guess the other person from our cast of lovable characters, like Kenan, Saren, and who could forget, Yellow Neil! Not just why is he yellow, why is he the only one? The game provides many benefits to players, like improving language skills and letting children open their hearts, and forces kids to confront the tough questions, like, is that card a girl? No, that's the wrong question to ask here. What you should be asking is, why is Neil yellow? Other pros include exploratory thinking training, learning to think about the truth layer by layer, promotes communication and logical thinking and expressive observation of the brain, such as reasoning ability, expressive ability, and reflect ability. Good. Too many people forget to develop their reflect ability and it really screws them over in the late game. As the game goes on, the details are getting closer to the truth. And that girl from earlier can rest easy now that we know that yes, Amy is in fact, girl. Fantastic work, everybody. For all your hard work, we are putting together a pizza party. Hooray! Another titan of industry, it's Guess Who I Am. This scamp, also going by Who Is It Choose, has ironed out all of the spelling mistakes from the last game, while also making Neil look less like a Simpson. Although to make this happen, it looks like Kevin has had to go from white to transparent. Funny thing about this one is that most of the pictures have the same style of characters on them, and then randomly they just throw in this picture of Richard in a completely different art style. And you know I've started to succumb to the brain melt when I see the actual picture of Richard and think, doesn't his name start with a B? Up next, it's Who Am I Versus. Ooh, can't wait to see how the game changes when you play against another player. This handsome devil, also going by Who Is It Choose, has not only horrifically stretched this image to fit the aspect ratio, but also reverted back to the prior cast, not only bringing back Saren and Kenan, but also introducing new favorites like Luck and demon-possessed Michael. Oh, looks like Simon has already fallen under his demonic influence. Such a Simon thing to do. Gather round, children. It's time for another crazy game of develop social skills. Oh, I hate this game. Study in the game. Exercise oral expression ability. Does he have blue eyes? Oh, this one's in the bag. It's Kaiba. Kaiba's got the blue eyes. This rascal, also going by Who Is It Choose, also going by Best Choice Guess Who Am I, is exactly the same as all the other ones. To the point that I'm pretty sure whoever's making these things are just spamming these listings in order to get sent to the top of the page. So let's skip to one that actually changed things up a little bit with Guess Who I Am, Wooden Base. This vile creature, also going by Who Is It Choose, comes with a wooden base to place the character cards into, allowing you to play the game without needing to flip the pictures down when you remove them. You know, the most satisfying part of the game. But that's not important, as this is more of a game for cultivating exploratory thinking, such as your expressive ability, your reasoning ability, your observation ability, your reflect ability, and your logical ability. There we go, got it on the last one. But guess who is such an old and outdated property? How are we expecting the children of today to relate to figures such as John? It can't be done. What we need instead is something that the children of today can enjoy. What we need is Italian brain rot Guess Who I Am. We're cooked. We're well done. We're straight up burnt. This heinous creation, also going by Italian brain rot Guess Who I Am, gang tung 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 sahor tralalero tralala, AI extract puzzle board game parent-child interactive, also going by Who Is It Choose, just might be the absolute worst way to experience Guess Who. What questions are you going to ask here? Is your animal also partially a warplane? That's only going to get rid of 2 of them. I can physically feel my brain melting the more I look at these characters. This thing is a frog that is a tire with legs. I had to go into my search bar and enter list of Italian brain rot to figure out what I'm looking at here. Like, sure, I've seen the crocodile before, but Frigio Camilo? Unless you speak Chinese, you are going to need to remember the names of every single one of these if you're going to play the game. Also, the beaver with the Tommy gun here, Bobrito Bandito, 10 out of 10. No notes, a perfect design. So if you'd like to play a Guess Who challenge mode and don't mind losing about 15% of your brain power along the way, I will not link this thing below. I know at least one of you is going to actually buy this, and I will not be an accomplice to that. But with all of whatever the heck that was behind us, I do have one more product that I stumbled upon that I would like to show off. And I've saved it for last because I'm not entirely sure if it is a bootleg so much as it is completely incomprehensible. And available on Amazon. Ladies and gentlemen, grab your mildly depressed pals as it's time to cheer them up with a rousing round of Happy Board Game. With a name like that, it could only be a board game. Happy Board Game, or is it Funny Board Game, or is it Happy Game? Whatever. Is a game made from some type of cloth that functions like a normal game. Roll dice, advance along the path, first one to the middle wins, hip hop hooray. Now, if the contrasting style between the art and the fonts on the board didn't give it away, this one might just be a little on the lower quality side than your typical board game release. But that shouldn't stop you from having a grand old time just like these fine people and their suspiciously angled beverages. So we are going to look through what Happy Board Game has on offer and my favorite parts of the title, starting with how the dimensions for the game, seen in this image, are not, in fact, there to convey information. They are legitimately printed right on the effing board. Look at it this way. You will never have to wonder exactly how big this thing is. Everyone will be painfully aware of the dimensions the entire time you are playing. The best comparison that I have for what Happy Board Game plays like would be one of those purposefully bad games that are on Tabletop Simulator, where the low quality of the game itself is the main draw. Heck, I can guarantee that's the case because that's what led me to spend $5 on this. As such, there's no reason to look through all the AI promotional material, as most of the nonsense is going to come from the board itself. So let's go through some of the fun spaces that you can land on as you roll your dice through this Happy Board Game. Starting this one off with the very first space that you can run into, beat chest and slap thighs like gorilla. Just a perfect introduction, really sets the stage for what's to come. Perform slow motion fight scene with left side player for 15 seconds. Howl like wolves with right side player for 10 seconds. Post ugly photo to TK/INS. Which I tried to find and I just have no idea what those are referring to. Deliver a 30-second speech as the current president. Strike iconic superhero landing pose. Perform and step on stage to accept the award, your shoe, in 20 seconds. I like how they just lowered the font size for just the ending portion. Gotta make it fit somehow. Return to the starting position. Swap positions with the previous player. Lie down and act out childbirth process? 20 seconds? My guy, what? Chicken dance for 10 seconds. Nobody laughs. Back 2 spaces. Go back 5 grids. Are we using grids or spaces? Come on now, I can't deal with this. I just had a baby. Mimic exaggeratedly how a pilot saves a malfunctioning airplane for 20 seconds. Asian squat hold, heels grounded for 10 seconds. Name 3 rounded objects in 10 seconds. The light bulb in the kitchen, the ball included in every copy of Mousetrap, and the American nuclear submarine currently stationed off the coast of... Pretend to be drunk walking straight line. Make 3 distinct funny faces in 5 seconds, recorded. All players form heart shape with hands. Zombie-style backbend under an imaginary pole. I've thought about this one for a while, and I think it's referring to limbo. Spin 5 times, then walk 5 steps. Perform air guitar duet with right side player. Pretend hula hoop for 10 seconds. Name 5 US states in 10 seconds. Hum the happy birthday song through your nose. No joke, pause the video and try to do that. I want to know how out of breath it makes you. Elvis Presley style hip swivel dance, laugh in slow motion like sloth, ordinate Spider-Man web shooting moves with left player, and sing a part of a song in the voice of SpongeBob SquarePants. That is 2 named copyrighted characters in a row. These boys are in for the legal ringer later. This is an absolutely insane product that is just full of errors and nonsense. And I really can't be too mad at them because these mad lads practically went, shoot, we submitted TJ's joke game for the official Amazon listing. Quick, we've gotta... Hey, Bezos himself looked over the game and approved it for sale. The page is good to go now. Really? Okay, F it, we'll roll with that then. I can think of at least 9 worse ways to spend $5, so if you're looking to light that money on fire, it would probably be worth grabbing this just for the reaction that you will get when you show this to someone. That face right there is priceless. I still honestly can't believe they printed the dimensions on here. Legitimately hilarious maneuver. But with that, I think it's about time to leave this wonky world and give the Bootleg research department some more time to cook up another batch of certified classics. You can't expect something like to be developed overnight after all. So until we see them again, always remember that it is never too late to start playing chess. You ever nearly bankrupt a multi-million-dollar corporation on accident? You ever make a board game that makes somebody so mad that the Supreme Court nearly gets involved? You ever have someone walk up to you with life-changing money and just tell them to F off? Well, I've got one guy that managed to do all 3 of those things in less than a decade. Ralph Anspach, creator of the hit 1973 classic Anti-Monopoly. Anti-Monopoly is the subject of one of the craziest sagas in the history of the genre, as this simple bust-the-trust game has been embroiled in immense controversy, untold amounts of confusion, and multiple lawsuits that had the potential to completely unravel the entire board game market. This thing in my hands? Apparently one of the most important games ever published, and most of us have never even heard of it. So what I'm going to do here is try to learn you a little bit about what this thing is and what it did, including all of the whack crap that stemmed from its many courtroom appearances, like how it almost killed the entire Monopoly brand. Remember the BreaKey courtroom drama, when they almost hired the Backstreet Boys to make a song about these things? This stuff is in a whole other league. But before we can figure out why this game caused so much trouble, we first need to know what the game even is. So let's dive barefoot and blindfolded into an absolute mess by taking a look at one of the most destructive board games in history, Anti-Monopoly. Anti-Monopoly is the 1973 title that sees players take up the roles of trust-busting lawyers who are attempting to break up the oligopolies, trusts, and monopolies that are holding the market hostage. You do this by moving around the board and purchasing indictments on the companies you land on, successfully busting a trust when you can manage to fill all of the indictment slots on a group. Social credit points are awarded for these and other actions, and the one with the most at the end wins both for themselves and for the economy. Okay, so first impressions with this one. Does this remind anybody of any other games in particular? Oh my gosh, they totally ripped off Connect 4! Yeah, upon first viewing, the Monopoly comparisons will start flying immediately, not helped by the fact that Monopoly is 60% of the game's title. However, there are several key distinguishing features here that would help separate the two in a purely hypothetical lawsuit. None of the spaces share the same names, the gameplay and win conditions are all completely different, the designs of all the components separate themselves very well. This could very easily be another late for the sky Dashopoly title and not find any legal trouble at all. Now, in terms of a Monopoly title, we'll have to see how that goes later. Back to the game though, it does a very good job at looking at the problems of regular Monopoly and trying its best to avoid them. For example, you won't have to worry about one guy hoarding one property of each color, as once you have 2 indictments on one group, you get assigned to that case. So no one else can try to take it from you, and if you complete it, then they'll need to pay you supervisory payments to keep an eye on those dastardly monopolies. Oh, you can trust me, buddy, these Google guys, they're not going anywhere. What's funny about this game is that you are all trying to work together to break up as many trusts as possible, but you are still trying to be the #1 buster as well. Each player has their own budget, their own cases, and can take out their own loans to help out. And once the first player runs out of money, you see who has the most points to determine the winner. Alright, good job everybody. We did only manage to break up the Auntie Anne's Pretzelopoly before Steven bankrupted himself, but that means that Kevin officially gets the gold star sticker! We'll meet up again next year. Of course, any self-respecting game could always use a little chaos, which is where the mailbox cards come in, causing effects that can help or harm your mission, such as your testimony inspiring a tightening of antitrust laws, political pressure ruining all your hard work, the Supreme Court ruling for or against your interests, one of your key witnesses fleeing the country altogether, getting invited to address the Commonwealth Club, which I believe doesn't do anything, a monopolistic businessman getting appointed to the head of the antitrust division, you getting caught bugging the office of a fellow agent, or you receiving one of several accolades, like winning Trustbuster of the Year, making this year's Who's Who in Washington, or even getting promoted. All of which do absolutely nothing! Keep up the good work, sport! Overall, a pretty easy, simple game that helps you learn the bare essentials of the antitrust process if you haven't the slightest clue what any of that is, with it also being admittedly pretty funny sometimes. But as this thing hit store shelves and subsequently started flying off of them, there was one group that was absolutely not laughing. Not laughing at all. So let's go now into super special awesome story time and see what led Parker Brothers to almost implode their entire gosh dang business. The year, December. Time, 1973. Ralph Anspach, econ professor at San Francisco State, publishes Anti-Monopoly to a decent opening, selling approximately 419,000 copies and bringing in nearly $1 million in revenue. This is what we in the business call a lot of freaking money. Not one to enjoy the sight of somebody having a good time, the Parker brothers saw the increasing popularity of Anti-Monopoly and said, hey, wait a minute, we're regular Monopoly, and promptly sent Professor Onspach a cease and desist letter telling him to stop producing the game, destroy any current copies that he has, change any future titles so that they focus more on the trust-busting action, and allegedly run an ad in the newspaper apologizing for all the trouble? I would not put this past a legal team to request, but I say allegedly here as we'll find out later that our good buddy Ralph is already leaving out some key info. Professor Onspach, upon receiving a legal threat from a massive corporation with a full-fledged legal department behind them, decides that the only reasonable course of action is to, of course, go to court and sue them first. That's a bold strategy, Cameron. Let's see how that plays out for him. With this move, the professor has now locked himself in a legal duel. His dinky team of 2 lawyers against the entire legal might of the General Mills Fun Group, who owned Parker Brothers at the time. This kicked off a nearly 10-year-long brawl between the two that included about every twist that you could possibly imagine until they just ran out of courtrooms entirely. And it's my job now to try to relay this nonsense to you in a way that is comprehensible at all. A tall task when I just spent 4 hours looking through the appeals. So to start us off on this crazy train, let's begin with the very first lawsuit on offer. Anti-Monopoly Inc. versus General Mills Fun Group, Northern District Court of California. Now, this is by far the most complicated story ever covered on here. In addition to most of the information coming in the form of legal documents, there are a ton of contrasting accounts all over the internet as to who did what when and what actually even happened. So what I'm going to do here is present the timeline of information in the order that events were given to the corpse, with the info provided by the court documents being what I'm going with as my best source since they were the ones used to make the decisions. As an example of what I'm dealing with here, there is a documentary by PBS about this time period and Monopoly's history. And just by reading the documents of the case that they are talking about, they have gotten multiple things wrong. So with that, let's finally start this nonsense off. Plaintiff, Anti-Monopoly Inc., claims that the entire Monopoly trademark is completely invalid based on 2 factors. It was either never valid to begin with, or has since become generic enough to void the trademark altogether. So basically, they sent this man a cease and desist letter, and his first reaction was to try to completely destroy the Monopoly brand. Defendant, General Mills Fun Group, claims that the Monopoly trademark is, in fact, valid and enforceable, real shocker there, and that Anti-Monopoly is in violation of that trademark. Now, you may be wondering how in the heck the professor here is going to try to argue that Monopoly's trademark is invalid when it's been perfectly fine for the last 40-odd years. Well, he undertook quite the feat to try to make this happen, as his goal was to prove that the story that Parker Brothers had been selling America on the origin of Monopoly had been, in fact, a lie. Originally, the story of Monopoly started from Charles Darrow. A man down on his luck after the Great Depression comes up with a revolutionary idea for a board game about buying and selling properties. He pitches the idea to a struggling Parker Brothers, it becomes a massive hit, zippity-doo-dah, everyone's rich. Now, this story is all well and good, but as the professor began to look around, he noticed some inconsistencies. Mainly that in October 1933, Darrow got the copyright for the game before Parker Brothers received both the rights and a trademark for Monopoly in 1935. Well, during his search, he began to find an increasing number of reports of people who played a real estate property trading game as early as the 1920s. These games going by various names in different parts of the country like inflation, business, finance, and in multiple cases, Monopoly. What they are describing here is what the documentary calls a folk game, a game that is created and spread around an area due to people just making it up and telling others about it rather than a company creating and selling it. Examples of which being games like chess or tic-tac-toe. Well, this presented the professor with an interesting angle, as if he could prove that Darrow had simply commandeered an already established game, then he might be able to get Parker Brothers' entire trademark revoked. If you think you know where this is going from here, I wish it was that simple. The professor eventually gets into contact with a Charles Todd who knew Darrow, and he recounts that after inviting him over to play a game called Monopoly, Darrow liked it so much that he asked him if he could borrow the rules and the board. And later that year, a copyright for Monopoly in Darrow's name is suddenly established. Now, this wouldn't automatically win him the case. Regardless of whether or not Darrow stole the idea, this angle hinges on Monopoly being a widespread established game to get the trademark overturned. But to Parker Brothers, this is regardless a massive problem. What has just transpired in the last couple years is that they sent a cease and desist letter to shut down another game with Monopoly in the title, entered a legal battle that they couldn't control because Ralph sued first, and that guy they sent the letter to is now bringing people and evidence that proves the story they had been selling Monopoly on for the last 40 years was a complete lie, which, even if they won the suit, would become public information if this trial went through. So the totally not panicking, why do you ask, members of the Parker Brothers decide to try and curb this little mishap before things just get a bit out of hand. Hey, Ralph, buddy, pal, friend. Look, I know we've both said and done some things that we might regret, and the court costs are really starting to add up, what with all the preparation and lawyers and junk. So we've got a solution that we think would help both sides. We really like the game you made. Great game, by the way. Really gets the message across. In fact, we like it so much that we are willing to buy the rights to it so that it can be sold all over the country. We will give you $500,000 for the rights to Anti-Monopoly, and we will also give you an executive level position at Parker Brothers so that we can just put all of this behind us and you can keep making more great games. What do you say? Nah. Okay, sounds good. Hey, how did the settlement offer go? We are dead! And so the trial begins! We've got quite a battle for you today, ladies and gentlemen, with round one ready to start. First up, was Monopoly a generic term to describe real estate trading board games prior to the trademark? If so, the trademark is invalid. After the court spends, I kid you not, 6 consecutive paragraphs talking about wheat, the court eventually agreed that small groups of related people had played Monopoly in various parts of the country prior to Parker Brothers registering the trademark. However, the court concluded that this was insufficient to prove that the term was the common descriptive name of all real estate trading games. Basically saying that while the name Monopoly was thrown around here or there, similar games were also floating around going by different names like finance or inflation, which was true. Don't believe me? Look up Mr. Monopoly Inflation and see for yourself. As a result, the court ruled that Monopoly was not a generic term prior to the trademark. So this round goes to Sergeant General Mills. Round 2. Has Monopoly become a generic name since the trademark registration? What the court is trying to determine here is if the term Monopoly now refers to all real estate trading board games and not an individual game emanating from a single source. This would be a load of barnacles. What they are trying to see here is if it has just become common practice to refer to any real estate trading game as Monopoly. Not a Monopoly ripoff, not a Monopoly-like, not a Trump version of Monopoly. You would just call both of these games Monopoly, and that's it. This has happened with other products before, like Trampoline or Videotape, but this is absolutely not the case with Monopoly, as all of these real estate trading games cannot just be called Monopoly without massive confusion. If you invite me over for a game of Monopoly and you pull out Joel Harden's Mogul, I am going to cause quite the kerfuffle. The court also agreed with this sentiment, ruling that Monopoly had not become a generic name since its registration, awarding round 2 also to Major General Mills. Round 3. Is Anti-Monopoly in violation of Parker Brothers' trademark on Monopoly? Yes, of course it is. Now, I am not a lawyer, so I don't know all of the intricacies of trademark law, but my guy, look at this! So, round 3 also goes to Private General Mills, awarding them the 3-0 supermarket sweep and figuratively killing Anti-Monopoly. As a result of this lawsuit, Professor Onspach had to turn over all remaining copies of Anti-Monopoly to Parker Brothers, which they would treat with care and respect by literally killing Anti-Monopoly, trashing all 40,000 copies of the game that were given to them, and inviting journalists out to watch them bury the games in a landfill as some sort of show of force. They dug a mass board game grave and invited people out to take pictures like, haha, celebrating my big win. Coming to the conclusion that, well, we can't possibly do any worse, the professor's team appealed, bringing us to Anti-Monopoly Inc. versus General Mills Fun Group, The Appeal, Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. Alright, we're back and we've got some issues with the last case. First, we're appealing the court's decision that the Monopoly trademark is valid. Okay, in terms of originally valid or since it was trademarked? Both. We're also appealing the court's decision that Anti-Monopoly is in violation of that trademark. So you don't think the trademark's valid, but if it is, then you aren't in violation of it anyway? Yeah. Why didn't you go for that the first time then? Buddy, we're at the appeals court. I'm just taking swings here. The appeals court process is attempting to look over what was done in the original trial and see if everything was conducted properly. If not, then they may have to do a whole other trial to make sure that the process is done right. First up, no new information was added, everything was in line with the previous ruling. Yeah, this one still stands. Give us a little more time on that one. What? No. Wait a minute. Aw, they biffed it! In the first trial, the court decided that Monopoly was not a generic term for all real estate trading games, and therefore is not generic. But this is not what they should have been looking for. The appeals court states that what they should have been evaluating, based on what Anti-Monopoly was trying to convey, was whether or not Monopoly constituted its own genus. Okay, this one is tough, so bear with me here. They are saying, to the absolute best of my understanding, that the relevant product category is not all real estate trading games, but the game played by the rules of Monopoly. So, Monopoly. In order to decide the case properly, the first court needed to differentiate the meanings a particular and very popular board game and a game produced by a single company. To quote the judge's very easy to follow example, it may be that when a customer enters a game store and asks for Monopoly, he means, I would like Parker Brothers' version of a real estate trading game because I like Parker Brothers products. On the other hand, the customer may mean, I want a Monopoly game. Don't bother showing me Anti-Monopoly or Easy Money or Backgammon. I am interested in playing the game of Monopoly. I don't much care who makes it. The proper mode of analysis is to decide but one question, whether the primary significance of a term is to denote product or source. In making this determination, the correct genus-species distinction, that is, the correct genericness finding follows automatically. And that finding is? Well, I'm not gonna tell you, you figure it out. After spending all this time prattling on about how easy it would be to correctly find the answer to the generic question, the judge does not give an answer to the question, reverses the previous court's decision, and tells them that they're going to hold another trial in a few years, so you might want to go see if there's any more evidence out there. So, not only has the appeals court match ended in a complete stalemate, but I honestly could not even tell you what they are even looking for to determine the winner anymore. My guy went up to his honorable judge bench and said, well, we don't know if when someone buys something, they're thinking I like this product or I like this company, and that's gotta count for something. Go ahead and think on that for about 2 years. So they sent these two schmucks on their merry way, and in 1981 they're back at the district court with some new stuff to hopefully close this one out for good. It's time for Anti-Monopoly Inc. versus General Mills Fun Group, the rematch. Northern District Court of California. In our third gosh dang matchup between these goobers, we are looking to primarily establish two things. 1. Is the Monopoly trademark still valid? And 2. If it is Anti-Monopoly in violation of it? Each side has brought some new evidence in to help out their case, so let's take a look. The Landlord's game is name-dropped in the document, so at this point we know that the history is the Landlord's game was made, it spun off into all these little versions of real estate games across the country, and then those eventually led to Monopoly. It has been discovered that the Professor's game was not always called Anti-Monopoly, but was originally called Bust the Trust. After the game failed to take off, Ralph changed the name to Anti-Monopoly. And lo and behold, including the visage of an extremely popular product can really help yours get some traction in the market. This little detail was surprisingly omitted in the documentary. No new evidence has been provided for the trademark infringement portion, so both sides have pretty much agreed that if there is a trademark, this thing is not allowed. And surveys were put together by both sides in order to get a glimpse into the mind of the American consumer. Here's what they found. It is determined that the Professor's survey not only does a bad job at finding the right information, but it is pointed out that the survey is trying to skew the results in their favor by asking leading questions. It even fails at doing this right, as 1 out of 3 people who bought Monopoly said they did so mainly because they liked Parker Brothers products. The Parker survey is much less controversial, with it finding that 63% of people could correctly identify Monopoly as a brand name, and that 55% of people could correctly identify Parker Brothers as the maker of the game. That seems like a low number, but more than half is a pretty solid score. If you went up to random people on the street and asked them, hey, who makes Oreos? Do you think more than half of them would get it? Do you even know who makes Oreos? That's pretty much all the new evidence, so let's see what the courts are thinking this time. Is this gosh dang trademark still valid or not? 1. Generic before it was made. While it is confirmed that Monopoly was played prior to the patent, there is not enough evidence to show that Monopoly was played widely enough to constitute the status as generic. This combined with the fact that Darrow and Parker Brothers popularized their own original version of the game, the trademark was made properly. Slimily, yes, but not illegally. This has been the case pretty much since the beginning, so let's go to the problem child that can't quite seem to make up its mind. 2. Generic since it was made. This court is required by the appeal court to try to find that super easy answer to the genericness question that the last judge totally knew, but he wants to hear your answer first just to make sure that you know too. The new judge is very excited about this project, as you can tell from the tone of several of his quotes in the document. One fact which this court need not ignore is that most consumers, indeed an overwhelming proportion thereof, purchase any given product not out of goodwill or affection for the producer, but because they want or favor the product. Only a shareholder of the General Mills Fund Group could reasonably be expected to purchase a Parker Brothers game out of an affection or goodwill for the corporation. Accordingly, the Ninth Circuit's mandate that this court divine the primary significance of Monopoly in the consumer's mind must necessarily involve subtle inferences into the complex, convoluted mind of the American consumer, an unenviable task. Unless the Ninth Circuit standard is meant to foreclose the possibility of trademark protection for any producer of a unique game whose corporate name does not appear in the title of the game, example, Scrabble, then its test cannot be used here to thwart Monopoly's trademark rights. Ladies and gentlemen, Judge Spencer Williams, District Court of Fed Up With Your Crap. Coming as no surprise after that spiel, Monopoly is determined to primarily denote Parker Brothers, and the trademark is upheld yet again. So with the third court case in a row still not siding with the professor, there really is only one thing we can do from here. That's right, it's time to launch another appeal! My guy, there are only so many appeals before you hit the Supreme Court and can't go any further. Welcome one and all to Anti-Monopoly Inc. versus General Mills Fund Group, the rematch, the appeal, Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. What we're looking for this time is what we were looking for in all the other ones. Is the trademark valid? We've got a different judge for this appeal than the last one, so let's hope that this guy doesn't also speak in riddles, and we've also got a little more information that could be relevant to the case. We have finally properly nailed down the Monopoly origin for good thanks to a letter from the president of Parker Brothers himself in 1957, which reads the following. So far as we know, the Landlord's game, invented by Mrs. Elizabeth Maggie Phillips of Washington, D.C., was the basic game for both finance and Monopoly. Mrs. Phillips patented her game and we purchased her patent. Mr. Charles Darrow later made many improvements to the Landlord's game and called his game Monopoly. He too secured a patent which he assigned to us. Because of the fact that we purchased all three games, it does not make very much difference to us who invented either one of the games. During that 1934-1935 time period, Parker Brothers did indeed purchase the rights to not only Monopoly, but also other games like it, such as the Landlord's game and Finance, in order to keep those games from splitting the market share. With a now monopoly on Monopoly, they would slowly phase out the other titles until only Monopoly remained, allowing it to dominate store shelves. They were likely going to do the same to Anti-Monopoly had Ralph accepted their first offer, as Mrs. Phillips' game was eventually forgotten for several decades after it was sold for around $12,000 in today's money. So with this being the fourth court case about this, they've decided to re-examine every piece of relevant information to make sure that they get it right this time. And here's what they came up with. In terms of whether it was generic prior to the trademark, they have fully accepted the correct Monopoly timeline of Landlord's game, to small groups, to various titles, to Monopoly. When a small number of people use a particular thing and call it by a particular name, one which is not a common descriptive term for the thing, a person may appropriate the name and register it as a trademark. The purpose of the doctrine that generic terms cannot be made trademarks is to prevent the appropriation of a term that is already in wide use among those who are potential purchasers of the thing that the term describes. We agree with the trial judge's conclusion that Monopoly had not become generic before Parker Brothers registered it as a trademark. That was the easy one. That one never changed throughout the whole of the proceedings. But now, we hit the wackiest of crap. Part 2. Has Monopoly become generic since it was registered? Per the appeals court, in Anti-Monopoly 2, the district court also said this. Unless the Ninth Circuit standard is meant to foreclose the possibility of trademark protection for any producer of a unique game whose corporate name does not appear in the title of the game, example, Scrabble, then its test cannot be used here to thwart Monopoly's trademark rights. Nothing in our opinion in Anti-Monopoly 1 even hints at the relevance of whether or not the corporate name of the producer of the game appears in the title of the game. And our opinion does not foreclose the possibility of trademark protection of the name of a game that does not embody the corporate name of its producer. But our opinion does squarely hold as follows. Even if only one producer, Parker Brothers, has ever made the Monopoly game so that the public necessarily associates the product with that particular producer, the trademark is invalid unless source identification is its primary significance. So, what they are saying here, to the best of my understanding, is that it is absolutely still possible to not include the name of the producer in the name of the game and have a trademark, so long as the name of the game makes sure to link it back to the producer. How the heck are you supposed to do that? So, per their own words, you don't need to include Joel Harden's in the Mogul title to hold a trademark. But you also can't just use Mogul because it's a common English word that doesn't relate back to the producer. That would be seen as generic. So you just need to find a way to relate Mogul back to the producer. Say, maybe by making the title Mogul Joel Harden. See, it's completely different. My honorable judge really got up in that chair and went, nothing we said shuts down the ability to have a name that doesn't mention the maker. And in the very next sentence, completely shuts down the ability to have a name that doesn't mention the maker. As we have seen, the district court relied in part upon the fact that General Mills and its predecessor have spent time, energy, and money in promoting and policing the use of the term monopoly. Even if 1/3 of the members of the public who purchased the game did so because they liked Parker Brothers products, that fact does not show that monopoly is primarily source indicating. The very survey on which the district court placed emphasis by italicizing its results shows that 2/3 of the members of the public who purchased the game wanted Monopoly and did not care who made it. What they are proposing is that board games should work like prescription drugs, where you get a 20-year patent to sell your game, and then after that, anyone can make a generic copy of your title that they can also start selling. By their logic, Coup has another 7 years before I can just release my hit new game Regime Change and there's not a dang thing they can do about it. To us, the evidence overwhelmingly shows that they very successfully promoted the game of Monopoly. But in doing it, they so successfully promoted Monopoly as the name of the game that it became generic in the sense that we use that term in trademark law. What they are saying here is that since the word monopoly is a standard English word that is just used on the daily, that it should not be able to be trademarked like this in terms of the title of a board game. Here is the following list of other games that would lose their trademark for using common English words based on their precedent. Risk, Battleship, Clue, Sorry, Careers, Pandemic, Talisman, Coup, Pit, Splendor, Masterpiece, Trouble, Wingspan, Operation Perfection, Mousetrap, and any other game where a common word is what makes up the title. Interestingly enough, I believe Twister might probably be fine here as the game has nothing to do with a tornado. Finally, we enter a whole new level when we reach what the appeals court describes as the most important information for their decision, the conducted surveys. Oh good, and they've inspired so much confidence in their decision making thus far. First survey, the brand name survey. General Mills conducted a survey where they asked people whether they considered Monopoly to be a brand name or a common name. Brand name being something like Chevrolet, and common name being something like automobile. Okay, this could be interesting. This would get directly into the consumer's mind to see whether they see the title as generic or not. Let's see what the results say. Oh, sorry, we don't have the results, because the appeals court said the results of this survey had no relevance to the question in this case. That's exactly what you were looking for! You told them to go out, locate the correct genericness finding, they ask people as to whether they see the game as generic, and when they come back you say, this isn't what I wanted, then why did you ask for it? Under the survey definition, Monopoly would have to be a brand name because it is made by only one company. Yeah, welcome to how a brand works. You telling me only Ford makes Ford cars? Why hasn't anyone else tried that? Second survey. Anti-Monopoly survey this time. People were asked, are you familiar with business board games of the kind in which players buy, sell, mortgage, and trade city streets, utilities, and railroads, build houses, collect rents, and win by bankrupting all other players, or not? About 53% said that they were, and those people were then asked, if you were going to buy this kind of game, what would you ask for? That is, what would you tell the sales clerk that you wanted? About 80% of them said Monopoly. The heck game were the other 20% thinking of? Okay, it's a board game, you buy properties, you buy railroads, you build houses, you can mortgage properties. You ever heard of this before? Oh yeah, dude, I love backgammon. The appeals court says that this works for the case, partially because they've got money on the anti-monopoly money line, and partially because we think that the results of this survey are compelling evidence of a proposition that is also dictated by common sense. An overwhelming portion of those who are familiar with the game would ask for it by the name Monopoly. Dude, they remembered the name of a product they enjoyed? Can't be having that. Third survey, the motivation survey. Remember the anti-monopoly survey that was thrown out of the last court due to the slight issue of it being overwhelmingly prone to errors of subjective grading? Yeah, they allowed that back in as evidence because... Fourth survey, the Tide survey. General Mills submits a survey from Tide, where people were asked if they primarily buy Tide because they like the Tide detergent or because they liked Procter & Gamble's products, with 68% saying that they bought it because they liked the detergent. You may have recognized that this question is almost exactly the same as the Anti-Monopoly survey that was just admitted, where they asked, did you buy Monopoly due to liking the product or because you like Parker Brothers products? The appeals court didn't think so, saying that the results in the Tide survey are of no relevance to this case. Surely, they must have a dang good explanation for this one, because I'm about to call for an investigation. Quote, there were various respects in which the survey was different from the motivation survey used by Anti-Monopoly, but we shall not suddenly attach great importance to technical considerations. Oh yeah, there are tons of reasons why this one is different than the other one, but we're just so busy that we couldn't possibly take the time to explain them. Just take our word for it, bro. They better be glad that a jury trial wasn't given. If we had fans in the stands for this, they'd be throwing beer bottles on the court like we're in gosh dang Cleveland. And after our honorable Judge Yapper finally wraps up his spree, we are finally able to hear the final verdict. We hold that finding 2 is clearly erroneous because, although there is some evidence to support it, our examination of the evidence leaves us with the definite and firm conviction that a mistake has been committed. We hold that, as applied to a board game, the word Monopoly has become generic, and the registration of it as a trademark is no longer valid. We freaking won? Parker Brothers has just lost not only the suit, not only all the money in attorney fees, but also their entire right to the Monopoly trademark altogether. And the worst part is, I can't even be happy about it because I just witnessed the biggest instance of ref ball I've ever seen in my life. What the heck was that? My guy got into his judge chair and made a call so bogus, even the opposing team went, ooh, that's bad. Again, I am not a lawyer, so I could be missing something here, but it's gotta mean something that after reading and rereading these cases for hours, every time the district court explained their findings, I went, oh yeah, okay, I can see where they're coming from there. And every time the appeals court explained their stuff, I'm frozen from reading the dumbest sentence I've ever seen in my life. Parker Brothers got hit by the biggest screw job I've seen in all my days, and I'm just standing on the sidelines shouting, ref, please, throw the flag, my guy's getting murdered out there. But there will be no flag. There will never be a flag. The ref's already thinking about Cancun. I honestly believe that what happened is that the appeals court got so butthurt from the district court pointing out their garbage in the third case that they went, oh, you're taking shots at me? You're talking noise at me? You're shaking my bag of cats, little bro? Well, guess what? I'm revoking your decision. Parker Brothers, your trademark's no longer valid. Hee-haw. As a result of this win, Anti-Monopoly is now able to properly return to producing and selling their game. And as a hilarious bonus, Parker Brothers also needs to reimburse Ralph for every copy of the game they destroyed in that little celebratory extinction event that they hosted. Good! Remember kids, never start showboating until the game is over. But that little mishap is far from the biggest problem Parker Brothers is worried about right now. You see, with no trademark on Monopoly, anyone is now able to make and sell their own version of the game, turning Monopoly into a chess-type title that will absolutely kill the company. So what do you do when you think the court has screwed you over? Why, you appeal, of course! And with no appeal courts left above this one, there is only one place left that this case can go. Straight to the Supreme Court of the United States of America. Tensions are high. This is the last chance for both parties, both with everything on the line. The highest court in the country about to hear the case for what could decide the future of trademark validity in America as a whole. Let's go now to the Supreme Court Cam to see their first reaction. What is this? Board game crap? I don't have time for this. Just go with whatever the last guy said. They outright refused to hear the case. Parker Brothers has permanently lost. There is nothing they can do about it.
The makers of the popular board game Monopoly today drew a chance card and lost, for real. They didn't go to jail, they didn't pass go, but lost their monopoly on Monopoly.
Quite a few Monopoly has lost its monopoly on Monopoly stories were printed that next week, and our beloved professor could finally rest easy knowing that his legal troubles were over. But quite a few people were concerned as to what this ruling meant for other trademarks across the US. Parker Brothers has maintained that such an interpretation of the law could have a devastating economic impact on companies. But Robin Rolfe, executive director of the United States Trademark Association, said it is still too early to see what the real impact will be. Perhaps it will have no impact. That would be our greatest hope. Now, you might be sitting there thinking that, wow, that guy was right. Generic monopolies haven't flooded the market, and companies still carry on like normal with their trademarks. What gives? Well, those execs across the nation were shaking and quaking in their boots for what this could do to their bottom line until they remembered their oldest and greatest tool that they could use to protect corporate interests. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for another exciting round of Money in Politics! Gets them every time. Recognizing that spending a ton of money now is better than losing all future money forever, Parker Brothers rounded up some of its corporate pals and began lobbying like there's no tomorrow. And I kid you not, it took them the sum total of 8 months in order to get the Trademark Clarification Act of 1983 read by the Senate. Good, glad that we can act clearly and quickly on the things that actually matter. It took approximately a year to get it through the congressional system, but it made it through there nonetheless. And with all of their hard work, the Lanham Act was amended in 1984, making it so a registered trademark has not become generic and therefore cancelable solely because such mark is also used as a name of or to identify a unique product or service. Makes the primary significance of the mark to the relevant public rather than purchaser motivation the test for whether or not the mark has become generic. In short, it means that in order for the trademark to be lost, it would need to follow the same path as, say, air fryer, which was a trademarked product name until it became used to describe any type of these air frying devices. Other examples of names that used to be trademark include flip phone by Motorola, aspirin, which Bayer still has in some countries, and heroin? Somebody once had a trademark on heroin? Oh, let's see. Name brand heroin is a lot better, but Great Value's Hotshot Juice is cheaper. This set of rules does make a lot more sense than whatever the heck that last judge was spouting off, but it is unfortunate that they got to this by bribing their way into it. And as a result, Parker Brothers has officially regained control of the Monopoly trademark. Whew, that was a close one. But now that we got that taken care of, we should be able to keep this company up and running for quite some time. Now, this is not the end of the story, but it is the end of my collection of court documents and congressional announcements. So from here on out, we are going to be dealing with tons of contrasting reports and timeline gaps that make it pretty hard to pin down the truth. Heck, that documentary from earlier straight up said that Ralph appealed to the Supreme Court and they ruled in favor of him, which A, Ralph had already won at that point, and B, the Supreme Court never even heard the case. As a result, this section's gonna be a lot more hazy than the rest, but there is still a lot to unpack. First, with Monopoly now back in control of its own trademark, this once again opens the door to possible legal trouble with Anti-Monopoly. Hooray! But after everything they had already been through, both sides were kind of just like, do you want to go back in there? No. Do you? Heck no! And decided to settle out of court. The details are a little fuzzy. Some say that Anti-Monopoly was excluded from the Monopoly trademark and could still sell the game without issue. Others say that Ralph sold the rights to them but kept the rights to his other game. All that we know for sure is that at some point between 1984 and 1991, Ralph would sell the rights to Anti-Monopoly to Parker Brothers, who then licensed the game back to him to be sold on the market. This little alliance would continue seamlessly and without issue all the way up until it didn't anymore. Shocker, I know, more on that later. Another interesting thing that happened during this time period was another little game released by the name of Gay Monopoly, a title that we've looked at prior that dropped in 1983 before getting atomized in a lawsuit by Parker Brothers. I found this timing interesting, as how was Anti-Monopoly able to win their suit against Parker Brothers while Game Monopoly got obliterated? And what I was able to come up with was that Game Monopoly was under fire for a completely different reason: copyright infringement. See, Anti-Monopoly was in violation of the trademark. It used the word monopoly not to say that it was anti the board game, it was anti the general economic concept of a monopoly. That word just happened to be under trademark when used as the title of a board game. Gay Monopoly, meanwhile, is not referring to a homosexual company that controls the market and barriers to entry. It is referring to a homosexual version of the Parker Brothers board game, which was done without the permission of the company, which is why they got eviscerated in the lawsuit. This also adds another layer to the Gay Monopoly lore, as when you look at the details of the game and the timing of its release, something really fishy starts to take shape. You see, the Monopoly trademark was finally found to be void in February of '83. This makes nationwide news, and everyone is quite shocked by this. Mysteriously, before the end of that same year, a title by the name of Gay Monopoly would release, claiming to be a celebration of gay life. Despite having quite a lot of effort poured into it, the game does contain errors in its trivia and effect cards, the scaling of its property prices, and in one case, an entire property not having a price at all, giving the impression that it was partially rushed. Additionally, despite containing many mechanics that separate it from the Parker Brothers game, it still chooses to use Monopoly in the title, which opens it up to the legal trouble that kills the game. Well, with all of this background information about what was happening to Monopoly at the time, I think I do now have an answer for all these questions. As I think that Gay Monopoly's main purpose was to allow Fire Island Games to capitalize off of Monopoly losing its trademark by releasing a game that would catch the attention of the public, not realizing that while Parker had lost the trademark, they still had the copyright. This series of events answers so many of those questions. Why did it release in this time period? Because Monopoly's trademark was removed. Why does it contain so many blatant errors? Because its rushed production meant that it couldn't do proper quality control. And the big one, why did they use Monopoly in the title knowing that Parker Brothers would absolutely seek legal action? Because they thought that they could get away with it now that the trademark was invalid. This makes the whole thing even worse, because now we know for sure that if they would have changed the name, they would have been fine, because Parker Brothers didn't even have a trademark at that point. There was literally only one single way that they could have gotten into legal trouble, and they smacked that sucker into right field for Parker Brothers' easiest pop fly of their life. What Gay Monopoly did here was basically watch the patent for Claritin expire, put out a drug called Claritin 2, and then immediately get sent to the Shadow Realm for copyright infringement. Actively impressed that they managed to screw up the only point where they could have gotten away with this with no repercussions. All they had to do was walk in a straight line, and they managed to trip, fall, and die. And that should bring to a close the complete saga and impact of Anti-Monopoly. At least, Anti-Monopoly 1. Anti-Monopoly 2 is the sequel to the 1973 smash hit Anti-Monopoly, actually coming out during the legal maelstrom between Ralph Onspach and Parker Brothers, which is a pretty bold play to say the least. Now look, I'm not saying I don't respect y'all as an opponent, but I am developing an entire other game on the side. Before we can look into the nonsense that this game caused, we need to get to know a little bit about the game itself. Anti-Monopoly 2 is the 1977 game that sees players take up the roles of either competitors or monopolists as they try to navigate the tricky real estate market. Each player follows a different set of rules for how they can conduct business. And when all of the players of one group go bankrupt, the richest player of the other group wins. Okay, so if Anti-Monopoly 1 was found to be infringing on the Monopoly trademark, this game is taking that sucker and using it as a personal checklist. All this game is just playing standard Monopoly with two different sets of rules. You purchase properties that you land on, you build houses to increase the price of rent, you can mortgage or trade properties if you're short on cash, there are chance type spaces, there's income tax, there's a $75 tax base, there's the gosh dang electric company. Heck, they even did one better on modern Monopoly and kept a railroad this time. Finally, some respect around here. This is about as infringing as you can get without outright repackaging the game board and calling it Monopoly 2. And a reminder that they released this while the first game was actively being sued for trademark infringement. As you can probably guess, this caused quite a lot of confusing nonsense to happen, as we'll get into later. For now, let's take a look at the major selling point for the game, the Monopoly versus competitor rivalry. In the game, each set of players follows a different set of rules. Monopolies will have different penalties than competitors, and vice versa. So it is up to you to choose which team you think will give you the best chance of winning. I'll describe both, and you tell me which team you would rather be on. Starting off, the Monopolies are getting beaten into the dirt here. Nearly every negative effect in the game is way worse for the Monopolies than it is for the competitors. Here's a list of disadvantages that you can look forward to for controlling the barriers to entry. You can only build on properties when you own at least 2 of a color set. Competitors can build on any that they own. You need to pay 20% of your cash when hitting income tax, while competitors need only pay 10%. When you land on Anti-Monopoly Foundation, you lose $160. When a competitor lands there, they roll to see if they gain money. And if you own 2 of the 3 properties of a color set, but someone else owns the 3rd, you cannot collect money from your houses until you get that property off of them. Basically, if you are playing as a Monopoly, you are going to get swindled at every turn by effects trying to keep you down. Playing as one of these sounds miserable. That being said, I am absolutely picking them if given the choice. You see, the competitors are going to be running circles around these guys in the early game due to all the beatings that are getting dished out. But once the Monopolies can start building up, buddy, you are in for a bad time. The Monopolies only really have 2 advantages, but they are massive. First, they only need to put 3 houses down before they can build a hotel, which will save them hundreds of dollars in the long term. And second, their monopoly on the market comes in clutch when shaking down those buyers, as they charge double the rent price of the competitors. Wow, it's almost like the game is trying to convey some sort of message, or lesson, or lecture. At that point, it doesn't matter how many silly effects the other team has. This will not only make it easier to raise funds to continue building for a snowball effect, but the lower price for the comps means that the Monops will be way harder to land a finishing blow on. Being able to build anywhere won't matter too much when they're only losing $50 every time they land there. This is why the general consensus is that the competitors have the early game advantage and need to use that to keep the Monopolies in check, as if they get any form of leverage, they are going to steamroll this bad boy and not look back. The chance type cards for this one are divided based on what team you are on and carry the standard effects that you would expect from this kind of game, with some of them carrying over some of that classic anti-monopoly snark. A monopolist who injured your business has settled with the Justice Department with a consent decree. This means that you won't be able to collect damages. Congratulations on your moral victory! Man, nothing really sets the tone for a game like a card that does. Absolutely nothing. The last thing that I wanted to mention is that while this game does have some interesting parts to it, I don't really think that it is quite as good as the original. That game has a ton of unique mechanics and rules that really help it stand out as its own experience. This is really just Monopoly with a few new rules. Now granted, they didn't biff it quite as hard as some of the other Monopoly titles out there, but if I wanted to play Monopoly, I'd just play Monopoly. But now that we know what this game has on offer, let's jump into what happened after its creation and why it decided to launch one of the most heartbreaking betrayals against its own brother. So, in case you missed it the first couple times, this game released during the trademark infringement lawsuit of Anti-Monopoly 1, more specifically coming out prior to the first appeal from the Ninth Circuit. Well, after the first court ruled in favor of the Parker brothers, you really can't just keep using an infringing name for your game. So what ended up happening is that Ralph had to change the names for both Anti-Monopoly and Anti-Monopoly 2 until the full proceedings were over. As such, Anti-Monopoly would continue to be produced as Anti, and Anti-Monopoly 2 would originally be published as Choice. Doesn't quite have the same marketable ring to it, does it? After the Parker brothers got absolutely screwed by the Ninth Circuit, Ralph was able to once again use the word Monopoly in his titles, with Anti-Monopoly returning to its former glory and Choice now taking up the name Anti-Monopoly 2. And everything from this point on was sunshine and rainbows all the way up until everything started to fall apart. Crazy how that tends to happen. Now, the Anti-Monopoly brothers were not impacted by the Parker brothers lobbying to change the trademark law. Even though the Parkers got their trademark back, Anti-Monopoly was unaffected by this for one reason or another. What they did end up getting affected by, though, was consumer confusion due to their own naming scheme. See, board games don't work quite like movies or video games. When you release a sequel to those, people want to see it or buy it because they are likely going to get more of the original. Probably with some improvements or more story. A sequel to a board game, however, is going to need to change up some critical things in order to justify the fact that it exists at all. So people that like the original aren't as ready to pick it up as if they like the original game, they're going to keep playing the original game. A good example of this is when Uno released its sequel, Dos. It didn't perform as well as the original like you'd expect from a movie sequel, because people didn't really want to play Dos, they wanted to play Uno. As such, Anti-Monopoly 2 was starting to struggle a bit in terms of the sales figures, and Ralph decided that that was mainly due to that naming convention. So what do you do when you've got two good products that are eating into each other due to a naming scheme that you yourself set? Why, you kill off the original version entirely and give its name to its brother, of course. You killed him! He's dead! Yeah, but there was really no other way. There were several other ways! Anti-Monopoly 1 absolutely did not need to die here. The problem stemmed from Anti-Monopoly 2's name getting in the way, which it had for less time than it was called Choice. You could absolutely just change the name again to clear up the confusion without needing to completely eradicate the version of the game that brought the company its success. And now if any current fans try to buy or recommend the game, they're gonna be confused as to why their two copies of Anti-Monopoly are completely different. Anti-Monopoly went through nearly 10 years of legal beatings in order to earn the right to use that name, and then right after, it got long live the kinged by its own brother, who then just took up the mantle. Unbelievable. As a result of this treachery, Anti-Monopoly 2, which will from this point on be referred to as Anti-Monopoly, did see a considerable bump in sales, going from around 12,000 units sold in 1986 to around 42,000 units sold in 1989. This, however, would be the peak of our board-based betrayer, as the very next year, sales would plummet to the point that legal action would be pursued. All of this joy, of course, stemming from the actions of the one who holds the fun, the Hasbro Corporation. Seeing as we've been talking about Anti-Monopoly for several minutes and no one's been sued yet, Ralph decided to remedy this problem by taking Hasbro to court on, believe it or not, an antitrust action. You telling me they killed off the antitrust version and then used the replacement to launch an antitrust lawsuit? We had the perfect storyline, come on! As such, we are now right back into the legal documents portion of the research, but instead of trying to make sense of trademark law, I now have to contend with antitrust law, and the language is just as confusing as ever. I am more confident in my understanding of this case than the last one though, so once again I will try to do my best to relay the information in a way that you might be able to comprehend. Once again though, no promises. So grab your popcorn and pick your champion, as it's time for Anti-Monopoly Inc. versus Hasbro Incorporated, Southern District Court of New York. As with most lawsuits, the first part consists of a factual background in order to catch everyone up to speed. Which, I kid you not, they start off with a section called The Rise and Fall of Anti-Monopoly. Truly ahead of their time. All you need now is some dramatic lighting and some dark music, and you've got a video right there. Most of the information here is the stuff I have previously covered, but there are some new events that took place that will help set the stage. After its 42,000 unit peak in 1989, Anti-Monopoly would be dropped by mass retailers like True and Kmart, their reasoning being that they thought that the game lacked consumer appeal. And if there's anyone that knows what the consumers want, it's Kmart. This move would, shocker, have a negative impact on the game's sales figures, as they only sold 3,400 copies in 1990 and haven't reached 3,000 in a year since. As we mentioned before, at some point Parker Brothers bought the Anti-Monopoly trademark and licensed it back to Ralph's company AMI to be sold on the market. And in 1991, Parker Brothers was acquired by Hasbro, which put it under their umbrella. Once the distribution agreement with their current company ran out, Ralph approached Hasbro with a proposition, which putting it in quotes makes it very mysterious, to market Anti-Monopoly through Milton Bradley, who Hasbro also owned. Dang, these Hasbro guys own quite a lot of the board game market. I sure hope that that doesn't become extremely relevant soon. Hasbro then said, no, to Ralph's request, after which Ralph suddenly realized that the present market share and power of Hasbro gives it a better chance of success than if a board game were marketed by another manufacturer. Accordingly, from a business standpoint, there is an element of guarantee inherent in Hasbro's monopolistic position, and sued Hasbro with an antitrust action for violating, among other things, the Sherman Act, the Clayton Act, the Robinson-Patman Act, and state law. Hasbro moves to dismiss these claims on the basis of nuh-uh. What is funny here is that the timing of the antitrust lawsuit from Ralph is so suspicious that before we've even made it out of the background section, the judge is already theorizing. Perhaps the explanation for this lawsuit is Hasbro's refusal to market Anti-Monopoly. We literally haven't even started the suit yet, and the judge is already like, alright, this seems pretty sus, but we'll proceed as normal just in case. Keep an eye on him, though. Finishing up the legally defined rise and fall of Anti-Monopoly, we now get to look into the board game industry as a whole. A pretty important picture which both parties are already trying to warp in their favor. AMI's papers are replete with conclusory statements and lack organization and coherence. Hasbro's papers, in contrast, strategically omit any comprehensive discussion of the board game industry. Okay, guys, we literally just got started. Can't we just have a nice controversy-free trial this time?
No.
They did eventually end up finding some non-biased facts to help them out, so here's what the board game market looked like back in 1997. In terms of Hasbro's market share, I'm not even sure where Ralph got the idea of a monopoly, as at the time, Hasbro only controlled a measly 70% of the family board game market. Good lord, man, 70%? Did Mr. Monopoly buy off the FTC? What in the world? For reference, the next highest family board game manufacturer at the time was Tyco, commanding a market share of less than 10%. So if you would please consult the graph, yeah, I'd say this is pretty competitive. In addition to that bombshell, it's also determined that Hasbro owns nearly 55% of all games sold at True and Kmart, and over 70% of games sold at Walmart and Target, and held ownership over all 5 of the best-selling games of 1993. I do think that Ralph mainly sued because he's mad that they rejected his offer, but at the same time, Hasbro's market share is absolutely absurd. But in order for anything to be done about the Hasbro situation, the court would need to find that Anti-Monopoly's claims are true. So let's find out exactly what they are claiming. Claim 1, retailer discrimination. Ralph claims that Hasbro is helping drive other smaller retailers out by offering advertising discounts, supplying only mass retailers with personnel to help stock items, and providing them a preview of products which are not offered to smaller stores. This is found to be partially true. Claim 2, hot holdings. Ralph claims that Hasbro refuses to sell its more popular games to stores unless they also carry some of their lower performing games. The president of Hasbro confirms this himself, saying that allowing a retailer to purchase only the cream of the crop would be harmful for our business. Claim 3, price fixing. Ralph claims that Hasbro conspires with mass retailers to fix prices by offering markdowns on lower performing games in order to ensure that the store still turns a profit when working with them. This ends up not being as impactful as several small retailers were also given these markdowns. And claim 4, volume discount. Ralph claims that Hasbro offers volume discounts for retailers that buy more Hasbro products, which pushes smaller manufacturers out as an option since they cannot offer the same, which is anti-competitive. This sounds nice and all, but it doesn't get too far as AMI has provided no factual support for its theory. Yeah, that'll do it. So a bit of a mixed bag there on the claims, but it is up to the courts as to whether these findings constitute Hasbro being in violation of antitrust law. Which, if they were, would cause quite a few issues for Hasbro, what with their entire business practice being ruled illegal. So let's see what they have to say, starting with the most pressing of these issues, that totally nothing to worry about 70% market share. The big things to see here are whether Hasbro has control over a significant amount of the market and or if it has the ability to control the barriers to entry, either of which would make them anti-competitive. So obviously with holding 70% of the market share, Hasbro would most certainly be able to hold significant market power. But what we need to determine right now is if family board games is a market big enough where that kind of market power would make an actual impact. While Hasbro does have this massive holding in that niche, in the broader toys and games market, they are getting absolutely curb stomped by Mattel, to the point where they don't even have a quarter of the market share for that group. So if they were to try any truly monopolistic plays like price gouging the customers, Mattel and the other board game competitors would absolutely decimate them. It's like this. I currently have a 100% monopoly on blue hat wearing bad board game coverage, but if I tried to use that to take over the board game coverage market as a whole, I would get atomized. What they also need to decide is whether or not Hasbro's control on the family board game market would allow them to control areas like barriers to entry, which they ultimately decided that they can't. While Hasbro does have a lot of leverage being the biggest manufacturer, the barriers to entry for making a new game are pretty low since there are plenty of companies and individuals that can assist in the development, production, and marketing of a new game, indicating that even a manufacturer with little experience in the industry could still introduce a game. This is backed up by recent market data and trade magazines, and they even bring forward that a lot of the most successful games in recent years were made by small independent publishers, like Mind Trap, Brain Quest, Pictionary, and Trivial Pursuit. It honestly could not be going any worse for Anti-Monopoly right now, especially when they get hit with the classic. The court notes that AMI's evidence relating to barriers to entry is non-specific and largely speculative, while Hasbro's evidence is based on actual market participants. Unrebutted evidence that actual competitors have entered the market is a strong indicator that Hasbro lacks market power. Dude, somebody has got to shut this guy up. We are getting freaking murdered out here. Surprisingly, despite the language pointing to the entire case ending right here, the judge's curiosity gets the better of him as he makes his next call. Okay, so we've got like 3 more things that we should probably look through, and if we shut this point down now, then we're not going to get to look at any of those. So what we're going to do here is say that hypothetically Hasbro does have market power, we'll continue the trial as normal, and we'll see what happens from there. Everybody good? Great? Solid. Thus, the court assumes, for the purposes of the instant motions, that Hasbro has market power in the family board game market. I'm really not worried at all. And so the trial continues. Up next, we're looking at antitrust standing as it relates to anti-monopoly specifically. Ralph is looking to recover damages, and in order to do that, the court must evaluate the plaintiff's harm, the alleged wrongdoing by the defendants, and the relationship between them. Alright, I know we had a rough start, team, but if we can turn things around, we can at least walk out of here with a decent paycheck. Give it your all, leave it all in the court, break. 1. Alleged discrimination. AMI has not clearly articulated how it is injured by Hasbro's allegedly discriminatory practices. Alright boys, it's a good try, we'll get him on the appeal. I mean, they are getting destroyed in literally every single segment of this. AMI's argument appears to rely on the fact that the retail market for family board games is being consolidated by a few mass retailers. Because this consolidation is causing the smaller retailers to go out of business, AMI allegedly cannot succeed by selling to only the smaller retailers. The court notes that if AMI's theory of injury to small retailers based on Hasbro's alleged unjustified discriminatory conduct were correct, it is somewhat curious that the small retailers have not instituted an action on their own behalf. Moreover, AMI has not provided factual support for its claim that the purported retailer consolidation is related to the Hasbro practices about which AMI complains. Because AMI lacks antitrust standing to pursue its discrimination claims, the court grants Hasbro's motion for summary judgment. Honestly, we might need to speed this segment up, as you can only watch someone get pummeled into the ground for so long before the ref just has to call the match. 2. Pricing practices. To sustain its claim for predatory pricing, AMI must prove 1. That Hasbro's prices are below an appropriate measure of Hasbro's costs, and 2. That Hasbro has a dangerous probability of recouping its investment in below-cost prices. AMI has not provided factual support for either element of a below-cost pricing antitrust claim. Instead, AMI theorizes that Hasbro can achieve instant recoupment by pricing Monopoly below cost. Hasbro allegedly achieves this instant recoupment when the consumer enters True to buy Monopoly, but then decides to buy another Hasbro product. Bro, what are you talking about? So what Hasbro is allegedly doing is marketing Monopoly at a price so low that Hasbro would lose money on it. A customer sees this and decides to go to the store to buy it. They see the cheap Monopoly but decide that they don't want it. They see a different Hasbro game that is sold at a standard price and decide that they will buy that instead, just like Hasbro drew it up. I gotta say, whichever Hasbro exec pitched that one at the meetings better have gotten a raise. What a play! The distinct and significant problem with all of AMI's antitrust claims is that they lack factual support in the record. Accordingly, all of AMI's antitrust claims are dismissed. Wow, I really don't like his chances, but if you were to live bet the Professor moneyline right now, you would get some great odds. For the reasons set forth above, Hasbro's motion for summary judgment dismissing AMI's second amended complaint is granted. The court also grants Hasbro's motion for judgment on the pleadings dismissing AMI's secondary line Robinson-Patman Act claims. The other pending motions are disposed of in the above memorandum and order or are dismissed as moot. Oh, we won? No way, that's crazy. I'm gonna be honest here, with how this case started out, I thought we were gonna have some crazy back and forth brawl with controversial decisions just like the last one. Instead, Hasbro barely had to do anything as the Professor's team kinda just tripped over themselves until they hit the wall for a KO. It's not like they didn't have any experience in a courtroom before. These are the same people that beat Parker Brothers. So they at least know to not just jump in there and start making claims with no evidence. Yet here they stand spinning some tale about Hasbro's fourth dimensional plan to trick people into buying every game except the one they are interested in? This was such a massacre that I don't even see the need for an appeal. There is no way that that would go any better. Did somebody say appeal? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Anti-Monopoly Inc. versus Hasbro Incorporated, The Appeal, Second Circuit Court of Appeals. To give you an idea of what we are dealing with here, the first appeal for Anti-Monopoly 1 was 12 pages long, with the second appeal for that case doing one better at a solid 13 pages. This appeal comes out to a grand total of 6 entire sentences, so you know it's good. They spend longer recapping the previous case than they do actually talking about the appeal, which reads out in its entirety as such. We have considered all of plaintiffs' challenges to the district court's rulings and have found in them no basis for reversal. We affirm substantially for the reasons stated in Judge McKenna's memorandum and order, the judgment of the district court is affirmed. Could you imagine how much easier the last case would have been if we just had the Second Circuit Court instead of the 9th? No more bloated 13-page nonsense monstrosity of a document, just a nice 3-word Parker Brothers dies. Seeing that this one was absolutely not going to have the same run as the first Anti-Monopoly, Ralph would relent and Hasbro would go back to business as normal, allowing them to make terrible Monopoly revamps for many years to come. But with everything that we have been through, the drama, the lawsuits, the betrayals, it kind of makes me wonder, where is Anti-Monopoly now? Well, Anti-Monopoly 1 is still dead. Turns out when you kill someone, they kinda tend to stay dead for a while. Aw, now you tell me! But as for the new Anti-Monopoly, it is still alive and kicking. Having at some point started being sold by University Games, this title is still in production to this very day. Heck, they've even managed to put together a Travel 10 version if you want that hot Monopoly trouncing action with you on the go. You can actually even still buy these versions off of their website if you want. I'll put a link below if you want to take a look. I'm just really surprised that it is still going. Unbelievably though, we still have some controversy left in this series, with this round of drama mainly coming from me, as I've got quite a bone to pick with this new rendition. Firstly, you can see in the corner here that Anti-Monopoly is still owned by the Hasbro Corporation. It is just being licensed out to University Games, I guess so that they don't have to put their logo on the box. Well, to be fair, I would rather have them do this than have them let the game die altogether, so I really can't be too mad at Hasbro this time. What I am pretty miffed about though is the game's description, or rather, what is missing from it. On the back of the box, you get a standard description of the game's theme and the message behind it, as well as this curious little blurb at the top that reads the following. Ready for an update to the Monopoly folk game invented by Elizabeth Maggie 100 years ago? It's a twist right out of today's headlines. Free market competitors clash with ruthless monopolists. Well, this is cool. They're helping bring attention to the first version of Monopoly. Neat. But then you keep reading, and you keep looking, and you eventually come to realize that it might not be here at all. And that's because it isn't, as nowhere on the box nor the site for the game is the history of the original Anti-Monopoly mentioned in any way. They have completely paved over the history of the original game. Its massive initial success, the tense legal back and forth, the surprise win over the corporate giant, and they've done this to make way for the storyline that this version is and always has been Anti-Monopoly. Heck, Maggie's name is plastered all over the site and the box, but the best Ralph gets is one mention in a background segment of the rulebook. You know, Ralph Anspach, the creator of the gosh dang game. Just like how Maggie was back with the original Monopoly, Ralph's story is slowly being phased out of his own game in order to make way for a fresher, more marketable tale. Ironically, this one being focused around Maggie herself. And this is such a huge disappointment, as the original Anti-Monopoly story is way more interesting. But the only way you can learn about it is through court documents and dubiously sourced documentaries. Heck, you can't even look up the game anymore, let alone play it, because the new version has completely stolen its identity. I'll do my best to help keep the game alive with a digital version on Tabletop Simulator, and that's really all I can do. But with that being said, I am at least glad that I was able to finally piece together this absolutely bonkers tale for you all to enjoy. So if you ever find yourself being threatened by a major multi-million-dollar corporation, just remember your good buddy Ralph and go for the gosh dang jugular. Because even if you miss, you might still hit the 9th Circuit Court and win that sucker anyway. You ever been hit with one of them there unintended consequences? You know, you're just standing around, doing your own thing, but then something nuts happens and all you can say is, shoot, my bad. Yeah, so, shoot, my bad. Oneupmanship 3.0. Oneupmanship version 3. Threeupmanship, if you will. See, a little while back, I did a video on what was allegedly the worst board game ever made and its surprise update, and said that it was pretty fun. They fixed some major issues, it's got a good loop, we even still play it from time to time. Well, apparently that was enough to convince a sizable group that, well, I can't feasibly not have this, and the same day that video went up, they completely sold out of the remaining copies of 2.0. adding a little, yeah, it's definitely this guy's fault to the website and stating that 3.0 is now on its way. And after multiple agonizing delays, it's here! Coming in with some fresh new changes that are meant to make the game even better than before. So what we're going to do here is take a look at the newest version of the stock market shuffle and see what's gotten better, what's gotten worse, and whether this game is bitter enough to truly be worthy of carrying the name Oneupmanship. To catch up those who didn't do the required reading on the Oneupmanship lore, I'll do a quick background run through in, let's say, 30 seconds. 3, 2, 1, run it. Oneupmanship is the 2013 game that sees players buy and sell stocks in an ever-changing market alongside other events like buying properties, trophies, and doing physical challenges. The game was received extremely poorly due to several factors, the most egregious of which being the bitter pills, physical pills that came with no nutritional information and made the game impossible to win. Around 2023, the game would be shadow updated into Oneupmanship 2.0, adding better component quality, fixing the bitter pill mess, and overall making the game pretty solid. I buy the game in 2024 expecting a travesty only to get 2.0, which me and my friends enjoy. I make video, I cause sequel, here we are. If you couldn't follow that, I've made this helpful chart for our visual learners out there. Yes, it is written in broken French because I thought it could use that extra pizzazz. Now that everyone is caught up, we can properly dive into the new version to see what it brings to the literal table, and whether all of the improvements really are just that, or if they've managed to break what didn't need fixing. So the angle we're taking here is looking at each part of version 3 and comparing it to its 2.0 counterpart, getting overly enthusiastic over the most minor of changes because I'm a giant dork. Starting off, this box is freaking sturdy! The original box has a lot going for it. It's pretty striking, it's got a great faux leather texture, all around pretty solid. This box has some meat to it though. It's thick, it's glossy, you could chuck this sucker against a door and it won't care at all. Another thing, on the inside of the original box, there is a quick rules panel to help get you going, made from what appears to be construction paper that's just been super glued on there. Effective, yes. It just looks like garbage. The new version has instead had this printed directly onto the inside of the box, which looks way closer to that buy out a studio just to shut it down feel we are going for. They've reorganized the words to make it easier to get started, but overall the contents are pretty similar. There is one new addition at the bottom though, as hey look, it's me! Why my thoughts on 2.0 are in the box for 3.0? Not too sure, but I still appreciate the gesture. Overall, way better. This box is shrimp cocktail, sure, but this box is shrimp cocktail with that St. Elmo's cocktail sauce. It's not even a contest. But enough about the box. Who cares about the box? It's just a box. I know what y'all are really here for. That's right, baby. We're talking about the box inserts. Yeah! What is a box insert? It's those things in the box that hold all the components and stuff when you're not playing the game. They're mainly a good quality of life feature that makes it easier to get into a game quickly rather than having to sort through everything anytime you want to play. Target! Oneupmanship is pretty much the gold standard when it comes to inserts, as not only do they keep everything sorted, but you can just take the inserts right out of the box and use them during the game as the banks. Makes for a really fast and easy setup. That's why it was a real shame when I discovered that the inserts for 3.0, they're just worse. Now, they still serve their main purpose well. They divide all the money in stock cards so that they make the banker's job easier. But there's been two major changes to the design that I think are just not good. First, the trophies can no longer stand straight up in the box. They have to be stacked in a certain way to get them all in there, which makes putting them in and getting them out much less convenient. And if I can't even stand my trophies upright anymore, then I really see no reason to keep going. Second, this effing square right here is where the properties are supposed to go, but it has no lip and the cards fit perfectly. So getting them out the first time is a massive chore unless you flip the entire thing upside down. A redesign of the inserts was always going to be tough because 2s were pretty much perfect, but this square is the first thing in here that I'd just describe as a bad play. But if the worst thing that we come across today is one square and an otherwise solid insert, then we're trending pretty good. Let's keep moving down the track by looking at the most important part of a board game, the gosh dang board. Slightly smaller, glossy for the vibes, and darker colors are the minor edits we've got, but there are also two big design changes. One good and one bad. We'll start with the good because I love me some good joy. The spaces are now each separated with big black bars. Reminds me of the summer I spent in Shadow Prison. Gotta say, highly recommend. The tubing was phenomenal. Now, there wasn't anything wrong with the spaces in the original, but this space just makes the board feel way less cluttered, while also giving the impression that you are walking along a business sector of a major metropolitan area. A curious choice here, though, is that Fiasco's shareholder meeting has lost the white bar that it had before, which helped separate it from the dividend spaces and kept the center of the board from bleeding into the edge. Minor complaint there, though. What bothers me way more is what happened to the starting spaces for all the players. Each one comes with a name and a little design, adds some flavor to the game, quite enjoyable. But save for Joe's six-pack, whose space has been given a design this time, these just aren't as good. There's less personality to each one, they kind of feel more similar to each other than before, and Johnny Mustard's really hurts because the 2.0 one was pretty much perfect. The background color, the font choices, it just carries so much authority to it. The new one just doesn't have that at all. This one is Johnny Mustard the condiment, this one is Johnny Mustard gas. But that doesn't take too much away from what is still a pretty solid board. Speaking of solid, this money is thick! This is the first component change that I would say has a direct positive impact on the gameplay experience, and that's mainly due to the money's change in not only quality, but also quantity. The material the dosh is made out of is much thicker, which will help make it last longer before it starts to warp from use. But the biggest improvement is that there is just more of it now. What can I say? More money, less problems. Anyone that's played Banker in this game knows that you eventually are going to need to make change because you've just run out of a certain type of bill. The 100s being the biggest culprit, likely needing to be done multiple times per game. But since Threeupmanship added more 100s and a few more other bills though, I didn't need to make change at all in the last run-through, which really helps keep the pace of the game strong since you don't need to pause multiple times. Speaking of helping out the gameplay, let's go now to the single biggest improvement that Threeupmanship has over 2.0, the stock cards. Now, I don't want to overhype this too much, so I'll try to keep my praise moderate. This might be the greatest thing to happen to anything ever. The text is no longer the same across all of the cards, there are more of each stock available so longer games can happen properly, and and most importantly, the stock gaps are gone. In the last version, if two people were going for the same stock, there was a pretty good chance that you would run out of cards indicating how many shares you owned before you reached 500. Meaning that you would need to stop and write down the amount of shares that you had somewhere else so that you could keep track. This was not only a pace killer, but it also screwed up the vibe you are going for as you have all of these sleek stock cards in front of you, giving that business feel. And then a random number scribbled on a napkin somewhere. It was my biggest pain point with the game. What's the point of even owning stock if you can't have your ownership cards on you to flaunt to the nearest homeless man? It takes all the fun out of it. But with the value fixing, this is a situation that is likely never going to happen again unless you bioengineer some 6-player game where the only one a person can buy is Fiasco. And happening once in a blue moon is way better than every other round. We did it, guys! The cards function as intended! Hooray! I do like the changes to the logos a lot, especially with how Fiasco's is upside down, but I do have one question here. Is this how you get your sick kicks? What, it's just an ordinary stock card? Oh my goodness! Mustard! Is that white text on a yellow background? I'm gonna be sick. What was the play here? The last stock cards had black numbers and worked a-okay, now I can barely see the number. Luckily for us, the new stock cards do have text on the back showing their value as well, which I'm super thankful for, as otherwise Goldwater would be impossible for the other players to read without passing them around. He's got 27. Again though, a minor complaint compared to how great the gap fix was, so I will live with this treachery. And while on the topic of cards, let's check in on the money cards to see what's new. The design on these remains the same, but what they've done instead is changed up some of the effects. Change 1. The Collect Your Bonus Now card has been done away with to make room for another challenge card. A Hold Your Breath contest that allows the winner to move the loser to any space. Alright, you got me. Where am I going? He always does this. I really like this change, as you can very easily use this to move the market around if it's been stagnating. If I'm being honest, I wish there were more of these types of cards that let you influence the market directly, as that would make the game even more hectic. Change 2. The Trump card has received a massive buff, going from being able to negate any fee in the game to being able to negate any other card in the game. This is way better. If you hit the tax man, that's gonna hurt, yeah, but if you draw Walk a Mile in another man's shoes, you're going to be much happier that you have this version. So many of the cards in this game have game-breaking effects that being able to save yourself from one could be what ends up winning you the game. Phenomenal change. That's how you do a Trump card. And change 3, the Golden Parachute at Acme is exactly the same. No changes were made to the Acme card, but changes were made elsewhere that are going to impact this one hard, so keep this in mind for later. All of the other money cards remain the same, so let's see what changes were made to the last kind of card, the properties. The front of each property remains mostly the same, with a few nice aesthetic changes here or there, but the backs have been completely overhauled with a brand new design and the mortgage value, which is a nice touch. Well, yeah, it's a great property and all, but can we please take the mortgage display off the front of it? Not until you pay it off. But the cards are not the main focus of the properties, not when we're contending with everyone's favorite featureless gray tower, which has undergone some renovations. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to play Give Her a Guess. What blocks now occupy the spot of the featureless gray tower? Got your answer? Well, for those of you who guessed effing clear, congratulations! You could have given me 9 guesses, and that would not have been one of them. While not as funny as the featureless gray blocks, the clear blocks are definitely better, giving a glassy look that you would expect from a modern skyscraper. Granted, they aren't as imposing as the giant gray monolith, but once someone loses $1,500 from hitting it, I think they'll come to fear you all the same. The rulebook hasn't seen too many changes to the mechanics, but it does have some beneficial changes to the aesthetics. The book itself is made from better material, the jokes are made from better material, and the lubrication line has been replaced by a boost to keep the fun going. No more lube! Let's go! I do enjoy this change to the do or die in Vegas descriptions. Gambling. That says, if you decide to not bet anything or anyone and pass your turn, please see the last line of the next paragraph. Don't! That actually got me really good the first time. Well done. But that's enough fun, as now it's time to get serious, as we're about to cover what is simultaneously the biggest downgrade and upgrade from the 2.0 version, the stock chart. The stock chart is the mechanic of one-upmanship. Nearly everything goes through here in terms of creating value, and it is what generates the main gameplay loop that keeps players coming back. So if there is one thing that you need to get right, it's this thing. It is also the thing that has been changed the most from version 2. So let's start off with the more noticeable of the two main changes, the balance. 5 of the 6 stocks remain unchanged from the last version. Goldwater and Jet Cetera are the big boom options, Fiasco and Do-Re-Mi are the high-risk, high-reward plays, and Cataldo is still a good dividend option. I wanted to expand my options though, so I diversified further by putting $10,000 into Enron. My financial advisor was so excited about it that he took off the moment I gave him the cash. He worked so hard. However, Acme has been completely reworked from a dividend option with little upside to a big earner with a chance of a massive return. Going from a max return of a little over double to a little over 6x puts it back in line with the other stocks in terms of return chance, while the cost fills a nice middle ground in between the fiascos and the gold waters. A nice little change that encourages people to buy and sell more rather than just sitting on their stock and waiting the whole time. Especially when we consider that Acme card from earlier was not updated alongside the stock. Geronimo, you've just been given a golden parachute at Acme. Cash in all of your Acme stock at $58 a share. Well, that's great. Selling Acme at the max value is exactly what I want to do. Oh, sorry, the new stock chart just dropped. Oh no, what used to be the max value of $58 a share has now been reduced to the bottom half of the Acme value chart, meaning that drawing this card is more than likely going to lose you money rather than giving any kind of benefit. Whether or not I've liked any of the changes to the design is up to me, but the golden parachute line shows that this was just a straight up oversight. As buddy, that parachute is not made out of gold, you've just strapped a lead box to your back. But a one-time card that's a little wonky doesn't have nearly the same impact as the much larger change, the change to the materials. Both stock charts end up using the same texture as the box they came in, the old one being bigger, blockier, and more imposing, while the new one is sleeker, smoother, and smaller. The benefits of the smaller design are apparent immediately as the indicator now reaches the stock boxes on the new one, which, if you've ever played the game, is a quality of life update that is so welcome. What is not welcome is the unintended consequences of changing up the material of the chart. As with something that needs to be moved as often as the indicator does, it better move smoothly or else people are gonna get fed up with it real quick. The old version was pretty good at this. You might move it too far or need to adjust it from time to time, but overall it feels good to use. The new version straight up feels like they screwed that sucker in there. It takes so much effort to move this indicator due to the new material that moving it precisely is nigh on impossible. As when it is able to be moved, it is likely going to go too far and you'll have to move it back if you can. This does not feel good to use, and that would be an extreme detriment to a game that relies this heavily on the stock chart for its main loop. That is, if I hadn't accidentally stumbled into a way to fix it. Knowing that I am just going to hate both this thing and myself if I try to use it in this condition, I started looking for fixes. Put it below the chart? No, it's too far away. Use the indicator from 2.0? No, you have to pick it up to move it, and it's too loose to do that. Use the new counter on the 2.0 stock chart? No, the old chart is too thick, but maybe if I try to finagle it on there a different way, and in trying to get it to fit on the old chart, I snapped the indicator in half like a complete moron. And I kid you not, breaking the indicator like this solved every single problem that I had. You see, the way that it broke left these little ridges on the end that, lo and behold, holds the indicator at the perfect position on the stock chart to be moved up and down with extreme ease without even needing to be picked up. Meaning that not only is it now smoother to use than even the old version, but it's quicker as well. We played an entire game using the broken indicator, and I kid you not, this is the best the stock indicator has ever felt to use. Because why not? Why wouldn't the worst version of the stock chart also be the best version of the stock chart? Makes sense to me! The only issue that the broken variation has is that if someone picks it up, then obviously the tracker will fall. But if you just put it in the middle of the board, everyone can see it anyway, so it won't matter. If you're having trouble with the stock chart, I highly recommend breaking the indicator, as this is by far the best version of the chart. Although instead of randomly lucking into it, I'd recommend cutting down the middle with scissors or something, as if you don't get these little lips at the bottom, then it won't work correctly. So to recap, the new stock track the way it is, a slog. The new stock track with the broken indicator, the best version in the series. I love that for this game. That is just so one-upmanship. As for the rest of the game's details, the majority of the rules are still the same, the trophies are slightly bigger, the pawns are slightly smaller, and the bankrupt bitter pill stickers are higher quality. which I really appreciate. Unfortunately, we did not get any higher quality pills with this one, so you're just gonna have to make do with whatever grandma has lying around. But now that we know all of the changes, let's go through the whole Upmanship family and determine which of the three is really the best of the bunch. In terms of the gameplay, I'm gonna have to go with version 3. With the additional money and stock cards plugging up the holes in the previous versions, you're gonna have a much smoother time working your way through the business world without having to stop so often. It's way better. The new cards can also help the balancing from time to time, so this one is an easy win for 3. As for the design, that one is a lot tougher to place due to a myriad of factors. While the quality of all the materials in 3 is mostly better, the actual designs on the components can be hit or miss. On one hand, you've got the direct improvements of the logos on the stock cards and the newest addition to the Chicago skyline in the clear tower. It's clear! While on the other hand, you've got the downgrades of the board names and the white text on a yellow background. Oh my gosh! I also think that the more bold colors from version 2 work better than the lighter and darker ones from version 3 as they stay more consistent throughout the items. I think in terms of the quality of the components, Threeupmanship takes this round easily, but in terms of which one I think looks better, I'm gonna give this one to 2.0, mainly because I like the colors more. How the game feels to play. Oh, this one has some stipulations. Before we played, I thought that the different materials in 3 were going to make the money and stock cards harder to handle, but that did not turn out to be the case at all. So the only other place that there is a real difference between the two versions that aren't terrible would be the stock chart in each one. Oh, stellar. Good thing there's nothing extremely wonky about those. This is where the big problem lies because the base version of 3's stock chart is terrible, to the point where I'm not sure if that's how it works in every copy or if mine was just defective. That being said, playing with the broken stock tracker was by far the best that has ever felt to use. It blows 2's completely out of the water, and remember, 2's stock chart is good. If I'm going off of the game of 3.0 that I played, it definitely had the best feel, no doubt. But I guarantee that I would not have had as much fun if I was struggling with the original tracker that whole time. If you have this version and the chart feels good to use, awesome. If it doesn't, snip that sucker in half and watch a whole new world of smooth moves unlock before you. And lastly, the game's aura. Which version is the most memorable? Look, versions 2 and 3 are better by a country mile in terms of their quality, but there is really only one Oneupmanship. The story behind the game, the absolute travesty of the rules, the original bitter pills, that game is straight up legendary in terms of what it has left behind. That's the kind of game that confidently walks up to an expert in their field, calls them a fool, gives a wrong explanation of the topic, and struts away with a smile on their face. Say whatever you want, but you are going to remember that performance for a long time. And so, with the arbitrary scores tallied and my thoughts gathered, I can now confidently say that the best version of Oneupmanship would have to be version 3. Congratulations, you did it! In terms of the way the game looks, yeah, I think 2.0 has a certain charm to it that I like more than 3, but the main thing that you do in a game is not look at it, it's play it. And with the many hole fixes that Threeupmanship has, I think that overall it is the best version to play. Mind you, it is not a perfect rendition of what the game could be. There are some parts that I'm not a fan of, and that money card is just egregious, but it's not bad by any means. I'd say that it's an overall improvement of 2.0, and that's probably the game I've played the most this last year if we're talking about games that use a board. So if you're looking for that hot Oneupmanship action and you couldn't get your hands on 2.0 before those all got schlurped up, then this will get you your fix just fine. I did check recently and they are up for grabs on the website, so I'll link that below if you're interested. And with that, we should be able to finally close the door on 1, 2, and 3upmanship for the foreseeable future. You know, until they make a 4th one and I get dragged back in here. Until that happens though, always remember to check your parachute before you jump, lest you get halfway down and realize that the gold isn't quite as good as it was before. And now, a preview of the proceedings.
just like the Dallas Cowboys. It's
It's our year.
Never say die, except for the people in the chair.
Except for these guys.
I'm blaming you, Kev. That was your fault.
What did I do?
I don't think I understand the fundamentals of this game.
Dude, that's my convicted felon.
Toko, kill this man.
That's right, folks, now's your chance to kill a man without even needing to leave your home! Capital Punishment, a channel classic from the minds of one of the board game publishers ever to hit the scene, Hammerhead Enterprises. If you are unfamiliar with Capital Punishment, it is quite the easy game to understand. Players are attempting to move their criminals off of the street in the hopes of getting them through the American legal system to have them either end up in life in prison or the electric chair. Quite a shocking concept, I know. It is a race to see who can get all of their criminals imprisoned or killed first. But if your opponents are starting to get a little bit ahead of you, then you can rely on your backup plan. Also at your disposal are your liberals, who reside in their quite literal ivory tower. Gosh, that thing must have been expensive to manufacture. If you can move one of your liberals onto another player's criminal, they will spring that criminal out of the legal proceedings and back onto the street as a free man. After which, the criminal will thank you by killing one of his player's innocent civilians and sending them to actual heaven. If you haven't caught on to the messaging of this one yet, I don't blame you. It is very subtle. But hark, a problem! What with this game being both very hard to find and extremely expensive nowadays, how is the common man supposed to enjoy a rousing round of CP? Well, fear no longer, common man, as thanks to the support of the MPs, I've managed to acquire and port a copy of the game to Tabletop Simulator. And in celebration of this, I hosted a bevy of games with the patrons so that they could experience the thrill of capital punishment for themselves. So sit down and strap yourself in as you bear witness to the absolute torture that a person can go through when they have to endure capital punishment.
So, I'll be real, I know literally nothing about this game.
We actually got 2 criminals out on the first turn, which is obscene, honestly. Normally, there's like 5 liberals crowding the entry space, so nobody can move for like 10 minutes.
Oh, I thought you said this game was good.
Yeah,
no,
once you get past that part it is. Give one of them a roll. Okay. There you go. 1! Yo, verdict! The only one without a criminal. It will stay that way.
Actually, can you move?
Uh-oh, he saw it. Uh-oh. This sucker goes back to the street.
I guess it's this one.
Who's that? I've got the names for all of them in my files here. Dude, you just killed Kaliko. To heaven with her. You can move a liberal out if you want.
I'm going to. Okay.
Get some of this hot liberal action.
Why do the liberals look like they're from the medieval age?
I put them like that.
Oh, I thought those were actual game pieces.
No. 9. Nothing.
No.
Doubles. So you can move a criminal out on a double.
All right, and it's only move 2, or is it?
Yes, you'd only move 2.
Yeah, you have to move the entire.
1, 2.
What a play! What a play! So yeah, now that he's made it through the shortcut to justice, if he can roll an odd number, he can go to life in prison or death row, and I'll explain what those do if he can get that roll. But if any liberal can catch up to him, they can bounce him back to the street before he gets the chance.
They do have to land on the safe first, don't they?
Yes, they have to land on it first. So this is a quick play for that, which is pretty good, and I'm going to do the same thing.
So I'm getting very unlucky here.
What makes you say that? All of your criminals are still on the streets.
Yeah, I wonder why that would be.
All right. Roll.
Doubles. Ooh. Dude, that's doubles straight onto the safe space if you want it.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, double straight onto the safe space. How so?
From start.
From
right here.
There, so you can get 2 of them out.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm gonna instead go right for safe space.
What a play.
let's go straight to death row.
All right, so how these two work is if you're in life imprisonment, you can win, but if someone gets 2 of their liberals in here, they bounce everybody in life imprisonment back to the street. How death row works is if you get a 7 or 11, you send them to the chair and they cannot be bounced anymore. But if you roll a 2, every one of them gets pardoned in death row, so they all go back to the street automatically.
Actually,
like a 2 on any dice or snake eyes?
2 combined.
I mean, the odds are in your favor. I think 7's the most common roll on on 2 dice.
It is the most commonly ruled number.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and just put my guy in life imprisonment. Ooh, doubles.
Ooh, finally.
You cannot get him out because yellow is in the 10 space.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
He's
awesome.
He's blocked
Awesome.
himself.
I love this game. I gotta say.
This is a very good game. That goes back
I'm getting
over.
flashbacks to Rat where I just get fucked over.
Will Fire be able to play the game?
7! Let me.
Yeah, it's crazy what you can do when you can play the game.
Not this again.
Ooh, but this 4 will. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes.
Oh
No!
Back to the
Murder.
street. Another death.
I am both on the fast track to winning, but also the fast track to losing.
Rascal's either gonna win or lose instantly. He's not gonna be here for very long. 11, he can play! He's allowed to play the game!
Hallelujah!
Let's go!
Guess is gonna die immediately. Or
Yeah,
get
one
bounced back
more.
immediately, not die immediately. Oh, it's one more. Oh.
You want to die.
Crowding the safe space. This has been annexed by the blue team.
Liberal protections? Jeez. 5, yes.
What?
Wait, no.
That's a 7 or 11
7
to
or
the
11.
chair.
Oh, sorry. Oh, man.
This guy's trying to... This is just an innocent man. Oh no. No, my boy! Dude, that's my convicted felon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Don't mind if I do. Get out of here.
I can't have a little bit of joy in my life.
No, I killed your suit guy too. So what the liberals do is they can move between these 2 spaces. So you could put him
You know what?
here.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put a liberal in.
Yeah. Still trying to kill his guy? There it is! He's dead!
You got it.
Send this man to
First
the chair.
execution, baby!
Yes, sir.
Last final words from him?
I don't like Mondays. How about that?
Famous last
Post
words.
reality there.
He's
Yeah.
killed Garfield.
I love how this is the first thing I do in the morning.
A little capital punishment to get the day started off right. Yes,
Well,
sir.
yeah.
Look at this. Look at this. He spins. Look at the nonsense. We've got just the armada.
Liberal
over
alley.
here.
It's oh dear, we've got the DNC going on.
You cannot enter this area. We will not let you. This guy's on a freaking adventure over here. He's way off. Is that an option? Oh, and look, he's protected on either side.
You shall not pass.
Escort directly to death row.
I don't think that's what the liberals' intended purpose is, but I'm gonna use them as such. 1, 2. I'll put mine in safe as well.
Welcome.
Die. Die, liberal.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Send
Oh,
this man
no.
back to the street.
The criminal is back on the street.
Back to the
Oh,
street.
joyous day. I
Rascal,
suppose.
you can pick which one of his citizens you want to kill.
All right, you're over here, right?
He's these guys.
Which?
These guys?
Yeah.
So what happens when you lose all your citizens? I
You
forget.
die.
You die
Oh,
in real
you
life.
die.
In real
The tourist.
life.
Go to this tourist-looking guy.
Aw, man, but
Some,
he's having such a fun time. Aw.
And we
Doubles
got-
again.
Oh, it's the nice double.
Oh yeah, straight to the safe space. What a play! Yeah, you've got a choice. You can kill one of 2 criminals.
All right. Give me your best reason why I shouldn't kill you or bounce you back. Sorry.
Don't kill me because.
You know what? That is a really good reason.
That's a pretty good reason, I must say.
Except you're not killing them. You're like.
Yeah, you're just sending them back to the street.
You're doing the opposite. You're keeping them alive.
Fire, you get to pick which one of Moo's people you want dead.
Oh, the old lady?
This person looks like he's just living life.
Oh, the donut guy? Man.
Donut guy.
Donut guy. Sorry, no more donuts. Go to heaven.
Unlucky.
Unlucky.
Oh, the liberals go back.
Six.
We're missing a rule.
Oh, right, I forgot. When liberals bounce a piece, they go back to their ivory tower. You've got a good point.
Yeah, we've been forgetting that this entire time.
We've been forgetting that.
And land on that and then roll again?
Could you not? What a play, what a play. Also, you get to kill one of my guys. Not the hat guy. No.
Hat guy, sorry.
Oh god, the body counts rising.
It's starting to
so much.
pile up. Yeah, 3. What a play.
You know what? That works.
Oh, dang it.
Back to the
Go
street.
ahead, choose someone to kill.
Who dies? Who dies?
Donut guy again.
Not the donut guy again. To heaven with you. 8.
Oh, 5.
5.
Wow,
5. Let's go 11. I think that space is occupied.
Yes, it is, of course. This one's also occupied.
Get bounced.
Yay.
Yellow's up here.
Yep.
Donut guy.
No! Are there any left? Did we kill them all? I've got one donut guy left.
Oh, there's one more.
Yeah, I thought I had a donut guy.
I have to. No, he's dead.
No, I don't.
I might need to start thinking about moving this guy, because if he gets both
Yeah,
these
really.
liberals into life imprisonment, I'm back. Now's the chance.
You're lucky. You're lucky I'm blind.
That's an odd number. You can choose. Where do you want to send your boy?
I'm gonna go gambling.
Let's go gambling. No.
5. No death quite yet, but 1,
Oh.
2, 3, 4, 5.
That's looking pretty good. Oh, also, I believe it's if anyone rolls a 2 ever, it gets sent back to the street.
Oh,
that is true.
Why is 9 so common? Becoming so common in this game?
7.
7.
This guy is unbelievable.
He's dead.
Kill this man. 7. Aww. Unlucky. You almost got to play. Blue, continuing to almost win the game. 7.
7.
That's an odd number.
Let's go gambling again.
Go gambling again.
Let's go gambling.
Wow, everyone has at least one person in prison.
Wow, it's crazy.
Yeah, great, isn't it? Why does God hate me? I don't understand. What did I do?
You can't even bounce anybody. You got nothing. You've got no prospects.
Hey, may not be able to bring this guy in, but I'm able to bring this guy out.
Straight to the safe space.
2, 3.
It's just that easy. I don't know why more people aren't doing it.
Yeah, it's so easy, isn't it?
7. He can play! Yes. He's allowed to play the game!
Wait, no, I can't move.
I don't think. Yeah,
Any combination.
You don't have a legal move.
Wow.
So your turn is skipped.
Wow.
7.
7.
Oh, he's dead. This man is dead.
God, I'm one away from winning.
Yeah. All right, it's over to me. I desperately need an odd number. 7.
Hey, look, an odd number.
I'll put him in death row.
Yeah, let's go gambling.
Let's go gambling. Over to fire. 5.
Wait,
Wow.
you can go with.
Whoa!
Oh my.
I'm gonna take this odd number and move this guy into death row. 7.
Hey, look, an odd number. I can't bring one out. So death row it is.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh shoot! And with 2 people dead, if he rolls an odd number next turn, he can go into life in prison.
2.
One of those 3s can go there.
Wait, what? No!
The other one can go here.
Oh my gosh, the double bounce.
And do we have a
And for
matchup?
me?
Yes, twins.
Donut guy
Twin
made
brothers.
it out. Donut guy made it out. Let's go.
Oh wait, I missed a donut guy?
Yep, he was down there. You missed him. He
Oh,
lives
right.
for now. Okay, and with
Liberals can't go onto the streets.
we have reached 6 minutes left on the timer, so if nobody can win when the timer hits, it's whoever has the most amount of citizens left alive wins. Me, 7. 12?
12.
Okay. This
I don't think you can bring it out.
Gosh dang it, me. Ooh.
Here it is. Go for death row. Oh, failed.
Look at this. Hey, everyone but Cam has gotten someone killed.
Darn it.
I am shocked that I got someone killed.
I am too.
7.
To death row. Well, if we're already rolling 7s. No, I figured.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Ooh,
9.
an extra die. 2.
1, 2.
Yes.
Oh.
And
Final
fire.
roll of the game?
Yep. Let's see it. It's gonna be a good one.
Watch the snake eyes.
I would rather you not. That would be devastating.
Oh, I get
And GG's.
All right.
GG's, everyone.
So let's see.
That was an amazing game.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So Fire
Yeah.
had 12 citizens left.
I have 1,
Moo
2,
also
3,
had
4,
12.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh, he got murdered. And I also have 12 citizens left, so it goes to the
Three-way
tiebreaker.
tie.
Oh, that's
So
hard.
Fire has only 1 criminal in the area. He has only got 1 dead one. Me and Moo have the same amount, but one of his guys is dead, so that's gonna give Moo the victory on this one.
GG's, everyone. I got the close. Could have gotten closest to
did.
winning, but the problem is this last guy just wouldn't budge.
You had him here. You had him here needing an odd number, but Red came in and sniped him out right as he needed to.
I think I had the best possible game I could have.
It was yeah, you got a guy killed, which is pretty good.
I am shocked the gods above let that happen, by the way.
All right, I'm gonna count this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 people have died.
14 fatalities. Let's go. And 3 donut guys.
Yeah. I should have killed your donut guy.
This fucking donut guy survived. Get out of here.
The donut guy made it. No, my donut guy.
At the table?
Oh, yes, of course.
You know what? I flipped the table. Me.
So yeah, that'll bring to a close Capital Punishment 1. I can't wait to play this game 3 more times today.
How long do you think it'll be before someone makes a tabletop simulator of Fatal?
Hopefully eons? Maybe millennia, if that would be a better option?
I was very tempted to run my Oculus Quest 2 and play this thing in VR.
That
but
sounds
I don't-
horrible.
4, 5, 6. There we go.
Yes, the biggest challenge is just getting your criminals off the street in the first place. Ooh, doubles, actually. Too bad.
As he says that.
The best possible roll. All right. 10. Still.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh no, he's fallen. The liberal has fallen.
The liberal has fallen. No. My serial arsonist is the only one that's managed to get out.
There we go.
You blocked
Alright, can I
yourself.
put my... Wait, I can't put my own pawn with my own liberal?
No, a liberal cannot occupy the same space as a criminal.
Don't trust anyone, not even yourself.
Give me a 5. I'm trying to win the game. Yes. All right. So I'll move this guy 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then move this guy 2. So if I roll an odd number, I can move this guy into either life imprisonment or death row. 9.
Oh gosh, dang it. I'm playing the long game here.
Getting
so
major
one-
sorry energy out here. Nobody can move.
Yeah, at least Sorry has a deck with a finite number of cards, so eventually somebody...
Eventually you will have to draw one. Give me an odd number. Yes, sir. I'm gonna put him in life imprisonment. Oh, 2! He's got it! You can get out. Doubles. Yes,
There we
sir. Alright, now it's over
Now-
to Deus.
Narrowly escaping the liberals.
Oh, that's a doubles. Yo!
1, 2,
So that'd be about
3,
here.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, I will... There we go.
Now we're playing the game.
Yeah, buddy. Somehow I wish the liberal pieces were like the cannons from Risk.
Oh, that would be pretty cool.
So you just shoot everybody back to the street.
1, 2, 3,
You're out of jail. Get in the cannon.
Get back.
Get back in there. 5. Here we go.
Alrighty.
That's the way we. Oh. Okay.
Alright, give me another 5. I need to roll these on the thing. I need to just hit the R button like you said.
Just tap off. There we go.
I'm gonna bounce this purple guy here. So
No.
you get sent back to the street. My liberal goes back to the ivory tower. And I get to kill one of your people. So your stack is over here. I'm gonna kill this guy with the cool hair and the cool pants. Go to heaven.
The crime of having too much swag.
It's unacceptable. Death immediately.
Where's the dice?
They're in appeal.
Oh, there they are.
On the appeal.
The dice are in appeal.
The shortcut is getting crowded now.
Camping the shortcut.
10.
10.
Shoot.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Hey. How's it going?
Don't you dare. You monster.
Another innocent civilian. Let's kill... Who are we? I'm gonna keep killing all the fancy people. This guy's got a nice hat. Let's send him straight to heaven.
And on death row, I'd have to wait for exactly a 7 or 11.
Yes, if you roll a 7 or 11, you can move him to the chair and he's safe forever. But if anyone rolls a 2, he gets bounced back to the street.
Anyone rolls a 2.
Life imprisonment, you're safe unless the liberals come hunting for you.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I'm going to have to try this.
Yeah, gambling.
I'm going to move him 1, 2.
Nice.
And then I'm going to go 1, 2, 3.
Oh, what? Oh, not nice. Not nice. So you get to pick...
Revenge.
My guys are down here. Which one would you like to kill?
Yeah, this one's out of line.
3. Will Purple ever get to play the game?
8 Ball survey says unlikely.
Show me odd. Let's go! Yeah, I'll put him in life in prison. Nah.
Skip for the biscuit.
I'm gonna not put all my eggs in one basket. Give me 7. 5?
You're being surrounded.
2, 3, 4, 5. He's cornered on all sides. I gotta get him out of there.
He's got a 3 touching up.
I can move him to the chair.
Yeah, he's dead now. Congratulations. Good job, you did it. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh,
no, you don't want to do that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
No.
There you go.
My guy.
Move it, buddy.
All right, which
Liberals
guy's
are coming
dying?
through.
You got selection from this wide choice of veritable individuals to kill.
I'm gonna take this guy. The sentence, pants too high.
No, that's just the style of his area. That's not
Wait,
fair.
is that mine? No, it's yours.
No, it's mine.
Oh, that's yeah.
We're just bleeding civilians here. Meanwhile, Cousin's got a full healthy population.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ah, that's not good.
Like in baseball, safe. For Christ's sake.
What can I only move out?
No, you could move 5 there into the, gosh dang it.
Yeah, and I can do that.
Found it.
Get back to Detroit.
Alright, who's dying?
Alright. This person carrying a tray.
The clipboard?
Oh, it's a guy with a hat, a top hat. He's carrying a top hat. Yeah, that's straight to heaven for that.
Oh, now I get the 7. Yay. That's fine, I'll kill this guy. Die.
I love the fact that both of them are just lying down next to me. They know their place right now.
Hey, 8! That's almost the safe space if you rolled the other numbers.
We're blocking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're going here.
Yeah, doubled up.
Oh, no, stand up. You're not drunk yet. No, stand up.
We need criminals on the streets, people. Or we need prisoners. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, we got one.
We need criminals off the streets. Never mind.
My liberals are getting their 10,000 steps a day, I swear.
Please do not immediately kill
Your sentence.
And does this guy have a...
He's got a donut on his t-shirt.
Donut or something on his t-shirt. I thought it was a vinyl record. Either way.
No, not the donut guy. Oh, what a play! He can play.
Hey, you got out. You got out.
Let's go. Can I? Yeah, 11.
I thought it was 11. Oh,
7 and 11 get you out.
My math ain't mathin' right now. 11.
Purple gets to play the game.
No.
4. There you go.
1, 2, 3. Okay, I can squeeze ahead of them.
He's looking at you.
2.
He's out. Let's go. Criminal in prison system. Let's go.
We're finally playing the game. It's something.
5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And
don't.
Get back here. Get back here. Doubles.
Doubles.
1, 2, 3, 4. All right. I think it's better to have.
Yes, sir.
This
Bail hearing.
Bail hearing. That doesn't mean anything, right?
Nope.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Nice.
I am not taking my chances.
He is comfortably out of reach.
Never say die, except for the people in the chair.
Except for these guys.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ah, he's safe.
And coffee break.
3, 4, 5.
Oh, that's a crazy play.
They're both in McDonald's. I can't go to death row on that one, can't I?
You go straight to life imprisonment. If you go around the board. So you just roll into life imprisonment, and then if you roll an odd number, you can transfer him to death row.
Okay.
But that's crazy, because you need to roll exactly onto life imprisonment to go in, so you rolled the perfect number. 9.
Odd number.
Oh, that's an odd. Yeah, it's a death row.
Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh!
This man is silly. Not the march.
Oh, dang it.
Doubles.
Oh.
Let's go.
Some people get all the luck.
It's me. Skill-based gameplay.
All skill.
7.
7.
Oh, that's a death. You can kill him.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, sir. He's dead. It's a very tricky drag. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, buddy.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm sorry, Cam, but I can go 1, 2.
Golly.
And this guy's smoking. I'm gonna put him in.
Unacceptable. Death. 6. There's a 5. And
you son of a.
Well,
7.
I've got decision on my hands. Oh, that one's blocked. All right, I'm sending him to death row. 11. It's free. You already have.
Alright. Well, no, my guys are on this. All right, he's going here.
Give me a 7.
Hey!
Hey, alright! Ask and ye shall receive. He's dead. Let's go! That's an odd number.
Do I win?
Oh, wow, do you just win the game? I completely forgot about that.
I never expected to get this far.
Winner!
I think you win.
So you win. Technically, Deus gets second because he has more living citizens after all that happened. And I get last because my guys just got straight massacred.
Wait, how does that work? Is this a case of Luigi wins by doing nothing?
Pretty much, yeah. How many people got... What's our body count here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 8 fatalities. 8 fatalities due to our little adventure here today. Pretty eventful game. We had one person go all the way around the board. We had a double liberal bump. We had a bunch of death rows.
To be honest, I think it's probably the most you'd see out of any game of capital punishment.
Oh, absolutely. That was very eventful. We didn't get any 2 back to the streets on death row, but that's very unlikely anyway.
It just makes them levitate.
Yes, sir.
Liberals to the sky!
Liberals to the sky!
Try it on the citizens. They go up by different heights.
They do? Ah.
Okay.
Fly, my people! Get out of here! Oh, there it goes!
There goes death.
You can still select stuff. Oh, no, now it's all gone.
I got the board.
Wait,
Just like the first tournament, the Vanilla Ice electronic rap game is enduring capital punishment. Unbelievable.
Ice is back with a brand new invention. Something is frying me lightly.
Vanilla.
Smells like a chair daily and nightly. When is it gonna stop, yo? I don't know. Flip the switch and I'll go.
Going to guess that the server password is a reference to last time when we all played Rap Rat.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make that mistake again. Yeah.
Oh, is this the one where you kill everyone, right?
Yeah.
That's the goal.
You trying to kill everybody. Yeah.
This is just sorry.
No.
I'm not gonna roll the dice too much because we all know what happened the last time I did that.
I can't wait to lose all of my dice inside of the table again. We've even got the same table as last time.
I still don't know how I did
dice equal to your 8.
Very simple game that we've got on offer here. Sorry, very complicated and extremely deep and meaningful game that we've got on our hands here.
So is this sorry?
Yeah. No, it's not sorry. Stop saying this sorry. We're gonna get copyright strike.
I'm going to assume that alignment does nothing.
Oh, it does nothing, but it adds that needed flavor that you really require for the capital punishment experience.
Oh, like the hit game Public Assistance.
Yes, just like the hit game Public Assistance by Hammerhead Enterprises.
Liberals are all around the people.
Oh yeah,
Right,
we're just waiting for this guy to, for JMD to move his criminal.
We're gonna get you out of here.
We're gonna jump him.
Yes.
He's going for it.
And
I'm gonna catch you.
And then I will go 1, 2, 3.
If he can survive a turn of everyone trying to jump him, he's in a great spot.
Is that enough?
Oh, there's a 5 on there. He's dead. Alright, so this guy goes back a free man. The liberal returns to his ivory tower. And you can now kill one of JMD's people, which are these guys over here. The old guy.
He was close anyway.
I mean,
he probably just got spooked.
He just got scared. Send this man straight to heaven. One criminal, back a free man. Let's go.
I love murder.
This is my role.
JMD, your criminals have been freed. What will you do?
Look, the hallway's yellow. Clearly, it just belongs to Puck.
Clearly, we're gonna get him back out.
Gosh, how the world? You can't keep him free for long.
Come on. 5. Oh wait.
Got a little excited
Pick
there.
up my guy.
Doubles. That's doubles.
Doubles. Oh, he just moved too.
I don't feel safe here.
What makes you say that?
All right. Come on. 7.
You can get a guy.
Oh, he's back out again.
Yay!
He's dead.
No,
guys to move
he just got
5,
out
which
too.
is-
You gotta kill the old guy again.
Yeah, just kill
Oh,
the
you
old
have
guy
the old guy.
Ah, the
He looks
fancy...
the closest to a clown.
The tourist clown is dead. Another body on Red's hands. I think I gotta go for it.
Yeah!
Let's see if I can
You're
get
gonna
him
be-
in there.
We're going to be hunted down.
He's blocked again! Will Red ever get to play the game?
Apparently not.
Well, Red has been playing the game, just only as the liberal.
Yeah, he's been the hunter. He's hunting again!
Oh, no!
Dude, he's literally killed everyone.
I have killed everyone, so I said it already. I love murder.
You haven't
You
killed
gonna
Cam
kill
yet.
another one of my guys?
Yeah,
I sure
another
did.
puggy goes down.
Hey, innocent civilians.
Fat guy.
How innocent can he be if he's this
Yeah, the
fat?
fat
Not
guy.
the donut guy, no!
Homer Simpson is dead.
A 1! You can get rid of Cam.
Oh, yep, and bye-bye, Cam.
Gosh dang it. Alright, so this is the first time this has ever happened, as somebody gets hit on this space. So when that happens, I go to the appeal board. We have never rolled someone on the appeal board before.
Ooh.
So my next turn,
getting some,
both of my dice go to this guy. Oh, and then the liberal returns to the ivory tower.
Come on.
Doubles!
Doubles! Okay,
Finally.
12 open.
It is open.
Alright.
It's right below
Where's 12?
green.
Yay!
All of his criminals are off the streets, but can he get them into the chair?
No! No, I cannot.
Alright, let's see how my appeal goes. 9. 1, 2, 3.
You have to go all the way around?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Appeal denied. Go back to prison. Let's go.
Yeah.
All that for nothing.
Yeah.
I can.
Oh, you
1,
can
2,
go
3,
5.
4,
That's right.
5.
Let's
So
just
it
do
goes
this.
right there.
You've got a guard. You've got somebody standing in front of him.
Oh wait, I have to move him though.
Oh, no.
This criminal, but mine will get killed today.
Alright.
This criminal
Come
must
on.
die. Alright, let's see if I can... If I roll an odd number, I can get this guy in here. 8. Beans. He stays. I guess I'll move this guy. 1, 2... Wait, what did I roll? 5 and a
You
3?
rolled a 5 and a 3.
Oh, hello. Whee!
No! Dude! All of my guys are dead.
Who
Well-
will I kill? I will
Wait, Cam-
kill... I like this guy with the music box. I think he's had enough fun.
4 and 2 will do because
Yeah, so you can get me. That's fine.
He's been got. And then 2 out there. So JMD's guys are over here. Who will you kill?
Me and J&D are just
I'm
gonna
killing
do
the
it.
clown.
Not the clown again.
There will be no clowns in my America.
So I don't have 3 criminals out right now, but that will change.
3.
No, it won't.
Yeah,
It's
you're
not
right.
gonna
You'll
change.
soon have 0.
Alright, this is a good game so far. I'm not going to throw this one
Oh,
away.
fuck it.
7.
God damn it.
It's blocked again.
Alright, Cam.
Odd number. 6. He has sat here for like 5 turns. 7. That's an odd number.
7.
That's an odd number. That's blocked by me, so I'll just send him straight to life in jail. Double.
Oh, holy shit, I can play the game.
Oh my gosh, this is unprecedented.
2 criminals.
From none to 2 in a row. What
Gee, Cam, how come my mother lets me have 2 criminals?
You could.
Oh, that is true.
Yeah, I think that's a better option.
I swear
do-
now, if I roll a
kind of-
5, I'm gonna be mad.
2 5s.
Okay, you're gonna keep him there in death row?
Yeah, I like to gamble.
Gambling.
Get a 2!
9.
9!
That's an odd
Oh, that
number.
is an odd
That's an
number.
odd number.
I am going to join Cam in life imprisonment.
11.
11.
It's open.
Is it open?
Yep.
It's open!
He's got all his criminals off the street.
From not
went from
playing
0
to
to
be the
3.
only one truly playing.
It said I'm going to kill one of Archer's guys.
Ah.
Finally.
Back to the
New blood.
street
Goes
with
6.
him.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. My liberal goes here.
And then Archer finally loses a
Archer,
citizen.
I get to kill one of your guys, Archer. All right.
Yeah, are you gonna kill my clown?
Yeah, the clowns need to be purged.
Nah, keep him alive.
We're gonna kill the pimp.
Let's go. Give me an odd number. No.
That's 6.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, so many options. Either one will do. I think I'll take out this guy.
Oh no!
From playing to not playing.
I think I'm gonna free this guy instead of transferring him. No, please. No.
No, please.
No, please.
Arrested and out all in one day.
Alright, so that's 4, then you gotta move the other guy 6.
Yeah, he goes right back. Oh, he gets to move again. That'll work. And now you get to kill my first citizen. We were doing so well. No, my clown! The clown purge is horrific.
No time.
Finally
needed
get
to
you. I
decide.
can finally kill you.
Gosh dang it. I go back to the appeal board.
Now that Cam is off of that space, I can go there. Yeah! Let's go! Oh, look at that.
Alright, I'm up for the appeal board. 9. That is
Oh,
go back to
again?
prison. I can't share the same space with you, so I think I have to go here.
Yeah, I actually don't remember what the rules said about that.
They don't say anything.
Beautiful.
What?
Just like the real rules.
Wait, this game isn't well designed?
No. This is like 5D. It has a hidden meaning. You come up with it yourself.
7.
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah!
Let's
The
go.
chair.
Kill someone!
The chair.
Let's go. I love state-sanctioned murder.
Odd number. Good lord, I'm running out of time. Snake
Oh,
eyes.
no. You should have gotten that 2 turns early.
That is crazy.
You got so lucky.
One turn late.
I'm just letting you know the option is there for you to kill me.
Okay. I think this was reverse psychology. I think he wanted to die. Another. Oh no, the hat is gone again. No.
No, pimp.
My pimp.
Pimps and clowns. Straight to heaven.
No.
I don't know. Every time yellows killed someone here, they go to the appeal board and immediately get sent right back.
I mean,
admittedly, it's just 3,
I'm off
6,
to
9, 12.
appeal. I'm off
It's
to
gotta
appeal.
work eventually.
All right, here we go. Let's see how my appeal is.
How's the appeal? 6.
6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I go
Dude.
back to
Appeal
prison.
denied. Go back to prison.
My lawyers suck.
9. I'm gonna send him also to life in prison.
Come on.
Okay, time to start moving towards that.
There's a big
All right,
boon
come on,
of
Archer.
murder here if you want these guys.
Hey, Pug, would you be mad if I killed your guy again?
Do it.
Very.
Do it.
Come on. He has so much to live for.
Yeah, he's going back to the street.
He's got so much to live for, so he's going back to the street.
Yeah, he's
Man,
going
I
back
guess-
to the street. Go enjoy
There's
that
right
life.
here. 1,
Kill another guy. You still
Oh
got
yeah,
the
you
pimp.
still have a pimp. Get him out of here.
No! All pimps go to heaven.
Oh, you could do 5 and 2.
Yep. Oh, I might have this.
All right.
If I can roll this an odd number, I win.
All right, well, we gotta make sure that doesn't happen. Archer, make sure that doesn't happen.
I recommend you don't roll a
I
5.
love
Ray.
murder.
Don't murder my boys. Never tell
Cam.
me the odds.
You have a 1 in 2 chance of winning.
Balls.
That's what you get.
Ah,
oh wait, I was about
heck.
to say.
I guess.
What are you gonna do?
This guy won and this guy won.
All right,
what a
Archer.
turn.
Wait, is this enough?
No.
All right, come on, please. Odd number for once.
6.
No, I don't need more 6s. Oh, and then you can get my guy.
Oh, that's true. To the
To
appeal
the appeals
board.
Woo!
I can't
All right.
wait for him to be a
The
free
bananas
man.
are back.
I can't-
And
Here we
he's
go.
yellow.
Do I have a good lawyer?
8.
8.
Yes.
1,
No.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Back on the street.
Not allowed to call mother before confessing. Back on the street. So, Pug, you get to kill one of his guys.
I can very vaguely see them, so I'm just gonna take that guy.
Ah, the employed woman. Gone.
Can't have that in our Hammerhead
Back to the
Enterprise
50.
game.
Okay, so
5.
that's an odd number.
You want to move your guy to death row.
I think I'm gonna move one of my guys to death row, yeah. You have to do it one at a time.
One of us. Or me. One of me.
One of
All right,
me.
Archer.
Okay.
There we go.
It's the same thing.
But at least it rolled.
Okay, I'm gonna move
1, 2,
my
3,
yellow
4,
right here. I'm gonna do this.
Uh-oh, he's getting real close. He's getting real close. We gotta get out of here. 3. You can move him if you want. That'll take your whole roll.
Fine with that.
Someone gets snake eyes, so we can.
No, I'd rather not. Crap.
Then.
In the end, it didn't even.
11!
11!
He's dead!
dead!
Yeah.
Let's go! The electric chair.
Do it.
5.
Oh, that's an odd number.
Yeah,
All
he's
right.
in. It's a legal move.
All right, so
11.
Oh,
To the chair.
Everyone's dead.
Yay!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Can't do it like that.
Liberals
9.
only through there.
You could do.
I don't think
40.
I understand the fundamentals of this game.
Let's see anything.
Come on, I want to die. Yeah!
7
I
to
died!
the chair.
Everyone's gotten a chair.
The electric chair. Ah, to the appeal board. 8.
Double.
Great. Oh wait, yeah, this is for the appeal board, right?
Oh no! Oh
Oh,
no!
it's the street.
You weren't allowed to call your mother.
Dude, send it back to the street. All right, that was a yellow kill, so yellow gets to choose.
Leave him with the clown. We gotta leave Archer with the
Gotta
clown.
leave him with the clown.
I've been a clown hater since day one.
Or does
so.
the clown purge is complete?
purge
There are
is
no
complete.
more.
We have created quite a.
Yeah, this is by far the most bodies we've accumulated in one game before.
Why isn't okay? What did I just do?
Yes, sir. 7.
But I got it.
It's blocked.
You're back on the street.
No! You're supposed to do.
So that's another pug death. He's looking a little flimsy on the populace there.
I mean, there's an old man.
This
Yeah,
guy's
but
a
he's
doctor.
cool.
This guy is infringing on Fred's territory.
Get him out of here. 8.
Hey,
Come on. And
look, the gas station
2,
just doesn't like you.
Oh.
And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's go ahead and kill
Back
another
to the
JMD
idea.
citizen. Oh, this guy's got a briefcase? No.
That's what I was saying. He looks like he's a doctor. He could have saved all their lives.
No, he's gone.
8.
8. All right, I get this guy up here.
5, and then you can move a liberal 3.
Yeah. Where's my boys? 1, 2, 3.
got-
Bail here.
Okay.
5. Kill him. Send him back to the streets.
To the streets. I hate golf.
No more golf.
All right, monkeys, you have 5 minutes before this board game explodes.
6.
Con freaking found it.
This game kind of sucks.
1,
That
2,
one.
3. Thank you.
Better. No!
Dude,
1,
just
2,
got him
3,
out
4,
there.
5. I want
All
more
right.
bodies. The cool hat guy, definitely.
My men are dwindling.
He's too cool for this board game.
No, Fred.
Yeah,
11!
11. He's got it.
Alright,
Show
my
me the
one.
money. 7.
7!
He's dead. No. Let's go. The
it was
electric
just
chair.
about to be a 4-way tie.
Let's freaking go, boys. I won a game.
What is wrong with you?
So with that one, it would have been, for the tiebreaker, it would have been me, then Stealth, then I think Pug, and gosh, JMD, you got massacred.
I think we have
We
the same
did.
amount.
No, 7 and
no.
It is 7.
Yeah.
What's the total body count we put up here? Good lord. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22 people as a result of this nonsense.
Cam, this game was terrible.
Yeah, this is a really good game, and we should play again.
Puggy, did you enjoy your time in capital punishment?
You don't think I fundamentally understood the game?
I do like the fact that throughout that entire time, nobody went down into the bottom left quadrant.
No, it happened once in the last game, and it's only happened one time this entire session. And then in the last game, all of the pimps were removed. They were all killed, so...
What?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
One of these days, I'm going to learn how to use Tabletop Simulator.
7! Unfortunate!
Which is...
This space is already occupied, so you cannot land on it. Therefore, you're stuck here.
Wait, really?
Yep.
So it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, right?
Yep, and then that will bounce his yellow back onto the street.
You get to kill someone.
Yep, so now this...
Oh, I do get to kill someone.
Who deserves it the most?
This guy because he has a really bad haircut.
Ah, that's unacceptable. Send this man to heaven. Get rid of him.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that. Alright, back where we were.
Can he survive? Can he make it through a full turn this time? 7! It is occupied.
Again. I guess I'll just move one of these two. Sorry.
Perfect. Send him back to the street.
Yeah.
That guy.
I don't know. I don't like the look at this guy.
Look at him. That's terrible. Get him out of here. 7! Unfortunate, it's blocked.
Difficult.
Doubles!
Double!
Hey! Every turn you've managed to get a person out.
Alright.
Will they stay
Maybe
out this time? We've got unlimited room in the safe space. Also, Toko just missed moving this one 5. Would have bounced this guy, but whatever. Next turn! Luke's area!
I'll move this guy 2. And then,
No. No. I haven't gotten anything done.
I have no plans
Yes,
of
you have.
losing
You're
this
the
game.
only person who's gotten criminals out. You've gotten...
Oh, he's getting destroyed. Another dead man.
Man, I'll just choose this guy.
Yeah, get him out of here. All of the long-haired dudes are
Jeffrey.
getting targeted. 10!
10.
Ooh. Finally, we're getting some different numbers now.
Unfortunate. 10 is blocked. Oh, I'm about to enact emergency powers if we can't get some criminals out here soon.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Every conceivable number is blocked besides that is also blocked. Congratulations.
You're kidding me.
I'm starting to think they didn't fully think this rule out when they were making this.
The rest of it works pretty well. The beginning is just awful. I've got to say, it has never been this bad in any of the other games.
At this point, I'm going to get my liberals to the chair before I...
Alright, if Tatler does not get a person out here, I'm enacting emergency powers.
Don't count on that.
12, it's good! That's it, that space is open!
Alright, well.
Unsurprising.
This one's really skinny. It looks like Slender Man, so let's get this one out of here.
Unacceptable. Send her to heaven.
Okay.
Would you like to get a criminal off the street?
I mean, I would. Come on, please.
Too bad.
Not.
What a great game.
We're gonna be here all day.
Alright, this has been a quite possibly the worst start I've ever seen in my entire life, so I'm enacting emergency powers. All of the other numerical requirements for like getting into death row or going to life in jail are still in action, but you can now move a criminal off of the street on any roll.
Yeah. Why wasn't it just like that in the first place?
I don't know what to tell you.
It doesn't even add to the theme because it just means that like most of these criminals are just gonna be hanging around, not doing anything.
Alright, so Soul, you can roll. You can now move a criminal off the street on any roll, but it has to be the combined amount.
Okay.
So you can still get blocked. 7!
7.
That's just the
that's not blocked.
That's just the standard one. You can do that anyway. Alright, so Toko, you're up. Your chances of getting someone out are much higher.
Okay.
At least it's gonna most likely be a higher rate of people dying.
doubles, and that also would have just done it. Okay, they'll...
I put the emergency powers in, and then the game starts being nice to people. How about that? 6. That
6.
space is open if you would like it.
I think I'm going to be mean and cruel.
We love to see it. We love it. Yes. You passed the test.
I can't tell if this person is wearing striped stockings or weirdly form-fitting striped pants, so for their fashion faux pas, they have to die.
All right, that's unacceptable. I can completely understand that one. 5. 1, 2, 3. It is open if you
I
want it.
spy with my little eye someone who is on good behavior.
2, 3. Oh yeah, cause move 4. Oh my
And I'm just gonna move my
Move
other
it
guy up.
One more. We might actually this game have someone lose because they've lost all their citizens. So who
All right.
dies?
We're taking out Grandma.
I think you just got to get your guy out of there.
Send another one to get sent back.
All right, what's the
let's go.
over/under on amount of rolls that he stays alive? Going
Give him
2. There is a very decent chance that Luxuria kills someone here. She's got so many
Please
options.
roll a big number. Roll a big number, please.
You better hope and pray.
No 1, no 3.
Oh!
You got so lucky.
11
Okay.
is open though. It's right in between these two fellas up here.
Oh.
That's gonna be good.
Listen, do you want to do that
I'll
though?
play nice. I'll be nice.
Verdict.
All right.
This game sucks.
Verdict. This game is fantastic.
I'm actually having a good time. Like,
I'm having a good time even though I'm getting sloshed.
Luxuria on the hunt.
All right.
Oh, doubles.
The bell tolls.
Done for. Get him out of here.
I'm gonna kill this guy in the funny hat, primarily because if you tilt your camera a certain way, it'll kind of look like a Y.
There you go.
Howard.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this.
The hunt is on.
That's fine. I still got another guy on the field.
That is fair.
Alright.
Who's going down?
I think... I don't know, this guy's giving me like... He seems like a jerk.
That's fair. Unacceptable. Seems like a jerk. Die. You could also move your guy up to the space, or is vengeance an option? Vengeance?
I could move him up.
So it's either
But-
go to the prison or vengeance.
It's okay. You can kill one of my guys. I hate all of them.
This one, I think looks the nicest. So like, I'm just doing this to be mean to you. They did not deserve to die.
Unacceptable. Too nice. Die. The justice on here is a little wonky splonky. I don't know what these guys have to do to stay alive. They're just waiting for somebody to move out. We've got people posted up ready for the kill.
Too scared.
I know I don't have anything to worry about. Or maybe I do.
Maybe just a smidge. Maybe a little bit. That is a precarious situation.
It's an interesting tactic you've got going on here.
I don't like it.
Let's see how long that person stays there. Luxuria, go ahead and give that a roll.
Don't roll anyone. Don't roll
please, for the
anyone.
funny
Mega dead. Absolutely slaughtered.
I have to. I have to. It's too good. Oh, and back to the tower. And then the other. Oh, let's go with Grandpa.
Grandpa.
Joining Grandma in heaven.
You know what? I'm gonna go for it.
He's going for it. He's taking the gamble. We
Don't
have
mind
some
me.
structure here. To ignore this purple piece here. Pink, you're up. Would you like to murder this purple piece right here?
That all depends.
Shocked at this point.
I promise
you killed him.
Absolutely.
I promise you, my goal was not to be the most unlikable person at the table. It just turned out that way.
More cows for the slaughter.
And then, oh wait, that one's blocked, so...
Oh, you could move this guy
Could
up.
you kill this person?
Yeah, you could reach there.
Oh, I can? Oh!
Yeah, for the double kill.
Why? You really are evil.
So you get to kill 2 people, one from purple and one from yellow. Take your pick.
Alright. This guy's too over...
Unacceptable. Die.
And, this guy cut me in line at Timmy's, so he's gotta die.
I think he needs to die twice for that one, honestly. I think we might
So true.
get him out of here.
Nine to go. Not by moving any of her criminal pieces out, by just killing everyone else.
He's just gonna eliminate all the other players. 6. One of those is a 5. You could move it up.
I'm gonna try it.
He's going for it. He's gunning for it.
Right here.
That's right here.
What's the ping button again?
I have no idea.
If I was F4, and then you can just click.
Alt F4? Okay.
No.
Don't
Thank
do
you
that.
very
Don't do that. All right, over to pink, looking for more bodies.
Oh!
Goodness freaking gracious.
No!
Do it. Do it. Kill him.
Oh my god!
You only have 9 citizens left. You're not going
This
to
is
make
insane. You're getting decimated out here.
Does it matter which one?
Nope, just any odd number. 8.
Of course it wouldn't give me that. Although, that does give me the chance to move this guy out.
Yeah, that's a good roll.
And direct lanes to the safe space.
Perfect.
Exactly.
It's to the point where any roll that isn't an 8, you just can't move a character out. Because somebody's waiting in the tower, ready to take another life.
I like how the entire left side of the board has just gone untouched.
I'm just gonna pull ahead.
Oh.
No killing, just gonna pull ahead.
Okay, a mercy there. A rare mercy moment from Luxuria.
I don't think it's a mercy. I think she's just trying to expand her reach.
3.
3!
Alright, so depending on what you want, life in prison gets you to the win condition just fine, but if 2 of the same liberal piece goes on there, all of them get freed. Death row, if you roll a 7 or 11, if you roll a 7 or 11 while in death row, they go to the chair, but if anyone rolls snake eyes, anyone on death row gets freed. So which one would you like?
I'm gonna try and take my chances with death row.
Yeah, death row.
Don't you
We're adding it out.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Ratting.
The long range kill from downtown.
This one was just hanging out in the ivory tower like a sniper, just waiting. Oh my god.
Alright, another Toko
Oh my
citizen
God.
hits the ground. Who's it gonna be?
I'll be nice. Toko, who do you want to kill?
I'll be nice, she
look at-
says.
I don't like to look at this guy. He looks like a gangster. Nah.
I'm gonna be nice.
Yeah.
Who dies?
Who dies? Looks like a gangster. Unforgivable. Death.
Man, like, I don't know how some people can say they can own the lives. Clearly, they're unstoppable.
Yeah,
like,
the liberals are absolutely on a tirade today.
well...
I like the odds of this one. I think this is the one. This is your year.
No, damn, be quiet.
You got this.
Give her a roll, Luxuria.
You got it, Chief. Just like the Dallas Cowboys, it's
our year.
Still hit.
Oh my gosh.
I'm blaming you, Cam. That was your fault.
What did I do?
You said you liked the odds.
It was your year.
I'm gonna take out this guy because he reminds me of Jerry Jones.
Oh,
Old.
that's fair. Unforgivable. Jerry Jones is dead. I really shouldn't have said that. Based on my track record, I really should not have said that.
Just cut it out of the video. And
If I cut it out, I
you'll be
think
fine.
Jerry will be fine. We gotta cut that out. So which one would you like to put him in?
Right. I'm gonna go Death Row.
Death Row, let's go. We have reached 10 minutes on the game timer. 10 minutes remain before the timer hits. Would you like to know what the tiebreaker is for a time finish?
Paper, scissors?
It is the amount of citizens you have left alive. So, we better get rolling.
We might as well just hand it to Luxuria then, since, like...
7, it is blocked. She can't get a citizen out.
But I can move one to the safe space.
Ooh. Oh, look at that.
And then the other one can go right here.
Awesome. A whole new avenue of possible victims.
The rest of us will lose, but
7!
Like,
Yeah.
That's a death. He's dead. All right, there you
Wow.
go. Then it goes to Soul.
Come on, please.
3.
Actually, can I do 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, that's an option.
Put you back at the start. It's the gangster guy again. I'm gonna kill him.
No more gangsters.
7 to go.
All right, Luxuria. So many options. 3. I don't think she can actually kill anybody this time.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, if Soul wasn't killed by Toko, he would have been killed by me.
Yeah. She stole your kill. What are you gonna do about it?
Instead, what I'm going to do, because I don't want to be that close to Soul's liberal after killing like half of his population, I'm going to move the other one to the safe space and move this one.
You can only.
Wait, no, I can't.
You'd
I
only.
can't.
You would be able to move him to the shortcut, but that's about it.
Oh, okay. So then I will move this one here, and I will be a very obnoxious roadblock here.
All right, over to Toko.
Swear.
5, 8.
Win at this point, so like,
This is
might as well like, maybe
crazy.
you will get that like kill record. I'm helping you.
All right, that goes over to Luxuria.
All right.
Yeah, that's about what I expected.
Oh, Wait.
Unfortunate.
Oop. I don't think I can impede the court system here,
Oh,
right?
you can. You absolutely can. She's going for the stall win. Luxuria, which one of Tatler's nice citizens would you like to kill?
Right, we have to kill someone. Oof. Let's make a great big 0. Because I like art, and we gotta get creative.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I believe hard enough.
I like your spirit. I like your mentality. Toko, you kill this man.
1, 2, 3. Might as well. Might as well.
Win in Rome. Kill the Romans. And then it goes over to Luxuria.
Oh, no, don't want to pick up the... There we go. Oh, there we go.
Now, what move do you make here?
I don't think I can kill on death row.
You cannot kill on death row, no.
All right. You leave me with no choice.
And,
Ah.
wait, I have been waiting.
She has been in line for eons for that space.
Everyone has been giving me everyone.
And then the other one could just go right here. This guy doesn't have all his buttons up.
That's
immediate death.
Dude, I'm surprised he even lived this long. All right, Toko, you're up. This is your last roll.
Okay, come on, Snake Eyes, just to spite him one last time.
Oh yeah, he can still be killed one more time. I forgot. Luxuria for the final hunt, a Snake Eyes roll.
It would be the funniest thing.
Soul's going down on this one.
Oh, I hit E instead of R. Do I re-roll?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Unfortunate.
11.
Shush.
You know what I'm gonna do?
1.
No, I'm gonna give my liberals a little bit of a break. They've worked so hard, and you know what? I believe in fair working practices. 6, 9, and we're just gonna have a pre-trial hearing.
Tatler, you have to roll
on
a 1
everything.
Tatler, you have to kill her.
Well, trust me, I'm gonna be trying to.
Yeah. So who would you like to kill?
Just whoever this is.
Whoever this is, unacceptable. She's dead. All right, and that will be capital punishment. Let's tally the results. It looks like Tatler did get 1 person killed, but Luxuria had the most remaining citizens, so the Huntress gets the win.
Amazing.
Yay!
An absolute bloodbath over here in Soulville.
Would have been the slower option.
You would think playing the offensive and going for the criminal play would be the one, but no. Apparently you just gotta try and kill as many people as possible. How many people were killed this game? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 20, 21 deaths.
Oh.
Most of them due to the pink one over here. That is technically, though, that is 1 less than last game that died.
Oh, so it was ethical.
Aw, we missed our quota.
Oh, gosh. Liberals can't even hit the quota. Oh my gosh.
It was fun in a way, and if I had any other friends who would be willing to play play this game, which I most certainly do not. I don't even think I'd be able to convince myself to play this game outside this context.
You can't swing it with a nice marketable slogan to get people to play.
At least capital punishment. Public assistance had why bother working for a living? At least that had a slogan. This one is just
this one is just a strategy game for 2 to 4 adults. Yeah, pretty solid run. Tyler, how did you feel about your run through capital punishment? You did manage to kill one of your criminals.
I thought I had that, honestly.
You were pretty close. You were getting pretty close. You were probably in the best position. Well, currently as it stands, you and Soul are in the best position criminal-wise, but I don't think Soul would have been able to get there in time before he was eliminated from the game.
I was about to say.
I certainly tried.
Soul. I'm quite sad we didn't get to do one of the optional rules where if you run out of citizens, instead of taking your last one away, you can choose to sacrifice one of your liberals and only play the rest of the game with 1. Luxuria, I imagine you had the most fun out of everyone. How did you like your playing of capital punishment?
It was It is probably the most sadistic thing I've done in a very long time.
That only happened in one of the games. Also, a reminder
Yeah.
to everyone that we had to throw away the beginning rule where you have to roll a specific number to get out.
I can't imagine how long this would have took if we stuck with that.
Why did they do it like that? I know
don't
seven
know.
is the most. 7 is the most common number to roll, but like.
And 11. The second
No,
most
it-
commonly
11 is-
rolled number. Rough start for that one for sure.
Yeah, but like once you get out, it's actually like pretty. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, you heard it here
Yeah.
first, folks. Direct comment from Toko. Capital punishment is very fun. Put that on the screen. Put that on the screen. We'll make it the thumbnail.
Damn it.
So yeah, I think Luxuria, if you want to flip the board, I forgot how.
I feel like Soul deserves it most.
Actually, yeah, maybe Soul would want to flip the board.
I would love to.
Let Souls flip the board.
Get this out of here.
Get this out of here.
So you're a major tennis head. You like causing a racket, you're never one to admit fault, and you always make sure to give those balls a good stroke. Man, this show is so clever. But in your endless pursuit of tennis trials, you are bound to come across some new and innovative ways to experience the sport. Be that through words on a page, dots on a screen, or even ping on a pong. And yet, there remains only one way to play that is the uncontested worst out of all of those listed: pawns on a board. 15 Love. It's tennis in your house, but without all of that pesky fun. Finally, a game for me. 15 Love is quite a strange one. Almost no history about the game online. I just happened to stumble across an absolute travesty of a tennis title one day and ho, new meme. After a while of looking around, I finally managed to acquire a physical copy of the game, and now with the ability to see every nook and cranny, I've gotta talk about it to highlight any new tidbits that you won't want to miss. So now with the game in my possession, let's run this bad boy through our usual categories to determine whether the game is really as bad as I thought, or if it was even worse. Because I'll go ahead and let you know right now, this thing was never going to be better. Now, if we're going to look at the game's design, we of course have to start with the box. And if we're going to start with the box, then we of course have to once more go through the iconic story of one of the greatest tennis players the sport has ever seen, Biggs Calderhead. Never heard the tale before? Well, it goes a little something like this. Biggs Calderhead, leading tennis hustler, Eastern Seaboard. Once won $12,000 playing with one foot tied to a concrete block. Started tennis at age 3. Plays tennis like Spassky plays chess. Says a smart tennis player can beat a strong tennis player 5 games out of 7. This game shows what he means. How accurate is that statement? Well, in the last worst board game of all time tournament, 15 Love had a pretty stellar performance, winning, I kid you not, 5 games out of a possible 7. I really couldn't tell ya. And while on the topic of Biggs Calderhead, let's go ahead and dive into some of his other escapades. This was the only endorsement deal that Biggs was ever a part of. He was quite stringent on what he was willing to put his name on, but had confidence in the game to bring tennis to a new generation. After a few years of cleaning out most of the tennis pockets on the Eastern Seaboard, he would return to his prior work as a politician, continuing to work the hustle as seen here in his congressional bill to increase the pension of one Peter Montgomery, the sly dog. Never one to stay in one place, Biggs, now going by his legal name Ben Calderhead, would take his tennis winnings and begin his studies at the Imperial College of London, where he would write multiple publications pertaining to efficient computation, probabilistic integrators, and his finest work, the chapter Is It Safe to Go Out Yet? Statistical Inference in a Zombie Outbreak Model in the book Mathematical Modeling of Zombies. That or the man is not real, and I've just attributed him to several people who happen to have the last name Calderhead, but I'll leave that up for you to decide. What most certainly is real, though, is the back of the box, which features a picture of the components, some text describing the game, and, for whatever reason, a picture of the front of the box? This is called being thorough. After all, you don't want your average shopper forgetting what game this is if they end up turning the box around. What am I doing here again? The back is pretty much exactly what you would expect from the people responsible for the Biggs Calderhead breakdown on the front, so let's see what they have on offer. The tennis game where you determine whether you win or lose. Man, we're off to a rockin' New Year's start. Do you ever dream of out-hustling a hustler? Yeah! Do you know what it takes? No! There's one sure way, and that's to beat him at his own game, brains and psyche. 15 love will determine if you've got it. I like how it doesn't say that it'll help you get there, like it's going to make you better. This is just a tool to see whether you should even try. Like, buddy, I saw how you played 15 Love, and as your financial advisor, you should just avoid the entire Eastern Seaboard. Two more things that I want to point out on the box here. One, the description, 15 Love is unique, inspires the same amount of confidence as when I ask someone about a movie and they say, it was interesting. And two, the final sentence on here is, Biggs Calderhead should be so good. He sure should? Alright, I can't stall anymore. Let's go ahead and see what's on the inside of the box, and oh, can you even believe it? Connect 4! Inside of the box, you've got your tennis court, your tennis score pad, and your surprisingly high-quality tennis players, dice, and ball. Which, if I'm being honest, looks a little too much like a marshmallow for my health and well-being. Also included in the box is the rulebook, and that's 15 Love! Yeah, not a whole lot to this one, unless you want to talk about the insert, which, I mean, it's cardboard. Free with every purchase? But enough about what the game looks like. The design already got a perfect score when they brought on Biggs Calderhead. Let's take a look at the rules of this thing and figure out, really, truly, how do you out-hustle the hustler? Well, the first thing that you do is immediately contradict the box, as despite it proudly displaying that this is a game for 2 players, the very first rule in the book is how to set up a 4-player game. Haven't even started it yet, and Biggs is already teaching me my first lesson. Trust no one. The rest of the rulebook is no less confusing, so I'll just give you the basics on how you are meant to play the game. Players take up their positions on the board based on whether they are serving or not, your players being allowed to start in any square within these areas. And yes, I did go ahead and port this to Tabletop Simulator because Waddington's has a lot more to worry about than suing me over 15 Love, like the fact that they were bought out by Hasbro in 1994. Once you've gotten your boys set up, now it's time to get started. The serving player will roll 2 dice in order to serve the ball, and in 15 Love, you must move the ball 1 space forward or diagonal for every number you roll. So for instance, if I roll a 7, I can move the ball like this into the service area for a legal serve, and now they have to hit it back. This also means that if you roll anything other than a 6, 7, or 8, you automatically biff the serve and earn a fault. 2 faults, the other player scores. Not my fault that you can't roll it better. Get your head in the game, man! This is tennis! If the server can get the ball over the net, the other player rolls 1 die to see if one of their players can get to the ball to return it. If they can choose if they want to roll 1 or 2 dice to hit the ball back over. Which one you choose depends on where the other players are, as you'll want to shoot for an opening, but the general risk of each one is if you use 1, then you might not get it back over the net, and if you use 2, then you might air that sucker straight out of bounds and smack a ball boy right in the face. After every shot, you are allowed to move one of your players 1 space to readjust, and this back and forth continues until someone scores, causing the score to become 15 Love. Yeah, he said the line, yeah! If you're unaware of how tennis scoring works, love is 0, and each time you score, yours increases to 15, then 30, then naturally following that, it goes to 40. And then if you score 1 more time before your opponent can tie it, you win the game. If your opponents can tie it before that, it goes into a deuce, where you need to win 1 to gain advantage, and before your opponent can set it back to deuce, win 1 more to take the game. A win by 2 situation. Properly confused yet? Fantastic, because after you win the game, you are actually going to need to win at least 11 more games to win the game. The whole tennis experience is broken into games, sets, and matches. You need to win a certain amount of games to win a set, and you need to win a certain amount of sets to win the match. And once you've managed to win your match, you can then light it in order to burn down the stadium out of frustration. Why do you think they only hold Wimbledon once a year? They need to rebuild it every time. In order to win a set, you must win 6 games and be ahead of your opponent by 2. So if you are up 6-0 to 4, then you've won the set, but if the score is 6-5, then you're going to need to win a 7th to take it. If the score is 6-6, they'll hold a tiebreaker game, winner take all for the set. Unfortunately for you, 15 Love does not follow the tiebreak set rules, it follows the advantage set rules. So if you get to this stage, you will need to keep playing until someone wins by 2, no matter how many games that takes. Okay, so that will make it 103 to 102. Let's run it again. After somebody wins the set, they will do all of that again until, since we're not good enough to compete for a major yet, somebody wins 2 out of 3 sets, at which point the match is officially over and we can all go home. There are some slightly different rules if you are playing singles, but overall that covers everything you need to know. In short, tennis! But now that you know how to play tennis in life, how does it feel to play tennis with dice? Surprisingly enough, exactly as good as that concept sounds. Now, credit to 15 Love where it's earned it, the action of rolling your dice to see if you can hit it over is quite suspenseful with a lot of choices that need to be made on your part. Do I hit it hard with 2 or soft with 1? Where do I place the ball? Can I get it over from where I'm at? Are my guys in the right spot? How likely am I going to my guys in to get back for dinner with 1? How does the scoring work again? 2? Makes for quite the mental gymnastics meet. Unfortunately for the game, it has somehow managed to achieve the feat of being very technical with the moves that you need to plan out, while at the same time being unbelievably brain dead. All of those thoughts that I mentioned before that you'll need to be considering, those are all going to be in the background behind your most active thought, roll dice. And that's because half of the time, you don't need any of the strategy because the dice just handed someone the points anyway. Remember that anytime someone does not roll a 6, 7, or 8 to start their serve, they just straight up don't get to play that roll. And while this doesn't happen crazily often, you will be losing points throughout the game because you weren't lucky enough to earn the chance to play. Mad 'cause bad, try rolling better. Now, once the ball does manage to get served, you'll see both players sit up because they actually have to pay attention now. But even from there, unless you get a real rally going where you have to move your players around often, there's really not going to be too much action other than seeing if you can roll the right number to keep playing. Yeah, you have to choose to roll 1 or 2 dice when you hit it back, but most times the correct choice is pretty obvious. You just need to get lucky enough to not roll the 2 numbers that will do you in. And that's really it for the strategic depth that 15 Love presents. You take the path of least resistance and hope that the roll is good enough to not screw you over. I feel like I'm the one getting hustled. But just because you got swindled doesn't mean you didn't have fun doing it. So let's check in on the game's fun factor and see just how bad things really are. Again, my credit goes when my debt is due. When you get a good rally going, the game does get pretty exciting as you don't want to lose the point that you've worked so hard to get. Your players keep ending up in worse spots, your shots are getting less optimal, but if you can just hold on that little bit longer, then you might be able to sneak one through. It's quite exhilarating. That being said, no matter where you are in a match, it always, and I mean constantly, feels like this is the perfect time to stop playing. By the end of the second game, you are pretty much fully on to what 15 Love has on offer. And every game after that is just an increasing feeling of, okay, that was good, I think we've had enough now. Okay, that's good, I think it's time to get off. Let me off the ride! I made my brother play this with me because at this point he's become the guinea pig for the games that I know are going to be bad, and he absolutely destroyed me in the first set. He was up 4-0 at one point. And let me tell you, the look of relief on his face when he won that set versus what it shifted to when I told him it was best 2 out of 3 was a sight to behold. Mind you, this is the same guy I played Target the Game of Life with to completion, and neither of us were willing to play that second set. If you get down to the wire and your opponent forces a third, I would imagine that both players are probably just considering ending it all. It is a little crazy that a game that really isn't the worst in terms of gameplay drains on you this much. Remember, I played Global Survival for 7 hours without accomplishing anything. So if after 30 minutes of 15 Love, I thought it was a good time to stop, that's an achievement. No whack crap this time around, because there is practically nothing about the game online, so in terms of my final thoughts on the game, it really isn't much. I mean, it's a full tennis match with nothing but dice. What were you expecting? If I'm being honest, the best part of the game is the box cover, because this is awesome. This nonsense has brought me much more entertainment than the game likely ever will. That is just the unmatched power of the leading tennis hustler, Eastern Seaboard. But if you're going to stand up to the ultimate hustler, then you're going to need all of the strategies at your disposal to prove that you have what it takes. So here are some tips that you'll want to remember if you find yourself opposite someone with one foot tied to a concrete block. I'm going to be focused in on doubles because that's the game mode that the game recommends, so starting off, let's tackle the part that the game constantly reinforces as the most important, moving your players. This is the big strategy point that the game emphasizes, adjusting where you put your players to maximize your return chance based on the situation. And as interesting as that sounds, there is really just one spot that you want your boys to be in no matter what is going on. If you can get your players into these spots, then they will be able to cover this entire area with a roll of at least 2. So in order to realistically put you in a bad spot, your opponent would need to roll on 1 die to try and place it here, which will more than likely lead to them leaving it short. And remember, they need to do all of this just to make you roll a 3 or higher, so if you get your boys here, you'll be a-okay. The much more consequential choice that you will be making in the game is your decision to roll 1 or 2 dice on a return, and that decision is going to be a lot trickier to get right. This is going to rely a lot on 2 factors, how close you are to the net and where the opponent's players are. You are going to want to shoot for any opening you can quickly in order to keep the opponent from getting his pieces set up, so staying away from the middle of the board with your shots is going to be crucial. But you are likely going to have to work with whatever you can get, as based on where you are returning the ball from, you're going to have your dice option chosen for you. If you are within the first 2 rows, then you will have to hit it back with only 1 die. As if you are hitting from here, you have a 5 out of 6 chance to get the ball over the net, while rolling anything higher than a 7 is going to put the ball out of bounds. Conversely, if you are in the back 2 rows, then you'll need to use 2 dice, as rolling anything lower than a 5 from here automatically gives the other team a point, so while you still can overshoot it, your odds are a lot better of getting it over with 2. The middle 2 rows are a lot trickier to choose. For instance, if you roll 1 die, you'll either need to roll 3 or higher or 4 or higher to get it over, but the ball will remain close to the net. Meanwhile, on 2, you'll need to hit either a 3 to an 8 or a 4 to a 9 to keep the ball in play, but it could end up anywhere. So which do you choose? Well, overall, you will want to go with the 2 dice, as mathematically, these give you the better odds of keeping it in play than just rolling 1. But if both of your opponents are at the back and you want to force them to make a roll, then it might be worth the risk of going for 1 in row 3. If you're in row 4 though, I'd say always go for 2 as well. Well, there you have it. That's pretty much all the strategy you need to know for 15 Love. Just like most sports, it's pretty much just all math, but now you don't even get to enjoy some healthy physical activity. Best of both worlds. As I mentioned before, I have moved the game over to Tabletop Simulator if you want to try it out. There's not a whole lot to it, but I don't know, maybe you could host the first Biggs Calderhead Invitational and give the winner a Dick's Sporting Goods gift card. Gotta do something to spice this up. Until then though, be sure to train up those brains as well as your brawn. After all, you don't want to be caught off guard in the event that you need to win 5 games out of 7. Bad mechanics, bad themes, bad balance. All of these words could be used to describe your standard, poorly managed auto repair shop. But if you're looking to get yourself on the list of the worst tabletop RPGs, you're gonna need to do a little bit better than just those, as you would not believe the amount of absolute trash that this side of the market has going on. As you may have noticed, we've got quite the long one on our hands here. A cavalcade of whack crap that includes outright broken mechanics, games that were published unfinished, and 2 separate unholy trinities. One of them including the single most agonizing reading experience I've ever had the displeasure of setting my retinas upon. So let's waste no more time and jump headfirst into the full collection of the worst tabletop RPGs. It says a lot, what with me normally starting these off with the games that are pretty bad before working my way up to the atrocities, that the very first category that I have on offer is the literally broken group. We're in for a fun ride. Starting us off, get those laser pointers out and make sure they're charged. You're becoming a cyborg commando. Personally, I'm more of a fan of cyborg briefs, but everybody has their preference. Cyborg Commando is the 1987 game that sees players take up the roles of the titular cybernetic soldiers, men who have transferred their brains into cybernetic bodies in order to fight an invading alien threat. Cyborg Commando was a pretty hyped up game leading up to its release due to 2 factors. 1, that premise is absolutely perfect for 1987, and 2, one of the people who helped make the game was Gary Gygax, who has a bit of a reputation in the scene due to his work in co-creating the pretty niche tabletop title known as Dungeons & Dragons. This bad boy's got a lot going for it, and with such stellar reviews as Cyborg Commando isn't the worst game written, and this is a product that should be held up to designers as a lesson in how not to write a game, there's a lot of potential here. Wait, what? Yeah, they biffed it. They biffed it really bad. Cyborg Commando falls victim to a lot of the traps that the other RPGs on this list do too, the most common two being how detailed the game is and the flaws of their new system. Let's break it down. Cyborg Commando has a lot of detailed information that will help get you invested in the world. Invader numbers, populations of cities, Cyborg Commando base locations, info about the biology of the aliens, all of this stuff having very little relevance to the game itself. Even worse are the skills, as after converting yourself into a full-on metal war machine, you'd think you'd dedicate your skills to saving the human race from extinction and not stuff like entertainment ability and veterinary care for marine animals. I'm pinned down and there's a seal with an injured flipper. I need cover! All of this fluff apparently ends up making the game feel a little shallow when you end up running through it. But don't you worry, your cyborg body won't be running for long before it up and runs out of energy. See, what with the whole world ending and all, the military couldn't get the AA Duracells that they wanted and instead had to go generic. So each cyborg commando can only last a maximum of 30 minutes in battle before they run out of juice. This is not a great time, what with the globe-spanning war going on, but it gets even worse if the Borgs use their main weapon, a laser that shoots out of their fingers. Every shot uses some of your battery life, and it is your main form of attack. So if you decide to shoot your laser once every round, as you would expect to do, you are going to be powering down in less than 5 minutes. These bugs have gotta be really stupid if we haven't been wiped out yet. These guys couldn't even survive the commute home. That all being said, what ended up sinking this game the most was the new system that it pioneered, the D10X. The D10X system works a lot differently to your standard D20 roll, as what you do here is roll 2 10-sided dice and then multiply them together to get your value, supposedly helping this get closer to a percentage-based approach for your actions. This sounds like a really cool idea, but it doesn't end up working out that way. By design, this is going to skew rolls to the lower end, but it also means that any accuracy checks just go off of this roll alone and not the player's skills at all. Another example of pretty deep concepts with shallow execution. All of this as well as other stuff like there apparently being no rules for guns in the game despite, you know, the cover, led to this game getting pretty poor reception overall. And while 2 more sets were planned to be released, those never ended up seeing the light of day and the company would go under soon after. But at the very least, Cyborg Commando was able to get some praise as people saw the D10X system as a really cool idea that just didn't end up panning out. And if you're getting any praise among this crowd, then that's a big accomplishment. That stuff is in short supply here. Case in point, our next game. Wander the post-apocalypse and try to survive your journey on Dead Earth. A game so messed up by radiation that the first letter isn't even capitalized. Ugh. Dead Earth is the 2000 RPG that tasks players with attempting to survive in a brutally realistic wasteland setting. The game is meant to be hard, but simple. As it states, if it seems too easy to die in Dead Earth, that's because it is. Dead Earth is seemingly attempting to be the kind of game where the fact that it is so unfair is kind of the fun, with allegedly hundreds of hours of research going into how to make the radioactive wasteland as realistic as possible. Oh, by the way, if you absorb enough radiation, you can literally fight death in order to save someone's soul. That just tends to happen sometimes. Yeah, the game seems to struggle with its own identity a lot, as a ton of the game is hyping up the realism of the setting, but it has absolutely no qualms of dropping that premise entirely whenever it's convenient. It ends up being convenient quite a lot. For instance, the combat of Dead Earth allows you to attack one of a person's 18 individual body parts, which all come with their own varying levels of hit points. After all, hundreds of hours of research has come to the conclusion that your head is going to be able to take a lot less punishment than your chest. However, the game does not include any type of penalties for going for one body part over another. So you are equally as likely to hit someone in the neck with an attack as you are to hit them in the chest. And as Dyson Logos points out in his rundown of the game, the damage of a sword is enough that the average human with a strength of 1 will automatically kill someone with a sword blow to the neck. To be fair, I think I would also die if a sword struck me in the neck, but I didn't know it would be that easy. So the realism has already tanked the balancing, but don't you worry as there's a lot more realism to go. Since you live in an irradiated world, you are going to be coming into contact with a lot of radiation. And you know what that means. Mutations! These mutations, as well as the more science fiction parts of the game, are all based around real scientific data, and can pop up both when creating your character or if you manage to come into contact with a particularly large dose. There are 1,000 possible mutations that can pop up when this happens. So I'm going to read off a few of my favorites, and any radiation specialists in the audience, be sure to chime in with how perfectly spot on they are. 15 Sloth. The radiation makes you both lazy and pathetic. Oh, the radiation did that? 70 Gamma Knife. Allows you to shoot a burst of radiation from your hands. 100 Death. You die. 121 Destructive Clone. An exact replica of yourself splits from your body and now wants to kill you. 139 Ritual of the Dead. You can bring your dead friend back to life if you kill their killer within 1 day. 169 Flaming Death. In 3d6 hours, you burst into flames and die. 233 Ashes to Ashes. You are spiritually linked with those you enter combat with. If you kill them, you die. 264 Geomolecular Transmutation. Your body changes at the molecular level and you are now made of living stone. 271 Spirit Guide. Quote, you have a little guy on your shoulder telling you what to do and where to go. 436 Verve Paladin. If your friend dies, you can literally fist fight Moloch as he comes to claim their soul. 536 Embryo. You start aging in reverse like gosh dang Benjamin Button. 587 Pool. You melt into a pool of goo until you die. 735 Zero. Nothing. 822 Empty. This means there is nothing. 823 Not. Nothing. 824 Not. Another spelling of nothing. 825 Nix. This means nothing also. 826 Perish. You die. 864 The Gambler. Gain an extra skill point anytime you gamble. And 946 Alcoholism. You are now an alcoholic. I'm just surprised that they got so much scientific data from the Moloch boxing matches. Those are notoriously tough to get into. Wow, yeah, it most certainly is pretty easy to die in this game. Those were pretty rough. But you know where it is even easier to die? while creating your gosh dang character. When determining your character's age, you will also be determining how many radiations they start the game out with that number being able to go as high as 24. And as we just saw, a lot of those radiations can put you in a horrible spot or just outright kill you before you even start playing. And what's even worse, this game is one with a character cap. In Dead Earth, you are only allowed to make a max of 3 characters before you can't play anymore. That's straight up in the rules. So if you roll 3 bad characters and they all die before they even hit the field, too bad, buddy, you aren't playing the game today. So what we've got on our hands here is a brutally realistic game full of magic, spirits, and superpowers that is so unbalanced that most enemies can be killed in one hit from a level 1 character, but where those enemies will most likely be fine because the character won't actually end up making it to any combat anyway. Yeah, I can see now why it landed the 1. Again, there are a lot of pretty cool ideas in here, but this thing is just a massive train wreck. Nothing works the way it's intended to, and the game is literally trying to stop you from playing right at the beginning. But hey, it's a better look than the first impression made by our next entry, as you know what Dead Earth definitely wasn't? Written by the leader of a cult! Empire of Satanis. Yes, we are on game number 3, and we've already reached the cult entries. That has got to be a new record. Empire of Satanis is the 2005 RPG created by Venger Satanis, or Derek if you want to be less cool, who is the founder of the Cult of Cthulhu, a belief center that revolves around Cthulhu, demonic power, magic of some form, and probably a couple of other things tossed in there for good measure. We know that there is at least a little bit of magic involved somewhere in the system because after the game got torn apart by reviewers, he went into the forums of the site and tried to place an actual, I kid you not, curse on them, complete with its very own ritual speak. I will be paraphrasing the following in order to not accidentally sick the curse on all of you. Master of the Abyss, I open the unknowable doorways and touch the violet flame, drink the revitalizing blood, and break the skulls of those who cross him or his brothers. From this night forth, you will be plagued by self-doubt, weakness, failure, hopelessness, hunger, pain, loss, insecurity, and envy. Nothing can save you, and no one will come to your aid. All who have befriended you will now desert you in your hour of need. In the name of the Ancient Ones, I curse those who tear down Empire of Satanis. I cannot confirm as to whether or not the curse actually worked, but apparently he ended up getting banned, so I think it's safe to say that it did. But what is Empire of Satanis, and what makes it one of the few games out there that are curse-worthy? Well, in the game, you and your buddies play as fiends trying to increase your influence and control over the demonic realm, doing so by increasing their social standing within demon society. Oh darling, we have got to take a different route. I can't be seen around the middle class demons, it'll hurt my image. The whole game is very strangely organized, both in terms of the layout of the pages and the game itself, as I don't think I've seen a game where your level of social standing determines the amount of spells you can cast. Also, there's an entire subset of magic called Candyland magic, which must be just the most vile and heinous spells you've ever laid your eyes on. War crime material there. The major system that Empire of Satanis uses for its skill checks is a dice pool system, where based on your stats, you will get to roll a certain number of 6-sided dice and take the best 2 dice from that group. A little bonus though, if you roll a 6, then you get to re-roll that die and add that new number to the total as well. This is actually a really cool mechanic, and I love it when games let you do this. Another major mechanic is what I refer to as the switcheroo. Whenever entering a new scene for the first time, you, the player, can request a major change be made to the direction of the story. You then roll 1 6-sided die, and if it lands on a 6, then that story change is now canon and you become the new DM, with the old one now being relegated to a character in the story. This sounds pretty cool, but I find it really unlikely that anyone that wasn't planning on being the DM for the whole night prepared a bunch of story material and encounters beforehand. And it has got to be really annoying for the guy that planned all of that to watch all of his work be thrown into the trash. Venger actually did a retrospective on his game in 2018 where he relented that, quote, Empire of Satanis is an amateurish mess of terrible cliches and something even worse. Running in the opposite direction of cliche only to hit a brick wall at top speed. Indeed, the thing is weird for weirdness' sake and tries too hard in the process. So if the creator that tried to curse people over it doesn't even believe in the game anymore, then I think it's safe to say that this one ends up pretty low on the chopping block. Probably not as broken as the other two in terms of functionality, but as we'll see later, creative actions can have a massive impact on the crowd's perception of a game. But before we learn what that means, we need to first delve even deeper into the fiery pit. As what could possibly be worse than an RPG born from a cult? That's right, an RPG born of fanfiction. Wraithu! Rathu? Wraithu! From enchantment to fulfillment. Wraithu is the 2005 RPG based on the Wraithu Mythos series of books by Storm Constantine, taking place in the same setting and carrying the same general themes. The game started out as only a fanfiction guide before evolving into a fully fledged official project featuring the author. You can tell that it's official because it's being sold for $40. $40! The last two games that we looked at were free! But maybe the price is for the presentation. After all, we have a lovely photo on the front featuring a dagger with a flower in its shadow. Very artsy, much enjoy. But what the heck is even in this game, and what the heck is a Wraithu? Well, from what I can gather, the Wraithu that you play as in the game are a new race of tall, slender, hermaphroditic mutants that are able to transform other male humans into Wraithu by way of a blood transfusion. Right, of course. Huh? This setting and entire process is conveyed in the prologue story when a nerd character is bullied by some jocks until one of these hair metal looking morons kills all of the jocks and then turns the nerd into one of these Wraithu, where I think he then hooks up with his old best friend who was also turned into one a couple weeks ago. Right, of course. What? Basically what is going on here is that humanity is in decline and the Wraithu are slowly taking over. And instead of playing as the humans fighting against the threat, you are playing as the Wraithu trying to finish off the last of the humans. Also, the Wraithu are super special awesome and like the humans totally don't even stand a chance. Also, the Wraithu are constantly hooking up with each other because they totally don't mess with any commitments. Also, the Wraithu are like so much more advanced even though they live in tribes and huts. Aren't these guys super cool? You know, for how awesome the Wraithu are and how much cooler they are than these stupid little idiot humans, they're kind of extremely unlikable. They're rude to each other, they're extremely flippant, they don't care about anything, they're lazy, they're annoying. Why in the world would I want to roleplay as one of these things? I mean, for real, do you want to try and guess one of the Wraithu's biggest weaknesses? Nihilism. What a joke. This is a group of beings that is actively trying to exterminate the human race worldwide. How did you make them so lame? The game itself is nothing special. It's your standard D20 system that bases actions off of stats. But there is one interesting part, which is for some reason the amount of magic that you can have is directly tied to how much you weigh. But since all Wraithu are very slender by their nature, your total magical power is going to be determined by how tall you are. Huge apology to my short Wraithu kings. I know it's tough out there right now, but if you just stick with it, things will get better, I promise. No part of the actual gameplay presents itself as particularly egregious, but everything about the setting and how things work in the world is either creepy, half-baked, or borderline nonsensical. Example, did you know that while wearing chainmail armor, you are 100% protected from all damage given by flamethrowers? Do not try this at home.
Oh, and by the way, remember from my previous description that Wraithu can only convert male humans into Wraithu via a blood transfusion. Women cannot become Wraithu via normal means, so they don't have a lot to do in the story. Luckily, our glorious author has thought of this and has penned a workaround, as it is encouraged by the game that the remaining men on Earth treat the remaining women as Also on the topic of good lord, why did you make me read that, when you change into a Wraithu, your appendage also transforms as well, with it now resembling something closer to a tall, bloomed plant. So if you come across any flowers on this adventure, I'd be wary about what those could really be. Oh no. And that is Wraithu, from enchantment to fulfillment. Overall, not a great game in and of itself, but when you add in all of the extra materials and the setting and the characters, holy cow, I never want to look at this again. It's also managed to put me off of ever pursuing the source material entirely, which people who have read both are saying is not nearly as bad as the game makes it out to be. I mean, good on Storm for working with the fans to expand this into new media, but sometimes you've gotta say no. Before we reach the point of no return with our remaining titles, I think that now would be a good time to have a nice palate cleanser with some honorable mentions. These titles are not actually bad games, but their existence is really funny, so I wanted to give them a quick mention. A massive thank you to Alice Katarina for sending these my way. About time we had some stupid funny. What do we got here? Bloodsucker: The Angst. A satirical vampire RPG where you play as angsty teens living in the new vamp world. If you manage to increase your angst level, you get better stats and more dice. Kill Puppies for Satan. A satirical dark power RPG where you play as a bunch of Satanists trying to accomplish a goal for Satan, gaining power along the way for being cruel to cute things. The characters that you play as in the game are portrayed as massive losers, and it's implied that Satan gives them power out of pity. Included in your table is a stat for how many people hate you. Macho Women with Guns. A satirical sci-fi RPG where you play as either buff, bat-winged demon women or warrior Harley-Davidson nuns, both of whom wield large firearms. The game was designed in under 2 weeks and immediately became the publisher's most popular game. And finally, Maid. A satirical maid RPG where players play as a maid trying to serve and protect the master of the mansion. Maids can get up to all kinds of wacky antics, like doing laundry, fighting the Yakuza, or using their built-in cyborg enhancements to rescue the master from the Netherrealm. This was the first ever Japanese RPG to be translated and released in English. And I think that covers all of the honorable mentions. Anybody else? Nope, okay, I think we're good then. Remaining in the collection that I have for you today are 6 total games, each one belonging to one of 2 groups: the original Unholy Trinity and the modern Unholy Trinity. Yes, the power dynamics within the WORST TTRPG hierarchy are constantly changing. The original Unholy Trinity held power for 6 years until it was usurped for the title by the current triumvirate in 2002. So let's take a look at that original Unholy Trinity and see what allowed them to rise to power in the first place. Starting off with the original WORST TTRPG of all time, The Spawn of Fashawn. I don't care about anything else. That name is fun to say. That might be the best part of this game. The Spawn of Fashawn is the 1981 fantasy RPG that was self-published by Kirby Davis, starting off strong by selling an electric 17 total copies during its original run. Hey, fully original creation and they sold it for less than Wraithu? I just really hope that it outperformed that. Spawn of Fashawn is really more of a system, but one that has everything that you need to run your own game. Monsters, combat, character creation, heck, it even gives you a full-on world that you can use for your first adventure. The mystical, far-off land of Bootlegs. I don't know what people are complaining about. These are the greatest names I've ever seen in a game. Well, let's try to look past the awesome naming scheme and take a look at the game itself. Starting us off, the organization is horrific. Every sin you can imagine is taking place in this book. References are only made to generic terms, references to rules include references to other rules, and none of the tables are numbered or placed in a cohesive order. There is also no table of contents or index. My guy really said, oh, you want to see a rule? Go find it. This makes doing anything for the first time extremely painful, as a lot of actions reference other rules and how they connect, but they won't provide a page or section number. Just a name for what it is referring to, and with no guide at all on where that rule can be, it is going to be an entire adventure to learn how to set up your time in Booze Boodle. Once you do figure out how to figure out the rules, then you can start making a character. Pick a boy or girl. This is an important decision to make, because female characters will automatically start out with half as many dice for their strength, constitution, and hit point rolls. But never fret, as they also get 50% more dice on their charisma rolls. See, it all cancels out, you know, PEMDAS. No time to be mad about that though, as we're moving on to the tables. Or rather, the ones that just straight up aren't finished. Yes, several tables in the Spawn of Fashawn have a bunch of values that lead absolutely nowhere. Like how all female characters must roll on the Destiny table due to having the destined mental illness, but there not being any actual Destiny table anywhere in the game. What it tells you to do for these is fill them in yourself. Go nuts, go wild. Reality is your oyster and it's happy hour. Why did I buy the book if I'm filling it out myself? Speaking of things that don't exist, magic. There is none. No spells, no effects, there is just straight up no magic in this world at all. Hey Cam, give me a fantasy RPG. You got it, Chief. And hold the magic. Hold the magic? And hold the adventure. Hold the Hey, give me a fantasy RPG with nothing. Nothing? But okay, there's gotta be something to do in this game. How about we get into a fight? A brawl, a bash, a good old-fashioned snickerdoodle. Put up your dukes, boys. Who's going first? Well, to determine initiative, you simply need to add 2d6 to each fighter's detect level, which requires you to flip to the senses table, which will then showcase the number that you add to your die roll for everyone in the fight. In D&D, initiative is found by rolling one die. But now it's time to fight it out, the process of which Roger Wilcox describes to us in his beaming review. First, you need to find the reflex comparison, an equation to see if either fighter gets bonuses for having better reflexes. Then you determine if you want to make a light, normal, or heavy attack sword and sandal style. Then you determine what area of the enemy you want to hit, head, torso, or limbs. Unlike Dead Earth, it is harder to hit the smaller targets. Then you roll a d20, consult your modifiers, and get the number you use to determine a hit. Before you see if you hit though, you need to give the opponent a chance to either parry or dodge. Whichever one you choose, consult the respective table, each containing subtables based on what you are fighting. Then you see if any equipment your enemy has impacts their chance to parry or dodge, then roll to see if they parry or dodge. Now you can determine if your strike hit by cross-referencing the weapon with the opposing armor class on the combat results table to get the number you needed to roll to hit. Add your reflex modifier to increase or decrease that hit number. If the number you rolled is equal to or higher than that number, you hit the target. I refuse to cover damage calculation. Go read the review if you're up for some more brain melt. You have to go through all of this every single time you attack or are attacked. Who are the 17 psychopaths that bought this? Sorry, 17 on the original run, as after our boy Kirby here learned that the game was gathering a sizable ironic following, he offered up some reprints in 1998 for anyone who wanted a physical edition. On top of that, in 2021, he released the 40th anniversary edition of the game, including the foreword from the 98 reprints, a new look at the game's history, and quote, a long missing table of contents and index. If you keep it out of the original, you can add it back in later as a feature. Gosh, doesn't this entire experience sound like a freaking blast? Well, good news! you can still buy this gosh darn thing straight off of Amazon. I cannot believe this thing is still alive. Most of these vanish off the web within the same year they go up, and yet here's Spawn of Fashawn still selling physical copies 44 years later. That right there, that's the power of a great name. But not every member of the original Trinity was able to survive for this long. As a perfect example of fleeting power comes from the youngest member of that group, Sinzar. Dude, what is up with these names? The Spawn of Fashawn, Sinzar. They are tearing it up out here. Sinzar, role-playing for the next millennium, alternatively titled Sinzar Break Through the Dream Barrier If You Dare, is the 1996 fantasy RPG where you attempt to have a lot of fun by being really cool. No joke, that is the main aim of the game. The center goal behind Sinzar is to become as powerful as you can possibly be, becoming both stronger and cooler until you one day ascend to the level of a god, who then goes on to become so powerful that he can best other gods. This entire thing is pretty much just power fantasy the game. They even make it a point to insult other fantasy role-playing games where, quote, the player character begins as a total dweeb, unable to survive even the most basic encounters. Look, I'm not saying that I agree with them, but I've played a level 1 wizard before, so I'll just say, I get it. The cover conveys this thought process pretty much perfectly. I mean, take a look at this fine, upstanding young gentleman. Why, he's on his way to help out at the local soup kitchen. Looking over the rules, they could be better. The language is confusing sometimes, and they fall victim to the introducing terms before explaining them trap, but the mechanics seem to work pretty well together, all things considered. There are also no massive ruling holes or unfinished bits like the other games on this list. And while the endgame after becoming an immortal can get dull after a while, there is a general emphasis on doing whatever causes the players to have the most power and the most fun. So with this in mind, why is this game hated so much? Well, one reason that most people take a disliking to Sinzar is that it's just so dang full of itself. That total dweebs line from earlier doesn't quite sit right when a lot of the people you're looking to have play your game are the fans of those other RPGs. Especially when you back that zinger up with, well, that's not the case at all in the Sinzar system, where no wimps are allowed. Aw man, not again. The main reason that the game got the metaphorical pan to the head treatment though was due to the game's marketing, as thanks to the actions of those who made it, Sinzar got off to a pretty poor first impression. See, when you make a new game, you gotta find a way to get some eyes on it or else it's just going to fade away into obscurity. And in their attempt to do this, the creators of Sinzar pretty much turned their entire target market against them. Going back many a decade, there was this thing called Usenet, which was a place that people could log on to in order to post chats or threads about specific topics. That is the best description that I can give. There's a lot more to it, but I wasn't alive at the time to use it. We're focused on Sinzar here. One of the communities on here was rec.games.frp.misc, which was basically a group where people could discuss tabletop games and, most frequently, the burgeoning TTRPG scene of the late 90s. Sometime in 1996, a bunch of the creators of Sinzar would get onto rec.games and start talking about their game, asking if people have heard about it, played it, liked it, bought it, and overall hyping up the game in an attempt to generate buzz around the newly released Sinzar. Very keyly, doing so without disclosing themselves as the creators. Now, it took me quite a while to be able to get access to this forum, as, shocker, Usenet was shut down over a decade ago, but luckily Google Groups was able to recover some of the threads in there. And while most of the creator messages are lost to time, I was able to find one by a Bridget that shows what this kind of message would look like. Hi, I heard someone mention a new RPG called Sinzar and was wondering if anybody knows anything about it. Have any people done reviews of it? Class-based or skill-based? Combat or story-oriented? Setting? I'm curious. Well, this effort did end up generating some buzz around the game, but it turned out that when people started looking through it, they really weren't too impressed with what they saw. And after people started hating on it, the creators started defending their game pretty heatedly.
Now, people already did not enjoy the blatant advertising on their forums, and they especially did not enjoy getting attacked by the creators for giving their opinions, so they started hating on the game even more. The tide was turned again, however, when a bunch of independent Sinzar fans joined the conversation and started insulting those who were being mean to such a great game. It was then discovered that this merry band of heroes were just the creators of the game again, using freshly made alternative accounts. Coming to your own rescue without realizing that people can check the age of the account, the post history, and the email associated with it. Not the best idea. After this was discovered, things reached their boiling point, and by April of 1997, you have lines upon lines of people hating on Sinzar, detailed lists of all the creators' fake accounts, detailed logs of all the creators' shenanigans, one doxing even, and just some of the most condensed hatred toward one product that I've seen from what's supposed to be the target audience since the original live-action Sonic. I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I don't think this panned out quite the way they wanted. So with the world's worst first impression out of the way, Sinzar quickly became legendary online for how much people despised it, officially earning its spot as the final member of the original Unholy Trinity. Did the game deserve this distinction? Probably not. Did the product deserve this distinction? You could certainly make an argument. Overall, Sinzar is a less than stellar RPG that was dragged down to the depths due to the actions of its creators and them alone. Not one of the worst by far, but definitely one of the most loathed. But if the spawn of Fashawn was the one who laid the foundation, and Sinzar was the one to complete the trio, then who was that final member that made up the original Unholy Trinity? Well, it's another crazy title with a word starting with an S. Ladies and gentlemen, the world of Cinnabar. I guarantee you, the world of Cinnabon would have been better received. The world of Cinnabar is the 1991 science fiction RPG that sees people travel the stars, undertaking glorious adventures, and is best described by Darren McLennan as, quote, an endless, hideous rant that's written in a language that's indistinguishable from English, but which is not English. You can always count on McLennan to really set the stage. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, what is this Cinnabar? Well, I'm glad you thought. You see, Cinnabar is the enormous hollowed-out corpse of the planet Mars that has been converted into a world ship and flies through the cosmos carrying the remnants of humanity. There is also a massive werestorm that ravages the planet constantly, which was put there by Space Jesus in order to protect the population. What do you think this is? Two truths and a lie? They lead with that. That's your introduction. You will come to find that there are a lot of strange goings-on in Cinnabar, both the world ship and the game itself. For example, did you know that a lot of the story elements on your adventure are determined by the DM rolling dice to see if something happens? Not them planning out the story ahead of time? Yeah, the guide gives you a percentage chance of 2 outcomes, you roll to see what happens, and then you just have to make up the following events as you go. Hope you've been sharpening up those improv skills. But this is just a chance for the game to allow you to use your imagination. The game is very keen on allowing you to use your imagination whenever possible. It even asks you right on the back of the box if you are, quote, frustrated with gaming systems that limit not only your imagination, but your character abilities as well? Well, come on down to the world of Cinnabar, where we'll make you even more frustrated by doing that exact same thing! See, most characteristics for your character are determined by rolling dice. We wouldn't want you to have to come up with any of your own character's features. That would limit your imagination. This dice determination is especially true with the classes that you can choose from, as most of the classes in the game are locked behind stat prerequisites determined by your initial stat rolls. Didn't hit the right numbers? You can't play as that class. Want to play as that awesome biosynthetic warrior that you saw in the book? Sorry, buddy, looks like your strength roll didn't hit the prereqs. Wouldn't want to limit your imagination. Good lord, I can't even begin to cover this in the normal way I would talk about one of these. There are more than 460 pages in this thing, and each one keeps getting crazier. As such, I will be showcasing the points of interest that I think could give you a better grasp on what is going on in Cinnabar. As if I tried to get you through it like the doc does, we'd be here all day. During character creation, you roll 6 dice to determine stats, and if you roll 5 20s, you are allowed to start the game as an Immortal Born, beginning the game as a type of being that cannot die in any way that matters. Congratulations, you get to play as a fungus. Once level 45, if you didn't start the game off as one, you can attempt a quest to become an immortal. After that, once you reach level 70, you can attempt a quest to become a demigod, and once you reach level 100, you can attempt a quest to become a full-on god. Gods in this universe get a bunch of cool stuff, but are described as gods because they have access to god power. So these guys are really closer to a Super Saiyan god rather than the actual. Allegedly, the max level that you can reach in Cinnabar is 600, which considering you reach godhood at level 100, you are going to have a lot of time on your godly hands. Skills not only require skill points to earn, but also require money, time, and prerequisites of other skills, all based on your class. Some of the incredibly useful skills at your disposal include accounting, banking, basket weaving, marine biology, cinematography, comedian, criminology, dancing, aquatic demolitions, farming, glassblowing, jeweler, landscaping, massaging, mime, motion picture directing, piloting skateboards, pottery, scuba diving, sewing, ventriloquism, weight training, and wood carving. You know, the essentials. Speaking of those classes, here are a couple of highlights. Amazons on Mars are all women and carry a 30% chance to be very good looking. All archers come equipped with a crippling gambling addiction. Found my class. Biosyntha cyborgs are biosynthetic cybernetic organisms, which means that they are robots but with all of the same stuff that humans have, but better. You need to roll 3 20s when making your character to unlock this class, so I'd hold off on imagining what you could possibly do with it. Mutants are all exceedingly good at hang gliding. Tigers are either superheroes or villains depending on what you rolled on alignment. Costumes are included as well. Some classes in the game have access to certain types of magic because why not? We've already hollowed out Mars after all. Spell levels go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, and 50 because of course they do. Here are some highlights. Sphere of Destruction, a 3rd level spell that instantly disintegrates any creature that can't teleport out of it. As you may have picked up, the balance in this one is a little wonky. Teleportation, a 10th level spell that carries a chart based on your chances to teleport wrong. If you end up teleporting inside of a solid object, you immediately die. Suspension, a 15th level spell that suspends all movement in a 500-foot circle around you down to the molecular level. Flames of Visor, 40th level spell that lets your in-game character ask the real-world DM one question. Star Weird, 30th level spell lets you change the color of the effing sun. Wow, there sure is a lot on offer here. Yeah, that's probably because the game goes extremely in-depth and overcomplicated on pretty much every aspect, but none of the mechanics are actually fleshed out in a way that makes the game deep. Everything is just there. For instance, enjoy this entire effing physical properties of materials chart, which includes density, hardness, melting temperature, and pounds per cubic inch to deform. Or have an entire gosh dang starship built for you for like $1 billion, cause what else are you gonna spend the money on? 204,498,977 Red Baron pizzas? Man, I freaking wish. Imagine yourself sorting through the 25 different damage categories that could stem from combat. Or how about the awesome charts that are all vital to the gameplay experience, like the speed and distance of thrown objects chart, the falling speed chart, the body hit locations chart, the body hit locations if you have wings chart, and who could forget the moving silently on different types of terrain chart. Oh, and just to make sure that we don't frustrate you by limiting your imagination, any and all house rules are explicitly not allowed per the game's rulebook. You must play the game rules as written. Also, don't forget about the flying bears with laser eyes. Those are also here. You know, on Mars. Can't believe I forgot to mention those. Now, as much as I am dogging on the game here for the complete mess that is going on, there is a lot of stuff in here that does sound really cool. But believe it or not, despite how expansive everything is, what with all the things transpiring, it ends up becoming pretty shallow due to none of the stuff really operating together at all. They've thrown an egregious amount of spaghetti at the wall in the hopes that a bunch of it would stick, but they forgot that when you do this, you are still left with a ton of spaghetti on the floor. What you end up with is a document with a couple of cool ideas and a game that hardly functions in any enjoyable way due to all the bad ideas still being in there. I tried my best to showcase why this is, but if I couldn't get it done, then this quote from McLennan should sum it up pretty neatly. He took the worst aspects of every game ever made, threw them into this game, and then turned up the suck meter until it broke off. Say what you want, the man has a way with words. And that should cover the whole of the Unholy Trinity. The first Unholy Trinity. The one that got overthrown by the new one made up of games that are all worse than them. Jeez Louise, this is gonna be torturous. Before we condemn ourselves to unending misery though, I want to briefly touch on the only TTRPG that has attempted to make a power play for a spot in that trio. That being the hip new kid on the block, MyFarog. MyFarog is the 2015 mythic fantasy role-playing game. Wait a minute, sorry, MyFarog stands for Mythic Fantasy Role-Playing Game. My bad. You know, I was going to make fun of the generic name, but then I remembered the name of the most popular game about exploring dungeons and fighting dragons, so I think I'll let this one slide. That is the only thing that I'll let slide from this one though, as this game was penned by ex-Nazi and convicted murderer Varg Vikernes, and contains all of the material you would expect from that rap sheet. Yeah, poorly veiled racism, political messaging. Look, I really don't want to get too deep into this one because everything in here that you could point to as bad, one of the Trinity does it worse. It's legit just not worth talking about because everything it's doing was done more offensively over a decade ago. I'm out here looking at all these stereotypes and going, pfft, yeah, but it's no Fatal. I'm not wasting my breath as we've got worse stuff coming up, although I will point out two things that do set it apart from the Unholy members. Firstly, MyFarog is, for some reason, available on Tabletop Simulator. I am not responsible for this, I've put some weird stuff on there, I know this one is not mine. Or at least I thought that this was a unique trait, but it turns out that Fatal is also already on Tabletop, because sure, why not? And two, this is the only game I've seen go partially in depth about the benefits of using moss as toilet paper, so hey, at least it's got that going for it. And with that, I can hold off the tide no longer, as it's now time to delve into the modern Unholy Trinity. Now equipped with the knowledge that a game written by an actual convicted murderer never even had a chance of making it into the group. I have already alluded to one of the members, and longtime viewers should already be aware of why he's here. You know him, you hate him, everybody give a rousing round of nothing for Fatal! Aw, there he is, what a little scamp. You wanna know something crazy? I think Fatal might be the weakest of the three. But no time to worry about that, it's been over a year and a half since we last talked about him, so I think it's time to hit a quick refresher.
What is Fatal? I'm very glad you asked that. Ryan Keene, why don't you go ahead and tell us in song?
Fatal is the best role-playing game that there could be. Crazy adventure to adult luxury.
It's all downhill from here. Fatal, also known as Fantasy Adventure to Adult Lechery, until they changed it to From Another Time, Another Land in an attempt to save face, is the 2002 fantasy RPG that features some of the most disgusting and depraved mechanics to ever hit the pages of a role-playing game. In addition to those mechanics just being overall not very good. I've been trying to think of ways for how I can properly showcase all of Fatal's quirks to you so that you hate the title as much as I do, and I think there's really only one way that I can do that. We do an ad! Hey, buddy, you look like the kind of guy that could really use a good TTRPG. I do currently not own one. Well, lucky for you, we've got one right here. Introducing Fatal! Let me ask you something. Do you enjoy reading? Sporadically and inconsistently? Well, then you will enjoy the over 900 pages of rules on display. That's nearly 3 times the amount found in the Campaign for North Africa. But don't just read it once. The overcomplexity of the rules will ensure plenty of rereading potential when you inevitably have to double back. Wow, this'll take me weeks to get through. But that's not all. Enjoy mechanics that function so well, they transcend logic and reason. Is the maximum speech rate of your character too low? Then just roll your average speech rate to be higher. Problem solved. Wait, speech rate is a stat? Why? Because Fatal is deep. Learn all of the intricacies of your character by generating very specific traits, like eye color, hair thickness, pee strength, nipple size, and the circumference of your butthole, all determined at random by rolling dice for over 3 hours. My what circumference? But wait, there's more. Fancying a challenge? Fatal aims to foster a contemptuous relationship between DM and player, with both encouraged to make the other's gameplay as miserable as possible. Wow, just like Mario Party. Exactly like Mario Party. Immerse your merry band of misfits into the dark and disturbing world of Fatal through the intricate world building, featuring the new and revolutionary racial hatred chart. The what? Now included with pre-made slurs. The huh? Let's hear a word from our creators. Fantasy gamers have never seen this degree of historical and mythological accuracy. It is the goal of Fatal games to astound and thrill those who seek a role-playing game based on accuracy, realism, and detail. Another faulty conclusion drawn by Darren. Where is dating included? But don't forget the reason we rolled for all those orifices earlier, as Fatal has rules upon rules for getting involved in some action. Yeah, I think the last thing that I want to do with my friends is get involved with some consensual action. Oh, well then you'll fit right in. What do you mean by that? Fatal! Forget about this abomination, lickety-split. On sale nowhere, so don't even bother. Freaking Fatal. Well, that was fun. Did you have fun? Good, time to ruin it. If you didn't pick up on that particular ending line, there is a lot of stuff in this game that I am not too keen on talking about because I'm here for fun bad, not ruin my whole day bad. But for completion's sake, and so you don't have to go looking through 900 pages for yourself, if you want to see the content I'm talking about, I will return to my old bag of tricks. For exactly 1 frame, there will be a flash of all of the heinous material that I don't want to cover for you to pause and read. Just like before, I highly recommend not pausing to read it. Nothing is worth the risk. To those who didn't bother, I applaud your self-control. Now it's time to get back to the fun bad! Yeah! One of the more underexplored parts of Fatal is the game's magic system. There are, of course, a ton of terrible things to be found here, just like everywhere else, but the spell list does contain some spells that I think are pretty funny, and has the one good idea that I think the game had, the magical misfires. Let's take a peek at each, starting with the spells. Here are some of my favorites from the list, with most of them being included due to just how petty the wizard must be to even have these. I cast
Aching feet, banish allergy, bestow aching back, bestow aura, bestow intoxication, bestow leprosy, bestow loss of appetite, bestow eon. This one literally ages the target by millions of years when you touch them. Business spell! Profits of a target business increase by 10% per caster level. Detect inferiority. Force fart. Near-death experience. Putrid portrait. Literally just draws a bad caricature of the target which makes them sad. Recipe for skin disease? Test of pregnancy. To keep bugs out of the house. And finally, I cast unattractive. It just makes the target ugly. Make sure you're careful when casting all of these incredibly useful spells, though, because if you biff your attempt, then you might just get a magical misfire. Magical misfires are what occur when you fail a cast or use a spell incorrectly. With instead of nothing happening, you will roll on the magical misfire table and watch on in horror as a completely random effect happens. There are quite a few of these effects that could take place, more specifically 2,000 of them, requiring both a D10 and D1000 roll to determine which one you get. If you think the D1000 roll is bad, in character creation, they have you make a D1,000,000 roll to see if you become a freak of nature. Have fun with that. I'm feeling up for a challenge today, so we're gonna read through all 2,000 of them. What's the first one on offer? 1. 2 gay ogres appear within 3 D10 feet, and okay, we're gonna be jumping around just like with the spells. I think that is a much better idea. 4. A gerbil escapes from the target's rump. All who see this are stunned for 1 round. 21. All armor within 3 D10 feet shrinks by 50% in size. Characters inside will die of constriction. 391. All characters within 3 D10 feet acquire depression. 508. All characters within 3 D10 feet are now naked and covered with honey. 540. All characters within 3 D10 feet become able to hear earthworms crawling. 633. All characters within 3 D10 feet die from lightning bolts from the sky, except the caster. 681. All characters within 3 D10 feet grow a fully functional tongue from their forehead. 716. All characters within 3 D10 feet magically climb the nearest tree and magically fall from the top. 743. All characters within 3 D10 feet now believe that any character who is taller must die. 749. All characters within 3 D10 feet now believe that the world is a rhombus. 945. All characters within 3 D10 feet transmogrify into air and die, but seem to vanish. 970. All characters within 3 D10 feet will now fart silently, no matter how hard they push. I believe that one is meant to be fart. 1066. In the nearest community, children rule and adults are slaves for 3 D10 days. 1136. The caster hallucinates that it is the opposite season and dresses appropriately. 1143. The caster hallucinates that they are an orange and every character is trying to peel them. 1169. The caster must force broccoli into each ear or they become irate and scream until they can. 1208. The caster teleports into the cottage of an arguing peasant family. 1267. The local government actually cares about its citizens for 3 D10 hours and tries to help them. 1411. The nearest king seeks out the caster so that they may be thanked, praised, dismembered, and eaten. 1987. Whenever in the presence of a potential mate, the nearest male howls like a wolf. And 1705. This spell is cast. Fatal. Fatal is a 10th level fire spell that instantly kills all life on the planet the caster is on, including the caster. In other words, this is a spell that will instantly end the game. Oh wow, my favorite spell by far. Wow, that was a whole lot more fun. Almost makes you forget what we are dealing with here. Don't worry though, if you want to be reminded as to the horrors of Fatal, here's another one frame trick of the spells and misfires that I couldn't include.
awful. I do genuinely think that the magical misfire system would be a great addition to a comedy-focused RPG. Like, imagine failing a roll to light a torch and your hat turns into a group of squirrels that won't leave you alone. There is a lot of potential here. But the limited defenders of Fatal stick by the game and say that if you just give it a chance, you'll see that it's really not bad at all. Well, you see, people already have, and it definitely is. Case 1. Content creator Zig Minthotep detailed each and every process you would need to go through in order to properly create one Fatal character. It takes 327 rolls on a total of 654 dice, with the average character creation time being somewhere around 3 hours. Case 2. A detailed account of a group attempting to play through an intro adventure. They eventually had to throw the entire thing away when they realized that every encounter in the game has more detailed conditions for how to force yourself upon and enslave enemies than it does for straight up killing them. Case 3. A multi-post long campaign journal of one person who talked their friends into playing the game without informing them beforehand of what Fatal is. That is diabolical! The group never actually ends up reaching the explicit combat content, as before they even can, the players quit playing the game entirely due to how unbalanced it is. This happened because the soap maker character realized that it would take him 4 years to earn the same amount of experience that the herbalist got for healing 2 people. Needless to say, Fatal is appalling both from a content and a gameplay perspective, with any half-decent ideas that the game squirts out being buried by mountains of absolute garbage. To send this travesty off once again, here is the single greatest line that has ever been dropped in a review. Saying that this game should be burned is an insult to fire. And once again, in regards to the modern Unholy Trinity, I think that Fatal might be the best of the 3. Let's move on to our next title then and see just how bad we can really get. Catered for your displeasure, it is one of the single most mentioned names when I ask for the worst of the worst. Ladies and gentlemen, Racial Holy War. Hey Cam, you up for going out tonight? Aw, sorry I can't. I'm recording audio for another game I'm covering. Oh, what are you covering this time? Uno. People have been requesting that I cover Racial Holy War ever since I first covered Fatal. That is over a year and a half of hearing about it, and I've purposefully avoided looking into it at all until I thought that I was ready to take it on. With a name like this and a reputation like that, you know there is going to be some real heinous stuff in here. So let's take a glance at what this thing has going on under the hood for a quick preview. I think I might have bitten off a little too much here. So, back to Fatal. Fatal has a ton of terrible things in it. Shocking content, this or that, stuff that has no place in any kind of game. But Fatal was, at the end of the day, meant to establish some kind of setting or cause a shock value that would get people talking about it. To my knowledge, the creators don't actually believe in or engage in those activities in real life, they're just trying to sell a game. That's what I thought that something with as absurd a title as Racial Holy War would be. A shock value game meant to get people talking about it to sell copies. That idea was incorrect. This game, which will herein be referred to as This Game, was created by a real supremacist group to convey their real thoughts and feelings on the page, which is very evident by the way they describe everything. For instance, when Fatal hits you with the racial stereotype armor, it dances around the meat of the language, just giving you enough to maybe catch on to which group they're referring to. Here, they just straight up drop the old Laura Schlesinger not 11 times, but 39. So in lieu of spreading actual propaganda on Maine, I am only going to be talking about 2 things from this game. What they aimed to do, and what they actually did. Because believe it or not, with unlimited creative control and a system they built themselves, they biffed their own intended design and message to a comical degree. Here's what is supposed to happen in this game. You play as a member of the White Warriors attempting to save the world from the steep population increase of other groups. You can do this in a variety of ways, mostly through violence or recruiting other warriors to your side. So the warriors here are supposed to be facing an uphill battle, but with their apparent inherent superiority, their victory is all but guaranteed. Their words, not mine. Except, small problem with that, the warriors are actually practically useless in any and all situations. See, when you toss out your very first game as more of a statement and less of a game, you can end up missing a couple key details that make a big impact. And if you couldn't tell by now, we are in fact dealing with a group that could very easily miss out on a few key details. For instance, firearms are a major tool that you would expect to use on your adventures, and based on your stats and choice of weapon, you can get a number of accuracy modifiers to add to your hit chance. Fortunately for everyone else, there is an issue with this, as nowhere in the document does it tell you what your base accuracy number is. You straight up don't have one. This means that your entire accuracy value will be based around the modifiers, which means that at no point in this game will any of your shots have more than a 25% chance to hit, regardless of your level. Your warrior is basically spending the entire game shooting with their eyes closed. I really don't like their odds. But again, fortunately for everyone else, it gets even worse for them. In order to really hammer home their message, the creators gave all of their racial caricatures similar powers, such as additional kung fu strikes or bribery, the whole -5 yards. Well, with this feature in place, you must be wondering what completely overpowered effect the warriors must have at their disposal. And I will admit, I was taken aback when I saw it. They don't do anything. This game gives the players no special abilities in a game where one group can get up to 6 additional attacks in one turn. Ranged or hand-to-hand, the warriors are completely outmatched in all forms of combat. They are useless. Of course, that's only if your warriors ever actually get into a fight, which is very unlikely once again due to the game's own rules. A key part of the game is the intimidation level of your group, which can grant you certain bonuses or debuffs depending on how much more you have than your opponent. Well, the intimidation factor is very closely tied to how many people you have in the party. More people equals more total stats. And if your total intimidation is 5 times higher than your opponent's, they are forced to run away out of fear. Now, the game specifically states that the warriors are a small group now in the minority, so you will be outnumbered in pretty much every battle, as is already the case in most RPG fights. So in every combat encounter, regardless of how armed to the teeth you are, you will at the minimum have your already low accuracy reduced further, or will straight up book it at every opportunity. So to recap, the undefeatable force that makes up the warriors cannot shoot the broadside of a barn, have no special traits that help them at all, and turn tail at even the slightest amount of confrontation. Great job, guys. I'm sure the signups will be pouring in any day now. I cannot think of a worse way that these people would have wanted to depict themselves. They look outright pathetic out there. If I didn't know any better, I would say that the product was making fun of these guys, but based on the language and the fact that the leader of their entire organization pinned this, they really thought they had something here. Yeah, a nice hot and ready steaming pile of trash. Dig in. They didn't even get screwed by having to adhere to a previous system. This is their own custom system. If you build something from scratch just to make yourself look good and you still look like failures, my guy, you have got to reevaluate something. These people are straight up morons. Arguably worse content than Fatal, definitely worse construction than Fatal. Heck, it's not even as fun to make fun of as Fatal. Just an overall miserable product that I cannot wait to forget. Regardless of who you think is worse though, these two have got the content side of the Unholy Trinity locked up nice and neat. Ain't nobody touching these two when it comes to their speciality. But with that being said, what could the third member of the trio possibly have to justify its spot amongst these juggernauts of jidiocy?
Well, believe it or not, the third game is not actually in here due to any shocking content. Of course, there are some controversial bits, that's to be expected, but those are not what earn the game, it's reputation. The reason that the third game is on here is instead due to it achieving a distinction that no other game on this list has even come close to reaching. Because our last game, it is totally incomprehensible. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Hybrid. Hybrid is the free 1996 RPG that was solo created by Matthew C++, and is best described as, quote, the insane ramblings of a madman. Knowing what I know now, I think that lunatic would be a better descriptor. The game could be found on its own page of someone else's website who agreed to host it for Matthew, and the only way to find it now is by using the Wayback Machine, which at this point I've become pretty dang good at using. The fact that Hybrid is not only mentioned alongside titles like Fatal, but is considered worthy enough to stand alongside it in the Trinity caught my attention immediately. As nowhere was I seeing any mentions of heinous content, just that the game was really, really bad. This intrigued me greatly, as anything that can be placed in the same wheelhouse as these two for just being that bad is quite the prospect. So I began my search for the game, and lo and behold, EA had the full website from 2002 ready for me to ingest. Now, expecting some truly unbelievable stuff here, I decided to do this one a little different and write the segment as I looked through the website instead of after. That way you could experience every event in the same order that I did for maximum brain melt, and I am very glad that I did that because if I tried to write this down after the fact, it might have driven me completely insane. I'd recommend strapping yourself in for this one, as Intro Cam here knows what's coming, and unfortunately for you and Website Cam, it's gonna be a rough ride. Starting us off here, we've got the homepage. Looks very 2002, a couple links to different versions, but let's stay here for now. The following statement is the very first sentence on the Hybrid website. Disclaimer. Warning. Rule number 196 is X-rated, and that to calculate L, use X equals C2 divided by 10 to the second, which is for mature audience only at or above age of 20, but most 90% of this RPG is for all ages, though maybe not rule number 193, which is not meant to be read by kids, and rule number 187 explains homosexuality mathematically using modifier G at 11. Excuse me? This is my first introduction to the game? I just sat down! Who starts a conversation like that? Oh, by the way, do you see all of this blue underlined text everywhere? Yeah, only the game versions at the top are hyperlinks. None of the other blue text that appears are hyperlinks. If you are wondering why the blue text then, I implore you to stop asking questions. They will destroy you. My thanks to the host for the free hosting of my free RPG, Hybrid. But 10% of this RPG is not suitable for children. This is a science fiction RPG. It's mostly fiction. Also, there is no intention to offend any race or gender. It's mostly fiction, and there is no intention to offend any race or and gender or and workings of science or and technology. Most of my RPG is science fiction. Again, this role-playing game is free, and I attempt to make monthly updates to keep it as accurate as possible, by which I mean to weed out typos and any errors in my equations, but 10% of this RPG is not suitable for children. If the whole thing is typed like this, I'm going to go insane. Also, what do you mean by mostly fiction? Is it all fantasy stuff, but there's an accurate real-world potato growth chart in here? And why did that come right after the race disclaimer? Again, this is the first thing that you see on the official website. At the current moment, this is literally all I know about the game. Next up, a long run-on sentence talking about referencing copyrighted characters is backed up by... Not that anyone would be interested in reading my RPG Hybrid, which is unpopular due to it being mostly diceless, as there is only one rule regarding use of dice, that being to get 2 to 3 or greater for success at particular unit of magnitude for DP for character creation and for success of LS or and PL for conflict resolution. Setting, theme, vibe, my guy, I need something about your game other than the DP clause!
Pause! It was at this point when I looked over at the scroll wheel and realized to my eternal horror that this page goes on for eons. It is a nearly endless collection of ramblings that might actually kill me if I try to read through it all. So I decided to go back up to the top and check out the game itself before my brain melt flares back up. The link to version 0.2 is broken, so I instead try version 1.5. This link works and successfully takes me to the page for version 0.3. I'm about to cast Fatal. I'm sorry everybody, but I'm taking you down with me. There are only 50 pages of this RPG, so I might just be lucky enough to survive. Quote, required tool, a calculator with log10 function. Hint, for those who like to create Digimon-like monsters, use at rule number 111 and number 113. Hint, for those who like to create cyborgs like the $6 Million Man, look at rule number 114. Hint, for how to convert numeric notation for power into letter notation, look at rule number 55. I'm just glad it's there in case I need it. Seeing as we might finally be starting to talk about the game, I went back to the main page one more time to see if I missed out on any vital ramblings, and it turns out that, quote, the previous version 0.3 was really version 0.15 at 15% complete. So the actual RPG in its newest form is posted in its entirety on the main page. And it is not 50 pages, it is 145 pages. Joyous day. At this point, I'm just trying to find the actual game, so let's keep moving. Example 1, negative energy calculations. Example 3, the greatest military equation for both military and non-military applications. Example 5, the Comet Empire. Example 6, the Iraqi nuclear war program. I almost quit. I almost quit right there. What is this? Is this why we needed the mostly fantasy disclaimer? Because the game doesn't function properly without the Iraqi nuclear war program? Quick side note. Look at example under movie reviews for movie Matrix to understand this RPG hybrid. Well, my review of Hero RPG is not all negative, as the description of Atlantis was accurate for the most part. This note continues on for 7 paragraphs until it reaches its own off-topic discussion segment about the state of Louisiana and alimony payments being a new form of slave labor, before it then goes right back to the previous off-topic note, which was cut off mid-sentence. In an effort to convey to you how brain-busting this next part is, I would like for you to guess what the next segment after this multi-page long solo dialogue about a completely unrelated RPG is. I'm not going to tell you the answer. I am just going to give you 5 seconds to guess and then scroll down to reveal it to you. A reminder that we have yet to see a single effing thing about the actual game. Good guess. Let's see what's up next. It took me nearly 20 minutes to mentally recover from that. A complete brownie cake recipe based on the game with a bake time of 22 minutes. Wow, that's so cool. Hey, how long do I stick my head in the oven for? I have yet to see a single rule, and this page has caused me to almost quit twice. I am now legitimately scared to continue scrolling down since I can't rule out the next segment isn't how to make a hybrid-themed bomb! After this, we finally reach the preface. Highlights include being able to use the hybrid system in many popular RPGs like Yu-Gi-Oh! And something about Galactus being too old. Before we finally reach the introduction to hybrid, which is of course using black text on a dark blue background. Painful, but at least we can start. What's the first thing about the game that we decide to highlight here? Nothing. In fact, first, we need to go through his reviews of 17 different RPGs and 3 unrelated movies. Honestly, that one's on me. I should have seen that coming. Oh, look, he reviewed The World of Cinnabar. He says that it's got some great reading, but is disappointed that there are almost no equations in it. Core rules? Oh, we've done it! We finally reached the actual game! Okay, nobody panic, calm down. If we get too excited, we might scare the game off. Let's begin with something simple. What is the first chapter that we are using here? Theme, setting, character creation, maybe a class or two? Wrong, Chuckle Nuts. Hybrid doesn't do chapters. Instead, what we do here is list off every single rule in the game on a numbered list in a random, undetermined order, each rule being marked by only a number with no table of contents or index. Wow! Unfathomable! Here's what I mean. Rule 0 is an equation that shows how often the game itself will be updated. Rule 1 showcases the conflict between order and chaos in the universe. Rule 2 is the equation for a character's martial arts grade. Rule 3 is how to distribute points. Rule 4 is how to calculate height based on race, like the Israeli male, the Oriental male, and DC's Lobo. And Rule 5 is the equation for weapon damage up to the godly level. Every single rule in the game is conveyed in this manner in the same writing style we have seen before, with little rhyme or reason for the order in which rules are added. Imagine if you had to learn something like D&D using a similar structure. It would legitimately be a numbered Google Doc that would go, 1. How often a new book comes out. 2. How to calculate your magic attack stat. 3. The amount of experience you get for winning a fight. 4. How to roll dice. 5. How much damage a crossbow does. This is not a feasible way to learn! F it, we're already here, so we might as well show off the goods. Here are some of the rules that will help you on whatever the heck kind of adventure would end up using all of these. Rule 9. Equation for light speed travel. Rule 11. Equation for how to compute annual salary. Rule 18. Equation for how to clone a person. Rule 22. Equation for time travel. Rule 25. Mass of an interstellar object. Rule 27. Equation for how many ghosts can be captured at once. Rule 34. Equation for battles between two souls. Rule 36. Equation for determining how much manpower is needed to get a job done. Rule 37, equation for love. Rule 52, how to use time travel by Maxwell's time equation to violate copyright law. Rule 59, equation for determining the height of a woman. Rule 69, the elite male human population pattern. Rule 71, how to use the cloning equation to determine the amount of wives a man can have. Rule 80, quote, the following rule may or may not be accurate, disclaimer. What everyone should know about feminist issues, the male positive perspective. This is the only other functional hyperlink on the site and goes to an article from Backlash about male violence based on the book Women Who Love Men Who Kill. Rule 86, equation for determining a guy's chances with a woman. Rule 89, equation for improving your grade point average. Rule 90, how to travel to Pluto and back on a non-state sponsored personal project. This rule is 4 paragraphs long. Rule 106, how to calculate a woman's power level. Rule 114, how to create a cyborg character like the $6 Million Man. This is the very first mention of how to create a character. Rule 116, how to destroy an incomplete Death Star. Rule 119, number of years a US president can be expected to remain in office. Rule 128, equation for how to clone specifically DC's Lobo. Rule 137, quote, Godzilla storyline probably does not take place in present timeline within context of the story, but in future timeline, meaning a Godzilla in 1960 Godzilla movie would take place in the year 2300 AD. This confirms that there is supposed to be a storyline somewhere in here. I have no idea where it is. Rule 146, damage calculation. It took us until Rule 146 to get to damage calculation. Rule 166, how to create the Decepticons and Autobots from the 80s cartoon series The Transformers. You've got the touch, you've got the power. Rule 177, some of his favorite equations from the rules so far. Rule 180, an entirely new nuclear bomb equation from the previous one. Rule 184, an entirely new salary equation based on which economic system you are working in. Rule 193, the definition of a sodomy, which is illegal in the state of Louisiana. Rule 195, a reminder that Rule 196 is X-rated and anyone under the age of 21 should absolutely not read it. Rule 196, the equation for determining the size of a dude's junk. Included as it is, quote, an essential part of character creation process for male characters, and because the arithmetic seems to be accurate. Rule 198, equation for the effectiveness of the Iraqi nuclear war program. Rule 202, the third new equation we've gotten for determining someone's salary. And Rule 203, two new equations, those being number of years of attending college as a full-time student and passing with decent grades, and how many years it will take Iraq to gain nuclear technology. These two are somehow intertwined. After this, the website just ends. It's over. There's nothing else here. That is everything that Hybrid has on offer. You now know everything there is to know about this game, so I offer you a challenge. Can you give me a one-sentence synopsis on what this game is? Here, I'll even help you out. I'll get it started for you. Hybrid is the 1966 RPG where all you gotta do is finish the sentence. I need you to do it because I sure can't. Others seem to share this sentiment, as when I look online to see reviews, none of them are able to go more than a few sentences long in trying to explain their thoughts. This is probably because after having to bear the full brunt of the page, they now hold nothing but utter contempt for the entire English language. Even worse, when I looked around online again, I found out that the game had been updated from version 0.3 to version 0.21. What's that? That's going backwards. Buddy, are you still holding on to rational thought? My version was from 2002, this version is from 2007, and it now contains 551 rules listed even more confusingly, as now you have a list of the new rules going down the page until you get halfway down, and then parts of the old website will be randomly added in with no regard to paragraph structure, so the first rule on the page is Rule 551, and the last rule on the page is Rule 312. The newer rules are also significantly longer now too, due to them also devolving into offshoot rants like all the other parts of the site. Heck, Rule 551 isn't even a rule, it's just a rant about US involvement in the Middle East. My guy, I'm trying to play as Optimus Prime. Other new oddities include a disclaimer that the original hybrid brownie cake recipe did not work correctly and you should just use the one on the back of the box. Rule 525, which states, number of useful rules in my RPG will be number of rules divided by GPA. My total number of useful rules comes out to 151. That is very generous. And a couple of different segments on how to port the game's engine into, of all things, effing Fatal. You may think this entire thing is a joke, and I don't blame you. I also thought it was a joke once, but it's too real. This has been getting updated for decades. The mathematics are too complex, the lingo is too fleshed out, and the prose is too downright insane to be faked. If you told a legitimately sane person to write in the same way that this is written, they couldn't do it. Not this consistently, not for this long. They'd crack under the weight of their sins. This is by far the worst tabletop RPG of all time. Fatal and that game have worse contents and themes, yes, that is understood. But this is completely incomprehensible. I legitimately, for the life of me, cannot begin to understand what I am looking at here on even a basic level. It is to my belief that if you tried to legitimately set up and play this game, you would straight up die. If you doubt even one single claim that I am making about this game, I have both the 2002 and the 2007 versions linked below. Take 15 minutes to try to read and comprehend any of what's going on here, and then report back if you survived. I recommend the 2002 version because if you look through 2007s and get hit with the quote, "So this, that the American public is gullible and they will believe anything that any authority figure will tell them, is what DC and Marvel have been trying to tell its readers for the past half a century," you will probably end up like that lady in the 4th Indiana Jones. And that is all for the worst tabletop RPGs. So while I go off and get a psychiatric evaluation, let me know below if I am missing any other horrific material that I could add to the pile that is my now smoldering brainstem. Don't limit yourself to just the TTRPGs either. Think of any board or card games you think will finally break me. At this point, I might as well shoot for the mental damage high score. Merch! The greatest gift upon this beautiful world. Where else can you slap that one guy slash thing on a hat and sell it for $80? But with all of the available merch options out there, sometimes a creator might get a little crazy and attempt something new. An official, branded YouTuber board game. Weird merch idea? Well, when you put it up against the $350 lifelike baby doll and the Dream Baby Picture USB bracelet, it doesn't quite hit as hard. Now, there are two categories of YouTuber board games. The games made by YouTubers on their own, and the games that feature the YouTuber and their channel in the game. We're going to be focusing more on the second group. Those on average are going to be way funnier, plus that one has Vlad and Nikki Blastoff, so you can see why this wasn't really a hard choice. We have a surprisingly large number of games in this genre, so I'm going to have to be moving quickly in order to make time for all the whack crap. So let's go ahead and dive on into the algorithm-friendly world of YouTuber board games. Now, as of recent, there have been a number of YouTuber board games that have been released to both high praise and good success. But you're not here for that. You're here for that weird stuff. You're into that Rhett and Link roleplay, yeah? You freak? As such, we'll do a rapid fire of these bigger games, as they still do need to be mentioned. Surprisingly, all of them coming from the animation scene. The YouTube animator to board game designer pipeline is surprisingly fierce. It'll get you too if you aren't careful. Muffin Time, the ASDF movie card game by Tomska.
Muffin Time is a card game. It's kind of like a sexy horse.
Honestly, yeah, couldn't have said it better myself. A Take That card game, where the whole point of the title is to hit your opponents with painful effects and inflict copious amounts of misery, also known as My Kinda Game. Play various action, trap, and counter cards to affect the amount of cards everyone has in their hand. The first player to start their turn with exactly 10 cards wins. If you've ever played the King's Cup drinking game, it's kinda like that, trying to catch people lacking with rules they might not even know are there, like this one. If you successfully trick another player into saying something in a different language, they discard 3 cards. Is that going to be tough to do? Yes. If you pull it off, will they feel like a complete moron? Oh yeah. Due to this, the game will lose some of its appeal the more you get familiar with it, just like with Exploding Kittens, but the general consensus is that it's a pretty good party game if you don't try to take it too seriously. Fool's Blade by Circle Tunes HD.
Mama fucking me, I'm gonna kill you!
Fool's Blade is an adventure card game that sees you construct various highly effective weaponry to take on monstrous threats. Whoever has the highest loot and card score at the end wins. Fool's Blade still has a lot of take that action, as many of the cards allow you to negatively affect other players, but the main loop is going to be gathering gear and forging your legendary blade. Finest in all the land, they'll never stand a chance against my dull blade. The art style, of course, mirrors the one seen on the channel, and they've clearly put a lot of thought and hard work into this one, as it has the single highest rating out of any of these YouTuber games. Probably because even the box is a sword. I mean, come on! Can't Catch Harry and Cafe Chaos, both by the odd ones out.
You're just a dumb kid who doesn't know what a pedophile is.
These two titles are a little more odd than the rest, as they are not fully original games. Rather, they are retools of existing titles to fit the Odd Ones Out brand. For instance, Can't Catch Harry is mostly just a slightly altered version of the classic family game Spoons. The what? Also known as Capture Candy Castle in the hit card game Candyland, A Child's World of Card Games. Oh! Why didn't you lead with that? Now, retools of existing games are not always a bad thing. After all, me and my group very much enjoy playing Oneupmanship, and that shares a lot of similarities with 1963's Stock Market game. So these usually come down to if they make the title unique enough that it offers a different gameplay experience. And it does. The general gameplay loop is similar, but it changes up the win condition, point values, card effects, and adds a ton of very high quality components that really make the game stand out. As with most of these, fans would get a kick out of it for sure. A little odder, though, is Cafe Chaos, as it is not just a retooling, it is a complete rebranding of an already existing game. What the Food is the 2013 title that sees you make grimy food combinations and target players to hit with them. You add splat points to them with every successful hit. Last player standing wins. This description also applies to Cafe Chaos because it is, again, the same game but with that odd 1/out slapped on it. Now, this isn't a stolen idea or anything like that. It is literally just a relaunch of What the Food with a few new improvements and the odd 1/out branding on it. They even had What the Food's original designer come to help out with the upgrade. And it definitely is an upgraded version, as there are more moves, added powers, and overall way better presentation throughout the game. But calling an Ace of Spades here, it is just a rebrand that's been locked behind a Kickstarter. And a confusing Kickstarter at that. I feel like I'm augmenting my pre-order here. Hoard the Hams by Haminations.
Hey Brenner, if you jump off this cliff right now, I'll give you...
Another Take That style game where you play cards to take hams from your opponents while countering their cards to protect your own ham stash. Whoever ends the game with the most hams wins. Sort of a similar concept to Muffin Time, but with a more standard win condition and more reserved card effects, which depending on your taste could either be a positive or a negative. The simpler gameplay and effects would definitely make this a better title for kids as well, indicated by the game's lower age rating. They've also had another game recently get funded called Bull Shark, which looks to be a retooled version of BS. Looks like fun, but it hasn't actually managed to release yet, so I might have just jinxed it. Sorry everybody, my bad. And last from our animators, we've got Cyanide and Happiness, who at this point have basically become an entire board game company on the side. Their collection of titles include Joking Hazard, a Cards Against Humanity style comedy comic builder based off of the group's Random Comic Generator. Joking Hazard deck enhancements 1, 2, 3, and 4 for extra cards, Joking Hazard Blast from the Past expansion adding extra history-related cards, Toking Hazard expansion adding weed-related cards, the Joking Hazard Enlarged Box, which is literally just a box to hold all of the expansion cards, and the Stroking Hazard expansion adding a bunch of sexy-themed cards and an official collaboration with Are You Serious? Really didn't think we were going to top the Hustler magazine board game collab, and yet here we are, working with the hub! There is also Trial by Trolley, where various individuals find themselves on one of two tracks, and you try to convince the conductor why they should run over the other team's side. Master Dater and its Uncut expansion, where you attempt to build the perfect date to match your friends' questionable preferences, and Texas Hold It, a game where you compete against your friends to not get wet at the Wild West urinal. If these themes seem a little bit out there, well, they're made by the same guys that made this.
Nature!
So honestly, I'm surprised that they restrain themselves this much. They also have two other Wiener-themed games, but they don't feature any of the channel themes, so they don't count for this group. I have to have some rules around here after all, or else anything will go. Famous YouTuber Guy Fieri? With the animators now behind us, we enter a much stranger area of YouTuber board games. Because making a board game themed around an animated channel has a few advantages. You've already got the art direction down, you can utilize the characters in whatever way you want, and most of the time it's much easier to market this to parents than, "Oh Dad, look, it's the Nasty Nathaniel board game. Can we get it, Dad, please?" You're joining the football team. As a result, the structure of these games is about to get a lot more weird. For example, Good Mythical Morning, Nice Cards Against Humanity. Bet you never heard that combo of words before. Rhett and Link's We're Still Good game. It sounds like they're trying to convince me. We're Still Good is a party game where players fill in the blanks in order to create the funniest disaster, before then trying to spin that winning disaster in a positive way to gain more points. First to get the required point total wins. Yes, we are indeed looking at another fill-in-the-blank with a funny card, but this time it's with a unique twist game, just like when it was with crude cards, with memes, with connectors, with charades, with battles, and now with positivity. That doesn't automatically mean that the game is bad, but that does mean that you automatically already know what the heck is going on here. The only thing that sets this one apart from the others is the We're Still Good section, as after you decide on what the funny disaster is, you will need to write out out your own spin as to why that event actually isn't all too bad. Like the example on the back of the box here. You asked the tattoo artist to surprise you, and now you are stuck with a tattoo of your brother's wife. Well, that stinks, but we are still good because now I'll never forget her face. See, it all worked out. We're good. Nothing hurt. What? That part could be interesting if you're a fan of writing your own stuff in games. Personally, I'm more of a use what the game gives you guy, but a lot of people seem to enjoy how uplifting this one is compared to the admittedly pretty nasty games that make up the genre today. But again, I wouldn't expect this one to surprise you too much outside of its one major change, as you've seen this game pop up quite a lot in the last couple of years. Another thing some of my more troublesome viewers might have seen is detention. Well, let's learn you how to get up on out of there with the Rebecca Zamolo Detention Escape board game. No freaking way! The Among Us in real life lady? Sus. Oh, this is gonna be a good one. The Rebecca Zamolo Detention Escape board game sees you and your friends all trapped in detention, and tasks you with finding the item that got you in trouble along with the teacher that caught you. First player to do this while avoiding the principal escapes detention. Okay, firstly, the way that the box opens up into the board is cool. I like that. Had to get that one off my chest. The Rebecca Zamolo Detention Escape board game shares a lot of similarities with Clue. It has a similar board and movement structure. You go into rooms to uncover items, and you use the things you find to gain more info. Looking a little Cluey for sure. But it does change a few things to set itself apart, and the changes that it goes for are quite interesting. Firstly, you aren't trying to piece together a mystery, you are just trying to find your item and teacher. So this is more of a simple memory game than your average Clue. The simplification does make sense though, as this game is tailored to an even younger audience than Clue is. So when you put it up against the other games in its age bracket, this thing is basically Gloomhaven. Another change is the addition of the principal, as while looking for your stuff, if you accidentally find him, then you will be sent back to detention, and will need to complete a physical challenge before you get back to your search. These are all simple stuff like cup and ball toss, flick football, and baby's first beer pong, but this roadblock element adds a bit of danger to your search that the normal Clue doesn't really have. You'll have to pay attention or you could get set back pretty hard. The biggest change by far, though, is the clock in the middle here. At certain points in the game, the school period will end and the clock will turn. And as it does, it will shift all of the items from their current positions to new areas. So you will need to try to guess where the one you wanted went. Wait a second. That's kind of cool. Aw, is this game good? That is actually a really good idea. Shifting the positions of the clues mid-game? That sounds awesome. And yeah, being able to predict where they go will be pretty easy for older players, but that 4 to 8 range? They're gonna feel like these have moved completely at random. As soon as that clock turns, it's a completely different game for them. This could actually legitimately help kids learn how to analyze a situation and predict what happens next from that knowledge. This isn't a good kids game, it's a great kids game. Actually, you wanna know who I'm mad at? I'm mad at Hasbro. Where is all of this in Clue? A dangerous figure lurking around the scene that can cause a setback if found? Shifting clues to mess up player strategy? This is golden stuff here. How did your entire corporation get out-innovated by the what happens after death emotional lady? Get it together, man! Next up, Dan and Phil's Truth Bombs.
Hide your boyfriends and set your ovens to 200. Because we're making femboy banana bread.
Dan and Phil's Truth Bombs is a party game where you pass around a pad for each person in your group and anonymously give out answers to questions about each person. Those answers are then read out loud, and each target picks their favorite answer and tries to guess who wrote it for extra points. Fun fact, in 5 years of having the game, I had no idea it was made by a YouTuber. That's right, you might own a YouTuber board game and have no idea. Which of your board games can you really trust? Yes, for some reason during the game's lifespan, Big Potato Games would drop the Dan and Phil branding and reduce it to just Truth Bombs, which is what this copy here is. Even later, they would completely rebrand the game into a Mean Girls Burn Book party game like with what happened with What the Food. The big difference being that Big Potato doesn't sell any of these versions anymore, so if you want one, you'll have to get it secondhand. And that stinks. I'm not the biggest fan of Truth Bombs, but it is a serviceable party game with a unique loop. A lot of people have had fun with this one, you know, up until somebody gets mad at one of the answers and quits. That's why I'm not too big on games like this. They don't create the fun mad, they make people for real mad. But to be fair, that's not entirely the game's fault. After all, you're the one writing the answers. A couple of days ago, I asked you if you knew what time it is, and a majority of you did not, and sorry to say, but you never will. Yesterday, I asked you the board game by Jax Films.
Mimi, big boy, Mimi, big boy. Mimi, big boy.
Yai the board game is the party game that describes itself as Cards Against Humanity for people who are actually funny. Name dropping the sucker, huh? That's a bold play. In it, players will roll the die to see what category they will be judging, while the other players use their Yite boards to write or draw their answer. Funniest one wins the point. Insert fill-in-the-blank party game win condition here. The shtick from this one is that you use whiteboards to answer questions from a couple of different categories. There's fill-in-the-blank, use 4 words or less, write a Twitter bio, finish a poem, make up a fake fact, and draw out your answer. Quite a few options on offer. I'd say that the most interesting categories, though, are the ones that lean into the YouTube space itself. Like questions specifically revolving around the site and the content that is found on there, and my favorite category by far, make a clickbait YouTube title for a very mundane event. Man, work is stressing me out right now. Late-stage capitalism is causing my dystopian mental health crisis gone nocturnal? There is also the very striking Yai wheel that you can spin to select your category, which really helps the game stand out as well. And believe it or not, none of these best bits come with the base game. They are all locked away in the expansion. Honestly, if all of the best parts are in the $50 expansion, might not even bother with the base version. Doesn't really matter where they are anymore though, as this thing has been sold out for a good while now. So if you ever want some of that hot Yai action, you're gonna either need to cough it up for a secondhand or slide into Tabletop Sim and do it without the wheel. No Yai wheel? Nothing left for me here. Hunt a Killer x Sam and Colby, The Haunting at Wicker Ridge.
That's right? Bro, left.
The one. Yes, keep going that way. We'll see you later.
Homie, there was One Direction.
One Direction.
That's my favorite band!
Hunt a Killer x Sam and Colby, The Haunting at Wicker Ridge sees you attempt to help the paranormal investigator duo in their mission to banish a demon from the Wicker Ridge house. Solve the mystery and survive the haunting to keep you and your team safe. This game being a Hunt-a-Killer title makes it by far one of the most unique games on this list, as these are more story-oriented games that feature a mystery that you are meant to try to solve either by yourself or with friends over multiple hours. Sort of like one of those murder mystery dinners, except everyone is working together using the physical evidence that the game provides. Way different than what we've been looking at so far. Of course, the negative for a game like this is that the replayability is basically zero unless you give it to an entirely separate group after. But it's meant to be more of a one-time event that you base the night around anyway, so I can't fault it any more than I could an escape room. Their decision to make this an easy adventure makes a lot of sense, as this could very well be many of these two's fans' first attempt at one of these, and I see this whole situation as similar to the Scooter's Coffee Candyland crossover. A bit odd, but they kind of fit together. Plus, if I get this, I can get over 10 minutes of exclusive Sam and Colby footage?
Secret videos that you're only gonna see if you get this game. Guys, we went hard for this game.
Confound it, I'm trying to get this up to movie length, but I can only afford 3 copies! Up next, it's a title from the most popular YouTubers on the list, Vlad and Nikki Blastoff Game.
No!
that has 1.1 billion views. That'll get you your own game. Vlad and Nikki Blastoff game sees you crash land your spaceship and try to regain all the parts that were taken by aliens. Watch out for wormholes in those alien antics. Whoever can take off first in their fully repaired ship wins. This one is very simple. Shocking considering the demographic, I know. You just spin the spinner and move around trying to collect all your pieces before the others can. If you hit one of these alien spaces, you'll have to draw an alien antics card, which could force you to do a little dance or something along those lines. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Happy hunting! My favorite part of this one is probably how the board cuts off half of these spaces because they're too close to the edge. Stellar craftsmanship there, guys. Really did a number on the QA. You can't be too hard on them. The team just probably had their hands full sorting out that whole advertising guidelines violation. We'll let this one slide. Be aware when playing the game, though, that only the winners get to ride back home with Vlad and Nikki, so if you aren't part of that group, then I recommend just giving up. There's no real reason to go on. Aw yeah, baby, time to bring this one back. It's Monopoly Scott the Woz edition.
Hey y'all, Scott here. I'm on life support now. No reason, just felt like it.
Yes, you heard that right. It is the official, licensed by Hasbro, Monopoly Scott the Woz edition. It is quite literally board game Scott the Woz. I cannot express to you how absolutely absurd this collaboration is. Most of the games we've looked at have been reimaginings of other games or their own unique thing. This, meanwhile, is a video game YouTuber getting an official variation of the single best-selling branded board game on Earth. Entire cities have been unable to do that. Brother, Scott the Woz is officially more relevant than Oakland. This was a limited release piece to coincide with his 2021 charity bonanza, where all of the profits from the 5,000 produced copies would go to the Critical Care Comics and Children's Miracle Network Hospitals charities. And it worked so well that the very next year, they decided to just do it again! Introducing the officially licensed Clue Scott the Woz edition. Might end up getting me to try Clue again. This one is based specifically on The Great Mysteries of Gaming video, a Halloween special where they try to solve a murder mystery, so I think I can start to piece together what these two might have in common. The color blue! Overall, two really neat opportunities for Scott to work with Hasbro, and they both went toward a good cause. Plus, these are both just really cool for fans of the show. Wow, now I really want a copy. Say, where can I get one? Absolutely freaking nowhere. Like I said, these were limited edition releases. Only 5,000 copies of Monopoly and 7,500 copies of Clue were made. So if you didn't get your grimy fingers on them when they went up, tough tots, buddy, to the resale market with you. The only way you're getting a copy of this nowadays is by paying double, triple, and sometimes even 4 times what it was originally sold for. And the Clue version's somehow even worse. Oh, I love the resale market, it's so convenient. But I mean, I can't be too mad at the resale market. I mean, nothing's perfect. That is, unless you're Dude Perfect. Dude Perfect's games mainly specialize in small little action titles that you could play at like a family gathering to prevent your cousins from eating the curtains or something. I'll show you a couple so you can see what I mean. Dude Perfect Sticky Tac-Toe, a version of Tic-Tac-Toe where you have to bounce your Dude Perfect ping pong balls onto the Dude Perfect sticky game board. 3 in a row wins. Yeah, it is just tic-tac-toe, but it has that bouncing stick action that is not easily replicable unless you're willing to lose a couple ping pong balls to some rat traps. Plus, it adds a small dexterity element to tic-tac-toe. Cool. Dude Perfect Sling Puck with built-in checkerboard and Wheel of Consequences. Pull the pucks back with the band and release them to try to get them all on your opponent's side. Comes with checkerboard if you'd rather play that, as well as a Wheel of Consequences to determine the loser's punishment. I mean, it's just Sling Puck, you can get this from pretty much anywhere, but with it also coming with different difficulty levels, its own checkerboard, and a spinnable dry erase wheel for pretty much the same price as the other boards themselves, it's kind of a good deal. And Dude Perfect Tabletop Roll Game. Roll your Dude Perfect ping pong balls down the table and up the Dude Perfect ramps to make it into the hoops. Smaller hoops are worth more. So obviously the production is here, what with these being ramps that you can clip onto the table and the nets and everything. But the production is also there on the rock, paper, scissors game.
As you can see, I've achieved a similar effect by taping some cups to the table, which is legitimately something that we've done at a previous family Christmas.
But these are all small potatoes when compared to the main prize, as through my adventures in the aisles of Target, one game has continued to glare at me from the shelves: the official Dude Perfect board game. And it's finally within my grasp. So with this being the 4th board game acquired from Target, let's see how it stacks up not only as a YouTuber board game, but also against the other Target titles. Starting off, the game looks awesome. Bright colors, great component quality, and a massive spinning platform in the middle that operates as a golf green, a basketball hoop, and an upright for field goals. They've got the presentation down. You look at this and you think, dang, we're about to have a bout here. I could see this at an illegal gambling hall. Unfortunately for the everything else, the looks are the best part of the game. What you are supposed to do is move around the board collecting cards with the hope of getting 3 of a kind so you can turn them in for a golden boy. First person to get 4 golden boys wins. There are other cards that have specialty effects, and each space on the board carries its own effect too, but all you really need to know about this one is 1, how short it is, and 2, how much you get to even play the sports. This game is over extremely quickly. There are an abundance of ways to gain cards and also multiple ways to get golden boys without them. So just as you are starting to get some semblance of strategy put together, the game is already over. For example, in the first game of this we ran, only 1 player was able to get back around to the starting space before the game was over, and he was only able to do that because the wheel sent him there. This wouldn't be too bad if you were able to get a lot of sporting action into these games, but due to the structure of the board, this middle turntable is likely going to go untouched. The only way to launch a 1v1 sporting challenge is to land on one of the battle spaces, of which there are only 4 on this 36 space board. On any trip around the board, you only have an 11% chance to get to play any of the sports. And since the game is so short, that's likely going to be an 11% chance per game. I don't understand why they made these spaces so rare. This is the main selling point of the title, and all of the challenges are really fun to do. If you have a really cool part of your game, you should make it to where people can enjoy that part of your game. But I'm not giving this title fair enough treatment. After all, this isn't the standard edition of the Dude Perfect board game. It's the Dude Perfect board game plus the soccer expansion pack. I'm all in when it comes to the dudes. Fun fact, the expansion is also sold as its own product, and it's cheaper to buy these two separate than it is buying them together. Wish I knew that earlier. The soccer expansion adds the panda to your playable roster, as well as another sporting challenge with the PK shootout, giving you an extra battle space that you can add to the board. Oh sweet, with all of these additions, the game must certainly be better, right? No! The soccer game is terrible. The launcher does not work in a satisfying way like the flicker does, and you are going to need to choose between taking a fast shot with no control or a slow shot that you can aim. Either way, that ball ain't going in. This is not helped by the fact that the balls have this massive effing bump on them from assembly that screws up the trajectory of the shot as well. This is not fun to do. Plus, it doesn't even help your odds of getting into a battle, as the rules state that you need to cover up an existing battle space with the new one. So you're either losing a spot for one of the good sport games, or you're losing the one that lets you choose any of the 3. Either way, still 11%. The panda's cool, great addition to the roster. Other than that, I think the expansion makes the game worse. This is a really cool idea with some really cool components and has done a great job of implementing trick shots into a board game, but it just does not live up to the potential. It was right there! That doesn't mean it's all bad though, just not as good as it could have been. So in terms of where it ranks among the other Target board games, I think it'll slot in right behind Quarter Life Crisis. And depending on who you ask, it could even take first. Welcome to the club, you're bumping shoulders with some good company here. If all else fails, you could just have the kids sit around the table and take the trick shots too. You don't even really need the game. This part is that good. Jury is still out though on if it's even lawful to expose kids of such a young age to golf. Tyler might be in a lot of trouble here. To finish off our little adventure, we'll be looking into the rising stars of a fresh new genre within the scene, the various attempts at VTuber card games. I know that a bunch of them are on Twitch and other platforms, but since the terminology is apparently short for virtual YouTuber, I will just be counting them all here. Starting us off, it's the official HoloLive trading card game. See, more groups need to do this. Where's my Yogscast trading card game? I want to run my Simon Stall deck. The HoloLive trading card game sees you build a deck to utilize your Oshi HoloMems and your regular HoloMems to take on your opponent. Cheer on your performers to unleash devastating moves and rule the stage. I am trying my very best here. In addition to me being a complete outsider to this, trading card games are way harder to quickly figure out than board games are. Imagine trying to learn Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now, having never seen the game before. Luckily for me, this one seems to operate on a similar system to the Pokemon trading card game, where energy is required to launch attacks at your opponent's mems. So if you've ever played that one before, you might be able to slide into this one relatively painlessly. It is a very new game, with the first set only having come out in July. So we'll need to wait and see if this one continues on, or if it ends up like the other TCGs I've covered. Based on what we learned from those, I'd stay away from including a Twin Towers card. We're 0 for 2 on games with that one. I guess for good luck, I should probably pick one of them to be our deck leader. You know what? I think I'm gonna go with the rat. Yeah, the rat with the what's up gambling attack. Yeah, we march under the Bales flag. Hey, me, put up a clip of her and see if I made the right choice, will ya?
But then when you add sauce onto it, does it become like a main course? How does that work? Fuck you.
But if an original creation isn't your speed, how's about a tie-in instead? Oh gosh, freaking German. I'm gonna biff it again. Weiss is the Japanese CCG best known for having a collaboration with a frankly obscene amount of IPs, including Sword Art Online, Persona 5, Attack on Titan, Batman Ninja, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Adventure Time, Love is War, Marvel Comics, Fate/Zero, various Pixar franchises, that Nikkei mobile game that I'm not doing a sponsor for, stop asking, Marvel movies, the girl from the Sonic Racing game, effing Disney, and for the purposes of this video, the entire HoloLive cast and crew. Heck, they might even have some of the accountants in there. Weiss has released no less than 12 sets featuring the HoloLive cast. They are one of the most prevalent groups in the entire game. Such sets on offer include trial decks carrying a chance to include a hot stamped autographed card, a premium booster featuring a ton of new faces including our Rat Commander, a trial deck specifically featuring the gamers of the group, 2 booster packs featuring the new Climax Rare cards, which feature the girls in more compromising positions. No, Japan, not now! A full set featuring the Weiss ambassadors, and the HoloLive production Summer Collection, which features everybody in swimsuits for some reason. Gee, I wonder why. As you can tell, all of this isn't really too much my cup of tea. You know, the whole thing is just a little Wait, is that the shark girl from the Dodgers game? Yeah, Gaurgura. I remember that. You know, after she showed up on screen, the Dodgers scored 4 runs unanswered and won. She actively cost the Brewers that game. Get sharked on, Milwaukee. But if that last booster pack was more your cup of tea, then oh boy, do I have the product for you. Dropping all pretenses and just leaning straight into it, we've got V-Card, the horniest creator collab TCG on the market. Unless I'm missing one that's down even worse, in which case, God help us all. V-Card is the 2025 creator card game brought to you by Gamersubs, where you attempt to play a game while dozens of Dobon Honkeros stare up at you from the playmat. There is a functional card game in here somewhere, but I doubt that's why you're here. I saved V-Card for the end as, 1, I mean, where else am I gonna put something this gratuitous, and 2, it is certainly interesting enough to earn the spot. Because not only is the creator list the wildest one we've seen so far, but it meets the requirements for holding the ending spot, as at the start of its lifespan, it had some frankly terrible ideas. But firstly, let's see that lineup. You'll notice that I've been saying creator every time I bring up the cast and not VTuber like the other ones. And that's because while the big-boobed VTuber women are what GamerSupps wants to shove in your face the most, they are not the only ones here and big-boobed. For instance, you ever seen Meat Canyon portrayed as a woman with massive jugs on a souped-up truck? Did you ever want to see that? I didn't hear you, so here you go! That is not the weirdest thing in here. Other additions to our endgame style crossover include Cyanide and Happiness portrayed as Cyanide-chan and Happiness-chan. Female Smitty holding 2 big bags of milk, Buff Swagger Souls drinking a beer from his own helmet mug, the Russian Badger downing an entire canister of gasoline, Connor Dog hitting a signature Joe pose, Jay Schlatt channeling his inner Shepherd of Fire, Female Moist Critical wearing what cannot legally be called a shirt, and, of course, BB No Money coming out of your toilet. No game is complete without it. There are, of course, more people involved, like Heavenly Father, Demon Dice, and my favorite cards, the BreaKey Bricks. But what about the actual game itself? How do you play this bad boy if you want to run around? Well, it's pretty simple. Each well-endowed creator card comes with a certain amount of power, and you want to use effects, items, and upgrades in order to bolster your warrior before combat starts. Whoever wins the combat wins the round, whoever wins 3 rounds wins the game. Easy, breezy, beautiful, cover girl, sounds like a blast. Well, that's because those are the updated rules, the new ones with all of the kinks worked out. The original rules, however, were not quite as simple or intuitive, as if you couldn't tell by the artwork, there were a lot of kinks here. For instance, the new game has you constantly draw new opening hands until you manage to get a PL8 card, which you need to start the game. Generous. In the original, you got 1 mulligan per game, and if you didn't draw one after, you would instantly lose the round. Meaning that if you got really unlucky, you could just lose the entire game before you even got to play. Well, to prevent this from happening, you might just want to add as many PL8s to your deck as possible, which you could absolutely do because there was no maximum number of cards that you could put in one deck. The Yu-Gi-Oh picture, please. Did we learn nothing? But hey, it's all in good fun though, right? Sure, it's a little wonky, but there isn't anything at stake here, so it's all good. We're still good. No. It's not all in good fun there, buddy boy, because when you're playing V-Card, you're playing for keeps. Introducing the prize pool mechanic, which I will be showing off with Yu-Gi-Oh cards, as every single card on this site has been sold out for months. I never stood a chance. I could still get this fabulous shirt to wear to the family reunion though, you know, unless I'm size 6XL, those got snatched up just as quick apparently. How the prize pool mechanic works is this. Over the course of the game, you will play cards in order to try to win. The played cards going into your discard pile after being used. If you manage to win the round, then your cards will stay where they are, in the discard pile. But if you lost that round, then every card that you played during that round will be sent to the prize pool. Play continues with more cards being added by the loser of each round, and once the winner of the game is determined, he will take every single card in the prize pool because they are his now. You no longer have any legal claim to those cards. Tough luck, buddy boy. Hope you didn't have any important cards in your main deck. V-Card here might be costing you 10 to 20 cards every time you play. It is theoretically possible to lose your entire deck in one game. Oh, hey, how did the games go? Pretty good. I wanted to try out a new engine, but I lost the BB No Money toilet card early, so the whole deck broke and I got cleaned out. I can still activate my credit card, though. After they got absolutely melted from people pointing out how obtuse the gameplay was for this one, they went back to the drawing board and tuned up all the garbage so that the game now properly functions. So now you can play those meat cannons all that you want without having to worry about them being taken from you. Stevie Blunder does a pretty great job of showcasing the issues with the game's launch in his video, so I'll link that down below if you'd like to see more.
As for us though, I think that will cap off our look into the world of YouTuber board games. Now all we have to do is wait until I release my own board game, Asphalt Action. Comes with 6 pawns, 2 dice, and 45 pounds of binder hot mix asphalt. Limited production of 15 copies at this specific target location for the next 42 hours, so get yours today! So you have a lifelong dream, and that is to purchase your very own Majgar 56 cubic foot commercial display fridge from your local Target supermarket. You know, like a normal person. But checking the price of that nowadays, yeesh, you're gonna need to find a way to get some cash and fast before the neighbors start spreading rumors. Dude, I don't think he has a Majgar. Well, lucky for you, I have both a reliable and sustainable way to earn the funds that you need to survive. Winning a board game show!
It's the crossword game you've played all your life, but never quite like this.
The last time we were around these parts, we looked at game show board games, games that you play at home based off of the shows that you watch. But now we'll be covering board game shows, shows that you watch based off of the games that you play at home. You still following? My mouth tastes like pennies? Good! There is no limit to the stupidity that TV execs will allow on their network, as we have seen before, so as expected, there is going to be an abundance of whack crap for us to comb through. Who knows, we might even run into 3 good shows. I'm feeling hopeful this time around. So grab your buzzers and get ready to roll that giant novelty die as we strap in for some board game shows. We'll be tackling these bad boys on a game-by-game basis, so why don't we start this one off with the one that they just will not give up on, Scrabble! Find yourself someone that believes in you as much as TV believes in Scrabble, and buddy, you are set. They have tried to make Scrabble work as a TV show on 6 separate occasions now, and in terms of the kind of run a game show needs to have to be considered successful, it has worked 1 time. To be fair, that is 1 more than I would have guessed. The only one that ended up panning out was the 1984 version hosted by Chuck Woolery, who was also the original host of Wheel of Fortune, so they had a bit of star power. They also had another bit of power in that this game is absolutely nothing like Scrabble. This is a word guessing game where the host gives a hint and 1 letter will be revealed at a time until one of the players guesses the word. Whichever player gets more words moves on to the bonus round where they compete against the previous winner to do the exact same thing. I kid you not, the only connection that this has to the board game is that they'll connect the revealed words on a board, which does nothing, and they call the letters tiles. You could call this game Booze Boodle and it would make no difference. The viewers didn't seem to mind though, because this show managed to go on for 6 years until it was eventually kicked off the air by Family Feud, which is honestly nothing to be ashamed of. That's a pretty heavy hitter there. The network wasn't about to just give up on Scrabble completely though. No, they were gonna make sure that puppy got back on the air no matter how many times it failed. 1990, the same year that the old version was canceled, they made a pilot to launch the exact same show with the exact same rules. This one was not picked up, likely due in part to how it was just canceled a few months ago. 1993, they pitched the exact same show again, but this time it was picked up, I imagine, so that they would stop asking. Surprisingly, the show that didn't hit with viewers just 3 years ago didn't hit with viewers, and it was canceled in less than a year. 2024, 31 years later, the CW decided to give it another go and made the jaw-dropping decision to actually allow the contestants to play Scrabble on Scrabble. And it is just as exciting as it sounds.
I'm playing Pearl using the PE so I can get that double word score.
You're a pearl, you're a diamond.
They did renew this one for a 2nd season though, so who knows? Maybe we're looking at the first steps of the new Wheel of Fortune. The CW could definitely use it, but somebody already had the idea of a show where you do nothing but Scrabble. It was the British with 2001's TV Scrabble.
Where our 2 contestants are standing by and ready and waiting to play their words onto our giant high-tech screen like this. It works, good. It costs us a fortune.
You legitimately just sit here and watch these 2 tap away on their gamepads as they play 1 word at a time while the host delivers the driest commentary imaginable.
And now he's walking it. Now he's walking it. And your time is up. A walk in the park there for you, Richard.
Credit where it is due, though, this would make a phenomenal background show, which is probably why it made it 3 seasons before it ended up dying. Scrabble Showdown is the last Scrabble program to take a shot at the license and opted for the rotating minigame route in the hopes that that would drum up some excitement. It did not, and the show didn't even make it a year. Why is everyone so dead set on making a Scrabble game show happen? Who sits down, plays a game of Scrabble, and then goes, man, I would sure love to only be watching this? With an electric 1-4 start on successful game shows, let's see if we can't do a little better with a bigger name behind us. And the name doesn't get much bigger than our next title, Monopoly. 6. Scrabble got 6 attempts at a game show, and you want to know what Monopoly got? 2. Haters. Yes, the single best-selling branded board game on Earth only has the name recognition for 2 attempts. So let's go ahead and check them out and see if there was a reason for that. Monopoly 1990, complete with all the audio fuzz you love from 90s local television. Monopoly 1990 was a quiz show that saw players guess words from hints to win properties and cash, before spending some of that cash to build houses or hotels in the big money round. Here you would go around the board, and if they land on your property, you answer a question to win rent. Other spaces carried their own effects as well, like the railroads allowing you to travel to a monopoly and attempt a hostile takeover. Finally, some respect on the railroads. Whoever has the most money at the end of the round moves on to the final, where you attempt to get all the way around the board in 5 rolls without hitting the various jail spaces. Make it, 25 grand is yours. This show feels long. It takes no longer than your standard game show episode, but each segment feels like they are about to kick the show off for going over time. Don't believe me? Round 2 takes multiple trips around the Monopoly board before calling time, and the introductory round needs a commercial break halfway through. Literally half of the game is just the property acquisition phase. To be fair, that is game accurate, but it's not exactly exciting television. The network didn't think so either, as after a 12-week stint as the partner of Super Jeopardy, a pilot for a solo career for the program was made but was never picked up, killing it in less than a year. Some good ideas in there for sure, just not engaging enough to hold the audience. Well, 25 years later, Monopoly would get another chance to impress the public with its only other outing, Monopoly Millionaires Club. And I don't want to oversell it or anything, but this might be one of the greatest game shows ever made. Monopoly Millionaires Club is absolutely wild. This show is so crazy that while I was looking over it, I considered just axing the rest of the shows and making this a solo video. There is that much to talk about here. For starters, let's begin with how you even get on the show. You need to win the lottery. Yes, in order to participate in the Monopoly Millionaires Club game show, you would need to purchase an actual real-world scratch-off ticket that could win you a seat on the show as a prize. You are actually sending money to your state lottery for the chance to get called to the stage. This also means that any resident of a state without a state lottery system was completely barred from entering the show. Nevada being a very interesting case because the show was filmed in Las Vegas. But winning that scratch-off didn't just get you your seat. No, it came with a whole host of benefits to entice potential gamblers to invest in the Pennybags bloodline. First, they would pay to fly you out to Vegas for the show, so at this point, you're already cost positive. Next, you are almost guaranteed to win some money just for attending, the reason for which we'll get into later. And third, even if you didn't get called up to the stage, one contestant was picked to play a side game where they could win up to $10,000 just for picking the right number. So if all else failed, you had a backup plan as well. But let's not lose focus. Right now we're looking at the single most exclusive game show audience on the planet, and 3 of them are about to be called up to play the game. So what are we in for here? Well, Monopoly Millionaires Club is a minigame style show similar to Let's Make a Deal. Contestants will be called up from the stands, they will play a game to try to win money, and at the end they can choose to forfeit their winnings for a chance to win the $1 million prize. All of the games are of course Monopoly themed, such as Block Party, No Vacancy, and my favorite, Ride the Rails, the railroad themed game where you pick from various railroads from across the series. Finally, some respect on the railroads! All of these games played with odds and how much you were willing to press your luck, so of course they are extremely stressful to watch and make for great television. But unlike other shows, winning that game does not grant you the amount you won, as from the money won from that game, only half of it would go to the player, while the other half would be divided equally between everyone seated in their section. This is where the draw of the lottery ticket came from, as even if you didn't get called from your section to play, if that player did well, you would still walk away with cash and your free trip to Vegas. Not a bad deal. Of course, splitting the amount of money from a standard minigame win with the 38 other people in your section wouldn't leave you with much. From what I saw, the average winnings were around $25K, split in half is $12.50, and divided by 38 leaves you with around $329, but that and a free trip ain't too bad for a $5 scratch-off. Of course, you weren't there to win the hundreds, you were there to win the million. So how do you manage that? Starting from the player with the most winnings, they had the choice to keep what they had won or go for the $1 million in the finale, which might end up looking a little familiar to fans of the previous game. Players have 5 rolls to make it all the way around the Monopoly game board without hitting jail or other penalties. Along the way, they will get increasingly more money the higher valued spaces they land on, as well as chances to win prizes from the specialty spaces, such as a new car or free electricity for a year. That one might end up worth more than the milli. If they run out of rolls before they get there, they will split their new cash total with their section, but if they land on or draw go to jail, then they lose everything. Pass and Go will win them in their section 100 grand each, but landing on Go exactly will win their section 200 grand and them a cool 1 milli for themselves. Oh, but that'll never happen. How likely is it that someone rolls exactly on to Go? Well, to quote host Billy Gardell, let's fire up that rock and roller and find out. In the 17 years since Wheel of Fortune introduced the $1 million wedge, only 4 people have managed to win the grand prize. In Deal or No Deal's 5-year run, only 2 people ever managed to win the million, and that was on the specialty $1 Million Mission program where they just kept adding $1 million cases until somebody won it. And in Monopoly Millionaires Club's 1-year, 2-season run, they had 4 people win the $1 million. Each episode had around a 14% chance of producing a millionaire. Every time they air the show, it's a 1 in 7 chance of losing $1 million. Holy cow! Now, you may be wondering, Cam, how in the world can they afford to give away all this money and still remain profitable? That's a great question. They can't. In a brutal combination, the amount of money these numbskulls were giving away, combined with how several states began to drop the scratch-off from their lotteries due to how unpopular it was, meant that the show was, quote, economically unsustainable. And unfortunately, Millionaires Club would not be renewed for a 3rd season. In retrospect, having the success of your show be determined by not only convincing enough people to watch it, but also convincing enough gamblers to continuously fund it just made it that much easier for the show to fail. Just because an idea is cool doesn't mean it's not terrible. But man, what a show they had! The best part of this by far is that every single detail of the show, down to having to gamble for a chance to get a seat, screams Monopoly. This is the Monopoly game show. You cannot get any more Monopoly than this. A shame that it couldn't continue on because it is legitimately a really fun show to watch, but this was completely unsustainable. It's like they were racing to see how much money they could give away before they got canceled. Hilarious behavior. For all you Monopoly fiends out there hoping for a new show though, it looks like Netflix is in the process of making a new Monopoly reality competition right now. So we might need to revisit that one once it comes around. Highly doubt that it'll be better than Millionaires Club, but as I like to say, the more people make me look stupid, the better off we all are. Now we are going to hit a lightning round of the games that did manage to get a show, but only managed to put together the one. Sorry boyos, but sometimes you just aren't interesting enough. The Candyland Baking Show! Alright, bad first example. Candyland sees several teams of bakers prepare themed tasty treats on an edible set, and is hosted by Emmy and Tony Award-winning actress Kristen Chenoweth, who is best known for playing somebody called Glinda in a Wizard of Oz fanfiction. I don't know. But Cam, this sounds absolutely ridiculous. Why is it in the lightning round? Well, on top of how we've already looked at it before, nothing really interesting happened with it. It's just another baking show with that one candy/land slapped on there, and it only farted out 7 episodes before it was put on indefinite hiatus. Not really a whole lot on offer here. It has not been officially canceled though, so there is still a chance that season 2 is on its way. And if you've managed to not lose hope after the last 5 years, man, I've got a couple NFL franchises that could really use your positivity. Yahtzee from 1988. Yahtzee sees 2 teams stand across a panel of 5 celebrities who are given an open-ended question, and it's up to the players to try to guess the word they think the celebrities answered the most to gain points, with hilarious banter interjecting throughout the— oh, you gotta be kidding me. It's just Match Game. It's legitimately just Match Game. My least favorite show of all time. I hate Match Game! Oh, sorry, the players do get to roll the dice to try and get a Yahtzee as a part of the bonus round if they win the judge section, so really only like 85% of this one is ripping off Match Game. Great. Awesome. Fantastical. Surprisingly, ripping off a show that just got canceled 6 years prior didn't really land with audiences, and Yahtzee didn't even make it a year. But an interesting side note, after the show was forced to move to a different location, executive producers Bernstein and Hovis were arrested on suspicion of stealing set materials like the giant novelty dice. Ah, come on, you can't fault the man for wanting big dice. This action ended up leading to those two suing the Showboat Entertainment Company, Atlantic City Police, the State of New Jersey Gaming Enforcement, New Jersey State Police, and the New Jersey Casino Control Commission for slander, false imprisonment, unlawful detention, invasion of privacy, intrusion, emotional distress, negligence, and symbolic defamation. Did you get everything there, or do we want to take another spin on the wheel of lawsuits? I could not find the resolution to the lawsuit, so it was likely either dropped or settled, but I did find that Bernstein and Hovis were mentioned in another lawsuit when they were told by the production company to present the idea for the show Anything for Money to Paramount, and when asked who owned the rights to the show, they lied and said that they did. What brings you to consider that a phenomenal plan? Okay, so we're gonna take the show and hope no one notices. Taboo from 2003. Probably the most game-accurate show on this list, teams would legitimately just play rounds of Taboo, and whoever got more points would win. The only changes being that the bonus round had themed words, and if you screwed up in round 2, then the host would try to screw with you. Didn't make it through the year, probably because the host was dressed like this. Next, Scattergories from 1993. This game sees teams come up with 6 words that match a theme, all starting with the same letter, gaining points for every word that does not match one given by the celebrity panel. This show is also hosted by Dick Clark from Dick Clark's Rockin' New Year's Eve. Alright, I'm sold. Great show. From that description, it also sounds like this one would follow the Match Game formula, but the difference here is that all of the celebrity panel's answers are pre-recorded, so you don't have to suffer through Barry McLary's hilarious commentary jolting in there making you want to blow up the set. That didn't help this one too much in the ratings though, as yet again, this one did not make it out of the year. And at this point, I'm starting to wonder if Scrabble was the only one to ever hit a winning formula. Not so fast though, as here comes 25 words or less, bringing in not only a successful TV run, but a successful TV run in the modern era. 25 words or less sees 2 teams be given a list of 5 words, and they need to bid on how few words they think they can use to get their teammates to guess all of those words password style. Lower bid gets to play. If they get it, they get the points. If they don't, the other team does. Also very faithful to the board game, this has a very simple structure that is again very similar to shows like Super Password, and that formula seems to be working pretty well for them as they are currently on their 7th season and have already been renewed for an 8th. setting this up to be the longest running board game show we've seen so far. You heard it here first, folks. If you want a successful BGGS, you simply need to go for the game I literally just learned about and the barn-burning action of Scrabble. Pretty obvious contenders if you think about it. Going back to the games with multiple attempts, we are sitting at a glamorous 2-10. Oh, we really need to get some more winners in here. Well, no better option to get us a win than another highly regarded title. Everyone give it up for our savior, Cluedo! Hi, I'm calling to see if there are any deals on coffins. Cluedo is the 1990 British game show that carries what might be the most unique game show structure I have ever seen. Get a load of what's going on in here. 2 teams of 2 are introduced, and it is their job to figure out who did the murder, where it was committed, and with what item. After they are introduced, a pre-recorded episode of events is shown showcasing who the murder victim is and why each of the suspects had a motive. And I'm talking full-on drama with plot points and lore elements. You could rip this straight out of The Young and the Restless. After the background is established, the actors of the suspects who are still in character are then interviewed by the contestants. Only the murderer is allowed to lie in the cross-examination phase, and after they are done interrogating the suspects, they are allowed to make a guess. This part is genuinely funny because they have to accuse someone of murder and the person they accuse is right in front of them. It's like a live-streamed police investigation. After this, the contestants will be shown one more scene of the suspects at the house, another round of questioning ensues, and they will go back and forth until one of them gets all 3 guesses right. They will then have a full-on segment where the culprit confesses to the murder, which is hammed up as much as possible. Something else, I don't think the contestants actually win anything. A prize is never mentioned, so they might just be doing all this for fun. The premise is wild, the actors are fun and hammy, and the entire thing carries the sophisticated air you would expect from stereotypical Brit high society. They have full episodes on YouTube from this one, and I recommend trying one out at some point just to see that this was a game show. It doesn't fit the format at all, and I think that's awesome. They only got 25 episodes off over 4 years, which, while lengthy, is less than Millionaires Club did, so I don't think I can add it to the list. But hey, it did do a much better job than all of the international versions of it. Cluedo Australia, arguably just as successful, ran for the same amount of episodes on only 2 seasons. Cluedo Italy only made it 13 episodes over the course of a year. Cluedo Germany did one worse at 12 episodes 5 years after the British version was cancelled, and Cluedo France got 4 rockin' rollin' episodes in there before they just gave up and canned the whole idea. Thanks for playing, Europe. You've taken our record down to 2-15. We're getting relegated. We're getting relegated so bad. Pictionary from 1989. Wow, it ran for a whole 3 months? We've got a real winner on our hands here. Pictionary 1989 saw 2 teams of kids draw pictures in the hopes that their teammates would guess what they are drawing for points. Believe it or not, the one with the most points wins. This one is very standard Pictionary gameplay, all the way up until the final round where it randomly turns into a Double Dare style minigame where the kids need to uncover a picture and then guess it to win like a VCR or something. Believe me if I say that that wasn't the worst aging thing here?
Arsenio Fan Hall Club, who is it?
Bill Cosby!
That's right. Bill Cosby is right. Speaking for Felicity, the judge, the red team, Bill Cosby, myself, thanks for being here. We'll see you next time.
Look at that picture. They knew. They absolutely knew. But hey, 3 whole months on the air, that's enough for another go! Let's see take 2 with Pictionary 1997. Oh boy, this one almost made it a full year! Pictionary 1997 pairs contestants up with 2 celebrities each and has them compete to score more Pictionary points. Most points gets to go to the bonus round where they can compete to win hundreds of dollars. It's Pictionary but in the password style. Man, I don't know. Not even the host is interested in this. Look at Alan Thicke, man. Does this look like someone who's excited to be here?
Oh, you were doing fine, doing fine. Coming back to see if the Macho team can catch the women here. They need 6 to tie.
Hey, third time's the charm though. 25 years later, it's Pictionary 2022. Can you guess what happens? Oh my gosh, a celebrity comes on and they play Pictionary. Whoever gets more points wins, and they play one more round for a trip. Riveting! Wow, we changed almost nothing, and can you believe it? This one is the most successful version yet. What? Yeah, for some reason, audiences did connect with this format, at least for a little bit. It had a successful test run to start, and then aired full-time for 3 seasons before it was eventually terminated. Not good enough to make our success board, but did a lot better than most of the other games we've seen so far. Well, that's nice. Doesn't stop us from moving to 2 and 18, but hey, silver linings have gotta be worth something at the pawn shop. Okay, think, what is the single easiest board game to turn into a game show? A game where the work needed to convert it into the new format would be practically trivial. Pursuit? Trivial Pursuit! It is literally already a quiz show. How could you possibly screw this up? Don't tempt them. Trivial Pursuit in 1993 sees 3 contestants line up and answer trivia questions in an attempt to earn wedges for correct responses. Gaining all 6 wedges wins you the game and advances you to the next round. It's a Trivial Pursuit game show. It is literally everything you would expect from a Trivial Pursuit game show. No surprises here. Doesn't mean audiences are gonna watch it. Hey, Trivial Pursuit, quick question. If you're gonna go for a pure trivia approach to the show, do you think there might be a little competition there with, say, one of the most successful game shows of all time? I'll take Never Stood a Chance for 400, Alex. It's not a bad show, it's got a wide variety of trivia on offer, and that's probably what helped it reach the coveted 1-year marker on its lifespan. Couldn't help it get to 2 before it was put down though, so no luck yet. But hey, if we run this somewhere without that powerhouse roadblock, it might just fare a little bit better. Trivial Pursuit UK is the British show that shares a lot of similarities with the American program. Players answer questions to earn wedges, winner plays the solo bonus round, the show gets cancelled after a year. I can definitely see the resemblance. Okay, so it wasn't Jeopardy's fault. Maybe we're just a little too innovative for audiences. Any modern attempts? Guess who's back? It's the CW with Trivial Pursuit 2024. This one changes up the formula by adding points to the wedge scoring system and adding a chase round where players pick the categories they want the harder questions in. Whoever has the most points at the end moves on to the solo bonus round for 20 grand. This one I think has a much more engaging structure with the different rounds and added points, and it looks like the viewers agree, as this one has also been renewed for a 2nd season on the CW, just like with Scrabble from earlier. So we'll need to keep our eyes on these and see if they can't go the distance. But not every Trivial Pursuit show needs to take the same format. Let's get a little wacky, get a little crazy with Trivial Pursuit America Plays. America Plays goes for a much different approach to the game, having viewers from across America submit their own questions in an attempt to stump the show's contestants. If the players get the question right, the money goes to the studio bank, but if they get it wrong, the money goes to the America Bank. At the end of the show, whichever value is higher determines the winner. Studio, the money goes to the winning contestant. America, the money is split evenly among the viewers who submitted questions. This is a very different kind of game to what we've seen so far. The only other one to have one of these outside the show gimmicks has been Millionaires Club, and this one requires a lot less commitment from the audience, only needing to record themselves asking a question to send in. The split is also way better for the viewer, as while you wouldn't get that free trip to Vegas, a prize of around 13 grand split 17 ways does net you around $765. And you didn't even need to buy a scratch off for it this time. You might think that the more interesting structure and the decently cool gimmick might help this one out a bit, but no! 1 season didn't even make it a year. Too bad. Good lord, man, we're 2 and 21. I'm on pace to miss my original 3-winner guess, and I only have 1 chance left. The heck am I gonna do? Alrighty, when your back's to the wall, you gotta bring out the big guns. 1 chance left, universe on the line. Give me Family Game Night!
The games are bigger, the stakes are higher, and moments are priceless. Right now on Family Game Night!
Family Game Night is the 2010 show that sees families compete in a variety of minigames based around the Hasbro family of board games. Each minigame won awards a Monopoly cash card that is turned in at the end for a randomized amount of money. Whichever family has the most money at the end wins. Family Game Night forgoes the normal approach of the board game show of basing the show around one marketable title and instead makes the entire show about Hasbro, relegating the board games themselves to be the themes of the minigames. Hasbro fans rejoice! You can now properly cheer for your favorite company without having to play all of those stupid games. Hasbro definitely went the quantity route here to 1. Flex on the haters with all the games they own, and 2. Bring in fans of many different game series. Operation fans likely aren't going to be tuning into Scrabble, but hey, they might watch Family Game Night. It also adds a mystery element to each episode, as you don't know which of the minigames on offer will be included in that specific one. Gotta tune in each week to see if your favorite made it in. How many different minigames are in Family Game Night? Well, there's not too many to pick from. There were 2 toss-up type games to determine who goes first, Guess Who, and Cranium Brain Break, but for the regular games, there was Scrabble Flash, Bop It Boptagon, Regular Cranium, Guess Cheers Freefall, Connect 4 Basketball, Bounce and Boogie Boggle, Sorry Sliders, Yahtzee Bowling, Twister Lights Out, Operation Sam Dunk, Green Scream, Spelling Bee, Battleship, Regular Sorry, Monopoly Remix, Jenga, Regular Yahtzee, Barrel of Monkeys, the Community Chest bonus game, and the Monopoly Crazy Cash bonus game. Lord help you if your favorite is Bouncin' Boogie Boggle, I don't like your odds. This is definitely more of a game show aimed at kids, what with the brighter colors, the more action-packed and simple minigames, and the focus on family fun. And is it just me, or is it weird that this is one of the only ones that went for the kid angle? You know, kids, one of the largest demographics and markets for board games. Why did nobody else try this except for the awful Pictionary show? Seeing as the only other kids game show on at the time was Are You Smarter Than a 5th Grader, Family Game Night did quite well filling that niche, with season after season being renewed by the network, which is quite impressive for an hour-long game show program. It was also received well critically, with the show winning a CINE Golden Eagle Award and host Todd Newton taking home a Daytime Emmy for Outstanding Game Show Host. This thing was on a roll! And with things going so well for Family Game Night, one must wonder why the entire thing died after only its 5th season. Yes, this multi-award winning Hasbro-backed one-of-a-kind game show wasn't even able to match 1984 Scrabble in terms of lifespan. What the heck happened? Well, Family Game Night originally launched in 2010 alongside the network it was shown on, The Hub, a joint venture between Hasbro and Discovery to make a channel more focused on family content, taking the place of Discovery Kids. By 2014, though, Hasbro decided that The Hub was not performing as well as they had hoped and ceded operation over the network to Discovery. So The Hub was once again rebranded to Discovery Family, and Family Game Night would stop production so that the two companies could focus on their other major projects. When two companies get divorced, it's always the game show that suffers. So, despite everything in its favor, Family Game Night only ends up with 5 total seasons to its name, which just barely gets it in for my deal or no deal successful game show metric. An arbitrary rating system, yes, but it's my arbitrary rating system, so that's number 3, baby! Winner! And that will round out the full collection of board game shows. So besides any that I might have missed, our final record tallies out to a crisp 3-21, which is just bad enough to likely net us a top 5 draft pick. As both head coach and GM, that selection is going to fall to me, and I think I've already got my pick in mind. And we welcome you back to the Board Game Show Draft. Cleveland has just used their number 1 pick to get the 7th Scrabble game show on the air, and it looks like Cam is heading out to the podium now to announce pick number 2. With the 2nd pick in the Board Game Show Draft, KamSandwich Studios selects a 3rd BreaKey show! Yeah! You know, with most of the games I cover coming from decades long past, it's reassuring to know that humanity still has the capability to make a game that really makes you go, what? Monopoly Scrabble, the official fusion of both Monopoly and Scrabble into the ever-elusive board game. Oh, right rare find right there. Now, whenever one of these puppies approaches you, show it a bit of kindness by tossing it a few scraps from your lunchbox. Another one fished out of the ever-reliable aisles of Target. You know that when something looks this obtuse, I've gotta get my dirty mitts on it and take a look for myself. Unfortunately, seeing as we're going to be dealing with double the board gaming action than normal, I'll have to replace one of our usual categories to compensate. I assure you that all will be worth it though in order to answer the two questions that have grabbed this world by the collarbone. Is this game any good at all? And how does it compare to our other Target titles? It's going up against, some real rock stars here, so let's dive on into Hasbro's newest attempt to stay relevant with some Monopoly Scrabble. So, something a few of you must be wondering is, how did these knuckleheads carefully craft this combination of cherished children's challenges? Well, it was quite the delicate process. You see this middle part here? Yeah, we smashed a Scrabble board in there. Innovation that excites. Really just flex taped that sucker on there. They did not waste any space on this board. Some would call it efficient, some would call it cluttered. It really just depends on how much information your eyes can take in all at once. Of course, with no middle of the board anymore, this means that the chance and community chest cards have been demoted to the side of the board now, which is a terrible look for their careers going forward. You, of course, get your iconic Monopoly playing pieces alongside your iconic Scrabble tiles and trays, but while these two are pretty solid, I guess they had to keep the cost down somewhere because these trays are much lower quality than I remember. They are very rough to the touch, and the wood is flaking off of them at points. It looks like it just came out of the workshop class. But back to the boards. The middle one here carries all of the Scrabble features you want and desire, but has added property groups to the Power Spaces lineup. But as Monopoly's name does come first on the box, that technically makes this one a Monopoly revamp. And if you remember how well Hasbro treats their new Monopoly titles, then you're probably waiting to hear what vital spaces they've completely axed for no reason. Well, lucky for you, this time they've managed to leave all of the major spaces intact. Technically, yeah, seemingly nothing important from the Monopoly board has been cut this time around. Properties, chance, community chest, railroad, utilities, the only things that are missing from this one are the tax spaces, and I really don't think too many people will be distraught over that one. Mine taxes. But as you look a little closer, something seems to be a bit off here. Why does each property group only have one space? Actually, come to think of it, where are the houses? Where are the hotels? Where are the dice? And this is where we hit the schmeat of the game. As this isn't just a Monopoly title with a Scrabble minigame or vice versa, you are legitimately playing these two games at the same time. Here's how it works. You have your 7 Scrabble tiles, and at the start of your turn, you will play a word. And based on how many Scrabble points that word would normally get you, you move your Monopoly piece that many spaces on the board. So, for example, if I were to play crap here off of my opponent's whack, then that score would tally up to 8, and I would move 8 spaces to the light blue color group. Oh, that's a really good idea. Oh, the bad game stock is tanking. This has gotta be one of the most creative movement mechanics I have ever seen. It works so well, and theoretically means that you can choose whatever space you want to land on if you can manage to put the right word together. The book doesn't come with any time limit for your turn though, so I highly recommend adding one so you might be able to finish this one before the end of the week. But look at that electric opening turn by me. I've made my way to the light blue space immediately, and this means that I am now the proud owner of the brown color group. Huh? Yeah, the Scrabble board is not done with you yet. In this game, you do not purchase properties by landing on them. Instead, you gain a color group by covering up its spot on the Scrabble board with one of your words. Like with how my C in crap took the browns right here. This also means that if you own a color group and somebody plays onto a different brown space later, then they are going to steal that property from you a la Cheater's Edition. But Monopoly isn't the only game that has had stuff cut, as don't like your letters and feel like exchanging them for new ones? Too bad! You need to use the letters you're given whether you like them or not. But if you find yourself struggling to make a word, then the bank can offer you a bit of help. For a price. Introducing the Bank Tray. At any point during the game, you can purchase letters from the bank tray for $100 a letter, and they can be added to whatever word you are trying to build that turn, effectively giving you access to 2 trays of letters at all times. This really frees up your options and forces you to consider if the movement is worth the money, and confound it, that's another great idea! A few other changes. Free parking now always has some money in there for you to land on, a la Oneupmanship. You now receive $2,000 every time you pass go. God save Mr. Monopoly, the inflation here is crazy. And the game now ends when the final Scrabble tile is played. Whoever has the most money in cash and properties wins. The game does say that it is still technically possible to go bankrupt, but with the $2,000 go payout and how you don't even need to pay for the properties, they say that this is extremely rare. I say that if you still manage it, it might be time to hang up the jacket. You are not recovering from that. So now we know how they've managed to mash these two together, but we've still yet to see what happens when we actually run it for real. So let's turn the ignition on this bad boy and see whether or not this engine is going to explode. The biggest new thing to figure out is the movement. Since this is what you'll be spending most of your time doing, how good is the diceless movement? It's pretty good. It gives you a much greater control over your movement if you want it, and if you really don't care all that much, then you can just go for the highest word score and rock it around the board. It also makes you think about the values of each of the letters more if you are trying to avoid a certain space, and is a really creative way to mesh the gameplay of each title together. Overall, they killed this part. But the movement is probably the only thing I'd say they knocked out of the park, as all of the other changes that they've made to facilitate this combo cause at least a little bit of structural damage. I hate what they've done to the properties. These properties look like they came straight out of 2008. So in order to prevent the Scrabble part of this game from just being the replacement for the dice, they decided to also make it the way you get properties. But in order to make this work, they needed to change the properties a lot, and this leaves them just looking awful. For one, grouping all of the color groups into one space each. Look at what this does to the board structure. I feel unsafe here. The reduction of the space count makes the properties way less useful than they were before. In our entire playthrough of this, only 1 rent was paid from the properties, and it was from the green. Do you know how bad you have to screw up to make green the best option? You also no longer have to pay for the properties, which I never like because they lose that investment quality. You get mad when someone misses your properties in the regular game because you sunk all of your money into this useless piece of trash. Here, it's even more when you consider that these properties could be changing hands constantly due to being stolen on the board or from the chance cards. And in order to make this theft mechanic work, they've had to completely remove the building option altogether. No houses, no hotels, not even a headquarters like in Ms. Monopoly. There's nothing! You also obviously can't roll for rent on the utilities either, so the only group that doesn't feel completely broken here are the railroads. Rare Railroad Revamp W? Let's go! All of this makes the properties feel extremely unimpactful until the end of the game when you turn them in for their value. Really, they're more prize voucher than property. But in order to fill the space on the board that's been left empty by the property reduction, they've added a large amount of chance and community chest spaces. And by that, I mean 50% of the board is community chest or chance. Well, that's healthy. I love when half of the game board is random effects. You know what would make those even better, though? If they made the cards worse! All of the effects on these cards are either take this color group, advance to this space, or get out of, or go to jail. The only unique effect between either deck is that chance has go back 3 spaces. Other than that, they're the exact same. This might be the worst missed potential out of the whole game. We have 4 total effects on the cards that make up most of the board when we have 2 entire games worth of mechanics to work with? Why not divide into 2 decks, 1 for each game?
The Monopoly deck. All of the current chance and community chest effects, along with gain or lose this amount of money, pay this much if you own 2 or more properties, or double or halve your movement speed next turn. The Scrabble deck. Swap or steal a tile from another player. Swap trays with another player. Rotate all letter trays 1 player to the left. Exchange all of your tiles for new ones. I came up with these in less than an hour. When the chance and community chest spaces make up half of the board, those cards have got to have something interesting on them, or else the gameplay just becomes stale. Oh boy, I landed on another chance space, and would you look at that, I take another color group that I already own. Riveting stuff here. If you were playing Monopoly but all of the chance cards were gain or lose $100, would you still be curious about what you draw when you land there? No! So we've got 20 chance spaces that hardly make any impact, 8 property spaces that hardly make any impact, and 1 just visiting space that's there for the brand. Not counting the utilities or railroads, since those have enough board presence to mean something, 29 of the 40 spaces on this board are practically worthless from a gameplay perspective. Aw, look at that bad boy, soar! So we've got a wonderful movement mechanic that allows you to seamlessly glide around a board where nothing happens. Incredible. But hey, a game doesn't have to be perfect for it to be fun, so let's check out that fun factor and see if they can't earn a few points back here. While you are playing the game, you will eventually start to feel like it's supposed to be deeper than it is. Everything at the start gets you into the game easily enough, but after your first lap around the board, you quickly realize that this is it. You just do this until you run out of tiles. This would be helped a lot by a second-tier objective that keeps the game fresh. Like how in Monopoly, you start out by trying to get to the properties before you then transition into building them up with houses. Here, you just try to move around the board as much as possible with maybe something happening along the way if you're lucky. It could be that it was made to be this shallow to make it more accessible to kids, but other than figuring out the movement mechanics, nothing here is worse than regular Monopoly, which has the same age rating. It has enough to hold your attention, but falls just short of really getting you engaged. But at the very least, you will still be playing Scrabble the entire time, so you won't be bored. I didn't forget the whack crap this time around, I just need to save it for later, so we'll go straight into answering those 2 burning questions that I asked earlier. First up, is Monopoly Scrabble any good at all? Well, despite the brutal first impressions, yes, I'd say that it is. It's good. Not great, but good, so way better than I was expecting. The way they implemented Scrabble into the movement is really cool. I am very impressed with how well it functions, and it really helps the game stand out from the other titles in these 2 series. That being said, I'm still left here wondering where the rest of the game is? I'm making all of these cool moves on the Scrabble board, and all it translates into is running around in circles on a Monopoly board where hardly anything of note happens. I might as well just be playing Scrabble. If I had to compare this game to one of the other ones I've covered, I'd say it's pretty similar to Global Survival. Laps upon laps around a board where nothing you do really matters outside of a few key events outside of your control. Sounds like we're surviving to me. Now, granted, this thing is nowhere near as bad as Global Survival. For one, it has a defined win condition that ensures that the game won't take eons, and you still are spending most of your time playing Scrabble, which is still a good game. If you don't like Scrabble, then I doubt you've even picked this one up, but if you still did, then I have to give respect to another professional hater out there. You can't properly hate if you aren't informed. As for where it ranks among the other Target titles, I think it will fall in at 2nd place overall. It lets you enjoy more of the good part than Dude Perfect does, but it isn't as complete of a game as the Game of Life Quarter Life Crisis. So I feel like Silver is a good spot here. Joyous day! You aren't as bad as this travesty! Another disaster averted. I'd normally jump into a strategy segment here, but all you really need to do in this one is try to pass Go as many times as possible and grab the highest value properties near the end. So instead, we'll be ending this one off with that whack crap segment I saved from earlier. You see, we have cause for celebration. Hasbro has finally managed to put together a semi-competent revamp of Monopoly. It's not the greatest game, and there are a ton of issues with it, but considering their track record with the series, an okay game needs to be celebrated. So what was the secret? How did Hasbro finally manage to get over the hump and craft something that wasn't awful? Well, it's simple, really. They didn't.
Yes, our little champ here, made from two of Hasbro's most successful games, was not made by Hasbro. Did you really think they could have come up with something this creative? Theirs would have been a Scrabble-themed Monopoly with the letters as the properties, and you know it. No, this game was actually made by Winning Moves Games on license from Hasbro, which just explains so much about why the game is the way it is. I thought something was up when the railroads were given respect. Hasbro would never let that happen in one of their projects. This means that this title was brought to life via one of two possible events. The more likely option was that Winning Moves Games approached Hasbro with an idea for combining both Monopoly and Scrabble into one game, and Hasbro said, yeah, alright, sounds neat. Be sure to send us the royalties. But the much funnier option is that Hasbro approached Winning Moves Games and said, please, oh my gosh, we are out of ideas, please help us. I don't even need to pretend that's how it happened. I already have enough funny from the best Monopoly revamp in years not coming from Hasbro. Great job, guys. Stellar work there. Overall, an alright game that could have been a lot better, but also could have been a lot worse. At the very least, though, it's got me thinking about what other electric games could be created by just smashing two titles together. Well, we'll get a first-hand look when my newest game releases, Fatal BreaKey. All of the rip-roaring action of Fatal, but every time your character dies, you need to buy a new one. We're expecting to do around 17 million in revenue a year, so if I randomly vanish off the platform, that's because I've officially become a fatillionaire. The boundless creativity of the human mind continues to amaze and astound. After all, I doubt that any lower life form could even dream of putting together something as life-changing as O.J. Simpson Murder Trial Monopoly. But with every revolutionary game idea, there must exist an equal and opposite to oppose it. A game that really makes you wonder how anyone could have thought, oh yeah, this bad boy? The new Mousetrap. Now, we did take a look at some bad board game ideas before, but since then, I have come across a group of card games that are so much worse on just a conceptual level, and to be honest, those are way funnier to look at. Because we can either get into the weeds on whether the Ungame really deserves all of the hate that it receives due to its concept, or we can look at the illegitimate child card game and ask, excuse me? Who's Your Daddy? The game where you try to determine which of your friends got you pregnant. How? Who's Your Daddy is the 2001 card game that sees each player take up the role of a man and a woman. As a woman, you are trying to have as many kids as possible so you can pin the paternity of the child on one of the other players and sue them for child support. Meanwhile, as a man, you are trying to bob and weave these accusations to avoid having to pay, especially if the child is yours. The last player with any money remaining wins. Who's Your Daddy takes on a similar theming to a Maury-style show, this one being called Sammy on the back of the box and the Gary Stringer Show in the rules themselves. So as such, the game is encouraging you to take up a similar mindset to the colorful individuals you would expect to see on that type of program. At the start of the game, you are tasked with determining your standard bodily traits alongside any special features you may have, which will be used throughout in order to connect you to the various children that you may or may not have fathered. If you want to get real crazy with it, add the Fatal character creator to the mix to get that little bit of extra depth. When it is not your turn, you will be playing as a dude. During this time, you will be hit with wild accusations of how you're this kid's dad or that kid's dad, and it's up for you to defend yourself by accusing everybody else of them being the father. Or if you look at it and think, yeah, that one might be mine, then you can just own up to it right then and there. Saves everyone else a whole lot of trouble and might just save you a bit of cash. If it is your turn, then you take up the role of a woman. And before you do anything else, you must be sure to ask for any child support payments you are owed from dads you've already had kids with. If you don't specifically ask for the payment, they don't have to give you anything. So you better be sharp as a rock when it comes to collecting your money, or else you'll be missing out on those acrylics. After you've collected your dough, you can proceed with your turn. If you are not currently pregnant, then you can choose to get pregnant. Of course, you can't just choose the father of your child. That's not how this works. If you already are pregnant, then you can choose to either give birth and roll to see what that child's traits are, or put that whole ordeal off until later. Healthy. If you took neither of those actions and you have a spare fatherless child lying around, then you can accuse one of your friends of being their dad. You don't have to have any proof of this, of course. You can just draw a name out of a hat for all I care. Smithery! If they deny their involvement in the conception, then they just need to accuse someone else. And if someone admits fault, then you need to come to an agreement with them on what their child support payments will be. The two of you will, in a very civilized manner, come up with an agreed upon charge for the child and can choose between paying all of the money up front or spreading it out over multiple turns in installments. Thank you for calling customer support. How may I help you? Yeah, I was wondering if I could finance my child support. This, of course, is not a legally binding agreement, so there is nothing stopping a guy from refusing to pay an agreed upon amount or a mother from shaking down an extra turn out of that deal. But Cam, if I'm trying to run the deadbeat dad meta, why would I ever admit that I'm the father? Well, depending on how bold the mom is, you could be saving yourself a lot of money. See, if nobody admits fault, then the mom can go to the courts and pay to have a paternity test done. And comparing the child's unique characteristics to every player who was accused, they will add +1 for every match and +2 for every specialty trait. And then each accused player will roll a die and add their modifier. Whoever has the highest roll will be the court-appointed father, who will then be ordered by the court to pay a certain amount depending on how close the match is, which will usually end up being way more than if you just took the deal. There is another modifier that gets added when you accidentally have a child with one of your relatives, which, you know, I think we're just gonna skip that one. If all of those pesky children wring your wallet dry and you have no money left, you flee the country to escape the payments and are eliminated. Last player standing wins. There are also a few optional rules that you can partake in if you want to shake things up, such as the ability to neuter yourself, the chance to sell your newborn baby to another player through surrogate services, and having the opportunity to send yourself to prison in order to unlock that as an excuse. Your Honor, 9 months ago I was in solitary confinement on wire fraud charges. You are literally the first human I've seen in 2 years. My favorite part of the game is probably the preparing for play section, which contains 5 separate instances of the phrase, "Explain to everyone that the game they are about to play is extremely tasteless and makes light of a fairly serious subject. Request that anyone harboring thoughts of suing the manufacturer, or worse still, the designer of the game, leave immediately." If anyone feels like doing that anyway, though, I've got the actual credits from the back of the book right here. The original concept is by Anonymous, the mistakes and typos are from some guy who no longer works here, and the extremely poor taste is provided by Hugh Betcha. You'd better count your days, Hugh. The fullest extent of the law and this hammer are coming. But while the idea is wonky, you can at least see what they were trying to cash in on when they made it. Something much weirder is when you release a game centered around an action that doesn't seem like it would attract a whole lot of fans. Ooh, been wanting to talk about this one since the second tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Rat Splatter! That's right, baby, Rat Splatter! What do you do here? Why, you splat rats, of course! Rat Splatter is the 2001 card game that sees you take up the role of the titular Rat Splatter. What you do is combine your male and female rats of the same personality type so that they breed and produce a rat child. The more rat combinations you can put together, the bigger the nest becomes. And when it's big enough for your liking, you can drop an entire anvil onto the new rat families to crush them to death, earning points for every rat splatted via this method. Whoever splats the most rats wins. You know it's bad when you've got the guy perpetually on the run from a rat demon, feeling bad for the rats. Who is out there dropping whole entire anvils on rats? As a profession, no less. Quote, "Squishing rats with anvils is truly a rewarding job, especially when you're getting paid for each rat, and especially when you first take the time to breed them in big nests and squish them all at once. That's the biggest part for me. These aren't the rats out there spreading the plague or stealing your pizza or anything. These are creatures that have been brought into this world by your actions so you can smash them to death for money. You are the bad guy. But okay, shaky theme aside, if you're gonna be out here splatting rats, you're at least going to be doing so within a deep and thought-provoking game that's well worth the money, right? No? Retailing for $9.95 plus tax, Rat Splatter includes 40 rat cards, 15 anvil cards, and gameplay that can easily be replicated with just a standard deck. In fact, it's so easily replicated, I'm just gonna teach you how to play it right now, in case you want to get in on some of this hot rat splatting action. Now, depending on what kind of deck you have, it might not have enough cards. The Vikings deck I normally use is one that has 2 jokers, but that leaves us 1 card short at 54. So we'll be using this deck from some random Indiana sync company, as it comes with an instruction card that gets us up to 55. Don't have to look good, it just has to work. All face cards, jokers, etc. are the anvils, while the numbered cards are the rats. The black numbers being the boy rats and the red numbers being the girl rats. Shuffle, deal each player 5 cards, and on your turn you must play a card if able. Most of the time that being one of your rats to start a new pile. There cannot be more piles than players, but as long as there is at least 1 rat on the field, if you have an anvil, you can splat it. If you have the right rats, you can make as many plays on 1 pile as you want during your turn. So if you have this hand, you can play 1 rat, match it to form a couple, have that couple make a baby, and then smash the newly formed rat family and collect the entire mess for points. Once your turn is over, refill your hand back to 5. When the deck is gone and one player runs out of cards, everyone else gets 1 more turn, and then it goes to scoring. Every smashed rat is 1 point, every anvil is worth -1, and any cards left in your hand are also -1. Whoever has the most points wins. I take the time to teach you the game because, honestly, it is a serviceable time waster. That would be all that it functions as, though. The game itself is terrible. This is one of the most brain-dead games I've ever played. At no point is a single thought required from the players on this one. You are straight running this sucker on autopilot. The gameplay on this one boils down to, can you make a rat family and smash it? No. Play 1 rat and hope you can next turn. That's it. That is the entire game. Winner is determined by who draws the most rat family combos or gets lucky with what the guy before them plays. There is no brain power needed. That's why this one works as a time waster, as you can easily hold a conversation while playing. But only go with this option if you don't really have a lot of time to waste. This game is short. What does $10 get you? An 8-minute game max. We got an entire game in before the oven even preheated. So if you are in a group and you need to waste between 5 to 10 minutes and you don't want to think during that time period, but you want something slightly entertaining to be happening, then don't buy Rat Splatter. Just play it with a deck of cards. Hey, the game does have one thing on its side though. Dang, it's got some staying power. Rat Splatter has been in the back of my mind since the first day I uncovered it. One does not easily forget Rat Splatter. If you do end up trying this one, I recommend paying attention to how quickly people get desensitized to the theme too. When you first tell them about it, they'll be like, I smash a rat with an anvil? And then by game 2, you'll see people going like, alright, so that's dad, mom, kiddo, boom! Truly a game that's fun for the whole family. Except, you know, the rat one. But if you don't want your kids taking up harmful hobbies that could be a bad influence on them, then you might want to avoid all of the anvil dropping and instead gift them a game that encourages other popular children's activities from the past. Like smoking. Camel the Game. Let's take a look at how the game works real quick so that the lawyers can have some more time to put together why this is not marketing cigarettes to children. Gee, thanks, appreciate it. Camel the Game is the 1992 card game made by the R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company to either A, cement them as a new player in the tabletop gaming market, or B, sell Camel cigarettes. At this point, it could go either way. This is a bidding game where you are trying to earn the letters C-A-M-E-L to win, doing so by earning those letters during the round.
On each round, you start with 6 cards and try to make a bid for how many of one specific letter you can get from the cards in your hand, the amount of that letter in other players' hands, and rolling twice on the camel dice. For instance, if you have 2 M's and 1 Camel Wild, you can probably bid that you'll get 7 M's because all you'd need to get are 2 M's from the other player's hands and rolling 2 M's on 2 rolls of the dice. If you get dealt 1 of each card at the start or roll 1 of each symbol on the dice at once, you automatically win the round. And the first player to collect all of the smooth-tasting camel letters wins. This one is pretty similar to other bidding or press your luck games and looks to be alright in terms of how the game functions, with the only major negative being the whole being used as a marketing stunt by a major tobacco corporation thing. But Cam, an okay game made for the fans of the Camel brand, doesn't sound any different than the many other branded board games out there, so why is this one such a bad idea? Well, it all revolves around the cool dude featured on the cards here, because with everything happening to Camel at that time, they really could not have picked a worse moment to release this game. 1991, 1 year before the game comes out, Joe Camel here gets into some hot water when a Journal of the American Medical Association study reveals that among the 6-year-olds they brought in to test brand recognition, 91% of them were able to match Joe Camel to cigarettes, which was nearly the same percentage of 6-year-olds that were able to correctly connect Mickey Mouse to the effing Disney Channel. 91% of 6-year-olds. The cigarette ads were very successfully reaching preschoolers. Another study by JAMA that looked at ad effectiveness between high schoolers and those above the age of 21 concluded that the Joe Camel campaign was 25 to 43% more effective at reaching high schoolers than adults. And Camel sales to teenagers during the 4-year campaign rose from $6 million to $476 million. A reminder that at this point, the minimum smoking age was determined by each state individually, with some of them being as low as 16 and some of them having no minimum age at all. These findings got people a bit miffed, of course, a lawsuit here, an FTC complaint there, but Camel was holding steadfast that they were not marketing to children. That's just something that tobacco companies don't do. So Camel has quite a lot on their hands in 1992, and during this time, what do they decide to do? They decide to release a colorful card game that prominently features Joe Camel, who is currently in trouble for being extremely effective at marketing cigarettes to children and teens, into the board game market, which is comprised of more than half by children and teens. It's genius! That'll get them off our backs for sure! This obviously did not work at all, and later that year, Congress told everyone that if they didn't raise their minimum smoking age to 18, we are taking away your substance abuse funding. Then in 1997, the FTC forced Camel to end their Joe Camel campaign, meaning that this game was also gone for good. The sheer hubris to look at the situation you are currently in and go, you know something we haven't tried before? Directly entering a market dominated by children is baffling. I will truly never understand the mindset of a corporate executive. Speaking of never understanding a specific mindset, I've never really gotten the new trend of taking real-world historical figures or military equipment and transforming them into anime women? I really couldn't tell you what's going on here. Of course, this trend was inevitably going to lead to one extreme in particular, and since we just covered smoking, the monetization is already cooked, so we're all clear to get wacky, get wild. Ladies and gentlemen, anime Nazi women! Barbarossa! Rush your manga military girls against Moscow to defeat the evil magician Stalin? Oh, okay, I get it now. What? Barbarossa is the 2010 Japanese card game that sees you take control of your suspiciously partyless German military forces, which are comprised entirely of scantily clad anime women. If you can advance through your opponent's defenses and take Moscow, you win the game. People wonder why the Germans struggled so hard in the Soviet winter, and that's probably because they were dressed like this. Now, this one overall is rated pretty highly for its game design and strategic depth. Heck, the darn thing was even nominated for an award when it came out. But you know, despite World War II being the most popular war game time period, I have yet to see one treat the Nazis as sexy? I don't know what I was expecting. Japan was on their team after all. But Cam, you're missing the point here. These are not Nazis. It explicitly states that this is a fictional World War II setting. All of the swastikas have been replaced by the Iron Cross, and you get up to no operations outside of this generic military march to Moscow. This is just your standard, unaffiliated Germanic military force that happens to be made up of anime women in their underwear. And yes, I can see that, and I might have actually believed it too, if they just could have resisted the temptation to include the actual real-world generals. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing, in the best possible German I can feasibly put together, General Heinz Guderian, personal advisor to Hitler himself on the Eastern Front. He is one of the people credited with developing the concepts for the Panzer Division and the Blitzkrieg. General Frederick Paulus, commander of the 6th Army, he is the one who surrendered to the Russians at the Battle of Stalingrad. General Erich von Manstein, here Field Marshal and convicted war criminal, Manstein was found guilty on counts of issuing scorched earth orders, allowing the deportation of civilians for slave labor, using Soviet prisoners of war to construct fortifications, the execution of commissars in relation to the Commissar Order, poor treatment and deaths of prisoners of war, and the execution of civilians. General Paul Ludwig Ewald von Kleist, Wehrmacht Field Marshal, he was the one overseeing the circumvention of the Maginot Line and the leading commander of the real Operation Barbarossa. He is also a convicted war criminal. General Gerd von Rundstedt, a here field marshal in his late 60s, he was the head of the Court of Honor, where those thought to be plotting to kill Hitler would be tried with no defense and then sent to be executed. Not a convicted war criminal because he was deemed to be medically unfit to stand trial. And General Hermann Hoth, commander of armored panzer divisions on the Eastern Front, he was convicted both on war crimes due to the Commissar Order and crimes against humanity. Wow, quite the star-studded lineup we've got here. But hold on a second, it looks like we've forgotten one. Pray tell, who could this be? What, you don't recognize her? It's Adolf Hitler! Anime girl Adolf Hitler, standing there with a big ol' smile on her face as she sweeps the Soviets away. Look at her go. This is not a misinterpretation or a headcanon or anything of the sort. The official English translation for this card is Adolf's interest. And for the character card itself, she is referred to as Lady Adolf. I'd show more of the card artwork, but the image is framed in the way that the picture is an upskirt shot. You know, of Adolf Hitler. But the whack crap doesn't end there, oh no. You see, I don't speak Japanese, but allegedly the name of this card directly is Adolf Tan. That tan suffix on the end is very interesting, as that is used to mimic a small child mispronouncing Chan. So this card is essentially an exaggerated baby talk Hitler card. They came out here and hit us with the "Who's a good Hitler?" Not you. Definitely not you. As if we couldn't go even further beyond, this game was, of course, wildly successful. Enough to warrant them later releasing not just an expansion, but an entire sequel. Guess where we are now, boys? That's right, El Alamein. Welcome to North Africa. The campaign for North Africa, the Anime Women, 2010 to 2017. Oh my gosh, is that Rommel? Is that Irvin Rommel? What's great about El Alamein is that it also led to the creation of two other titles, the alternate stock image versions of both El Alamein and Barbarossa, where instead of a bunch of saucy anime women, they use actual historical photographs from the time period for the card artwork.
This is a really cool idea for how to shake up the game because despite the gameplay, rules, and effects all being exactly the same, these are now two entirely different games. On one hand, you have a tense military struggle where High Command is trying to determine the wartime strategy they need to ensure victory. And on the other hand, you've got Lil Hitler with the flavor text saying, anything, just say what you want, la 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 la. Who approved this project and why did the Kickstarter for the sequel raise $161,000? What am I supposed to do with this information? I guess this is a good market indicator that I can start production on the Chairman Mao anime card game. I did not just give them that idea. Oh no. Well, those were 4 roller coasters of some titles there, but I'm glad that we finished this one up so that I can get a head start on developing. Oh, hey, corporate called. They said you need to add a 5th game. What? I don't have a 5th game. Where do I... Who's corporate? Corporate. They called and said 4 games is weak sauce, wah baby numbers. You need to add a 5th. Well, I don't have one. Where do I get a 5th game? I don't... Look, just pick one of those 2. I don't care. No, wait, please, Confound it. Little Troubles! It's Little Troubles, everybody! Yeah! I'm gonna die. I'm going to die. This one's actually going to kill me. For those of you not in the know, prior to the start of the 2nd worst board game of all time tournament, I was taking competitor requests to make sure that I wasn't missing out on any lesser known talent. There were many recommendations for potential competitors, including games like Right or Racist, The 39 Clues, and strangely enough, both chess and checkers. But among all of the submissions, there was one that really stood out to me. It was the only one of its kind, it received no likes, no responses, and no attention, but I did see it. And since all recommendations had to be reviewed, I began my search for Little Troubles. I then immediately barred it from tournament contention because I absolutely did not want to talk about it. But due to the nature of what I do here, I knew full well that I would still end up having to cover it. I just wanted to put that off for as long as possible. Well, the crop is ripe, and unfortunately it is now time to reap what I've sown, so to start us off, what is Little Troubles? Little Troubles is the world's very first age regression baby fur trading card game, where you are attempting to regress the age of your opponent's furry characters in order to send them to time out. The first player to accumulate 100 cookies or win 10 fights wins. Now, I just threw a lot of terminology at you right there, so allow me to catch you up to speed. So, age regression, also referred to as paraphilic infantilism, is a form of age play where someone roleplays as themselves but regressed to an infant-like state. So it's you pretending to be a baby and working that whole shebang. The diapers, the pacifier, the baby bottles, the whole 3.5 yards. Now mix that with baby fur, which according to WikiFur is a member of the furry fandom who enjoys role-playing as a young furry character, a cub, which includes sub-roles like kid furs, diaper furs, and sissy furs. While they are role-playing as this, or cubbing out, quote, some baby furs will become so involved and yearn for such an authentic childish mentality that they will use speech impediments and baby talk to communicate. Depending on the situation, a baby fur could even develop a habit of whining or crying to get what she wants from a caregiver or another role player. They made that into a trading card game. What the heck is Little Troubles? You and your friends have found a genie, and that genie has offered you one wish. The only catch? The oldest person in the room gets to make the wish. That's not fair. Not fair at all. The genie, in all of his infinite wisdom and kindness, has granted several items around the room regressive powers. To make things fair, of course. Send your friends back to diapers while keeping your potty training intact to earn that wish. Now, if I've decided to show any of the cards yet, you'll notice that the artwork is not very sexualized, which is great to see considering the whole
baby situation we've got going on here. But rest assured, we are in fact dealing with a fetish game here, because despite there being no sexual content in the game, the website and communities are all 18+, which... awesome. But enough about the whole everything going on here. Let's take a look at the game. What's it got on offer? Well, you start the game with 30 cookies, which you can spend to play cards based on their cost. These including stuff like characters, toys, and the equivalent of spells, field spells, quick play spells, and equip spells. I'm glad that I can so easily relate mechanics between one of my favorite games of all time and the furry age regression TCG. That is just... icing. The character cards are the main stars of the show in this one, each coming with an adult version of the character on one side and a regressed child version of the character on the other. Forgive me if I'm reluctant to show many of the regressed versions of the characters going forward, but I'm scared that someone is going to think they're hot. Each character comes with an attack value, their confidence, and a defense value, their... maturity, as well as their effect and their other values, which we'll get into later. On your turn, you can conduct battle between one of your characters and one of your opponents. Your confidence versus their defense. Cards can be played to modify these values in various ways, and whichever one is higher wins. The winner of the bout claims the amount of cookies shown on the bottom here, and the loser will be regressed into their toddler form. Or if they were already a toddler, are sent to timeout, which is the discard pile. Something that separates Little Troubles from other TCGs, you know, more, is how important it is to have characters on the field due to these last two card values. As each resource phase, you will draw the amount of cards and gain the amount of cookies equal to the total amount of these values from your characters. Wait, that's a pretty cool idea. While having more characters does mean gaining more materials though, it means that you are going to need to spend more materials to protect all of them. So the entire time, you're going to need to weigh how to maximize your gains without spreading yourself too thin. Wait, that's a really cool idea. No. Let's focus on something else, like the sets that are on offer. This is a trading card game after all, so where can I get my packs? Well, considering most of the TCGs I've covered have been miserable failures, I'm expecting maybe one set and a booster pack if I'm lucky. Oh wait, my mistake. This one is actually incredibly successful. On offer from the Little Troubles website, you can purchase the base set, the set 1+1, which features booster packs, booster boxes, and a complete set option, Roll for Regression, their third set, which is comprised of fantasy adventure style cards and comes in all of the same offerings, and their fourth set, Back to Preschool, which I kid you not, just released a few months ago. This game is still receiving active support to this day. It is one of the most successful card games I've covered on here. But hey, I'm sure ready to hit the playground. I don't want to see you anywhere near one of those. So where's a good place to start? Well, one of the starter decks would be a good option for you here, but you can't actually access any of those right now because they're all sold out. My brain melt is flaring. We're out here melting. But why stop at just collecting the regular cards? After all, we can't forget the collaborations. Take your pick from one of the two sets on offer from their Little Comforts collaboration. What's Little Comforts? Why, it's only one of the premier retailers, and oh my gosh, I am going to throw up. But that's not all. If you were unable to make it out to Baby Fur Con, then you can still grab some of the exclusive convention merch. What is this? What am I looking at? Dear God! Do you want to know something else? The cherry on top of the diaper-wearing pie we've got on our hands here? Come here. I got a secret for you. The game is actually really good. This has so many good mechanics in it. Oh my gosh. The opening draw has you draw 10,
pick 6, and return 4 to the deck, practically eliminating the chance of you bricking on your opening hand. The cookies are not only your main currency, but also your win condition, so you need to constantly decide between whether it is worth spending them to improve your position on the field or saving them in order to get closer to the win. I've already mentioned the risk-reward of having more characters on the field, but those characters also vary between their forms, with the adults usually having better stats while the toddlers grant better resource bonuses. And you need to be smart with your plays, as you can only play a max of 4 cards during your turn, which could be a little restrictive, but it also means that you aren't going to sit there for 30 minutes while your opponent runs their entire engine 4 times over. Gosh dang it! Why is the gameplay good? What do you want me to do? Just sit here and lie? They've thought this through. They've put legitimate thought and effort into the rule set, and it shows. Heck, outside of the theming, the design of the cards is also really good, and the art is more often than not very solid. Look at this helmet, man. Oh my gosh. Why is the age regression baby fur trading card game better than anything that Hasbro has put out in the last 10 years? We have adults wearing diapers pretending to be furry anthropomorphic toddlers out here designing games better than a major multinational corporation! At the same time the furries were starting to put together their magnum opus TCG, Hasbro had just released their new flagship title, Ms. Monopoly. How many more L's can this company take? But we aren't done with this one yet, no siree, because believe it or not, we haven't even reached the whack crap. How? What could possibly be left? Oh, you silly goose, have you already forgotten? We've still got an entire line of merch to go through. Of course. Freaking radical, man. Starting us off, you've got your standard in-game accessories, such as different kinds of playmats and card sleeves. But in addition to those, there is also the custom-made cookie counter, which can help you keep track of your cookie tally and comes in a myriad of different variations. Oh look, another extremely creative and well-designed component. Add another W to the foes. Alongside those, there are also more general merchandising items, most of which revolve around the game's mascot, Patches. You've got your Patches pin, your Patches plush, your Patches card holder, which comes with a 1 in 20 chance of coming in a cool alternative color scheme, gambling, a custom metal lunchbox that comes with a set 4 booster box inside, an entire uncut production sheet to hang on your wall, I guess? And the stars of our merch event, the clothing! We've got 2 fine selections on offer for you today, ladies and gentlemen. First up, the Little Troubles onesie. These fine garments are perfect for nap time and come in 4 distinct designs. I wouldn't get too attached to the magical onesie though, as everything except for the extra small model is sold out. By the way, if you are wondering if these are for children, 1, you haven't been paying attention, and 2, the extra small model comes out to 27 inches in length, so... nope. But of course, you can't be comfortable in your onesie without your Patches branded diaper and diaper accessories. That wasn't a baby. You know what? Challenge time! Challenge time! I'm gonna read the full product description for this one, and you tell me if you can make it all the way through without ending up feeling noticeably ill. The feeling will kick in right around the top portion of your stomach here. I've become very familiar with it. Ready, spaghetti? Your pal Patches diapers. Uh-oh. Didn't quite make it again, huh? Looks like someone's been having a few too many close calls, and maybe a few not too close ones too. That's where your pal Patches comes in. These aren't just diapers, they're your just-in-case turned full-time, you probably needed these a while ago. Your Pal Patches practice pants are here! With a 6,500 milliliter capacity, because accidents don't keep business hours, a breathable cloth-backed shell, and a handy fade when wet cookie print so you, and everyone else, knows when you should probably get a change. Your Pal Patches are currently for sale for $36 a bag. Right now that includes a $3.25 tariff surcharge. Donald, I trusted you, and you tariffed the diapers. Ow! I'm done. I'm done! I can't take this anymore, man! The game actually made me feel physically ill. I haven't had a physical reaction to a game like this before since I got hit in the head with the Monopoly box. And with a game in my back pocket that comes close to matching the utter chaos on display, where do we go from here? What worlds are there left to conquer? I thought North Africa was the one, but then I met Adultery. I thought Adultery was the one, but then I met Fatal. I thought Fatal was the one, but then I met the Rap Rat. I thought the Rap Rat was the one, but then I met BreaKey. I thought BreaKey was the one, but then I met Hybrid, and I really, truly didn't think there was anything out there that could make my head hurt as much as Hybrid, and we didn't even make it 2 months. What game is going to top having my body make a physical, instinctual, negative reaction? You know what? If there's one thing that we can glean from that conga line on display, it's that you never really know what could sneak up on you next. So with how close we came this time around, go ahead and recommend any games you know of that will finally shatter this psyche for good. And if we can't come up with something, well, we've still got one more game on the list. Signing off for financing my very own Patches plush, I am KamSandwich. Thank you for watching and have a fantastic day. A special thank you to my suppliers, staff, and chefs over at the deli, as well as the media preservers helping me get these rare games ported for the public to enjoy. If you'd like to join the crew, you can take a look using the link in the description below.